Good morning and welcome back, everyone, to the Japan Championship for Shadowverse EVOLVE 2024. We are going to be your casters once again today, myself, Different Fight, as well as Ignidius. Buddy, how are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling energized, man. You know, after a 12-hour day yesterday with those 7 grueling rounds of Swiss, I was like, all right, that's that's enough Shadowverse Evolve. Went to bed, woke up, and I'm like, that's not enough Shadowverse Evolve.
There's not enough
Give me
Shadowverse
more.
EVOLVE.
Give me more. I'm ready.
Nope. Dude, it's. I was thinking about this yesterday, but it's one of the few times where we finished, like, such a long day of casting, and I still wanted more. I was still like, no, give me more. Here they're going over the ways to qualify for the Japan Championship again. There was actually 4 different methods of qualifying throughout the year, and there will also be this year too. And of course, is the schedule for today. Day 2 is grand finals, single elimination of 3 matches. So of course, quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. It's going to be best of 3 2 deck format, which of course does include 2 different classes. So we actually have the breakdown of all the decks that the players that qualified for day 2 have brought, and it is actually 7 Earthright Runecrafts, 7 Vampire Abyss Crafts, 1 Puppet Forest Craft, and 1 Mid-Range Swordcraft. So there's definitely a favorite. There's definitely a most common choice here,
Yeah.
but I think that there's also a lot of really cool decks that barely didn't make it. So, for example, Igni, we saw the Hunter Forest yesterday, right? That actually bubbled on ninth.
That's heartbreaking. That actually hurts so bad. And I actually saw the tweet from Evisui, and he was like, "Yeah, my Hunter Forest didn't drop a game, but my blood just kept losing." And I'm
Yeah.
like, "No."
Yeah. It's really
Uh,
unfortunate because one of the other players that we were hoping to see on stream, Engawa, he was also one of the favorites to make it to day 2, and he also bubbled on a 5-2 record, and he brought Lishana Rune as well as, I believe, Vampire was his second deck, or was it Earth? I think it was Vampire, but he actually said, man, if I switched that second deck to Sword, I probably would have won, because he went 5-5 with the second list, and he was just like, it wasn't it. So maybe just going full on spice instead of like one spicy deck and then one of the sort of like confirmed safe decks. Maybe is the play. Maybe the
got
surprise factor is stronger than we expected.
gotta commit. I mean, like this is the top level of competition for Shadowverse Evolve. So the most common decks, people are very prepared against it. So if your lineup is half and half, maybe that is as a detriment to you at the end of the day, and
Yeah,
the results sort of show
exactly.
that. Ooh,
It
but
was so
I am
close
happy at
though.
least that we do get one Orcus Forest and one mid-range sword is the surprising
Yeah,
one. We actually saw that on stream the other day,
it's the
and
same person too.
it did
It's
work. It did crazy
it's
work.
Nina.
So yeah, yeah. So
I'm
really
excited
excited to
to
see.
see.
I want to see how far in this tournament it ends up going. So very excited.
Yeah, dude. Like, I couldn't really like sleep too early yesterday because I was just like looking at a lot of the players that were there at the tournament. They were just like tweeting and making posts about everything that went on throughout the day and how close everything was. And of course, the reason why they're all working so hard is the beautiful prize card. So of course it is the 3 Machina sisters. There's only one copy of this card in the entire world in Japanese. So of course, I say it in Japanese because last year they were saying that there's only one Alice in the world, and then we kind of added a second one, but it's technically only one in Japanese and only one in English. So who knows? Perhaps if the pattern follows. I mean, we don't. This is literally just us guessing. We don't,
Yeah,
despite being ambassadors, we don't have any kind of insider knowledge. But
yeah. But they really cooked
maybe,
with this art. They really
maybe,
cooked with
maybe
it.
the next worlds. Who knows? But of course, if you just participate in the JCS, which of course is a very, very hard-earned title, you get a whole supply set, and actually you get each of these sleeves you get twice. So they get one to use at the tournament and one fresh pack as well of each
Oh, is
one.
that confirmed? We speculated on that
Yes, I
yesterday.
actually saw some players were talking about it.
Oh,
And then,
fantastic.
of course, the playmat, storage box, deck holder, as well as the ephemera promo. And then for the ones that make top 8, they get 2 more copies of ephemera, which of course completes the playset. And if they win, they get the prize card, which is very, very beautiful. So it's a lot to work for. You also get a trophy too. And of course, there is also a giveaway prediction campaign where every single round, just like yesterday, you can predict who you think will win on the feature match. And then you have a chance to win one of the prizes if you guess right. So essentially, this is a way to win some of these really cool participation prizes, without having gone to JCS. So make sure to use the hashtag on X, formerly Twitter. And I'll also be using it throughout the day, and I think Igni will be too. So if you want
I
to just
will be.
copy our tweets,
I
that's
will say
also
though, I have
completely
like a
fine.
80% incorrect guess rate on this. So let's
Yesterday, I
hope
think my record was pretty good. I think I only dropped one.
let's hope my luck is a little better this time.
We'll have to keep on trying. There's some people I will vote for no matter what, but we're gonna have to work hard. But yes, they also were introducing some of the mirror streams, much like our own. But this is the bracket, so this is the grand finals.
Ooh.
We're gonna see Takupon versus Murabo, then Tsukimi versus Fno, T-Bun versus Nina, and Suri versus Nini, which is actually a rematch from GP Chiba, of course, as they duke it out for the title of champion. So in terms of the decks they're bringing, if we have a second here to look over it, Takupon is bringing a Vampire Abyss and Earthright Rune, and Murabo is also bringing the same. Tsukimi is bringing Puppet Forest and Vampire Abyss, and Fno is bringing the Earthright and Vampire lineup. And then, what were the other two matchups? I know that Nini and Suri, they both brought Earthright and Vampire Abyss, so that leaves us with just the two remaining
Mid-range
ones.
sword
So,
and Earthright lineup as well from
yeah. So we're gonna go with the top of the bracket here. It's gonna be Murabo versus Takupon. I'm very excited to get into this. It's gonna be super, super hype. Our first quarterfinals. Man.
I like it. Just getting right into it, you know, no pretense needed. Let's just jump in. So, interesting hand. We got the Teachings of Creation for the first turn draw. If this is against Abyss, Beastface Mage is also pretty good, right? Like, just to...
He actually kept it, yeah. It is
Yeah.
against the best.
Yeah, it looks really, really strong, that opening hand then.
Yeah. This also doesn't look too bad. I mean, you have your turn 1, turn 2, turn 3 plays set out for you. You have a lot of removal. You have good bat generation if they decide to play down a lot of... Like, we've seen a lot of Earthright players go wide with their essences, so if they don't, like, converge them all into one, you get a pretty wide board, which I think when you're playing against Vampire Abyss, you do want to go wide. But Igni, also, I posted in the morning and I said that today I want to make this so that people can enjoy today's tournament even if they've never played Evolve, so that they can actually follow along and see everything. So the two decks that these players are bringing are going to be the most seen decks, so you're going to be able to follow along pretty easily once you've seen them in play once. But Igni, what kind of deck is the current Earthright Rune after seeing it all day yesterday?
Well, what can't it do? It has efficient removal. It can get cards out of the deck with Faust. It has some healing with Gingerbread House, but it has a lot of burn. It can recycle storm damage. So I feel like it's a deck that is very flexible, and that's part of why it's so strong. It feels like at every turn, there's a lot of decisions you could be making to move the game in your favor. Which is why I feel like a lot of its matchups, even the ones that are quote unquote unfavored, you can, in the hands of a skilled pilot, an Earthright deck can outmaneuver it into a favorable position. For example, like the two amulets that you get out of Faust, that's a huge decision point that could end up just changing the entire game. So I feel like Earthright Runecraft, it's probably the deck that has the most odds of just being able to win any game, which is not surprising. As to why like 7 people brought it, honestly.
Yeah. Absolutely. So it is one of the most broad decks of the entire tournament in general. We had a whole breakdown of statistics yesterday in terms of what the decks that were brought by all the players were. So I actually think I made a post as well bringing down the statistics. So 81.2% of the players yesterday brought Runecraft, which also includes, of course, Lishan Rune, which is another relatively commonly seen archetype. But of course, Earthright is by far the majority of it. Then 63.8% brought Abyss, so that of course includes mostly the vampire version, but also some people bringing just like Rose Queen control, or I think I saw somebody bringing Rulanai as well. Then 27.5% Forest, that usually is going... I mean, we saw multiple archetypes on stream, so it can be Orcus, it can also be, of course, Hunter Forest. 13.1% brought Sword, which is mostly mid-range, but could also be Natura as well. Then 10.1% brought Haven, which is usually the Amulet Haven type. And 2.9% brought Dragon. So I think that should be 2 people, I think, that brought Dragon. Because there's 1.4% that brought Idolmaster, and we know it's just 1 person that brought Idolmaster. So 2.9% should be, 2 people.
2 people, yeah. With the new Jerva card, right, which is so strong and just slot into any Dragon deck.
Yeah.
But I did want to cover a little bit about what Abysscraft does in terms of this current meta. It's a potential to be a very aggressive deck, but these days they've been teching in a bit more late game, like we saw in the previous day. We got more Kudlocks in the deck now. We got a Rose Queen as well for potential late game board clear slash damaging output. So
Yeah.
I feel like it's a deck that can definitely push a lot of damage in the early game, but these days against the rest of the meta, it's pretty important to have like an end game way to recycle your resources, particularly Vania with your good luck and and
And
uh
I mean,
and
yesterday we
stuff like
definitely
that.
saw that too. Like,
Yeah.
it's aggressive early game, but it can definitely play the long game and survive and heal back like 15 life. So
So it's
it's
sort of
pretty
adapted. I
exciting.
feel like there's like two kind of variants: the super aggro version and the one that goes a little more late.
Yeah.
Like I think you said yesterday that you prefer the aggro one, but
I
uh,
think after yesterday, I think my mind's been changed, to be honest.
yeah, I would agree with you. Like I think seeing the gameplay yesterday, I was like, this deck cooks. It has a lot of pressure, but it can actually still contend with other decks going late.
Yeah,
So it's very very strong as well. Just
absolutely.
the incredibly powerful card Vania Nightshade Vampire from the newest set, just being so flexible as well, being able to heal you with Kind Queen or just push a lot of damage with Blood Queen. So very very strong.
Yes,
So basically,
absolutely,
a deck
indeed.
that's aggressive but can go late, and Runecraft is a deck that has a lot of burn and flexibility. So
Yeah.
if you're new to the Shadowverse Evolve or you're new to JP meta, that's sort of what we're contending with here in this first game.
Yes. So there's a lot to think about in terms of these decks, but the kind of, if you really want to like simplify it a little bit, they're both very board-based decks that essentially are really good at answering the opponent's board. So of course in Shadowverse Evolve you can only have up to 5 cards on your field at once. So of course as long as you're able to answer your opponent's 5 cards while setting up your own whiteboard, you can oftentimes really sway tempo in your favor. And these are both decks that want to be doing that. So the unique part of Earthright is that it uses these amulets that you're seeing here on Takupon's side on the right, which of course they're not spells, they're not followers, they're basically permanent, you know, I guess they're like spells turned into items in a way that
Mm.
you use to pay for costs. So they oftentimes have effects when they're played, but then also there are a lot of cards that say you can destroy one of them to activate bonus effects. And there's a lot of really strong cards that the Earthright deck received in the most recent set in Japan, which is set 9. And here we see a really strong tech card from Takupon that is, of course, the Angelic Barrage, which is a 1-cost spell that deals 1 damage to all enemy followers. And of course, it just cleared out Murobo's field that he was trying to set up so carefully.
We saw a couple of people running this Angelic Barrage tech, and it's a really, really heads up tech because, one, with Earthright Runecraft, you have a lot of cards that split damage. So, for example, the Magic Blade Witch, as well as the Medusa. So you can sort of manipulate your damage so that your Angelic Barrage does more work than it otherwise would. But also against Abysscraft in general, they just play a bunch of bats, and unless they buff it up with Precious Bloodfangs or something, you can often just take out their entire field that they've been working so hard to build, which is very, very strong.
Yes, exactly. So it's really, really strong just for that reason. And we're definitely going to be seeing this kind of like ping pong gameplay between the two decks where it's going to be, I clear your board, you clear mine, I set up stuff, I draw cards, you do the same. And it's definitely going to be, I think this matchup definitely goes into the long game too. And we're going to be seeing a lot of it throughout this day as well. But, for Murabo here, it's definitely important to restabilize a little bit. You just lost a bunch of followers last turn. And, I mean, Takupon is the only player undefeated so far. He's the only person that has gone into top 8 without dropping a set, and therefore is also looking to be the favorite to win the entire tournament. Because in Shadowverse Evolve, skill wins above all else. It really is a game where just getting lucky is not enough. You really have to be able to capitalize off of that luck and know how to see when you are getting strokes of luck that you can take advantage of. Where in some other card games you might have like a card that can turn things around very quickly and be able to swing things into your favor. In Shadowverse Evolve, it really is how have you set up the game state throughout this entire game so that if you do draw this one card at that one opportune moment, it works to your advantage and is not just a card that exists in a vacuum. And we were kind of talking about this yesterday when the players were going through a lot of their motions, and sometimes you would see it's like, okay, he has just enough play points to go for this like draw to try and find this one piece, and this could answer the board. And if they don't, they lose. But then they do, and it's like being able to kind of like work towards those moments and being able to take advantage of what you put into your own deck, and especially the deck building skill that we don't really talk about too much, but it's such a vital part of Shadowverse Evolve.
I mean, yeah, we were seeing that deck building skill pay dividends for a few of the players here. Takapon with that Angelic Barrage that not a lot of people have, making 7-0 record is like just set right there. I mean, also like previously on the yesterday's cast, we saw Earthright players playing Stella to sink a Riley for a very little cost. It's like that's really strong too. So
Yeah, right.
I think that's definitely a factor that is underrated. And they actually posted the deck list of all the players over on the Shadowverse JCS website. So yeah, if you like, you can go to sve-jcs.com and all the deck lists are there if you're curious about what the players are bringing in the top 8 today. But yeah, very very crucial. And I totally agree with what you said as well. Like uh, very very cerebral game where uh, all your decisions matter, and there's so many decision points each turn that it really does feel like skill is the only thing that matters.
Yeah, I like. I'm stealing that. You said cerebral over these 2 days, and I'm like, that's a good term.
I my vocabulary has been irrevocably and horrifically changed by the internet. I just like I learned a lot
Cerebral.
of words from just people saying it online.
You
And
know how much I say connective tissue these days? I got that from you as well.
connective tissue. Yeah,
It's powerful. All right, but
it is what it is. But
man,
I see what your point about like making sure that this cast is accessible to people, not only because it's an English cast of the Japanese meta, which usually the English players are not as exposed to, but also just a lot of people are getting into Shadowverse for the first time recently, especially with the hype surrounding Worlds Beyond. I mean, and they're taking a
yeah,
look at Evolve for the first time as well. So it's good to make it accessible. I saw some people who were commenting on our post yesterday that are like, I tuned in and it was really really fun, but I really still struggled with what was going on. So we'll do
yeah,
our
right.
best to be your shepherds here on this grand finals day.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna do our best in order to make sure they can follow along. And I'm always very happy to see people watch these streams and get inspired to pick up Evolve themselves as well. I mean, right now there's a whole tournament circuit happening for Evolve in English too. So if you want to play in a team tournament, there is the Spring Fest. A championship that is happening right now, so you can play in teams of 3 and win some really fabulous prizes as well. And there's gonna be a lot of really cool events throughout this year for Shadowverse Evolve in English that you really want to get involved in because you too could be sitting just like Burabo and Takpon on the top tables, getting your games casted by us in the near future.
True. I do want to point out just a key turn here on turn 5. The Faust, very, very strong card, being able to pull out 2 Earth Sigils that cost a total of 4. And it's very, very flexible. It sort of lets you make your deck more toolboxy, where you can afford to run only 1 or 2 of amulets because you can always pull it out with the Faust, right? So we're seeing that in a lot of people's deck building. And usually you'd want to pull out drills because it's just a very, very strong card introduced in set 9. And Takahon also chooses to pull out Witch's Cauldron. And this is what I mean by like when I say the deck is super flexible and requires a lot of decision making, because even just like this one decision of what amulets you bring out with Faust can change the entire course of the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
It's like you have a lot
whether
of
you
flexibility
mm,
because of the fact that you can choose up to cost 4 or lower amulets in your deck or up to 4 basically between 2. So you can choose a 2 and a 2, 3 and a 1, a 2 and a 1. It's very flexible and you get to choose a lot of different ones that have very strong effects in this deck too. So he's going to be using the Witch's Cauldron here that allows you to look at the top 4 cards of the deck and find a card with the Earthright words written on it somewhere
mm.
and add it to your hand.
And
So
Beast Face Mage is so good in this matchup because like you only have so many angelic barrages in your deck, right? but
yeah, exactly.
Murabo is gonna keep making stuff every turn, so it's like okay, I can use Beast Face Mage to deal with your board. I can use angelic barrage. I can use Medusa. So just having all these options to just constantly clear, and like you said, very board-based gameplay here.
Yeah. It's very, very much like just going back and forth between both players. You're seeing here boards being set up, and of course, this power card that we see Takumon played, Faust, is not only a searcher for your amulets, but it also allows you to buff up one of your cards by +1/+1 in stats, as well as also deal 2 damage to the enemy leader. So that does mean though that he is leaving up these 4 bats for Murabo, and the vampire deck does play a lot of buffing spells that is able to just buff up these bats in particular and make them swing in for a lot of damage. So this could be a potential upcoming swing in tempo for Murabo on the next turn too.
I will say though, if Murabo chooses to swing face after buffing the board, it's kind of scary leaving up a Faust and a Riley, and like the board on the opposite side is thick enough that I feel like you can't really ignore it as well, though, which is sort of
Yeah.
a bit of a problem for Murabo at this stage in the game. Another thing about bats is that you can actually spend them. You can kill off your own bats with your vampires to activate some certain effects. So, for example, Raven Eventide Vampire, the blue 2 cost you see on the second from the right card right there, can actually kill a bat to deal 4 to an enemy follower. You also have Vania, who can do a similar effect as well, dealing I believe 3, right, when she kills a bat, and then 1 to the enemy
Yes.
leader. So
Yeah.
yeah, we have options to deal with the board, but it does mean that you're sacrificing the bats that you worked so hard to set up here.
Yeah, it's. I mean, at the end of the day, they are resources. If you need to use them to get rid of your opponent's annoying followers on the board, by all means, right?
Hmm.
I feel
True,
like you
true,
probably
true.
will go for the 2 cost Vanya here as well, because that does mean that she will be a 6/6 here, and also be able to use her effect 3 times to basically get rid of the Faust, and probably between Riley and Golem, it's kind of tough, but I feel like it's gonna be. I mean, it has to be the Golem, right?
It has
Because
to
the
be the
Riley is
golem because Riley has
4
4
defense.
defense, right? So it can't actually clear. But
Yeah.
I think you're right. Just play Vania swing 4, and then deal with the threats that are on the board, and you also ping damage with the Vania effect that way, which is quite nice.
Yeah. So I think that that's most likely going to be the case here. Still, it's very, very interesting to see. They're taking their time here to think about. He does have a buffing spell in hand too, so he is probably debating like that is the daylight in hand, which is a 2 cost spell that, of course, you can deal 3 damage to an enemy follower and then buff up all of your 1 cost followers in on board by +1 attack. So could be a big swing in tempo, but you do have to carefully think about it. You could actually do Vanya, make her a 6/6, play Daylight, get rid of the, or like deal 3 damage to the Faust from the spell, and then you can use Vanya once with the remaining play point to get rid of the Faust and push 8 damage to face while you're at it.
Ooh, now that's a nice play, actually. That's a very, very good point. And also with a standing 6/6 Vania, that's also a board that Takupon can't ignore either. I,
Exactly.
I want to mention a little bit about the player. We have a bit of their profiles on the JCS website. And very funnily, Murabo mentioned when asked about a memorable episode from the tournament, he said, I had the board with 4S bats as 3/1s, and I got hit by Angelic Barrage, and the board was ruined. So already starting day 2 is already happening to him
Man,
again.
first thing in the morning, bro. I just had my coffee. You're already killing my bats, bro. Come
It's
on. I
already
work hard
happening
for
again.
this.
And I also want to bring up Takupon. As we mentioned, you can see their records actually below their names from the first day. And
Yeah.
he said, I'm the only one who can win with all wins. So I want to win with all the wins. And it's like, yes, that's the energy I'm looking for.
Wow. He's he's got like the I love his expression on his profile picture on the website too. It's like you can see the confidence. You can see that he's ready to go.
Yeah, it's very, very cool.
Oh, and looks like the play we mentioned is coming out, but in a bit of a different manner than expected. So taking out the golem to prevent the ward, and then just going face. So you could have kind of baited the ward there as well,
Wow,
but
interesting.
instead choosing to dedicate 8 damage to face here, and let's see if Vanya's going to be used or not. Choosing not to, actually. So it's going like, okay, I mean, I don't want any weird stats left on the board. We're going to just leave that 1 play point left up. Maybe keep them guessing, but at the same time, there isn't really anything 1-drop that could be played here just for the damage. So I'm not too sure what you're trying to threaten with that 1 play point remaining.
I don't think there's any quicks that are really played in Abyss. No, we actually have their deck list. We don't have to guess anymore. Now that I think about it. So,
True.
uh, no, I don't think there are any 1-drop quicks. I think it's just that just chose not to, kind of forcing Takupon to play Angelic Barrage if they have it. Leaving up a Faust and a Riley is kind of scary though. But honestly, Riley as a card, kind of a card you want to leave up anyway because you guys didn't know. Riley from Grave has a 6 play point effect where she can come out with Storm and do a bunch of stuff. So it's actually not that bad to have Riley in play rather than in Grave. So
Yeah.
kind of like the least priority target. Uh, Leaving up a 5/5 Faust is kind of scary though. I wonder how much damage threshold Murabo is like considering, and it's kind of like in this board state, it's sort of like saying you have to answer my stuff, so I'm not gonna trade for you. It's kind of the play that happened last turn here, but with a second Faust, I don't think it's unlikely that this. Oh yeah, especially with double
Uh-oh,
red
double
hot.
Faust. We were talking about how
Double,
strong one Faust is. This is volume 2.
yeah, but with double red hot, that also just like, okay, I'm gonna try and clear your board as much as possible. Get rid of
You
that
are not
Vania, it's a
doing
problem.
anything this game, buddy.
Yeah.
Wow. That's huge. I mean, you already had 8 damage on board. This is now with a double ping at the end of turn. This is 12 damage.
Oh,
Murabo's
and
down to
Beast Face is such
4
a
defense.
strong final card. Get rid of one
That's
of the
huge.
bats.
That's so huge. I mean, I understand why Murabo went face though, because if you don't start putting in damage, you are going to just get the rug pulled under you. So, but I mean, I don't know if you expected this strong of a comeback from Takupon though. I mean, he is going to be pushing so much damage this turn. It's ridiculous.
Can I tell you something really funny?
Yeah.
Murabo's memorable moment, losing to Angelic Barrage. Takupon's MVP card, Angelic Barrage. This is like
Wow.
a matchup just to troll. It's very, very funny.
Not first thing in the morning, dude.
Yeah, right. Murabo, though, I think I kind of understand the line of play here of going so aggressive. Like, obviously,
Yeah.
this matchup was a pain point for him in the previous day because he tried to grind out and ended up getting got by these tech spells. So maybe he's just like, while they have no floating play points remaining, I'm going to get my damage in while I can, is kind of the idea, potentially.
And look at that. It's like now down to 4 life for Murabo. If these Fausts stick around, just end of turn damage will do it. He does have the king in hand though. Ah, but that
Yeah.
hand is really thin. I mean,
Yeah, that's really thin. There's like no way you can burst down from 13. Like,
no. There's no like you only have one card that draws you cards too, so it's a little rough. And right now the Fausts are just out of like the perfect range. I wonder if not using the Vanya effect was correct last turn. I feel like that 3 damage would have still mattered though.
I think definitely not clearing one Faust was a huge gamble. It did not pay off because
Right.
they basically just cleared the board for free and dealt 4 burn to face for free as well with the second Faust. Like that's the power of Faust, right? You can even just get 2 removal spells if your opponent tries to put you in a stalemate. You're just like, nope, no need. Your reserved follower is gone, and we're fine.
It's a bit unfortunate, but at the end of the day, this is also, the nerves of making it to top 8. Each of these players has their own goals and their own reasons for being here today. And it's at the end of the day, for some people just sitting in this seat is already, enough to make you black out sometimes. I mean,
Yeah.
it's such a nerve-wracking experience.
The
So
pressure is crazy. If you guys have ever tried playing in a card game tournament, if you're not used to it, you're just like, oh. And even if you are used to it, you're like, oh.
yeah,
It gets to you, especially when the stakes are this high. I will say, though, I really do think it's just because, this is just speculation for me, but I think it is because Murabu struggled with this matchup yesterday, and he's like, okay, I'll try a different line. But this is not working out at the moment, unfortunately.
yeah, he's really thinking about it. But I mean, realistically, what could be the option here? Because you have, I think King is basically confirmed. You also have an evolve point, so you can use just 4 play points there to, I mean, you can trade one of these bats in, and then King will play 2 more bats for you. You're gonna give all of them +1 and the assail and rush from just evolving. So you'll have 3, 3, 2, and 2 in terms of damage that can hit with a sail. So
Mhm.
actually, the 3 and 3 takes out the 6/6, the 2 and 2. I guess you can trade. Yeah,
You can
trade
trade
this
Old Blood
one
King as well, right? Because Gold
and the
Blood King
Old
has
Blood
3
King
damage.
exactly
You got the
into
other
that
Faust.
one,
Yeah.
and then the 2 and 2 can take out the Riley.
Or the Beast
Oh
Face.
no, but you just lose the Riley reviving.
Yeah, I think you have to take out Beast Face.
Do you ignore Riley? You don't lose to Riley on board.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
You have to ignore her then.
Take out Beast Face instead, because Beast Face is also really valuable
Yeah.
in this matchup.
Yeah, so you have to take out both Fausts with the assails, and then you're gonna be just swinging at the Beast Face and then ignoring the Riley. It's very risky, but it has to be done. You can actually also, so we're gonna see the Faust here get cleared off, but I do wonder if it was better to swing with the king into that one, because now you're gonna have to trade. Oh no, you can actually trade one bat. One of the assail bats can go into this Faust, and then you can use the Raven in hand for the remaining 2 play points to deal 4 damage into the Faust and also draw a card. Although
Oh
I do think you
yeah.
would have rather used that Raven to heal here, but at the end of the day, this is the play that he's going to choose to go with.
So many decision-making lines. I agree with you. I think healing with the Raven and trading the way we originally discussed was probably better. But
It's whether it's better or not is debatable, but whether it's safer or not, I think it
yeah,
is.
yeah. I should say it like that. Yeah, true.
It's at the end of the day, only the players themselves in this specific position can know the right answer, and it's like we have the advantage of seeing both their hands and we know what is going on in the game state. You know, from their perspective, they can only guess what's coming next. So, I think at the end of the day, you managed to the goal for this turn was get rid of everything except for Riley, survive, and so far, Muraba was able to achieve that. But now, if there's even 1 damage on Takupan's side, it is going to be game. 3 damage will go through.
Is there
Down to
one?
1.
Oh, that's
That's
that pulls
mirror.
Alk, right? That pulls Ancient Alk.
Yep.
He sank Alk with drills earlier.
Wrap it up. Let's go to game 2.
GG.
Takupan will be taking
Wow.
game 1 here. Still undefeated. Looking very strong here in day 2.
Very, very powerful plays. And I think that just shows the strength of Earthright in that you kind of put the Abyss in such a weird position, right? If you don't try and get your attacks in, you could just get got by a 1 play point spell and just like barraged. that just ruins your entire game plan. If you do try and get your attacks in, you're leaving the board up on the Earthright side to build up an insane amount of tempo that you can't recover from. And then they have burn damage in the back. So it's very, very strong, and it's a very hard deck to contend with for sure.
Yeah. All right, Murabo. You gotta switch gears. Get back in there and run it back. You can't let 1 loss spell defeat. Gotta continue on throughout this tournament.
I believe. Mental is crazy though. And you know the pressure is on too because you know Takuban is undefeated up to this point. So like, will you be the one to draw first blood, or will you be another tally mark for Takuban?
Wow.
The story is here.
Will you become a number just added to the amount of wins?
And just another bone to build his throne with.
Damn, so poetic.
That's right.
All right, looks like Murabo is sticking with Abyss here. Very curious to see the rolling for who goes first.
So
And it
it's
looks
the
like-
Abyss Mirror.
All right, Takupan elected to go first here after winning the dice roll.
Yeah, going first is generally pretty good in the Abyss Mirror now.
Yes. I like the zoom into the logo there. Very nice. You can also see certain companies' sweater, hoodie.
Oh, they collabed with Shadowverse EVOLVE before.
Yeah, true. We can say Hololive on, on
If it
stream.
wasn't allowed, they probably would have told him to zip up the jacket. It's all right.
Yeah. They do have another event of their own this weekend as well. So
Lots is going on this weekend, man. There's a lot going on.
Yep, there is a lot going on.
Okay,
Alright.
we got
Mirror
that's the
match.
Sasayaki spell, right? That you're
Yes,
talking about.
the
The one that destroys the 3 cost.
Whispering Dreams.
Whispering Dreams. Very nice. My voice is already
man.
sounding like this, and we're just starting day 2.
Yep, it's been 30 minutes.
Here we go.
Ooh, Rose Queen. I mean, this opening hand's okay. You have a search for turn 1, which is always good. Baron for turn 3-ish, or turn 2 going second is also good to answer early boards. Not too bad. Oh, you have 2 Barons. Is that 2 Barons? Or no, that's just 1. Never mind.
No, that's Double, man. That's Night.
Every single one of these cards has a moon in it. How am I supposed to tell? They all have a moon in them.
It's Nightmare, bro. No, it's
Oh,
not.
that's-
It's Sasayaki as well, right?
Is that Sasayaki? No.
Is that
He
an Idol
doesn't-
Master
He
card?
doesn't play Sasayaki in his list. Oh, that might be 2 Cosvania. She has a moon in her background too.
There's an Idol Master card there that I didn't 100% see. I gotta
It
study
would
up
be
the
Last
Idol Master
Delight
cards.
if it was, but Last Delight looks different.
Idolmaster. I don't play Idolmaster, so I don't know any of these people. So
Yeah,
it's
it's
like
pretty hard to memorize
it's
sometimes.
learning a ton of people's names at once.
It's like you just started class at a new school.
I don't want
Gotta learn all
Idolmaster.
these
I know
names.
Mio Honda. She does that song about step.
About what?
She has a song that's like na 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 na. Never mind. Don't worry about it. It's not. It's not. It's not relevant. All right.
Welcome to JCS.
Hey, Idolmaster's in the game, so I guess it's kind of
True,
related.
true, true. It's important. Knowing Idolmaster makes you stronger at Evolve.
That's true.
All right.
All right.
There's a big search. Really good 3 targets. Give for Bloodkin, of course. Chose not to take it, but is a really good card that is good from the mid to late game. The only issue with searching in this deck is that there is... I'm going to check his list real quick, but I'm pretty sure there is no way to shuffle the deck. So anything that goes to the bottom is at the bottom.
Is gone.
Probably for good.
Yeah.
There's not that much searching to begin with. It's literally just a fortress, I think. So whatever he said to the bottom there is staying there. So that's a very hard choice. It's a very, very hard choice.
The Abyss Mirror we saw. You might think that as 2 aggro decks face off against each other, ends up being a race to the bottom. But actually, from what we saw on the first day, the games are actually really, really grindy, and they go quite late. Because if you try and race them down, and then they recover with an Old Blood King and are able to stabilize, then it just goes way into the late game. So you might, as somebody who not familiar with Shadowverse JP meta, you might think it's just like who gets more damage first, but actually it becomes quite controlly at the end of the day, which is very interesting.
Exactly. So here we see Murabo's like, I'm not even letting you have a bat. We are going into the do blame, and we are going to take out those followers. Of course, on Evolve, he's able to deal 2 damage to enemy follower, and if you're Necrocharge 10, which of course refers to you having 10 or more cards in your cemetery, you're able to deal 4 damage instead. So that's also pretty good.
Yeah, very, very nice. Do blame. She's wrecking havoc in Shadowverse Digital right now. So
Yeah, true.
I have like it's very funny as somebody who plays both digital and Evolve. I'm just like looking at these cards like, oh, that card is really good here, but really bad here. Oh, that card is really, really strong here, but quite weak here. And it's like my brain has to catch up with which one is which sometimes.
Yeah, honestly,
it's quite fun.
Especially if you watch Shadowverse Flame, you sometimes have to remember the same card with 3 different effects.
Oh, that's true.
It has one effect in Evolve, and then another effect in Flame, and then another effect in Digital, and then it gets another version in Shadowverse Digital for some reason, and then it's you have a 4th effect to remember now.
Yeah.
What do you mean? There's 4 Dark Alices.
True. That is pretty fun.
Oh, just taking out. Wow. What an interesting set of turns from both players. So Takobon just played out the 2-cost Vania and just passed. Like, there's no bats. It was just a 2-2. It was just kind of like, okay, I'll put this down. I can make some bats next turn and then just, like, chuck a bunch of play points and taking out your followers and then also just, like, getting some chip damage into the face. And you can see that he had the Yes My Dark spell in hand to potentially make some bats there, too. So it was an interesting play to make. But Muraba was like, nah. Gonna just use the Daylight spell to deal 3 damage to an enemy follower and buff his own 1-cost followers, but doesn't have any 1-cost followers, so it was just used for the damage, which is also one of the strong parts of it, right? Sometimes you just need to take something out quickly before it becomes a problem.
Absolutely. Wait, the Yes My Dark spell? You mean the last Daylight spell that does damage? Or?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yes My Dark is
Yes My Dark is Precious Bloodfangs. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they both do a similar effect, so.
Yeah.
With the buffing. Oh, wait, we got Noontide here to get a little bit of heal.
Yeah, a little bit of recovery, and of course, now... The last 2 play points that we've seen in Takobon's hand, it's actually pretty awkward. There's not really much else to build from here. You don't really want to pay 2 play points just to summon 1 bat either. It's little... Yeah, just gonna pass on 2 play points.
Passing on 2... Well, we know he has Sasayaki in hand. So this is maybe gonna be a quick coming out, right? on the next turn. But
I
wouldn't
just
you
took
rather
it.
save that for Vania, right? Like,
Yeah, I think you
don't
want
know.
to save it for Ania.
Although I guess technically Vania Kind Queen could come out here.
Theoretically could, but I also feel like you want to just go a bit wider here because we know that. So at this point, everyone knows each other's deck lists. So we know that there is the Angelic Barrage in the Earthright list, but it's not in the Abysscraft list. So
Hmm.
therefore, you know that you can afford to go a bit wider and not lose out your followers as easily.
Although I will say, if you try and go wide this turn, right, it does mean going turn 5 for the player going first. They have OBK evolve as well. So at the end of the day, it kind of comes down to who has the last OBK surviving, as we saw on the first day as well. So it's a
Speak of
bit
the devil.
strange.
Speak of
Yeah,
the king, I guess.
God, he is ugly.
Damn.
Didn't want to say it,
I'm
but
gonna say that to his face at 11
what
a.m. in the morning.
face? He only has a skull left, man.
Is a skull not a face?
Yeah. No, the face goes on top of the skull. The skull is the head of anything. No?
I'm not convinced.
But yeah, like just like if you OBK now and they OBK you and you don't have an answer and leaving that board up, that's really scary. I feel like in this mirror.
Mm.
We saw that earlier as well yesterday. That old Blood King ends up being the MVP a lot of the time in this matchup. So wonder, especially going to turn 5 where you know that that's an option. Takupon.
All right.
Although I
Do you have?
guess OBK evolve in this scenario doesn't clear your OBK, right? Because that would just be
No.
2 bats with a sale. Yeah. I guess it's actually pretty safe.
It's actually pretty awkward to take it out after it's evolved early too, because you basically would have to go 2-cost Vania, which he just lost twice into it, which is kind of awkward because you need to have 2 play points to play it, and then 2 play points for Vanya's effect, and then somehow to make 2 bats, which is a pretty tall order. So it's actually a pretty safe. It was actually pretty safe evolve for Murabo there. There's very few ways for this king to be taken out outside of a, like, I mean, yeah, even a return king when you're going first, you don't have enough play points.
Yeah, that's true. And I would say like also the uh the damage threshold is just tough because even titles just does 4, right? So 5 defense just out of range.
Yeah. We're seeing the Rose Queens in hand too.
There's just
Only
my
plays
dark.
2 of them and already drew both. It's a bit unfortunate, but that is
Yes,
how
my
the cookie
dark to
crumbles
buff.
sometimes. Oh.
Interesting. Oh, I see. You want to buff your bats because you can't kill their OBK. So now if they play bats with a sale, at least they have to double trade into 1, right? That's the idea here, is what I'm imagining.
Yeah, that's true, right. So that way, like, the buff doesn't happen anymore from OBK.
Yeah, 'cause it's
so
only on
therefore-
evolve.
Sorry, we're calling him OBK, but Old Blood King. I
Old
mean,
Blood King.
if you shorten it, OBK rolls off the tongue.
It's just it's a holdover from Digital Shadowverse. We used to call him that all the time.
Yeah,
I'm referring to
yeah.
him like he's an old friend.
He's always been around.
Used to be really good. Way back in the day.
And still is.
I
But
know,
now
I
evolve.
suppose, yeah. True.
Okay. We're back to Murabo here. I think realistically this turn you've already pushed down to 15. I don't think you have enough. You don't have 5 vampires in the cemetery just yet, I think.
No.
So
Don't
6
believe
damage
so.
space is not looking to be the case.
So if you guys are new to Shadowverse Evolve, you might be thinking, well, the bats are vampires and a ton of them died, but actually they're tokens, so they don't actually go to the cemetery. So it makes it a little bit harder to meet the threshold. The tokens just get removed from play.
Yeah. So basically what this deck does is that while making a lot of these bats and whatnot, it also has a lot of effects that say if you have 5 or more vampire trait cards in your cemetery, you get a bunch of bonus effects too. So you kind of like, as you're playing the game, you kind of want to have some of your cards go to the cemetery so you can set up for those bonus effects. So one of them, of course, is the 3-cost Vanya we see in the hand there that she can evolve, but she evolves into one of two different cards. And she like the card she evolves physically is one of the same card, but that card can be flipped upside down to be a different card. So it's a
Hmm.
double-sided card. One of the forms that she evolves into only costs one to evolve into, and she makes the bats you play cost zero, and every time you play one, you heal your leader one. And on evolve, she draws one, discards one. But the other one is the one that has 6/6 in stats and has storm, so it can go face immediately. And every time you play a bat, it deals 3 damage to an opposing enemy follower as well. So that's also a very, very strong part. But in order to go into that second form, you have to not only play 3 play points to evolve into her, but you also have to have 5 or more vampire cards in your cemetery. So you can only really do it in the late game for the most part.
Hmm. But once you do get to the late game, it's very fun because you get to recycle her over and over again. Because this guy called Kudlock, which just takes vampires from your cemetery and puts them back. So it's
Yep.
very fun. It's a deck that, like we said, has a lot of early game, but also has like a lot of gas in the late game. So it's only these middle turns that I think that are a little awkward sometimes, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. We see here another big generation of bats, and the
The
sale
blood
is going to be
fangs.
used to at least take out the 2/1. So at least that's a pretty efficient trade. But now we're going to do about these 2/2s. It's
You can
not very
double
efficient
trade
to
the
trade them
bats
off.
into one. That feels really bad. And of course, Bloodfangs only summons the amount of bats equal to the amount of enemy followers. So if you do trade, yeah, that's a little weird sometimes. But
You could trade one
trade
and
one and then
then
play it again. Yeah.
play two and then trade again. Yeah, I think that might actually be a play. You just trade one, play two, and then you still have 3 to trade off the rest.
Yeah.
That
Still leaving
might
Old Blood
be
King
what you
up.
have to do. Hmm. The other option is to buff the existing ones and just trade the existing ones back in. Gonna play Vanya instead. Okay.
Ooh, not a
So
bad
she's going to be
idea.
a 4/4, and you can use her effect once to also deal 3 damage to an enemy follower and the enemy leader as well.
Because leaving 2 bats up, a little scary. The Vanias get big, they can get buffed up. Leaving 1 bat up, really not that big of a deal. So
Yeah,
I kinda get this play.
I like it. Nublim going face, down to 12. Using the effect, gonna get destroy one of the forest bats and also deal a damage. Down to 11.
Is he
If
gonna
the
keep
king
Old Blood King
swings,
reserved? It looks like it. Old Blood King not swinging face, just valuing
yep,
that assail very, very much. And we see it paying dividends, so it does make sense.
he's still thinking about it. Hasn't passed turn just yet.
So this is a very basic mechanic of the game, but I do want to explain it to people who are coming from digital Shadowverse. In Shadowverse Evolve, typically, unless a card has a sale, you cannot attack cards that have not taken action. So if the card hasn't attacked and it's still in vertical mode, it's unattackable usually,
Yeah,
unless the card has a sale. So, and sorry, clearing my throat there. Intentionally leaving Old Blood King standing or reserved makes it much harder to deal with for the opponent. So you are able to make these decisions where you can. Oh, actually, he's going for face anyway.
yep.
But anyway, what I said would still he thought
Still
the
important.
play through. You could leave it reserved so that it would be harder to deal with, and you can see he actually thought that play through very much because that could end up being a factor. So it's just another decision point in Shadowverse Evolve that you need to keep in mind, which I find adds a lot of depth to the game, and I quite like it.
Yes. I think it's by far the part of the game's mechanics that separates the good and the best players. Because sometimes, like, there are times when, there's a very powerful Dragon Craft card called Forte that is
Mm.
7 damage with aura to the opponent's face, right? So it cannot be targeted by your opponent's attacks. But there are times sometimes where, your opponent might set up a ward or something, and your best play is still to go into the Forte, but now you can't swing. But you can still just like evolve the Forte and just leave up an aura on the board, and the only way they can take it out is if they have like area of effect damage. So sometimes just presenting that threat of like, okay, I have 7 damage on board, what will you do, is also something that's very, very vital. So
Yeah.
here, of course, in this context, it's that king, of course, having the assail that now, of course, is I mean, I guess maybe Murabo read that Takobon was gonna send out a king anyway, so the assail would have kind of attacked into him no matter what. So pushing down to 8 life is also a pretty important play.
But either way, it's a decision that you have to make, and
Yeah,
it's definitely. Oh, he top took another king. That's very strong.
huge. Right back at you,
uh,
buddy.
Yep, just slam it. But
Yeah, bro.
it's one of the parts of Shadowverse Evolved that I love the most because it's just like it adds an additional layer of depth to every single turn. Do you want to attack or do you want to keep it standing to set up a more threatening turn next turn? And it's one of the big deals and one of the best ways you can improve in Shadowverse Evolved is to understand this mechanic very well.
Yeah. I think also um, one thing that I really appreciate is you see how the judges are constantly putting out the dice for the stats, like for the players whenever they play the cards. It's such a nice little extra thing, you know. It's so nice of the judges to always be just accompanying the stream table and helping out, you know. It makes the viewing experience much easier. And I think that Shadowverse Evolve, honestly, from a lot of the TCGs that are out in the general market right now, is in my opinion one of the easier games to watch competitively because the stats are always on the field. Whenever a card is played, it gets popped up on screen. You can always see the life totals. You can always see how many play points are remaining. It's a very easy to watch game, I would say.
Not only that, but I mean, I agree with you. But they even go the extra mile in these tournament streams where they have like little placards with the keywords on them whenever a card gets granted a keyword, so the viewer always knows what
Yeah,
cards have what keyword. And I find that very, very, very helpful and very charming as well. And I
yeah,
also got a shout out to the judges, man, because whenever they bring out these dice, like 90% of the time, they're on the face value that the player needs. So the judges, they know what's up, they know what their players need, and they're giving them the dice right away on the face
yeah,
value that's relevant. It's very, very cool. I actually saw some comments that are like so happy to have judges and that really, really do care about the game, and I like
yeah. I
100%
saw it
agree.
too.
Yeah,
100%. It's so
yeah,
important. It really feels like everyone involved in Evolve has nothing but love for the game, and it's you know we saw I was talking about this before the stream, but you know Ebisui, the player that came ninth with the Hunter Force, after bubbling in ninth, realistically you're pretty frustrated. You're
yeah.
feeling pretty down because you were this close to making day two and getting to play more Shadowverse Evolve in day two, but instead of being down, he made a post saying you know how Shadowverse Evolve, you know, it feels like the format of the game, you know, the meta is always, you know, changing every week, and the card balance is so amazing, and it feels like the staff working on the game really care about the game and always incorporate the player feedback. And honestly, I have to agree, it's like I agree with everything he said, but what's more amazing is that he said all that after coming ninth after bubbling. Like that's not
Yeah.
something you normally say after such a frustrating finish. But at the end of the day, it's like a lot of the people here just love the game more than anything and are just happy to be a part of this tournament no matter how they finish. And you know, I saw everyone that didn't make day two just say, I'll be back next year. I'm gonna work hard to make sure I'm back next year. You know, I'm gonna put in all the effort to be back next year. And that kind of energy is I think what makes this game so unique.
That's awesome. And I'll hear exactly what I said. Like the judge put the dice out in the exact face value that he needed. I love that so much. It's just something I noticed yesterday that I'm so happy about. And you know what?
Yeah.
Totally right about Ebby Sweet. Better man than me. I probably wouldn't have said those things.
You punch in the wall, huh?
But yeah, very, very, very cool. And I'm probably more disappointed than he is that he's not. No, that's not true. But I'm
Right.
disappointed that he's not here because his deck was so strong and very very cool as well. So, uh, yeah, I mean every single play in this tournament that we've seen so far has been amazing, and I totally agree with you that the community is incredible for Shadowverse Evolve.
Drop some hearts in chat, everyone, for everyone in the community. Whether you're part of it or not, it's definitely an amazing time. And oh, we see we're just wrapping up here. Murabo was able to tie it up in game
Ooh,
two.
very nice. Now, the pressure was crazy that game, right? Because like that Old Blood King staying up for that turn, not being able to get answered, and then swinging in the turn after, and it's just so much damage over the course of just several turns. So, in this case, one player was able to find an advantage, and just go for it. And
Yeah.
that's what you where you see in Shadowverse Evolve. You might think that two aggro decks going against each other, the player going first is a clear advantage, and even Takupan chose to go first after winning the dice roll. But just evolving that OBK on turn 4 as soon as possible ended up making a huge difference to the state of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the end, Takabon was one that elected to go first, but in hindsight, going second ended up being pretty advantageous because you got that extra evolve point to make use of that Old Blood King to its full power, too.
Hmm. And it's actually so useful too because like if you think about it, you can with an evolve point you can even Old Blood King evolve, and then you still have play points left for like a Raven or anything off the back, right? Or a gift for Bloodkin or something like that. So it's very interesting to have the evolve point be so relevant, and it's why going second and going first it ends up being really balanced in this game, honestly.
Yeah, it's honestly it's pretty funny because I made a video last year with Bushiroad's Matt of playing the game during set one format and kind of like explaining it as we go. You know, it's very much like a tutorial style video. But even to this day, actually yesterday, I got 2 comments on that video saying, "Why would you ever want to go first? You don't get evolve points." It's like what's good about going first? And I was like, wow, like this game really does make going second feel that good that people
It
actually
changed
like
the
new players
paradigm, man.
question it. Yeah.
It
But I was like,
shifted
no, don't
the
forget, you still get to play the bigger cost, stronger cards before
yeah.
your opponent does. So you do get to evolve first, but you know, when it comes down to you know, being able to slam high cost cards, it is going first that is better there.
Yeah, that's why I feel like it's very it's not always so immediately clear which one you'd prefer. Like honestly, and they're kind of neck and neck, which I love about this game.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like we have Daylight, Rose Queen. Yeah, definitely mulligan that. You don't want Rose Queen in your opening hand for sure. Daylight again. A gift for Bloodkin.
Yeah, the gift and the
That's a really good hand. That is really
wow.
strong.
Yeah.
I would not mulligan this unless you're really looking for gas and you're just like worried you're not going to draw into anything. But you're going second, so you get to draw off the top anyway. I think I would keep this if I was
You have good tempo as well.
Yeah.
We have to think about it. Mulligan is like the hardest part of this game, in my opinion, because you sometimes see a hand that you're like, oh yeah, this looks pretty good, and then you just
He's
you skip a
mulligan. That's a wild mulligan. I don't know if I would have had the courage to mulligan that
Riley
hand.
and Caradwin are still the gas of the deck. And the way
And he
would
gets
you look at
Barrage.
that?
Barrage is so good in this matchup. That might have been
True.
that was such a risky mulligan, and it might be paying off, honestly.
You know how many barrages Muraba plays?
How many?
1.
Oh my god.
Uno. And drew it. Off the mulligan.
Maybe
That's
one of us
crazy.
like, if I don't get this Angelic Barrage, I lose. Honestly, I don't blame him.
That might actually change everything in this matchup.
It's like
too.
the strongest card in this matchup.
Man, for those of you that are maybe new to card game competitions, there is this kind of like myth in a lot of TCGs that the person that goes undefeated in the Swiss rounds always loses round 1.
Yeah, and we just see
Of
that
the
Angelic
top
Barrage immediately.
Barrage already doing work. Turn 1, you present 3 bats, I present to you instant death.
But that's the only Barrage he had, so if
Yep.
Takupon just keeps building, it just depends on, well, no, there's 2 Magic Blade Witches and a Kurudbin. It's actually
Yeah,
quite good
you
for
got waste answer. I think if you got multiple waste answer boards, you're happy to just chuck this barrage early before they can build up any momentum.
Actually, this turn 2 is kind of, I think you just pass. Oh wait, no.
No, you can play the.
You can play drills for.
You don't.
Oh,
Need
he's
2 of this
sacking a
one
Magic
either.
Blade. I guess you don't have all 3 Magic Blade evolves usually, no?
Yeah, it plays 2.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine then.
The evolve deck for this deck is really tight, by the way. It's like you need 3 carried when confirmed, right?
Yeah.
So then it's like, how many alchemists do you want to play? Most people play 2.
What
How many
about Rabbit
Medusas do you
Mage?
want to play? It's like 2. A lot of like he's only playing 1. He's actually only playing 1 of the main body Medusa too.
Ooh. And also
But it's
like
tight. I
Rabbit
mean, you
Mage,
don't
right?
have space in this deck when you think about it, right? If you want to play Barrage, like if you're cutting so much, like looking at his list right now, he's got 2 mirrors, 2 alchemists, and then the 1 Barrage, 1 Medusa, 1 of the Banish Earth Sigil, and then everything else is 3 ofs. And it's like, I mean, I guess yeah, there's not really much else you can reduce in count, so it's pretty hard to make space for these techs in Earthright.
Yeah, and like in terms of the evolved deck, you also have Rabbit Mage you have to worry about too.
Yeah, it's like I'm comparing it to Takupon's list. So Takupon plays 2 barrages, but he reduced his Rabbit Mage to 2 instead of 3, and he plays 3 Alchemist, 3 Medusa. But I'm trying to see what differences they have between their lists. So, oh, Takupon doesn't play the sorry, Magic Sword Girl in Japanese.
Magic Blade Witch.
Magic Blade Witch is at 0. in Takupon's list.
Oh, interesting.
So but the thing is, right? Both her and Barrage function for similar reasons in this deck. So at the end of the day, if you're adding in more barrages, maybe you can make a point that you don't need it and just rely more on Medusa. But I don't know if I would want 3 Medusa specifically. I feel like 2 could be enough too, because you only really want to use her like once a game.
That's true. And I feel like we saw quite a bit of times on the last day where the Serpents ended up kind of being a detriment sometimes, where they just sort of like
Right?
clog the board.
Clogs your board. It's like, get out of here, bro. What are you doing?
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe yeah, 3 Medusas is a little heavy. Maybe Murabo is on the right path here with the 1 Medusa. I kind of like it the more I think about it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. All right, just thinking how to spread the damage, right?
Yeah, you have I think you probably want to take the Raven out. The healing will get a little annoying, but
it does put a vampire in the cemetery. One thing to consider, I guess.
That would be the 3rd.
Taking out the bat also means no potential buff from Bloodfangs.
Oh, he's got the 1st anniversary Force Bat tokens, I just noticed.
Very nice.
So for the 1st anniversary, they made foil versions of a lot of the like set 1 tokens. So it's like you have like foil Forest Bats, foil Steel Knight, Dragon token. I think both of the Golems as well. Holy Flame Tiger.
The flexing is crazy. You know what? I respect it.
The only thing is that I don't like is that the tokens are the same thickness as a regular card instead of a token.
Oh.
I really like how thick tokens are in a
Yeah, same. They're very hardy.
Do you sleeve your tokens?
Some of them. Depends on
Mm.
how often I play them.
Oh, I used to not at the beginning, and now I sleeve all of them. It just feels better.
I do sleeve most of the ones that I play regularly. But if I'm playing a deck that I'm just testing, and I just put some random ass token that I don't usually play,
Yeah.
I don't usually sleeve that one. But
Wow,
usually,
this
yeah,
is so
like
huge.
like for example, discard dragon, I sleeve my hell flames.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Look at this big turn from Takpon though. Makes the bats and goes for the daylight.
See, this is
Deals
what
3 damage.
this is what Murabo was taking so long to consider that last turn, where he was like, the obvious answer is just clear the Raven every time, but leaving that bat up actually did matter here, taking some more damage.
So because the daylight buffs 1 costs, it would have I think actually would have been worse if
Oh,
the
true.
Raven
This is
stayed because she'd be a 2/3.
That's true. I was.
Oh no, sorry, no. It's only +1 attack, so it would be in 2/2.
I was considering Bloodfangs rather than Daylight. So.
Yeah, it's kind of like catch-22, right?
Yeah. True.
This is the Cauldron Search, right? Not the hand.
Yeah. You just take.
I don't think he has Riley in rotation yet.
I think you. But actually, Alk is so good and just find a lethal setup. But I
Yeah, and I think Murabo did say that his MVP card from yesterday was Alchemist.
I think it's got to be Riley because if you don't get Riley, then how do you answer Old Blood King efficiently? How do you answer like the big Vania efficiently? I think Riley is very strong. But he goes for Alchemist instead. I guess it is his MVP. He said it was. Yeah.
It's the card of the soul. You gotta respect it.
Yeah, it's his buddy.
That's right.
He's gonna fight with his buddy.
2 more stacks left. You have an evolve point and you have a Caradwen in hand. But the problem is that Caradwen doesn't really have any targets right now. And next turn you want to play Faust. And then you want to... Well, I guess... You can... No, you Caradwen this turn. I think you Caradwen, use the 4-drop spell to... I mean, the 4 damage token spell to get rid of a bat and trade. And then next turn, you will be able to get back...
The Caradwen with Mirror off of Faust.
No, I mean, you can also... What you can do next turn is Faust into the... Drills. Discard the...
Riley. Or the Alchemist.
The Riley. and then you can use the other Caradwin spell to bring back the Riley next turn.
Wait, does he have Riley in hand? Did he get Alk? Or does he have one in hand naturally?
He already had one, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, his opening mulligan was Caradwin Riley.
Well, he has everything then.
Yeah, that's why he
really
mulliganed for that specifically.
so strong.
You want this Caradwin to live though, because if she lives, you get to be really greedy next turn. If she doesn't, it's.
So if you guys are just watching Earthright for the first time here, one of its strengths is that it can keep recycling its material over and over and over again from the cemetery. So, for example, the Eternal Potion off of the Evolved Caradwin can summon a guy. The Mirror of Truth can summon an Alchemist from the cemetery. And Riley herself can just summon herself from the cemetery as well. So even if you use a card, you can always use it again, which is why 3 of Caradwin Evolve is crucial in the Evolve deck, because you pretty much always play out all 3, or you want the option to always play out all 3.
Yeah, and Caradwin is. I mean, for people coming from digital, it might be surprising to see her in Runecraft, but she is indeed. She migrated at a young age to Runecraft.
Transfer student.
Yeah, she's a transfer student, and she's been doing some good work in there. But we see here, Old Blood King is not gonna let that Caradwin stay up. I think Takpon is very much aware that that cannot stay up here because it's gonna spell Doom for next turn. Because I mean, Takpon plays this deck too. He knows that next turn you want to Faust, and you want to bring out that Riley, draw cards, take care of the board. That immediately answers the King if the Riley comes out. So you basically just have to go. Oh, this is gonna go face first. I like it. How much further will we push though?
The chip.
You can
does
still take out the
matter.
Caradwin. I think you have to question mark.
Mark. Caradwin's only 4 defense, right? So
Yes, so 2 bats will do it, and they can go face anyway.
yeah, and then you just trade with the. Do you even trade with the OBK? Do you bother?
Yeah, I'm also
Yes,
thinking
because
of the OBK,
Eternal Potion can get Riley, right? So you should just use the body.
but Riley's not in the cemetery right now because.
But you know that turn 5 is Faust.
But they
very
can use
likely.
potion then.
True.
So that's the thing, because if Caradwin remains, then they can use potion for free. But so you have to trade this off for sure. But then it's the question of, if you don't trade here, I think the King stays. I don't think, unless for whatever reason Murabo goes for the Banish Amulet instead. But it feels like it's. I want to say it's not the place to use it, but maybe just to deny tempo it is.
No, but he chose to keep it reserved. And this is sort of the point I was making in that last game, where it's like, yeah, keeping Old Blood King healthy can actually be really, really important. Also, it's just a 3-1 body. Who really cares? It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Right.
we're watching every single game in this grand finals.
Yes.
We've seen Orcus Forest, but and it's a very strong deck, and I would love to see more of it. But the one that really catches my eye most is I want to see that more of that mid-range sword in action, because I feel like we did see it on stream, but we didn't get to see it really pop off. So personally, that's what I'm looking forward to the most today. Is seeing
we
that
definitely
one.
get the chance. I mean, if Nina makes it out of top 8, we'll be seeing more of it. That's for sure. So and it's really cool. We can see all of the top 8 games. Like, I think all of these players are bringing so much into this tournament, and they've all come from different places and different methods of qualifying as well. I'm checking
Inspiring.
where Murabo qualified from.
Murabo qualified from the Grand Prix 2023 Autumn Chiba.
Oh, he was also in Chiba, right? Yeah, he was in the top 8.
I like he put a little emoji next to I'll
Yeah.
do my best in his little player profile.
So we actually have, from the players qualified, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the 8 players that qualified through the Grand Prix. So it really goes to show that it's like, if you're able to win a 2,000 player, or like if you're able to top a 2,000 player tournament, you're strong enough to top a 70-man tournament with the best players in the entire country.
Did you say 7 out of 8?
70.
Oh, 70.
Yeah. Oh, no, sorry. Like 7 of the 8 players qualified from the Grand Prix. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
so the person who didn't qualify from the Grand Prix is somebody I'm watching out for now. Tsukimi, who qualified from the Japan
The area
Championship area
qualifier.
qualifier in Tokai.
Yeah, the Tokai region.
That is the player I'm looking at right now.
He went 6-1 yesterday too.
And the area champion take it over to the Grand Prix guys. That's
And
gonna
he's
be
the one
something I'm
bringing
looking out for.
Orcus today too.
True. Oh, it looks like Gingerbread House and Mirror of Truth is the pick off of the Faust here. Truth gets back Caradwin, and you can evolve that with an evolve point. Very nice.
Yep. So going for the kind of like stabilizing play just to go wide on the board and make more of Caradwin's potions. She do be making some pretty strong potions out there.
Mm-hmm.
Gives you a little kick.
It's like
Oh, this is your last
Melasomos.
Earthright. Oh wait, this is awkward. I don't think you can use this Earthright. You need to use Faust, no? Because you don't really need the second token as badly as the 4 damage one. Yeah, he's
That's
skipping
true,
the Earthright.
because you need to make sure Faust is over the 4 damage threshold.
Yeah. King stays alive too, as we expected.
So evolving Caradwin, but choosing not to get the Eternal Potion, just so that he can use the Earthright for Faust instead. Stack management, everybody. All right?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta learn it.
It's very important. You can start learning Earthright right now in English too. It's this deck is only gonna get better later, but a lot of these cards are already available.
If you don't learn stack management, how are you ever gonna afford a house?
Damn, they're gonna build a house.
True. Got another Caradwin in hand. Murabo here.
That's pretty huge. Having
He
a
choosing.
backup Caradwin-
He chose not to activate the Faust either.
Whoa.
What's he keeping it for?
Caradwin for next turn?
Caradwin 2?
Yeah, I guess there's not many stacks, but I guess I'm wondering why, because if he has another king, then this Faust is easy to answer. Because if it's 5/5, it's pretty awkward.
Actually, with a king already on board, he can summon a lot of guys here.
Ooh, and look at
Yeah.
this.
Unleash the
3
nightmare.
bats and drawing 2 cards for a 3-cost spell. Of course, the cost of the spell is reduced by 1 if you have a vampire card on the field, which of course Takapon does.
Vampire. Old Blood King.
You know,
How's he
one
gonna...
one of the Japanese casters that's casting on, of course, the JP stream, Tomada-san, he in the morning he tweeted that he's gonna like do his best on commentary so that the Earth can continue to rotate. It's like, in order for the world to be peaceful, I will work hard today. It's like, damn, I wish to be a Chad caster like that.
You can be. Just say it right now. Say it with your chest.
No, it's too shy, bro. Too shy. They'll call me a copycat.
They'll call me.
Oh, this is what I meant, dude.
Yeah,
The Raven
not
takes
activating the
out the
Faust.
4/4 Faust.
Not activating the Faust means that this guy just gets sniped by this 2-drop, which is so strong.
Yeah, it's
So what are you saving the Earth Sigil for? Knowing that this is the play that was gonna bite you.
I guess next turn's Caradwin is just that important. But I feel like if with Caradwin you could have, if you draw into any Earth Sigil, you would have been able to play it first anyway, but I guess just not willing to gamble. Not willing to get it twisted.
Is there another thing in hand that's more important? I'm trying to think. Riley? Riley to snipe Old Blood King?
Oh yeah, if you are preparing for Riley for next turn, then you do need a Earthright stack for that.
Yeah.
Alright, so they're just counting that all the play points have been properly paid, which they have. So top 3 search. What are you looking for here, Takapon? Oh, gift for Blutkin and the Vanya. Again, these like keeps being faced Are you really gonna shove another gift to the bottom of the deck? It's a super good card. It's a 2-cost spell that plays 2 bats. But if you have 5 or more vampire cards in the cemetery, it is only 0 cost, and it pairs super well with the Vanya.
I think
And
you
then
take gift and
I think you
you
have to.
you have to sink the Vania because you already have a Vania in hand anyway. And not only that, but
No, he's taking the Vania. He wants the damage. At the end of the
really,
day, the gift is just more bats on the draw, but what's gonna win the game is the damage from Vanya. I kind of get it. It's risky, but I kind of get it.
it's more like one in the hand is worth two in the bush kind of thing. Where
Yeah, it's
your gift could draw something great, but Vania is great, so might as well just take it. I get it.
it's a very hard decision. I don't know if like I think faced with that decision, I would not be able to make the right call. But
I think faced with that decision, I would have taken the gift, but that might have been wrong.
yeah, right. All right, double carried one in hand. I think you actually don't need the second one in hand because you've already evolved twice. No, so there's only
That's
one
true.
evolved copy remaining.
Guess you could sink it.
Carried one remaining also means that this first spell is also free to play. Hmm.
Oh yeah,
It's
that's true.
pretty.
The carried one is still up, so you could just play
Yeah.
the potion for free anyway.
More importantly, he didn't draw into a stack, which is really
That's quite
unfortunate.
sad.
Yeah, you actually are. You're gated by your stacks right now. You don't have any, like you have strong plays to make, but you don't have the costs, the resources to make them. Because a lot of the cards, if you're just seeing Earthright again for the first time, just tuning in, Earthright again uses the sigils to, of course, generate resources, and then you use those sigils to pay for the cost of things. So right now you see there's only one on the board for Murabo on the left here. And so therefore you need to get more of them out into play to be able to pay for some of these like really big tempo swinging cards in the hand.
The thing is as well, like I think the game could have been so different if he chose a different option off of Faust, because he went for House and Mirror of Truth, but if he went for drills to sink Riley, he could have gotten that engine started already. Whereas now we still have no Riley in the drop, and the Riley's just sort of like taking up space in hand. And
That's a good point.
if he did Riley earlier, he maybe could have drawn more easily into more stacks. Now he
Yeah,
has
right.
only one stack and a Riley he wants to use it on. It's very awkward. So I wonder if that Faust turn, if he's thinking back on it and being like, can I make a different decision there?
It's tough. You never know in these situations, but it's like, do you just play Riley just to draw 2 cards? It feels horrible. You wanted to use it for 5 damage.
Yeah, because that Old Blood King is a big guy, but uh, with
It's a
no
big old dude.
gas, what are your options?
Ooh, swinging. All right. 4 damage face. Down to 10 for Takpon. I think Takpon can tell also like he's in a bit of a peculiar situation here.
Hmm. But I feel like Takamon just needs like a Vania and a burn spell, or a buff spell, and it's curtains. But oh, I guess that's not really an option because only at 7 play points. Vania plus evolve is 6, right?
Yeah.
There's no 1-cost spell that buffs anything. So maybe we'll feel safe for another turn.
Fortress, I guess, can play a bat for 1. That's about it. You can get 2 bats out with Vanya, so that deals 6 damage to the followers. Takes. Oh, you have to Riley. Yeah, I mean,
There
you
it
don't really
is.
have a choice.
I
It's gonna be a draw
wonder
2. I don't see anything else.
if it was Drill's Red Hot on a previous turn, this game might have gone very differently. Red Hot to answer the board, Drills to sink Riley.
All right, Riley. Which of the 3 effects will it be? Riley has 3 effects when you play it that you have to choose from unless you play her from the cemetery. You either deal 5 damage to enemy follower, you either draw 2 cards, or you're able to give her +3 attack. And he chose the 5 damage to a follower, taking out the king here. So not drawing cards. Now, no stacks left.
Out of
What is
gas.
the play?
I feel like we're
It's
out of gas,
tough.
man. This is really hard. Magiblade Evolve. That's not bad though. That's not bad. We do take out two. Oh, we take out everything this way.
Yeah, so this will, most importantly, it is also using the. Also, he's actually not using the damage effect. So, Magiblade does have two effects when you evolve into it that you choose from. One is to play an Earth Sigil, and the other one is to perform Earthright to deal 4 damage split between 2 followers.
Oh, that's right. It's an Earthright card.
Yeah.
So we
So,
do need to do it this way.
so basically, what happened there is that he used the second Caradwin potion from the EX area to revive the Magiblade and evolve her just to get an Earth Sigil out.
That is so sad.
But I mean, he got a board. Look at what the stats are looking like on the
That's
board. He
true,
also pushed
that's
some
true.
damage.
It's
It's
just like-
actually, all things considered, it wasn't a bad turn.
Yeah, it's just like not a line you usually see. I would say, I guess, the struggle to get one stack, but it did work out. It did work out. Can't hate.
Yeah.
Yep, there's Vanya, the goat.
So this is going to be going for 6 damage to the face, most likely.
Oh, it's got to be Blood Queen. Yeah, because
Yes.
now you can also play from. You can spend a play point to pop the fortress as well.
Yep. So now you get to. I was going to swing into the Caradwin first, reduce her to
Mhm.
3 defense, and then you can play out the bat, deal 3 damage to the Caradwin. And now you can still basically play out.
Oh, Bloodkin is so
Oh,
good.
okay. Summon Bloodkin is also pretty huge because, of course, the effect of the Vanya does make it so that every time you play a bat, it costs 1 less. So even from the EX area, you don't have to pay the 1. So I
And
was
very
managing to push
cleverly
out-
not killing the Riley. You do it.
Yes.
You want it in drop anyway, so you do it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And now with 10 defense remaining, Murabo's in a peculiar situation too, where here you could spend 6 play points to evolve the Alchemist, but you're only able to play 1 Golem out of that. So that's only going to be 3 damage because Alchemist, of course, is a card that says every time you play a Golem card, you can deal 3 damage to an enemy follower or enemy leader. But Riley is going to trade first.
You gotta. That Vania is a problem.
And she's going to pay 6 play points. So of course, Riley's
Immediately.
other effect is you can pay 6 play points when she is in the cemetery to revive her. And then when she's played from the cemetery, she activates all 3 of her effects. So 5 damage, draw 2, and gain +3 attack. And she can still attack into something because she's, of course, when she's played from the cemetery by her own effect, she can also attack to the enemy leader as well. And now we're finally starting to see some of these low-cost followers and Earth Sigils, but might be a tad too late.
I think it's honestly too late. You play Teachings of Creation, you draw a card. You're not dealing with the rest of this board. It's
Yeah.
pretty tough.
6.
One thing I'm noticing is
4.
that today the games are ending at a very much faster than they were yesterday. I wonder if the
Yeah,
players
yeah.
like readjusted their game plans against each other after the grueling matches on the first day. Something to
Right?
consider.
We're only on turn 7 and it's already almost the conclusion here.
Yeah. Meanwhile, yesterday we frequently went to like turn 12, seeing
Mhm.
Kudlok actually be a factor, getting Vania back and stuff like that.
Right? Alright, just checking the cemetery. It's like, how many buffing spells have you showed me? How many other potential ways to deal damage do you have?
And if you Kudlok, what do you get?
Yep. That being said, you do know that Takwan has a second Vanya in hand because he searched both of them, I believe.
Did he search both? I thought he only searched one. Am I mistaken? Maybe.
Turn 1, he also searched one from the
Cauldron?
cauldron, from the fortress, right?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the fortress. Yeah. I think you're right. That's right. Because he was sinking a lot of good cards to the bottom.
Yeah. Alright, 6 damage face. Yeah, I think Murabo understands there isn't much that can be done if you
Yep.
have the
Even
damage.
1 damage here. Just 1
it's
damage.
going
would
to
do
be it.
Oh no, 2 damage. would do
2.
it. You need 2. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, the buff comes
GG.
through, and Takapon continues to be undefeated, beating Murabo here in top 8 and securing a place in the top 4. One of the 4 best players in all of Japan has been confirmed here. Murabo, though, give some love to Murabo for putting up an amazing fight, especially that second game was a very well hard-fought battle and finding some incredible timing to play some of those key cards like the Old Blood King. But of course, Takapon will remain victorious here.
Yeah, I mean, what a run from Takupon. 7-0 in Swiss, into a GG, into the top 8, going into semifinals now, top 4 in the world after going undefeated on day 1. Takupon is on a historic run at the moment. Can he take it all the way to the end? But like you said, Murabo, amazing just to make it to GCS, first of all, then to make it to top 8 out of all of those talented players. And then finally, just congratulations as well, because you still get those top 8 prizes, like the two ephemeras, right? So still walking away with that. So very, very cool, and just a great accomplishment overall. But yeah, I'm just like so amazed at Takupon's incredible run over the course of these 2 days.
Yes, honestly, very, very well done so far. Takapon, undefeated, 8-0. That's
8-0.
when you're playing, like, you can go 8-0 at a locals or at a CS, when you're playing against people from all over the place. But this is a tournament of the best players in the entire country. It's the fact that you're able to go 8-0 despite this setting that is even more impressive, in my opinion.
Yeah. And if he gets to win the entire thing undefeated, that's like the biggest flex maybe ever in Shadowverse EVOLVE history.
I think what would be the most heartbreaking is, how he's all of day one, he kept saying, like, I do not want to be second ever again. I'm tired of being second. I'm tired of losing on stream. And so far, he's not been losing on stream whatsoever. He's been doing nothing but dubs. And we're going to get an interview with him, too.
Yeah.
The third time, actually, that we see him on the interview desk. So let's see if we can cut to that and hear from him. So they're like, yeah. It's like you've had hard-fought battles from the very beginning, but it feels like we've seen a good rivalry be born here. We saw you guys shake hands. So he's like, I'm the only person here that can win undefeated, so I really wanted to win the first game, but it was still a very hard battle. So, but I still managed to win this game.
やっぱりデッキ公開後とそうでないその予選で、やっぱりこう立ち回りっていうのは全然違いますかお互いに。そうですね。
So he's saying, like, unlike yesterday, today all the deck lists are public. So, you had to, like, how did you adjust to that? He's saying it's like, okay, of course, yesterday we had to guess a lot of like, oh, does he have things like Barrage? Does he have these like techs or not? But now we actually know everything that's in these decks, so it's a bit easier to like prepare for counterplay.
やっぱりバロンダブルヒールあるなしとかは殴る殴らないめちゃくちゃ関係ありますね。
So he said, like, whether they have like Baron Doublame or not, it's really like a big decision of like, do you attack or do you not attack in the early game too, because of what they can trade. So he's saying, like, that's definitely a big part of it. So it's like, again, they're talking more about like the fact that it's like open deck list, so it's like, the fact that that there is a Sasayaki, for example, in the list or not, does determine it's like, can I swing freely with this Vanya for 6 damage or not? So yeah, they're just complimenting him for very, very clean plays.
いやどうですか村尾選手はもうここでまずは敗退という形になってしまいましたが、本当に強いプレイヤーだったので上から見ててもこう我々がこう実況席から
I was talking about, his matches against Murabo. He's played against him multiple times now. I think also even one of yesterday's features, I think they played. So it was a rematch.
昨日だったんです。コウモリミラーで2回とも負けてしまっていたので、そのコウモリの時に勝ちたいなと思ってたんですが、コウモリタイミングがなんで一番きつかったですね。
じゃあナイトメアミラーがやっぱちょっと
Oh, so you're saying how the Vampire Mirror for him is pretty hard. It's like every time he keeps losing the Vampire Mirror, so he's like he's glad that he can still win despite that. But he's definitely like that's like the most difficult part for him is like winning that mirror match. So now he'll continue to work hard in the next round in top 4. And he's definitely had a very, very strong showing so far here in this first top 8 match.
For sure. And I actually did think that they fought in day 1 as well, so it makes sense that the rivalry was formed here. But kind of heartbreaking to send your rival away
yeah, right.
and make it to the semis, but it is a historic showing from Takupon right now, so very, very well done.
Absolutely. So that was the first of the top 8 games. So we are going to be showing all of the top 8 matches one after another, but we are going to take a short break here before we get into the next one. So while we do have a short break, we will be back in about 10 minutes, but for the time being, you can see the other players that are featured here in the JCS. We'll see you back here again in 10 minutes for the next top 8 match.
待たせいたしました。Shadowverse EVOLVE Japan.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Shadowverse EVOLVE Japan Championship Grand Finals. We just got done with our first quarterfinals, and now we're moving on to the second quarterfinals of the day. Guys, this is single elimination, so whoever gets eliminated is out of the tournament, so the stakes are very, very high. Let's just go ahead and jump straight into it. The players are already on the table.
Yep.
We are going. It's actually going to be Nina, who is playing the sword deck, which I'm really, really happy about. So I actually cannot wait for this match. I'm like kind of getting excited
very
here.
excited, right? Everyone's been excited, and it's gonna be cool to see Sword again on stream. I think if you're ready to get into it, make a little post on X, formerly Twitter, telling your friends Sword on stream. We should actually see if he's playing Sword Game 1 or not.
I do hope it's Nina. I apologize. I'm not super familiar with the Japanese scene, so.
Oh, it
I
is
am
Nina on the
like-
left, yeah.
Yeah,
it is
yeah.
Nina. I recognize the face. Medusa opening hand is not actually too bad. Going first though, maybe not so good. Oh, it is Sword. All right.
Going second, you have that Floral Fencer play potentially. You also have Celia on 1 play for going second to evolve into Hope
Yep.
Strategist.
Oh man, I'm excited. Very, very pumped here. Of course. Let me also let me make the post. We got that sweet Sword on stream.
I'm voting for Sword. Guys, remember you can vote every single time. Who you're cheering
Oh,
for.
look at that. We got the Salome leader this time around for Nina.
Very cool. How do you get that name? Sorry, Taeboon. Is that right?
T-Boon.
Taeboon. Taeboon.
T-Boon.
I'm learning. Every day
That's
I'm
right.
learning.
So T-Boon is going to be going first. And of course... Oh, that's not a card we see very often.
What? Wait.
This is
in digital, that
mocking-
card generates bifurcating artifact, but I don't know what it does in Evolve.
Wait a second. No, this is still Earthright, but he's playing one of the so basically what this does is you can choose one on Fanfare, either play a product machine in your EX area, which is a 1/1 Machina follower that you can engage and send 3 of your Machina followers on your field to the cemetery to deal 5 damage to enemy follower. And the other choice you can do on Fanfare is if you have 3 or more Machina cards in your EX area, he gets +1/+1 and Rush. So he actually just takes the product machine. So this is basically just putting up more cards, like basically more followers compared to the average Earthright list. But this is still Earthright. This is not Machina Rune.
What?
This is
That's
still
so
Earthright.
strange. Okay, just to I brought up the English names here because I did forget what this card was called. Prototype Warrior, and it summons it. It puts an assembly droid into the EX area. Interesting. And we have Celia Hope Strategist turn 1, which is sort of something we called out earlier. So, guys, you didn't know Celia has 2 forms. Got the Hope Strategist form, which you can play immediately to summon a Shield Guardian, or you can play it for the Despair's Messenger form, which costs much more, but it has Storm, so something to consider.
Yeah, and Storm is always pretty good. Of course,
I'm like really flabbergasted by that Prototype Warrior tech. Like I don't
I
really
know,
under-
right? I was like, I don't see that. Like, is this Tetra? I was like, Tetra was a pretty good deck in the set 7 format, but Tetra's not been around in the most recent formats, that's for sure. But man, that's pretty surprising. So
This Earthright
T-Bun
with
actually
more
went
bodies.
6-1 yesterday. He qualified from the Summer Cup in Osaka. So that was I think in July. That was during Kuan meta.
Interesting. But what does that tech do? I still am trying to figure it out. This is putting assembly droid. Just getting is having that many bodies really that relevant to his style of play? Maybe he's just going super aggressive.
I suppose. I mean, oh my god! I just looked at Nina's Earthright list, and I think just to not spoil things for chat, Igni, I highly suggest you look at his Earthright list too because
Okay, we'll
your
do.
jaw's
Doing
gonna
it now.
drop.
Nina's Earthright.
Nina's Earthright.
You know, it's very funny. There's a player also called Nini. This
Yeah,
title.
Nini is also in top 8 too.
What?
I was waiting for that. I was waiting for that.
What?
This is...
Okay, this is. On first glance, you might be like Rune and Abyss, Rune and Abyss. Same. It's some of these lists are a little spicier than I thought they would be.
Yep. This is gonna be very, very interesting to watch. But I mean, we already got ourselves a great game 1, right? We have Nina here starting off. Turn 2 already pushing 3 damage with the Celia. And of course, also has the Magnus that was played down there that engaged herself to give the +1 attack to the Celia there. So pushing some good offense from very early of just turn 2.
And yes, I am just taking a look at the list because I was so confused. T-Bun does run 2 prototype warriors in the deck.
Yeah, so theoretically, right, with the prototype warrior, you could get 2 of it out. So you can put the token in the EX area, right? So you put 2 of the tokens in by playing 2 of them, and then you can use the token to just deal 5 damage to enemy follower, which takes out a lot of the key targets. So it takes out Faust, it takes out the King. So in terms of like trying to take out important cards in the current format, it's like it's a 2-1 on board that you can swing in and use, and then later down the line you can use the sorry, what's Product Machine's English name again?
Prototype warrior and an assembly droid is the
Assembly droid. There we go. Yeah, I was forgetting that one. So the droids do have an effect in Evolve. They do actually have an effect. We're going to see Riley just play for 3 play points and getting rid of the Celia here. Not going for the card draw, so I actually would like to get a view of T-Bun's hand just to kind of see what's going on in there.
That is so interesting. Playing the prototype warrior just to deal 5 damage because so many targets evade the 4 damage threshold that you usually get.
Right?
That is it genius or is it or is it madness? I guess we'll find out soon. I mean,
We'll find out soon.
Isn't he yeah, he has a pretty good record going in today, so
Yeah, right? So Nina was 5-2 yesterday. Was one of the players that bubbled in at 7th. So they actually, Yuiko, one of the Japanese ambassadors, she filmed a video yesterday of like the announcement of the 5-2s, and you could see them like, you know, just celebrating, screaming, like getting in. You could see some people really frustrated on the side too. So being part of that room yesterday must have felt insane, right? Just being able to experience that whole atmosphere. But here we're gonna see the this is gonna be the Emerald played out.
we got both queens now.
Yes,
All women are queens, of course, but these 2 are literally queens.
literal queens. How are we gonna spread these stats? Or we're going face? We're going face. Down to 15. Nina's really pushing the offensive here.
It kind of makes sense because Earthlight does not have that much to stay in, right? It's really just Gingerbread House, pretty much.
Yeah, this is just Gingerbread House, so it's like, you know, it's restricted to 3 per game, and it's like they can only really start consistently pushing it out once they get to Faust, which they do have in hand. We do see a lot of 1-cost cards in T-Bun's hand, though, and I can't really tell which ones they are just by the corner of the card there.
I will say that like just doing more damage is really relevant as mid-range short because the new cards added to this deck, you can use the effect of Chromatic Duel to give all your knights Storm. So you want to make that like big play have to do less work, right? So the chip does matter.
Yes. So for those of you just tuning in, if you're new to Shadowverse EVOLVE, Sword, of course, is a class that is very board-based by default. It's a lot of like playing out followers, buffing them up. But this is, in set 9, this rendition of Sword is the first time that it's felt properly Sword-like. Because the last few times that Sword has been in the meta, in the Japanese format, it's always been very archetype restricted. So Natura Sword, I wouldn't say is necessarily very much a sword deck. Is more of just like an archetype deck.
I agree.
And then we also have Octress Sword, which is basically a mill deck. So it's doing a bit less of that like summon dudes, buff dudes, swing face game plan, and it's doing a lot more of like other intricate stuff.
Chat brings up a really, really good point. Prototype Warrior costs 1 and is a golem. So if you use it with Ancient Alk,
Oh, you're so right. It
It's
is
free.
a golem.
it's free with Ancient Alk.
It is a golem. You're so right.
That means you can play 0 cost deal 3 while still having the Assembly Droid as a potential
We
deal
completely
5
missed
option.
that part of it. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I saw, oh, Machina, and then I just didn't read the second trait. Oh, it's also a golem.
Right.
Wait, that's
I think
actually-
I've forgotten that all of the Machina golems are also golems this whole time.
That's cookery right there, Chris. That's... He
You
might,
have
he
3
might
weeks
be...
to.
he might
you
be
have
Master
to, you have
Chef.
3 weeks to prepare this chef-d'oeuvre.
This is the critic eating the ratatouille.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, Floral
right.
Fencer after trading off the Caradwin. I like it. Floral Fencer can trade over the Riley too if you want to send that to the cemetery. Not sure if you do, but I feel like it not. You do
Yeah,
trade
what
over
if you
it.
just keep it standing? You put the onus on them to clear your whole board.
Yeah.
I kind of like that better.
And
And you
the Perseus to
Perseus.
finish.
Very nice.
It does get buffed. It does get buffed. You have to have 4 or more followers total. It doesn't have to be other followers, so it includes himself. Not trading. We're just gonna be leaving this up and being like, all right, do you have an answer to all these stats here? Oh,
Oh, he is trading?
I think
Never
they're
mind.
just saying it's like, okay, hold up, rewind. I didn't say end turn yet. Let me have a thought.
People are getting antsy.
I get it though. Yeah, gonna trade. Goodbye to the Riley. Gonna have to bring that out the hard way.
Mhm.
I think when you can trade and remain, it is kind of worth it because you don't like you're already at 15 defense, so you don't want to just constantly get chipped down.
And also, like, if they're spending all their turn doing a Riley here, your board is so spread out that there's not like a really huge threat that they're taking out with it. Really, you have more weenies than one big guy that they're trying to deal with.
Another Riley in hand too. It's slightly awkward.
This is the strength of Sword, man. Make a
Yeah.
big board full of guys every turn. Actually, Abyss does that too.
Yeah, a lot of decks in this format are doing it.
We are
but-
more alike than you think, you and I.
Man, Sword's just like, that's my gimmick. Why are you taking that away from me? I'm you, but stronger.
Well, Sword can give all their guys Storm, which is also pretty sick.
Yeah.
So you guys didn't know the new addition in set 9 to mid-range Sword is this chromatic dual card that has Hemra and Magnus to synergize. You can actually play it from the grave after paying a cost to give all your knights. Is it +1 in Storm? I believe.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's quite a bit of burst. You play that alongside Celia Despair's Messenger as well, and that's just a lot of Storm, turn after turn after turn. So pretty cool stuff.
We like having big damage.
You know, I always like the aesthetic of Sword. It's just like a bunch of guys, bunch of normal guys in a world full of magic.
Right.
You know, but it's I like when I'm playing it. Not so much when I'm playing against it, maybe.
There's nothing cooler than just cool warriors with cool blades.
True.
I honestly really like the fact that Portal is scattered all over the place in Evolve, because like I love Portal as one of my favorite classes, like especially aesthetically, but it's like, you know, you could just play Portal, but you could also play Portal in everything.
It's true. I like it insofar as it adds so much more it gives me a bit of excitement because I'm just like, oh, what portal, what class is this portal card gonna go into? So
yeah, right.
for me,
right?
it just adds a bit of a question mark every time a set's revealed.
Exactly.
Fast does go for Red Hot.
Yeah, it seems to be the. I think against Sword, you kind of have to. So Red Hot Ritual, of course, on play lets you choose a follower on the opponent's side of the field and deal 3 damage. And of course, that's going to be the choice. But Nina here is going to choose the Chromatic Duel spell to search out the, of course,
There it is.
Emera
This is what we're talking about.
And Magnus. That's gonna make tokens. That's gonna be
What a
buffing the
strong
board.
card. The only problem is like if you draw the Hammer and Magnus early and it ends up whiffing, that feels really bad, right? That's what you were
Yeah,
talking
like
earlier.
if
when
you
were
don't have
testing the deck.
targets, it's not a card that goes like, oh, you can search the deck, and then if you don't have them in deck, you can play them from your cemetery. Like that would be really, really good. But you know, it's already a pretty good card as it is, so no need to make it too crazy.
It's just that if you whiff one of them, the 5 cost ends up being way too heavy. But if you
Yeah,
don't whiff
right.
any of them, it ends up being really good. So
Okay, so this is gonna be the Emera's on attack effect, the strike effect, in order to put a knight into your EX area. And then we're
okay,
gonna
we're
be
gonna
using
engage, buff up the dudes.
yes,
I love a buff dude. Run those in.
that's right.
Get some damage in.
It's 5 damage.
Yeah, the pressure is on. This is what Sword is good at, man.
Yep.
Just push and push and push, and you deal with my stuff. I won't deal
That
with
being
their stuff.
said, though, Nina's been pushing the aggressive so much and managed to get T-Boon down to 10 life. But on the other side, T-Boon just can be kind of playing what the deck wants to do and managed to get Nina down to 13.
That's true, actually. You got a good point there. The Faust is good. Does the burn?
Faust again?
And
Turn after
Riley
turn?
is in the drop, right? So Riley is an option technically.
That's true.
But leaving up this full board is kind of lame. Faust again is an option, right?
Have we seen Karen yet for T-Boon? No, right?
I don't think so.
And only 1 stack on board is a little low, but does he even have
Medusa can split
Faust?
damage. That's not bad, actually.
does he even have Faust? I think you might just have to Medusa here.
Yeah. I think
And
so.
Medusa's pretty clean because it takes out the
The Magnus.
Magnus and the Steel Knight.
It's very nice. And then you can trade into the 2-1.
Yeah. Again,
That gives
sword,
you
that's pretty
3
good.
snakes, and then
You get to
Go,
search
go, go.
out. What would you want to search out in this situation? If you're playing towards the Ancient Alchemist's game plan,
drills,
I
right?
guess Drills is the play. But you don't really have that much to discard.
Interesting question. I don't know if what do you want is besides drills though. I'm not sure.
You could be a little greedy and just Cauldron to search for Caradwin. So if you go Medusa right, you're still clearing out 3 things. You can kind of ignore the 1/1 Knight. Nina's hand is getting pretty low. In order to really make a difference here, I think that getting a Caradwin would be pretty huge because that means that you have an easier way to answer threats going forward. And that it could also mean that next turn you're getting to still like that. Finding a Caradwin means drawing more cards later down the line as well. So this Medusa search is going to be very important, but I think it's going to be Cauldron.
If you get Caridwin out of it, it's House.
It's Gingerbread House. Okay, choosing to go on the defensive.
I think.
Heal
Wait,
back
do you
up.
have to? I think you might have to because you know that Chromatic's in the drop. So
Oh, that's true, huh?
yeah. The Chromatic can just come out at any time and just do like, okay, here's a bajillion damage phase.
Yeah, true. That does.
But I do
Buff
agree
up.
with your original point where like getting Caridwin here would mean that you would be able to get the potion for the Riley in your drop, right? So
Yeah.
it's a tough one.
All right, we're going to get 2 Serpents onto the board. So Medusa's effect, when you evolve her, she gets to split a pool of 5 damage between 2 of your opponent's followers. And every time she removes an enemy follower, she gets to play a Serpent, which is a 0/1 in stats that has Bane. But she has another effect that lets you remove 2 Serpents from your field to reduce the next 2-cost card you would play by 2 in terms of its cost. So here you're going to see it's actually going to use that effect twice. So removed all 4
amazing.
followers. And that effect for Medusa is not once per turn, so you can keep removing the Serpents to keep playing 2-cost cards for
Got
0.
drills out of
So
it. That's so good.
basically just cheated out 2 cards for free.
Discarding Riley. Nice.
That's
Very
good.
nice.
That's good. Golem's getting buffed.
And you can even ward your guard for him.
So now
to anticipate a storm. Because I think you kind of need to ward your guard for him. You don't want to take a hit from Celia, do you?
That's true. That being said,
Oh, really? Oh yeah, but that being said, that would leave the Medusa up. So if you go for a face
Yeah.
plan,
T-Bun though, 2 cards in hand. One of them is Gingerbread House. 10 defense remaining. What
no lethal offer
angles
6 play
does
points.
Ralmia
Oh,
is an option here?
You have to flood the board first, though, right?
Yes, but there are ways to do that. 6
Chromatic
play
costs-
points, 1 evolve
Ooh.
point.
Wow, the chromatic only costs 2 for the effect.
Yeah, for the buffing, it does
Wow.
indeed only cost 2.
That's
Ooh,
pretty
a
amazing,
lot.
actually.
He does actually have the Ralmia.
But how do you flood the board this turn? I saw they had Savage Swordsman, but
There's also Prim in hand too, which plays a knight on play.
not true. Yeah, Nanya. Oh, Nanya can maybe you draw with Nanya this turn. What are you hoping for?
He does play Leonidas. He also plays only 1 Nonya, so it's just gonna be like a 1 of search when you need it.
Let me check the list real quick. I want to see if they play Unbridled Witch. Oh, sorry, Unbridled Fury.
Does play 3.
Nice. Pretty
I mean, we
good.
saw him use it yesterday too,
True. I'm
but
tripping,
doesn't have a way
It
to
was
search it
yesterday.
here, so you'd have to find an ether off of that, which is
You could draw it off of Nanya, right?
yeah, like Nonya is your only way to find it. Think about it. Prim makes a knight, and then you evolve for 1. You could use an evolve point for that, so you still have 4 play points left. Pay 2 for the Nonya, and then you have 2 play points left. And then if you don't really have anything good to do with just 2 play points remaining, unfortunately. Outside of just like go Ralmia, but then you can't evolve her because you already evolved the Prim. It's actually pretty awkward.
2 play points remaining. Yod maybe, but that doesn't take out anything. So yeah, it's pretty weird.
Leod, I guess with the end of turn ping does, but you would have preferred to see him early game. Dropping him this late is kind of like you have to invest 4 play points if you want to evolve him too, so it's a little bit much.
Pretty tough situation. That Medusa play was crazy, and very heads up to discount Beast Face Mage first, then just go ham and be able to make all those plays.
Yeah.
Are you safe at 13? No, because Riley. Riley can just come out.
I mean, depends what sticks on the board.
Yeah. I'm just thinking like how much can
Just
you
Riley
afford
on
to
her
leave up?
own is not enough.
Yeah, I just mean like how much can you afford to leave up for, so that you can advance your own game plan, you know? But
Yeah.
it's dangerous because you know Riley's in the drop.
Yeah, I think everything really depends on this draw 2 from the Nonya. You draw 2 cards, discard 2. You could find Unbridled Fury, which could actually make a big difference because you now have we'll have 3 cards on the field.
Is it there? Ralmia?
Ralmia comes down instead of the Nonya here.
We're not playing Nanya. Oh, we're just gonna give this Night Storm with the additional 2.
Ooh. Is Ralmia going to just swing here? You don't have any evolves to use, so it does have to just swing into the golem here. Yeah, just trading
Wow.
off.
Such a sweet
Ouch.
turn for Nina.
Very reactive plays. Definitely would have liked to see more offense.
Very weak turn. Completely surrendering the tempo here. T-Boon.
And T-Bun can just basically just chuck 8 damage face this turn.
Hey, they found an assembly droid token. Yay!
Oh, nice.
Thank you, judges.
Thank you, judges. Working hard as always.
Oh man, that's really tough. Nina is gonna have to claw all the way back here.
I think the judge on the left is Shokise. She's a judge for quite a lot of different card games, but it's very much a veteran judge in the industry. So there's actually quite a lot of veteran judges for Shadowverse Evolve that come from other card games. Of course, like Evolve is a newer card game, so there's kind of obvious that they'll be coming from other games. But that's part of the reason why the events are run so smoothly is because a lot of the judges are incredibly veteran in their experience.
That's awesome. I love to hear it. As somebody who's mostly on the English side, learning what the Japanese scene it warms my heart. I'm like, I love that it's taken so seriously, and I love that everybody's so passionate about it.
Yeah, everyone really cares about the game. It's awesome.
Yeah, it makes you feel not alone, because I also too care about the game. So I'm like,
right.
I should go to Japan. It's time.
It's a good time. It's a good place to be for Shadowverse Evolve, that's for sure. Man, looking at Nina's hand though, I don't.
Riley from drop.
I'm worried, man.
Yeah, looks like it.
So this was this the one from Cemetery? He hasn't played the. Yeah, it is
indeed.
Coming from Cemetery. Hasn't played the play points for it yet, but
there it is.
There we go, cashed in. So
this is
of course, Riley again. If you're just tuning in, lets you play 6 play points when she's in the Cemetery to play her out from the Cemetery onto the field, give her Storm and +3 attack, draw 2 cards, and also deal 5 damage to the enemy follower. So you get to immediately push a lot of damage, but unfortunately she does get the other effect that when she would be destroyed after using that effect, she banishes herself. So you cannot just keep reusing the same copy over and over again. That would be a little bit too good.
That would be crazy.
Just a little bit.
It's already really good now, as you can see here. And this is the same play I would have made if I was in T-Bun's position, seeing that the play from Nina was so reactive. Smell blood in the water, basically. Just go in.
Yes.
Yeah.
There we go. Down to 5. Nina has to stabilize somehow. I don't see a way to just deal 10 damage out of nowhere unless Leod has been drawn. It's not exactly doing that much either. I think we do have another copy of Riley in the Cemetery for T-Bun. The sword deck is starting to show some of the reasons why, only one person in the top 8 brought it or made it into the top 8 with the sword lineup. But also, because it did make it in, that also makes you think it has to have that kind of strength to be able to do that. Ooh, we see a pickup of the Okeanos. So that's a 1-cost neutral follower, which says that when one of your followers evolves, you can choose to either deal 2 damage to enemy follower or to heal 1 defense to your leader.
Oh yeah. Oceanus. I was like trying to parse the pronunciation a little bit. I was like, who is that?
Okeanos, bro.
Yeah, I got it.
All right. Have to discard 2 for
Nonya. Yep. There's Leod. Leod will be able to take out the Beast Face with the Evolve effect.
Gonna use Leod to trade away the...
just for the Riley. Okay.
Yeah, 2 Beast Faces does not equal lethal, but Riley from Cemetery does equal lethal.
This is a really tough
turn.
game here. It looks like this is curtains for Nina. These 2 Beast Faces, you can just go face, right? That's 4 damage. Just
Gingerbread first. You do need to have a Earthright Sigil on the board first, and then you can use the effect. There we go. So that is going to be game 1 for T-Bun. 1-0 up over Nina. And of course, T-Bun was also X1 yesterday and wants to continue having that strong run going forward as well.
That was a tough one for Nina. I feel like had a commanding lead, but at mid-game play, that we saw that play, the super weak chromatic banish, that really was the turning point of the game where the dude was just able to just snowball from there. Like having 1 weak tempo turn in Swordcraft is so backbreaking.
It really
cannot
is.
recover.
It really is. And now we're gonna be playing against Vampire Abyss.
By the way, I just love the expressions on their faces. Nina just lost, but he's all smiles. He's like just happy to play a great game, ready to get to the next one. This is the kind of mentality you need to be a top 8 player. And I'm telling you.
Yeah, you
can't let these things get to you.
Yeah, you can't just tunnel vision onto the goal of winning. It's like, I'll talk about it more once Nini comes on stream, but his mentality, I think, is one of the healthiest you can have as a competitive player, but more on that later.
Absolutely. Oh, looks like it's gonna be Earth. Oh, sorry, it's gonna be Abyss for T-Boon now.
Yep. And we see, of course,
Sticking with sword here.
shuffling up.
Oh, I'm so excited. I'll be heartbroken if sword doesn't make it through. But at the same time, T-Boon played so well, so I don't know who to cheer for. I forgot to vote.
Oh no, you can still technically do it. Yeah, T-Boon. Looking good. Taking that first game in a very convincing fashion. Sometimes sword really just kind of falls apart on its own. That's definitely one of the most unfortunate parts of the deck and just the class sometimes in general.
Tough. I voted for sword. Let's go. Although I will say, some of these lists are really crazy.
Yeah, I want this to go to a game 3 just to see
just to
Nina's
see the
Earthright.
If
I guess
that
everyone
card
can
ends
see
up being
the-
relevant, it's gonna be incredible.
It's I mean technically everyone can check the lists online on the official website. So it's not too much of a secret, but it's more exciting for people that haven't seen it if it makes a debut on stream. Man. It really is just kind of building towards the fact that the mirrors especially go into the long game a lot. And it's like, alright, answer this!
Deal with it.
Ooh, this opening hand is a bit suspect. You do have a lot of early turn plays, but you don't have like any draw power in this hand. He's thinking about it, he's like, oh, I need to play against sword. It's gonna be very board based from the very beginning.
Yeah, and if
This
you don't
is
have
a very board based opening hand, but I
no
feel like-
ravens, no cycle. Sorry,
Yeah.
no eventide, no cycle. Oh, I think you
I feel like it's a toss.
There's no way. Like if you, that's
Yeah.
a hand where you immediately run out of gas after 3 turns. Like you
Yep,
gotta.
let's see how it changed. I was gonna show it.
Oh, there's Omniscient
there
Nightmare.
is gas. There's
Okay,
actually
that's gas.
quite a lot
Wait.
of gas.
But there's Kudlock in opening hand. 2
Ugh.
unleashes, 1 Kudlock from
And
all
one
early game
disregard.
to no early game. Oh no.
Oh, this is pretty good. Who's going second?
Oh, I'm not sure.
If it's Nina, it is Nina. This could be a
Nina.
keep. Yeah, he's keeping it. The Oceanos can be played turn 1. Turn 2, you play Prim Evolve, Oceanos procs, and you're able to take out your opponent's followers while setting up and thinning the deck out of the Nonya. So yeah, he's gonna play it out turn 1. Does T-Boon have an answer for it turn 2? He shouldn't. Actually, no, he could. No, he shouldn't.
Can you remind me what's Oceanus' effect again?
So whenever one of your followers evolves, you choose to use one of the effects. One of them deals damage to the enemy follower. The other one heals 1 to your leader.
Oh, that's quite strong against Abyss.
Yes, and especially if you look at his current hand, he's got an evolve for turn 2 and 3.
Oh, that's true. Prim into Floral.
Oh, I think he's holding onto a... There's 1 Kudlak and 1 to Kazvanya there. The very back of the hand. I think
This
he
is
wants to
not
play
a
out the
great
Vanya,
hand,
but that's...
honestly.
If you play that out, it's gone. It's gone if you play it out. I think he knows he passes on turn 2. He knew.
Oh, that feels so bad. If he plays Vania and you just evolve Prim, it's like, bye.
Yup.
Man, that's tough. Turn 1 Oceanus has just completely changed the tide of the game.
Yep. I think you just have to do the Prim here. It also deck thins 1 card out that I think you're pretty happy to have. And the Evolve here is also going to help with not just, of course, making the token, but also give you an extra defense to your leader from the Oceanos.
Which is very relevant against Abyss, as we know.
Yes.
Defense good against a deck that wants to put your defense to 0. I guess it's every deck.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean.
There is the
Nonya.
Nonya, just one in the deck. But manages to
Island
find-
made.
So she is, of course, that is the alternate art that you get from the shop tournaments right now. in Japan.
Did you see English edition? They revealed the Promo Series 5, and
Yep.
there's 2 alt arts in it, and I'm like, oh man, I gotta play more locals.
Gotta grind them locals, man.
I haven't been able to because I've been sick, right? So I've been like
Yeah.
I've been really like, you know,
You'll be back in
craving
the
it.
grind soon.
I'm fanging for it, and I just can't
Yeah.
play. And I'm like, just let me in, my throat, please.
Oh, it took out the Okeanos there. So of course, can be having too much mileage from that one card.
But already because of Oceanus, like, even have to pass turn 2. That's a
Yeah.
huge tempo loss.
It is. So now, Nina has a lot of different plays. He actually has Floral Fencer in hand too, but he's gonna go for the
Savage
1/1
Swordsman?
here.
That's a
Yeah.
1 play point 3/3. If you guys didn't know, Savage Swordsman, new card, gains +1/+1 if you have a token on your field. And this
Yep.
deck is good at that, with the knights and such. That means
Free
Ralmia.
Ralmia on turn 3. So if you don't know what Ralmia does,
Oh.
she is a 2-cost 3/2 that evolves for a total of 3 costs, but for every follower you have on the board, she reduces that evolve cost by 1. And on evolve, she's a 4/3 with Storm that can potentially also play 3 play points to gain +1/+1 for every other follower on your field. So we're not going to see that here, but look at this turn 3 down to 12 defense
So aggressive.
for T-Boon. Nina, the god opening that he kept is really working out here.
That is an incredible start. I can see now how T-Boon was able to get a great 5-2 into the top 8 here. Holy
Yep.
moly. What a start.
Okay,
to the
the bat's
face.
swinging in. Vanya comes
Vanya.
down. You can use her effect twice here. I guess you're gonna just take out the Ralmia and take out the warrior.
Yeah, the Savage Swordsman.
Swordsman, sorry.
Get out of here. Oh, no worries. I also didn't know the name of that guy until I looked it up yesterday. Not a card that was very well played in digital, but in Evolve, got new life here.
Absolutely. Oh, Ralmia 2.
Go
Run it back.
again.
And he has a swordsman again too. You can just make the same board.
We go again, boys. But then you're reading the Vania up this way. It's a bit scary.
Yeah. Well, you don't. Is there anything in hand that can take out the Vinny? I think you have to just ignore it.
Yeah, what if we just play Savage Swordsman, Ralmia go face, and then that's it?
Yeah, it
And
might be the play.
They have to do something.
Thing is, they will do something because they have
Summon Blood King.
yeah, they have ways to bring out bats, and then I don't think Fencer is the answer, unfortunately.
To be honest, I kind of like just going face.
Yeah, it's like
Seemed a little awkward for Vania to answer that last turn, but I don't know. I guess we'll see.
I get keeping the Ralmia for a turn where you can use the full effect, and you're not too far off from it, because if you go Floral Fencer here, you can just kind of expect some stuff to stay up, and then next turn you can probably Ralmia for the full effect. Because you play her for 2, evolve for 0, and then just like pay 3 more on the evolve effect. But that means you have to have 3 cards stay up on board, so it's a bit annoying. You could have 2 cards stay up and then pay. The evolve cost becomes 1, and you just pay that with the evolve points. That's also an option.
Or you could just play Floral Evolve it without using the evolve point here as well. Just get a board
Yeah.
up. Have them all stand. All of them reserved.
He's considering it. Wants to swing face first, though. Test the waters. Down to 10. There's
Why
no
leave the
0
knight up?
costs plays anyway, so if you're going to swing, they will be confirmed hits.
POV.
Now we're going
are
to
new.
swing with the knight down to 9. Still debating over it. Oh, he's going to go for the wide play.
Oh, he's doing it.
We're going wide and tall. Ralmia coming down.
Oh.
Oh, Floral Fencer.
Oh.
Just to make the Steel Knight. So it's
Missing out on a
actually, the
knight here.
stats are taller instead of just putting out a knight.
Yeah, true.
So
I
this
guess
way,
the knights don't actually matter that much because you don't have a chromatic yet. So
Oh, he's expecting a king. I think he's expecting a king this turn.
you are so right. You are so right. Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
Because if you just make the 1/1s, it's a bit easier to trade.
But King Evolve would still be able to do it, right? Though.
Yeah, I would still be able to do it. So that's kind of like building on the assumption that you would King, not evolve, and then use one of the Vanya effects. It's pretty tricky. It's like a very awkward turn for both especially for T-Boon here. But I like it. Nina's finally like pushing the offensive here and is the one asking questions, which is what Sword wants to do.
That last game, he was really on the back foot. I feel like, which is like not the situation that you want to be in as a tempo deck. But this time around, you answer this, and if you don't, I'm gonna Ralmia and go face.
Exactly. Yeah, this is really awkward because if you King here, you'd have to commit 5 play points to evolve it, and then you would have 2 bats that can go into the Floral Fencer. Alternatively, if you King and you don't, I mean, we're talking about King options, but King's not even in hand, actually.
Yeah, it's not even there. I just noticing. We have Vania, Precious Bloodfangs, 2 Unleash the Nightmares, Kudlok. It's not great.
Unleash is not bad. You get 2 instances of Vania. The only issue is that you can't really take out Floral Fencer because you have to sink 2 uses of the effect into her. I think what you wanted to do with the King is that you play King for 4, summon 2 bats, then one of the bats assails into a Floral Fencer, and then use one of the Vanya's effects to take out the Floral Fencer too. Oh, it's just gonna deal damage and summon 2 bats. So now you still have 2 play points left to use Vania twice. This is actually pretty good, but you do have to leave the Floral Fencer up. It's gonna take out the
Prim.
the Prim as well.
Makes sense. But this means that Floral Fencer is able to swing face next turn.
And we know that Ralmia is still in the hand too. So unfortunately, that means you cannot use the Ralmia's effect. So this is actually only 8 damage. Needs 1 more. Ooh,
You got Celia.
Celia.
That's a lot of damage. Celia is 4, right? It's
Celia is 4 as well.
It's still 1 off.
Still 1 off.
This is what I like about this level of competition. Every player knows the exact threshold they need to live.
Yes,
it's very,
yes.
very,
it's
very,
so fun to watch.
very high level.
Celia is the play.
Is there a lethal line? No, Celia for
going.
hopes.
Nope, he's flipping the sleeve.
Oh, there
we
you
are
go.
going.
That's right.
We are going for, again, this is a double-sided card. So we're going to just be pushing 8 damage to face. You go down to 1, you lose to a knight token.
You lose to a knight, you lose to Is there damage from deck or from hand that you can just play and do immediate burn?
In Sword? Leod. Leod Evolve deals 2 damage to anything.
Oh, you're so right.
So he'd have to heal 2 to not die to Leod. He'd have to heal
Yes, he does have kind
4 to not die to a Storm.
Yeah, but Ralmia manual Evo is also just like
Yeah, you
that's a
can
good point.
actually just fully commit a Ralmia Evo with an Evolve point. That would actually only cost you 4 play points.
Man. I think this
It's
might be
tough.
Jover.
I think we're going to game 3. We get to see Nina's Earthright potentially.
Now that's gonna be a game to watch.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Unleashing the Knight is not looking too strong right here either, because you have 4/4s. These 4/4 stats are so awkward when you don't have the 2-cost Raven in hand to deal 4 damage to opposing followers. Vanya is just constantly doing pings of 3, which is just, I mean, Nina's just is over to, like, Nina's able to just barely get over the line that the damage would be dealt with.
Yeah. I feel like each player is trying to make it as awkward for each other as possible in that regard, right? We saw that over the course of these past 2 days. Like, oh, I know you can do 4, so here's a 5 defense guy. I'm buffing this guy with Foss, so it's over the line. And it's very, very... Honestly, it's amazing to see how the players find the optimal line each and every time. Like, this is the level of competition we're at.
Okay, this is actually going to be quite a bit of healing.
Kind Queen.
Going to be ditch 1, draw 1, but you need to heal 4. in order to survive, and that's gonna be
And
pretty
weird.
hard. Oh, that was a ditch. Has 2 play points left.
You have
So
to deal
that's
4 and you have to
one
clear,
heal.
don't you? That's the problem.
I'm gonna use the Vanya's effect to deal 3. And just gonna trade away the 2 4/4s and just looking
Knight
to
lives.
be.
He just Ralmia go face.
Yep. Rami go face. This is gonna
GG.
be. Yep. T-Boon's like, yeah, you got it. Let's go game 3. Shuffle up. All right. Nina ties it up with sword. Always believing. I like how every time I've seen Nina on stream, he starts off with sword and he sticks to it until he wins with it.
I love that both players are all smiles. This is actually so
Yeah, right.
heartwarming.
Yeah,
I love
it's
it so
such a
much.
good sight. You can
This
see
is
that,
what
of
you
course,
want.
like when you reach the top level 2, you start to know everyone, right? It's like,
Yeah.
it's pretty rare that you're going to be topping multiple events in a row and like not have met these people multiple times.
I really love it. And you know, I'm glad to see the sword do so well. That was a very commanding lead from start to finish there in that game versus Abyss. But
Yeah.
now we're gonna have to see Nina's very unusual Earthright lists versus
Yep,
the Abyss.
exactly.
I wonder if the secret card is actually going to end up being relevant. We have seen these games become grinders before, so very much potentially it can. So
It's
Let's
interesting
find out.
because the what is actually the English name of that card?
Teo, Prophetess of Creation.
Yeah, so she doesn't. Yeah, just Prophetess of Creation. I think for the most part, people do use it for the last effect, which is just to ditch it, draw 1, ditch 1. But it's really good in Earthright because you get to ditch your Rileys without having to wait for drills.
That's true.
It's basically an insight, but it benefits this deck a lot.
So we've been teasing the chat this whole time. I guess I'll finally read out the effect. So Prophetess of Creation, 10 play point 10/10. When playing this card, banish cards that cost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 from your cemetery, and this card costs 10 less. Its ward aura can't be destroyed by abilities, and then
Yep.
activate. You can also just discard this card from your hand, draw a card, and discard a card.
Yes. So he plays 3 of them in Earthright. So there's no Angel Barrage. There's no Magic Sword Girl. There's
But
3 Medusas.
Just being able to discard this card and just sink Riley for nothing is nothing, right? There's no cost.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, you ditch 1, draw 1, and then you ditch a card. So it's like you get to cycle a card too. So you're able to find your Fausts and your Caradwins and anything else you might need. I mean, he plays 3 Medusa and 2 of the Evolved copy too. So honestly, I really like this. I like Prophetess of Creation a lot, especially her art. So
It's kind of a genius technology because now
Yeah.
you can just sink Riley for free, which is a huge deal. Does it actually cost nothing to activate this discard effect?
Mhm.
That's amazing.
Doesn't even cost a play point.
They're cooking.
Doesn't even cost a play point, which is like basically what makes it so good.
People are cooking in this tournament, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
You originally said that people are definitely hiding tech for this very day, and you're
Yeah.
right.
You can see it all come to fruition throughout the weekend. Whether it's like decks or whether it's just like small little cards and options within the top decks, there's so much to unpack once you get into it.
I don't know.
Yeah, you do. We do see in chat. They are saying you do lose a card in hand, so it's only good for discarding Riley. But we've seen time and time again how important it is to get that Riley in the cemetery, and if you don't see like your Faust, for example, to find the drills, it can oftentimes just mean that you're behind like by a turn or two. So having more ways to discard it is honestly vital.
Right. Let's see. Didn't see it in the opening hand. This is actually not a bad opening hand, though.
It depends if he's going first or second. Cauldron turn 1 is good. Caradwin if it's turn 3 is good, but
Hmm.
I'd like to see a bit more sigils.
Oh, in the Abyss matchup, you could play Alchemist on 3. Even going...
True.
We've seen that play before.
Ooh,
and
that's
it's
a
really
very
tough for them
aggressive
to deal
hand.
with. Because Alchemist has 5 defense, so even tighter to
true.
deal with it. So you just go turn 1, Witch's Cauldron, turn 2, whatever, turn 3, Alch, and just say you deal with it, right? That's pretty good.
Yeah. Damn, actually got one of each Raven in hand.
Complete the set. And Fortress, not bad.
Yeah, the Fortress is like I think the reason why he's debating on keeping this. Every single time, the opening hand
One of the most
leaves him
important
in
decisions you
just
can make.
contemplation for a good second.
People really underestimate how important mulligans are in card games in general, and I always tell them to just imagine like this: zero
Yeah,
play
right.
point, redraw 4 cards. As a card, that would be broken. So
Pretty freaking good.
you would
All right.
think about it that way, and you'll understand how important the mulligan is.
Oh. Cauldron finds a Riley and he's just like, yep, give it to me.
Oh, that was fast. Yeah, he played that lightning quick.
Yep. I like it. All right, I think we're going to see very aggressive early
Raven
turns
won.
from T-Boon here. He's going to be the one pushing the offensive here, and it's not going to be an easy matchup here for either player. We've seen-
Gingerbread House
Oh!
picked up.
That's good. We needed more stacks.
You just play it. Yep. 1000% agree with that.
3 defense is never bad. You definitely want to converge your Earth Sigils in this matchup too, because of course, the Vampire deck does have a lot of cards that go like, oh, depending on how many cards my opponent has, I play this many forest bats, or I get to do, you know, this much damage, or things like that. So you want to really keep all those Earth Sigils on one card, which you can use thanks to the stack ability, which lets you just basically destroy one of your Earth Sigils and then just add an extra count of the stack to one of the other Earth Sigils that is currently in play. So you definitely want to put them all on one in this matchup specifically.
Yeah, that's true.
All right.
It actually
Raven.
does really matter because Bloodfang's procs off of everything, which is crazy.
Yep. It's pretty good early offense here. We are pushing 3 damage already from the ping and the 2 of the 2-1 Raven.
I think I would just Alk here.
You do lose it. Do you lose it? It's 35, so it doesn't actually die to
It
Raven.
doesn't die to Eventide.
Yeah.
That's why we saw this play a lot in the on yesterday as well.
It is actually safe. The only thing that can take this out is... Oh, Riley on 3. Could take it out.
Riley, but
Oh,
we're
sorry,
playing
not
against.
Riley. What am I talking about? Forget everything I said. I was like, damn. I'm putting the best cards of Earth right into everything now.
No worries, brother. We've been casting for, at this point, 14 hours, 15 hours. Yesterday.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, you actually don't have any answers.
Yeah.
You'd have to proc Vanya twice, which you
5
don't.
is just like such an awkward stat line, which is why
For
Faust
turn
is good
3?
against Earthright as well. Oh, Faust is good against Abyss as well, because
Yeah.
putting it to the 5 defense. And Alk this early is crazy, man.
Like,
The
when you
format
have
is indeed 2 decks, best of 3.
Yes. So the way it works is that you have 2 decks, and you have to win with both of them in order to win the round. So you can't just keep playing the same one and win twice. The moment you win with one of your decks, you cannot use it anymore that round. So right now both players have one with one of their decks. So Nina has one with his sword, and T-Boon has one with his rune. So now it's down to Nina to win with his Earthright, or T-Boon to win with his Abyss, in order to get into top 4.
It's an intense game too, because it is single elimination. So if you're out, you're out.
Indeed.
What's he playing? We know he has all 3 Ravens, but nothing can deal with that Alchemist. 5 defense on turn 3 is pretty good.
It really is. It really is that Nina's just kind of like back in the pilot seat, making T-Boon ponder every single time. It's good. It's what you want to see. And so now I'm looking forward to seeing what this next turn is going to look like once... Like, it's also pretty rare because Nina plays 3 Evolved Alchemists. Usually you only see 2.
That's true. I guess Nina really values the lethal outs that it provides you, because It's right because you can always ditch it and revive it with mirror as well. So it's not like you're lacking alchemists to play.
Yeah. It's like I say this quite often during the GPs, but just watching these tournaments and watching the players play, you get to improve as a player so much because like especially if like for us on the commentary side, we're trying to explain why they're doing what they do and try to like make logic out of it. So just being able to kind of like accompany us on this discovery process of like why they're making the plays they do. We all get to grow as players at the same time. So
Yeah,
it's
dude.
just a good experience for everyone.
I'm gonna be slamming turn 3 Alex all the time now. I didn't even
Yeah,
consider that.
It was a good card.
Yeah,
Can
I
I
was
answer
gonna
this? No, you can't.
play that every time.
Eat this!
Still considering it's a really
T-Boy just
difficult
doesn't have a
turn
good play for
T-Boy
this turn.
here. Yeah, it's
There's
just
really
bad.
nothing. Ooh.
Wow.
Vanya with the evolve point. You're gonna be able to heal potentially. I mean, just one. But I guess it is good pressure on board, and you do get to proc the effects of the ravens there. So you do get to heal one and deal one. And then I guess you just push the 4 damage that you have on board to face here. I'm assuming that's probably what's gonna be happening for T-Boon. You have to choose a card to discard on evolve as well after drawing one. That allows you to discard a
Vampire,
mean,
potentially.
yeah, it's like sometimes it's just a Vanya just to have one for the gift for Bloodkin, but it's
I'll
gonna
get
be
rid of a Raven.
yeah. You don't want to play a bat here though.
Just for the effect.
These 3 will go face first, 4 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Are we playing a bat or not? That's what I'm most curious about because I think you do want to proc the Ravens. You do get
It's
a
also like
life difference of 2 from it.
way too far to start considering Blood Queen anyway.
Wow,
Really? Not
passes.
playing.
Actually choosing not to.
Why? What's the consideration there? I feel like it's way too far away to consider Blood Queen. So
Yeah,
what do you even
agree.
save these for?
Especially when they can come out for 0.
Right?
Because even if this whole board gets cleared off, you only have 4 vampires in the cemetery.
You only have 4 play points anyway next turn too.
Yeah. Vanya. is gonna
Very
be
interesting. I'm not
destroyed.
sure. Not sure why you would save it.
So interestingly, we're not evolving the alchemist.
Yeah, I feel like the alchemist was there just as a.
A bait.
Well, it forces you into an awkward position where you have to make
Yeah.
weird plays. But
So
then
a
it's
bait.
sort of a it's like a mini checkmate where
Yeah.
you have to make a weird play and then you're vulnerable to crit win. And if you don't make that weird play and you make a safer play, then you're vulnerable to the alchemist. So either way, I feel like Nina's coming out on top in this exchange.
Yes. Trades away the bat too. Surprisingly keeps up the 2-1 on board, which is the one dealing basically 3 damage just by existing.
Precious Bloodfangs is. I think it's what he's worried about.
Yeah. Oh. Summon Bloodkin.
There you go. Deal 1, deal 1 as well.
Life difference of 2 is always going to be relevant. But now, last 3 play points. What is it going to be used for?
You have another Vania, that'd be quite good. Right? Get rid of the crit win.
True, if you could just play the 2-cost one, that also just clears out the Cared Wind while having a body on board.
Yeah. I meant the 2-cost one.
There she
Yep,
is.
There it is. Yeah. They're both named Vania. Oh, we gotta come up with better names for Vania Vampire Princess. Should I just call her by the full thing?
The full government name.
Government name Vania.
She do be a vampire princess indeed.
Goes
Okay, well.
straight to the dome yet again.
Pushing good offensive though. Like for T-Boon, this is the game where you do have to push that kind of constant aggression.
Oh, for sure. You can't let this go on forever. And you're seeing no fouls turn 5, so that's pretty nice.
Yeah. This is still a pretty good turn though because you get to use the Alchemist to just play out the two golems in the back, which are both with wards. That shuts down the potential storm damage that could come out from somewhere. But most importantly, it also takes out the Vanya because it's 3 damage. So you choose where to put it, face or board, and it's going to be going to the board here.
You have the play points to play. You do, right?
You have one more, yeah.
Yeah.
She does
Wonder if
discount
you
them
go
by
for it.
1.
Full clear.
Yeah.
Well, what are you saving a play point for is the question, right?
In Earthright, there's not much to save it for outside of this golem, I think. I mean, you could play a stack. That's like the only thing I guess he's considering, but you can still play a 1-cost stack and then play Faust next turn too.
Ah, true. True.
All right, this will be 3 damage where? Something tells me it's going to be face.
Really? I think clearing the board is not bad either, though, because these are both 1 cost, so they get buffed by daylight.
Yeah, looks like you're right.
Yeah. I'm really worried about them getting buffed by daylight because daylight would clear the ward too. So then, like, if you double daylight and just
it
go
does
face,
deal the 3 damage.
each one damage.
Well, Alchemist though, will that continue to trade? Just empty out the board completely, make them work back everything they put down.
I would assume so. Oh no, go
Going
face! Leaving
The
the
wards will
healing one
do
up.
their work,
Are you gonna ward up?
or will they?
Not warding means that you're like, oh yeah, okay, we're doing both. Calculating. Calculator.
Mm-hmm. Trying to
Very
see.
interesting to see them just calculate every single optimal line. How much damage can you sink? How much
Yeah, it's
can I
okay.
afford to take?
If you have daylight, I can still have the 1 ward here. If you play, so I think we do have 5 vampires now in the cemetery. So with that, if you did go for the Vanya, you can use an evolve point to get the 6/6 out, and then play 4 bats to get rid of every single follower while pushing 6 damage face. That's pretty good.
That is really good.
Oh, but I guess you don't have space for the. You'd have to trade in this Raven to have space for the last bat. Oh, it's a pretty good hand for Nina though. He has Medusa. Once a board starts being developed again by T-Boon, he has a lot of ways to answer it.
What I just worry is that he's gonna get burst down from nowhere.
True.
Already at 11 defense. Not that much sustain. Only Gingerbread House really.
Yeah, it is a little worrisome, isn't it?
And remember, guys, this is single elimination. And first place gets a 1 of 1 in the world card. So
Right.
the stakes are high. Man, I don't know how their
Technically, the
hands aren't
pricing-
shaking.
The pricing between top 4 and top 8 does not change. If you made top 8, you already got the extra 2 ephemeras.
Yeah.
But it's the dream of getting to first is what makes them continue fighting and making it above and beyond. Even though, it's like just getting top 4, all you get is bragging rights, but those bragging rights do mean a lot for a lot of these players too. Being able to say I was one of the 4 best players in Japan for this game.
For sure, man. I'd be saying that all the time. You
Yeah.
couldn't get me to stop talking about it.
It's like when your child starts working at NASA, it's like, oh, did you
you see
know
that
my
tweet
son?
too?
Yeah. It's like, yep, that'd be me if my son or daughter
Made top
or
4 in
child
JCS. I would
made
talk
top
about it
4
all
in
the time.
JCS. That's all you'd ever hear.
You know that my son made top 4 in JCS? Oh, he's not one of the top 4 players in Japan. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, you play card games? Oh, so does my son.
Yeah, he's actually
Actually.
he's pretty good at them.
Let's see which one of these will get to have the bragging parents between Nina and T-Boon.
Remember, y'all. I'll do it now because it's the final game. But in each round, you can vote for who you think is going to win for a chance to win a prize.
Yes.
I believe it is too late at this point, but I'm never lucky with any of these things. I never win anything, but might as well give it a shot.
You never know.
You never know.
You miss every shot.
100% of the shots. True.
Yeah.
But Chris, I'm gonna have to borrow your address. I don't have an address in Japan.
That's okay.
If I do win.
Maybe my address will give you the luck buff.
True.
I will stare at your prize for however long until you get here.
That's taunting.
You'll be my backdrop for a week. Man, T1's really thinking about it. I mean, it's also like, because everything's streamed, you know, for all the top 8 players, they can actually look back at every single play they make and decide on like where did they go wrong, what could they have done better.
Oh, a
So
match
it's-
review session last night must have been crazy for all of the players, right? Like,
Yeah, right. Did you even have time? I mean, we finished at 10 yesterday.
I don't know, man. I would be kind of nervous if it was me playing. I don't know if I would be able to sleep that much.
Yeah, right. But
But you know,
wanna be
then
in
again,
perfect
these players
condition.
are more veteran, and they're this is not their first rodeo, so
Yeah.
you know.
Oh, we're just going for the Raven play here. So I was already kind of thinking like while we were talking, like, okay, what do you do here? It's kind of awkward.
Raven's
But
to
he
heal,
goes
I
for
see.
2 damage to heal, kind of ignoring the board.
Just put more pressure on. I kind of like it. You weren't going to
You're
be able
only
to
taking
deal with
7
the
damage
Alchemist
here.
cleanly anyway, right?
Alchemist only deals you. I mean, this is just 7 damage on board. It's not actually that bad.
Exactly. And we do see a gift for free.
Yep, got the draw too, and pass back. Nina. Is it time to drop a Faust? We see Medusa hovered over. That will actually take care of some of the annoying followers on this board, which is the 2 Ravens. So you can distribute 5 damage between them. But then you do kind of struggle to... Oh, what's also annoying is that you don't have board space for the Serpents. So
You don't have board space for Faust either. You're clogged. You're totally clogged.
you don't have any Earth Sigils too.
This is a super
Yeah, ignoring
awkward
this board
turn.
is actually way more efficient than I thought.
Nina's turn is really awkward.
Yeah, defensive being really being pushed back here.
Just totally clogged on the board this entire time. Can't make any power plays. I think the best play would be like, gosh, I don't know.
It's really awkward. You can trade with the golems and they will still have the ward. So that's good at least. Yeah, he's hovering
just
over the
trying to think,
Medusa.
like, in my mind, I'm like, how do I get that Riley out here this turn? But I don't think you can. Yeah, I think you just have to Medusa. What are we digging for?
I mean, this is... You get a sigil out at least, because you do search for 2 cost or lower card. Which one will they choose, though? It's looking like Gingerbread House for healing.
Kind of have to. You're being pressured so much.
Yep, it is a Gingerbread House. I think you don't really have a choice here. You don't have a choice, and you have to also be able to, like, it's like, okay, you ignore my board, so at the very least I want to punish you for that. Still push in damage enough. Because if Nina goes fully reactive, it's like, usually once we see Nina go fully reactive is usually where things get pretty tough for him. So in game 2, we saw him go full on offense, and it just worked out so well.
Mm-hmm. This is BPO 9. For people who are asking in chat.
Yes. it is.
Abyss and Rune are by far the most popular classes in this tournament. But there were Dragons and Havens on day 1.
Yeah, so the only classes that remain in top 8 are Rune, Abyss, Sword, and Forest, which I believe we're seeing Forest in the next top 4 match.
Only 1 snake. Wow, that's awkward. Oh no.
Yeah, you do
Oh,
get to push
no.
a lot of damage though.
That's true. You get the wards out too.
Down to 13.
Take out most of the enemy board. I do worry about Blood Queen here though.
Blood Queen would be huge, but he has King as well. King is also pretty... is King actually that good?
Not really.
The way the stats are distributed is actually pretty bad.
Because these are 3 defense golems, right? And a 6 defense ancient elk. I think it's actually pretty bad.
It's actually not a King turn. This would have been really good for or Blood Queen Vanya, you would have been able to.
Oh, he doesn't have it in
take
hand,
things-
does he?
No, it doesn't.
Oh man, that's
It would
tough.
have been too good, actually. All right, we're gonna draw cards here. I
Going-
think. No,
going for the heal.
are we dealing damage and healing? We're
Yeah.
ignoring the board.
What's the top deck that he's looking for here?
T-Boon is healing back up to 15. I mean, right now you have 7. You got 11 damage on board. So if you board lock, I mean, but you don't board lock. The Serpent swings in and trades away with the Bane.
Mm-hmm. What?
Is there a Riley in Cemetery for Nino?
There's not.
There's not, right? Oh, King it is.
You don't have a better play. You have to play King, because all your other cards in hand are not good this turn. So
I know how you're about to say not good.
hey, I'm a consummate professional. Please. I would never
could
even
hear,
think
I could feel the the intent.
I would never even
across the
feel
screen.
such a. I would never even think about it. I don't even know what that word means. Oh, anyway.
Anyway, where is this king going to be swinging? I guess it's just Medusa.
Oh man, this is so tough.
This is
Blood
good
Queen would
because
have
he
been
also-
game altering here, but unfortunately,
Yeah.
no dice. And this is just all gonna swing.
Oh wait, you can't swing into the Medusa because you have
because they're warded.
Oh, so it went back to Nina.
Yeah,
He swung in face, put him down to
just swung
4.
face past. What could T-Boon possibly draw to turn this around? Last Daylight? No, that wouldn't be enough.
Oh my god.
Nina. There was a moment there where it was a little scary, where maybe he was
Yeah.
being pushed back, but that Medusa
That
was
Vanya.
really impactful, and these golems are actually doing so much work.
Yep. Okay, so this Vanya will take out 2 of the golems here.
Oh,
Yep,
hold up.
play them out.
But with Old Blood King up with 2 bats, taking out the
With that's
ward, can't-
game.
these guys can
That's
swing.
game on board. That's game on board.
Oh my
T-Boon
god. That was a
takes
nail
it.
biter the whole time, man. The whole time. Was that Vania off the top?
He did. He was holding one earlier, but I feel like that was one of the ones he played.
Oh my
Nina,
gosh.
Our sword user falls.
That was
after
really
3
so back and
games.
forth. That was a nail biter. That was a nail biter.
That was an insane set between these 2 players. Give it up for Nina as well for the amazing showing and especially the great performance with sword too. But T-Boon really showed that he knew when to press and when to ask questions when necessary. That was a
Yeah.
really fantastic showing by both players.
Really amazing play. Really, really great play. Especially that Abyss. The hand was not great for a few of those games. It's very easy to like get your mental down when
Yeah.
get like a Kudlock and 2 unleashes on your first turn. You're like, man. But you can't let that get to you. Just reset. Take a deep breath.
Yeah.
Have fun. They were all smiles as you saw.
Most
And,
importantly.
Let the game flow through you, man. You can't block it, So it was really amazing play from both players. I am a little sad that the sword, no, not gonna
It
make
fell,
it through. Not gonna
Unfortunately.
make it through. But
But for T-Boon, I mean, he was 6-1 yesterday.
yeah,
Looking at 7-1 right now. Pretty good record so far going in to
Incredible.
top 4.
I mean, especially considering the field of competition, right?
Yeah, right. I mean,
Yeah.
it's only the best somehow managing to survive. That's a very harsh environment, but looks like we're going to be able to hear from T-Boon for a short interview pretty soon, too. I think, pretty sure today we'll be hearing interviews from everyone. There's only 8 players remaining, so
I want
we're
to hear
not
about
holding up another 60 people by just
Yeah,
doing an
true.
interview.
I want to hear about the prototype warrior. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm sure that one of the casters will ask about it. All right, looks like he's going to be showing up here. Let's hear from him in a second.
じゃあこちら
Alright.
ね、はい、ティム選手おめでとうございます。
Here
ありがとうござい
is
ます
T-Boon. Congrats on making it to top 4.
いやー、疲れましたか。
So it's like, are you tired? It's like, yeah, I'm tired.
はい、1回戦だったと思うんですが、まずは 今の率直なお気持ち聞かせてもらっていいですか？
So it's like, what are you feeling right now after that? That says like I'm very happy.
いやとんでもないですけど、いや
It's like I made some misplays,
最後ちょっとかなり押されてて、古城を出した瞬間とかもかなり頭抱えてたと思うんですよ。でもうちょっとマイクを近づけ
So
る
you're saying it's
と
like
いいかもしれない
we saw you get pushed really hard earlier, then we saw you get like pretty frustrated, like you know, like holding your head. It's like it must have been a pretty frustrating
どうです
position.
か？こうまくる準備という
How
の
did you
は日頃
feel?
からやっぱりどんどん考えていたところですか？
もうなんか3ターン目にエンシェントアルケミストが出てきたあたりから暴走がちらつき、2枚採用されてる暴走がちらついて、
常にそうですよね。
そうですね、まあ暴
Oh,
走
so he
の
was
気を
like,
作りながらなんと
you
か
know,
白バンピーを
Once he saw the 3-cost alchemist
バン
be
ピーを
dropped on
白
turn
で置い
3,
てなんか
he was like,
ゼロで
okay,
構えといてバンピー
probably
で
those golems are gonna come out
エンシェントアル
next
ケミスト
turn,
を割ろ
so I
う
need
か
to
な
try to like
でも
play
前
around
にやるし
that
なみたいな感じで
board lock,
そこかなりもう
but then I'm
頭
probably
真っ
gonna
白
lose to Riley.
でまあ
But they didn't have Riley, so it somehow worked
まあ
out.
途中からもうロックするしかないかみたいな
But then after that, it was like I just have to board lock him
独自ロックしようと。
もう無理だな
and
みたいな
and
感
try
じで
to
まあ独自ロックして
slowly chip away
ま
damage
あゴーレ
too.
ムの暴走まああるだろうけどまあまあまあやるだけやるかみたいな
確かにあの
So it was like he was worried about the golem spell, the golem rampage that would deal damage to everything. But since he didn't have it, that managed to
そうですねもうもうミスした
survive a
上
bit
でまあ
longer.
なんとかまあまあまあ一応勝ち筋だけ追ってて
so he
って
was like,
感じ
even
だった
though
んですけどまあな
I
ん
made
と
some
か
mistakes,
一応
I was able to
いや勝ち切ったというような
to get that win
試合でしたけども海老原さんからはいかがですか？
and
いや
survive.
今回こう予選とこの決勝ラウンド通してなかなかロイヤルと対戦する機会があったかなとは思うんですけど、
はい
どうですかロイヤルに
Oh,
対し
so
て
that's
の
about
対局
like
感というか
how was
結構
the
一本目
the
は
matchup against
難しかった
Sword?
なみ
Because
た
you
い
don't
な
really
印
get
象
that
があ
many
ったん
chances
ですけ
to
ど
play against Sword,
ロ
right?
イヤルはなんか後手取って
うん
なんかロイヤルの後手が結構そのテンポを取れる
うん
ポケアノスかリオー
So
ド
it's like
なんかポケアノスプラスセリアとかテンポを取れる
He was saying that when Sword goes second, there's a lot of tempo
あと
moves they can
白
do,
黒
like
の後の
Okeanos plus Celia or
動きが
Okeanos
綺麗
plus
あー
Leod.
後手が結構強くなっちゃうからまあ
So
後手
because
取
they're
って
going second is really strong, I'll just go second instead. So they're forced to go first, and they have to play around that instead.
印象ですかね
結構ララミア来られたらきつかったんだよなっていう風にしながらうまく盤面作って来られないようにもしてましたよね序
そうで
盤は
すねはい
So yeah, it was like
ダメージ
basically
レースっていうのが大事なん
answering
ですよね
boards because once Ralmia connects to the field, you know, it's
10面に
it's a
頼っ
little
ちゃう
bit
ところはあるんですけど
painful.
まあ10面頑張って引きながらなんとか
うんうんうん
まあある程度顔で押されないように
なるほどなるほど
細かい状況はっていう。
Alright, so yeah, I was trying to answer the board, basically like not get pushed too hard.
これやっぱり
But yeah,
公開されている
Ibihara Sen's saying is like we learned a lot from watching them play that matchup too.
大事なところありましたか？
So they're saying that there's a big emphasis on preparation, right? Especially like during during day one, the decks were private, but now that the lists were public, you know, he knew that Nina does run 2 of the Golem Rampage in his list, so you know, the preparation and being able to see all the lists definitely helps to prepare for
好
the
きな
games.
デッキのタイプですか？
はい好きですね
I was just asking, it's like, oh, it's,
そうだなっていうのは我々勝手に
you know, like they're saying like they feel like he's the type of person that would like Vampire Abyss. So it was like, do you like the deck? It's like, yeah, I'm kind of big fan. I quite enjoy it.
ドカーンみたいな
そうですね結構そういうの
で
があるから
細かい耐久だったりロックで盤面作って最後決めるみたいなのもやっぱりちょっと似てますね。
そうですねちょっと似てる
So yeah, they're saying it's like it seems to fit him quite well to play a deck that kind of like has these like very like small bits of like of aggression, you know, bits of damage that then can like board lock you and then sort of just like outplay your opponent because you have a lot of ways to get rid of your own cards to do like Vanya and Raven.
また準決勝で試合を見せていただきたいと思います
Alright,
ので
so they're looking forward to
準決勝に向けて試合の意気込み
seeing
だ
his
け一言
plays
いただいてもよろしいでしょうか？
in semifinals. So any words before semis? He's like, oh, that's where the camera is.
ベストを尽くします頑張ります
ありがとうございます。
He's
チーム
gonna
選
do
手
his
でし
best.
た。お疲れ様でした。
So this has been his interview. So great showing in top 8 and looking forward to seeing him play, of course.
いいですよこのままで大丈夫
In so Tiven, that's how he spells his English name. You can see on the back of his jacket.
Tibun.
Tiven.
Tibun. Congratulations, Tibun. That was an amazing set, and like you said, they learned a lot from watching that game. I too learned a lot from watching that game. The board locking ends up being really relevant. It turns out, and it's like pretty awesome to see played out. So very cool.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean nothing else to say. I mean that was an amazing quarterfinal. We got 2 more quarterfinals to go, and then after that the 2 semifinals and then the grand finals. But guys, right before grand finals, we also have a bunch of announcements for Shadowverse EVOLVE.
That's
So
right.
make sure you stay tuned right to the very end of the stream, or depending on your time zone, I guess. If you do wake up sometime tomorrow, come back on the stream and tune in because there are announcements as well. So I'm just teasing that. Make
Yeah.
sure you stay tuned the entire time. But
And we're gonna lose our voices for that. It's gonna
Oh,
be
for
gonna be
sure.
crazy. You don't want to miss it. So for now, though, we do have a short 5-minute break. So we're gonna come back at 1:35 Japan time for the next semifinal. So if you need to, quickly get yourself a drink, get yourself a tea, get yourself a snack, then this is the time to do that. So we'll see you back here in 5 minutes for the next of these quarterfinals. Welcome back, everyone, to round 3 here for day 2, which means we are on our third of the quarterfinal games here. And it's going to be a very exciting time because, of course, we are down to 2 remaining matches to see who is going to be in top 4 here.
Yeah, and we saw the classes in the top 8 so far. They are Runecraft, Abysscraft, Forestcraft, and Swordcraft, but Swordcraft just got knocked down. So if you want to take down the 2 behemoths of Runecraft and Abysscraft in the current format, Orcus Forestcraft is our last hope. So it's going to be interesting to see if it's going to be able to pull it through. And we've seen quite a bit of Orcus Forestcraft in the games yesterday, and it's a very, very powerful deck. So in top 8, I want to see if it can perform all the way to the end, or if it'll just be beaten out. But I guess we'll find out. We do still have 2 quarterfinals left to go after all.
Igni, it's Nini versus Suri.
Here we go.
This is an actual battle of digital versus physical. I feel like, are you voting Suri?
I'm gonna vote Suri. I feel like I have to thematically.
Nini's got my back. Nini was like when I did my first event vlog as an ambassador in GP Chiba, he was the one who won that event, and despite being tired, exhausted after 16 rounds of Swiss, top 8, semifinals, finals, he still had the energy to come by, say hello, get interviewed for some random dude that starts speaking English at the start of a video. And there he is on the left, Nini himself. So he won GP Chiba in autumn, and now he's here in the top 8 as well. I actually posted a little clip in the morning as well where his whole goal as a player isn't to win, isn't to be the number 1 in Japan. It isn't to leave his mark on the world. It is to have fun. And he, like, at the end of the day, no matter what, he just wants to have a good time and make good memories. And he's making some memories with this Abyss deck, Igni.
I see the Arcus. The Arcus
That's
tech.
right.
Very, very cool. I mean, that's a great mentality to have, you know. Aim to be the top, be very strong, but at the end of the day, you got to have fun, because if you're not having fun, what's the point? You know? That's the whole thing.
Exactly. It really is something to take note of for everyone back at home too. Yeah, I'm seeing people in chat are like 16 rounds. Yeah, welcome to the Grand Prix. They have to go through 16 rounds of Swiss to make top 8, and then only then they qualify for the JCS.
Meanwhile, I have to rep Sare here. Used to be a Shadowverse Digital Pro way back in the day. World Grand Prix 2017. The top of the stage, you know, the world stage, the best pinnacle of Shadowverse, and then took a break, which I believe because of his child. And now, back 7 years later, top of the stage in Shadowverse EVOLVE. So, proving to everybody, I still got it. So, a familiar face for sure for me, as somebody who's been in the community since its inception, basically. And very happy to see him back. I did not expect to see him here, of all places. So, there you go. It's going to be Sare versus Nini. I already voted. Put my vote in for Sare. Let's see who wins between us two as well, Chris.
You know, do you Igni, do you believe in the dad buff?
The dad buff? Oh yeah, yeah. He's gonna have a flashback of his family, bro, and he's gonna win.
I have to win for my child.
Father son Kamehameha. You know, it's a thing.
Right.
It's been
But honestly,
done.
like, there's a lot of different game genres that we've seen top players have a child and then it's either still compete just as strong as they used to, or get even stronger. It's like you have even more on the line now.
Yeah.
It's like you're not just a player. You could be spending this time with your child that you are spending it being the top of the world and making your child proud.
So you better win, yeah. And what an amazing turn 2 play as well from Sare. We glossed over this, but the drills immediately ditched Riley, which is exactly what you want, honestly. Now you always have that option to bring it back, and it's nice to have it in the cemetery for whenever you want to bring it out. So we saw multiple times in previous games Riley never coming, Riley never going to the cemetery. So being able to have that insurance that it's there already right from the start is a mental load off your mind for sure.
Ooh, and just swings in 3 damage to face here. already pushing out the offensive before even playing
Very
anything.
nice.
And we're
Magiblade
gonna just
evolve. Just
actually answer
immediately.
those bats here too.
Yep. Very good.
Pretty big play for Nini.
I
So now
like-
it's gonna be important to see how Nini's gonna adapt to that because, of course, you have to again remake the board and also just answer this golem. I mean, it's gonna keep chipping away 3 damage to face. It's gonna get pretty annoying here quite fast.
Oh, we do see an Old Blood King in hand though, and he is going second. So turn 4, it's an option to just completely clear. But at the moment in turn 3, what's the play?
We see Raven.
Raven plus
see,
Summon Bloodkin potentially.
Yeah, you can answer it. You can answer it, and that also sets up into the Vampire Princess pretty well too.
But Raven Summon Bloodkin doesn't deal with both bodies.
No, you have to choose one.
unfortunately.
But I think even if you're just choosing one, it's okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Raven's gonna
Yeah.
come on down. He's going to
Pick up the
engage
golem.
her and get
I like
rid
it.
of the golem.
Magiblade has the option to swing face now though.
Oh, he found the 3-cost Vanya off the top there.
Nice. Oh, that's Kuridwin, but with no stacks.
Wait.
Yeah, he has to call.
He went first. He doesn't have evolve points. He actually
doesn't.
doesn't have. Oh, this is a very awkward turn. You have to just basically. You could play out your strike form just to have a body on board, but I feel like you want to save that now for when you have Ancient Alchemist instead.
I think you Cauldron first. See what's at the top, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cauldron
good,
first
something
gamers,
good.
top 4. Man, Earthright's just been on a hot streak lately. It's like there's 2 archetypes that were really good in digital Shadowverse recently are about to be really good in Evolve because Earthright, of course, was really good in the last expansion in digital. It's still pretty good now. And then, of course, Mysteria was so good in digital, it had to get nerfed, and it's coming out in Evolve next month.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that deluxe package. I cannot wait to get my hands on it.
Yeah. Okay, looks like the trade happens though.
But for me,
4-1
it's
is
for
still
Romelia,
annoying.
not for the Mysteria. I'm a Romelia guy.
Fair.
Just wanted to put it out there. Anyway.
Oh, gingerbread already.
And you know
Of
what? Not a
course.
bad play here. You're totally right. Just bringing up the assault, the strike form, to take out the bat and just still go face the Magiblade. And we saw the Witch's Cauldron actually pulled Faust for next turn. So Nini knows it's happening. Nini knows what's gonna happen next turn. It's gonna be
Yes.
Faust. So how do you play into that without losing your resources too much? Is the question, eh?
Yeah, because answering Faust is going to be a bit tough. But I think if you can king here, you can king. Oh, it's pretty awkward.
If
You
you
need to
sink king
answer-
now, how do you answer a Faust board though? Is my question. It's my concern.
Yeah, this has to trade there. And then the
The king will trade
Witch
the
is
Magiblade.
also... Man, it's actually pretty crazy. Quite a lot of people don't play the Witch in their Earthright lists from the top 4.
Oh man,
This is a Faust turn, right?
it's gotta be. Faust is so. Unless you Caridwin. Caridwin gets Riley back. Is that better?
I mean, in terms of just trading off the king, it's fine and you draw more cards. So in terms of options, it's actually a viable play. We're going to have to see here because he did drop the Riley immediately. So honestly, like, the only thing I'm a bit worried about is your stack count.
Yeah.
It's going to be the Faust. I think
Faust
that's
is
fine
gonna
because
have
this
to
way you
add
don't
the
lose your
stacks.
stacks too much.
Yeah. I was just exploring other options.
Stack management is showing itself to be very vital here.
Drills and Cauldron looks like. Makes sense to me.
Oh, there is
Cauldron's
one very important addition
wait.
in Nini's deck that I
No, it's
wanted
Red
to
Hot.
pick up on.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, Red Hot. Yeah, that's actually pretty good too, huh?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to look at Nini's Abyss list for a second.
Sure.
He is the only player out of the top 8 that qualify that's playing Abyss that plays Vate.
Vania's brother.
Yes, so Vate, he's already out in English, so most of you already know what he does, but he's
Yeah,
a
it's
2
the
cost
ward,
2/2
right?
that on strike, on attack, summons a Force Bat, but if you evolve him on evolve, he also puts one into the EX area, which has really good conjunction with the new Vanya. And he actually, in his interview, he did say that his MVP yesterday was the Vate, which nobody else is respecting.
Currently in set 2 meta, Vate is more useful than Vania. It has
Yeah,
switched
right?
around.
He just played in
set
aggro,
9.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. We don't see it in hand now, though, but it could pop up, and it's been very important for him so far. He has another king. That's actually a very important pickup. That actually answers the Faust pretty easily, because you're gonna be able to summon out another bat. You can actually summon the bat from EX and then play out king, and then you have 1 3 attack 1 and then 3 2 attack 1s, and then that way it's a bit awkward way to trade everything, but you can.
I was just wondering what Nini cuts for the Vite and the Vate and the Arcus, and there's no Midnight Raven.
Oh, he gives up on the ping.
No,
He doesn't
yeah,
care
no.
about the extra damage.
Doesn't care about the 1 extra damage. We're just going for.
It's only
Heal
one
and removal.
fortress too, and I mean, I think by the time you're playing Faust, that is already a statement of like, I am not playing this deck the aggressive way. I'm playing it the mid range way.
Yeah, kind of gotta.
I like it. I like it. Also, just I'm pretty sure his list is maxed, because we've seen every single silver and below has been premium foil, and
It is
all
beautiful.
anything that has a UR is in UR.
Gotta give it props. The Shadowverse EVOLVE exclusive Arcus art. I'm so jealous. I want that
It's
in
so
digital.
good. Niji Sensei cooked so hard.
It's beautiful.
That art is so good.
So many amazing URs.
So now, no more play points left. You did just pass with the king just chilling there, but of course, Riley's here to answer that real quick. And I think he did just play it out from the cemetery for 6, so going to be
Yep.
pushing 6 damage.
That is
Only
a lot of
6 defense left for
damage.
Nini. That's scary.
It is. Ancient Alk wins now, right?
Yes. However, we're at turn 6 here, so I'm thinking in terms of defensive options, it's quite a lot that Nini plays, but he's just not finding them. Like he plays a Rose Queen in this list too. You know, there's actually a fair bit of sustain here and there, but he's not been able to find them.
It's a bit too early for Rose Queen as well, though, unfortunately. No? I guess you could just.
Yeah, it is definitely too early for Rose Queen. But at this point, you have to clear out this Riley, which, I mean, the Raven can do. Did he have the 2-cost Raven in hand? I don't think he did. I think he might have to actually commit to the Vanya for heal.
Unfortunately, the list that Nini's running also doesn't run Sasayaki.
True.
So he had no way to clear the Raven with quick anyway.
No whispering in this list. All right. Vanya's coming down. I think we're evolving into the
Gotta be Kind Queen.
the Kind Queen. It has to be. I mean, you need the heal.
We gotta
There she
live,
is.
damn it.
Didn't use the evolve point either. So
Yeah.
probably trying to save that for the Rose Queen. And we do see the Vate picked up there. So unfortunately, he's not going to be doing too much here. It's good for the early game, though. It's very good for trading.
It's incredibly good in the mirror.
Yeah.
Unless they tech in Night Terrors. Yeah, Night Terrors. Not Night Terrors, what's it called? Night Horde.
Oh, yeah, Night Horde.
Yeah.
All right, just the Vate. Oh, that's
nice.
huge.
Very nice.
Gift for Bluckin is vital here.
That is
You
incredible.
need that to heal. Make that 3. And she will be able to
Oh,
trade off.
Advania.
Wow.
Nice.
Slowly stabilizing. slowly crawling way back in there. And we know this deck can crawl its way back. We've seen it at the end of yesterday from 6 life back to like, what was it, 18?
It was like 6 to 15. And,
Right.
and it was 6 versus 22, and it became 15 into 15.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
impressive. That's
Yeah.
that's something that only Vanya can do. A true vampire.
Hmm.
Well, now 3 cards left though for Nini, so it definitely did sink in a lot of resources into that turn. And now with 7 play points available, Surrey did lose the Riley from the cemetery, and I think there is not a second copy in the cemetery yet.
There is not. That is correct.
I think he does have Caradwin as an option.
Caradwin doesn't really res anything good. I guess he just instant potion, but the 5 defense is an awkward stat line for instant. It doesn't
Surrey
clear.
does play Barrage.
Oh, he does.
But he doesn't have. Does he have Medusa? Medusa could search Barrage. That'd be kind of big. But then you would need to. Medusa would kill the Vanya and then barrage the rest away. It's so crazy that Medusa can just search that.
Yeah.
So
It makes sense why some people only run it as a 1-of then.
Yeah.
Case.
It's just a tutorable 1-cost spell that deals 1 damage to all enemy followers, which is basically just played for this matchup.
Yeah. This is just a bit of an awkward turn for Sare. Without the ability to... Oh, he does have the Medusa, though. He does indeed have it. Going for the Evolve. Can it pull a Barrage? He does have it.
Oh, there it is.
Man, this would make so many snakes. If he barrages here.
That's actually crazy. He hasn't targeted anything yet, right? He's still debating.
No, he's still
Looking at
for
the
deck
hand.
right now. I would pull Barrage here. Seems so good. He does run Barrage, right? Let me just double check.
Yeah, he runs one. I
Okay.
checked. It's the one of the one good thing about Shadowverse EVOLVE is that there's no way to lose your cards randomly unless your opponent like mills you or you mill yourself by accident. So there's no like other zones in the game that a random card could go to and be locked out. So whatever you put into your list, you will have access to it, especially in a deck like Earthright.
Yeah.
What did he
And there's a
choose?
lot of cards in Shadowverse that let you build your deck in a sort of toolboxy way where like
Yeah.
for example, if you're familiar with the English meta in the audience, you have Gemstaff Commander, which means you can play just a bunch of 1-ofs in Sword right now in BP03, so something to keep in mind.
What did he search? He got the 2 serpents. Riley for 1. Okay. And that makes another serpent.
Well, what did he search off of the Medusa?
I'm not sure. I don't think we saw it.
I have no clue. The suspense is killing me.
It definitely wasn't Barrage because it would have
We just planted it, right?
cashed it in. And you do have
Yeah.
to reveal the search target, I believe. Oh, Rose Queen with 3, 2 costs in hand. So that would get you back 3 play points. It's kind of awkward. You only get to play 1 card.
Yeah, it's not great.
And you have 2 tall followers on the board right now, so Nini's struggling to answer this board right now. 9 defense left.
Asari's doing really well.
All right, for Nini, 7 play points. Your realistic options would be, in a perfect world, wow, he's just gonna go Rose Queen.
Kind of have to do the AoE, but it's not great, right? Either way.
I guess you can use the
Thorn Burst.
Thorn Burst combined with her AoE to at least get rid of the Medusa. That's like the most important.
You just
part
leave.
to get rid
You
of.
definitely just leave the Riley
my
up
hand.
for sure.
I will have my 3 play points now. I'm thinking what else there could have been. What else is an option here? Arcus isn't really
Daylight.
doing anything. So it's
There's
going to
a
be just a
Daylight in
Thorn
hand.
Burst on Medusa.
Could have been Daylight as well, right? He has Daylight in hand, but it's not that good.
This draws your card. That's the thing.
That's true. That's true. Heal 2 to
Yep.
everything.
Heal
Yep,
two, heal
yep,
two.
yep.
Goodbye to the snake. And now the Riley's just attacking with 3. And Rose Queen gets to stay up, and he's not attacking with the Force Bat.
Interesting. Probably because he doesn't want it to just get traded back into Craven for free, right? Is my consideration.
That's what I assume as well. Arcus in hand too, though. Surrey feels like he's got everything he needs.
Faust, you mean?
Yeah, sorry, Faust indeed.
Yeah.
Caradwin Faust. This Riley is gonna have to stick around. There's no easy revive for big damage. And as we can see, Nini's slowly clawing his way back. He's up to 11 defense now.
Mm-hmm.
Still a big gap, but it's at least not as egregious as it was at the beginning.
Slow and steady here. The only problem is that I feel like he's been on the back foot this entire while, and having to spend a Rose Queen just for this effect felt a little bad. That being said, it's a 6/6 body now that's kind of hard to deal with.
I think, let me look at Surrey's list again. Your options here. Oh,
Double
Surrey
red hot.
doesn't play the Banish Amulet.
Yeah, no price of magic.
No price of magic. So
How many red
that
hots he spent? He spent 1, so he could.
he's got
he could
2.
force it to
That
double
could
red hot.
answer.
Yeah. Force
I
double red
think
hot.
you
does it.
have to.
Is there another way?
Yeah, leaving up Rose Queen's not an option.
Yeah, you have to destroy it. I just said the most obvious thing is obviously force double red hot, right? But is there a more clean way? Is the question.
Cauldron first. You have the
Yeah.
leeway with 8 play points. Barely, but you do. That's not.
These are
That's
all-
nothing. It's a whiff. Ah,
It's a whiff.
pain.
It's all amulets.
Yeah. Maybe Fausting first to deck thin away the amulets would have been the play. But he's gonna Cauldron again. Really wants to search first. I mean, now you sent so much to the bottom, you're definitely bound to hit here. What is he digging for is what I'm debating about as well. It's like, you could find Alchemist. He found a Caradwin, but I think he already had. Yeah, he already had one.
Magic Blade as well. Oh man, this is difficult.
Man,
I think yeah, it is Alchemist.
Alchemist. All right. I mean, that Golem's been chilling at the back since like what, turn 2?
Yeah. Just not doing
Oh
anything.
no, he pushed one out. He pushed one out. This is a
For the
different
bat,
one.
right? Yeah, from
Yeah,
the trade. Ah, this one's recent, but
not that recent.
Is Caradwin. But does Caradwin deal with the Rose Queen? Not fully, right?
Uh,
Can you res
it does
something?
not. You need to have a red hot. What could you revive? What could you revive? There is.
There's only a Magic Blade in the cemetery.
Yeah, Magic Blade can evolve. You don't have a Riley unless we missed one somewhere, but I'm pretty sure you don't.
No, we don't.
Was there no other play to take out the Rose Queen?
Yeah,
Or
Fox
is he
double
just-
red hot would have done it, right?
Does he have a different goal in mind, is what I'm thinking.
If you don't take out
But
Rose Queen, I feel
Keeping up Rose Queen is not an option.
wow, using the push
He's
to take
going
out
to
the bat.
Because he knows he cannot take it out. 2 play points left. It's going to be the Rabbit. Rabbit Mage just to make the stack. Rose Queen lives. That is
That is.
the biggest tempo swing towards Nini's favor we've seen all game. You could see he
And there's-
exhaled there.
There's gift for Blood Kid too.
Oh my god. This is huge.
Wait, am I tripping? Could he not have Fox double red hotted?
Did we see a second Red Hot go somewhere? He plays
He plays all three.
3. Yeah, we've seen 1, I think. Even if he had 1 in hand, he could have just hard played it.
Ah, I don't know, man.
We're probably missing something here.
Yeah, it's probably really obvious, but
No, it's maybe there's somebody in chat again that's seen it, but man, somebody in chat was asking, is Abysscraft strong? It is very, very strong in the current format. It's been strong for a few sets actually. We had set 7 Machina Abyss was one of the best decks. And then set
Oh,
8.
set 6 had
Rose
yokai, no?
Queen.
That was playable.
Set 6, yeah, yokai was pretty good with Ginsetsu as well. There's also Control Abyss was really good in set 6 and Idolmaster formats.
Mm.
Set 5, you had Rulanai as well. And then set 8 was Rose Queen Control. So Abyss has been actually, yeah, ever since, let's say, like set 5 onwards, one of the top classes. You need to really think about it. I think you gotta go on the defensive here. And I mean, defensive, offensive, I mean, board wiping your opponent is pretty offensive, but in terms of taking out the life.
Just the clear and heal rather than the dealing damage, for sure.
And you can still push in 6 damage with Rose Queen just by going face, too.
True.
This is a very easy to clear board. You just need to play 2 2-cost cards, which he
You just play
definitely does
Budkin
have.
first, you also draw a card. It's so easy.
Yes.
It's free.
Bat. Draw card first. You have to resolve that first effect.
It's Noontide.
That's good. That's heal. Rose Queen effect is going to be debated over for a second. Let's think about that Arcus. Yep. You can see the 2 to the field, 2 back.
It does
for
put
the
the Riley into the drop, though, which is a bit scary.
He still has 8 play points to work with.
Are there any dragons in the top 8? Nope. No, sir.
Unfortunately not. There's only 2 dragons in the entire tournament, like 70 people.
Hmm.
Oh, he wants to put down the Arcus. Arcus is coming down. This is a card we don't see too often in these lists, but is a very strong card where he's a 2-cost 5/5 that cannot attack, but at any timing, you can destroy one of your own other followers to either draw a card or summon 2 ghosts or mill the top 2 cards of your deck.
Very strong
So,
cycle.
Yeah,
Especially it
just being
helps you
able
unboard
to-
lock your stuff, too.
Yes, absolutely. And it is a 2-cost card. So, of course, it did proc the Rose Queen too. Of course, Rose Queen's effect is every time you play a 2-cost card, you're able to either deal 2 damage to all of your enemy followers and heal 2 to your leader, or deal 2 damage to your opponent's leader. So now anything else he plays will basically just be leader damage. So finally chipping down Surrey away from that over 20 defense that he's had.
Or do you think he wants to just heal more? It's also an option now.
Honestly, considering Ancient Alchemist is in hand, that might be an option you have to think about. Yeah,
Yeah, I was thinking about it.
we might just go ham on the healing here. Especially with Noontide. With another 1 year healing away. Yeah, he's gonna commit the Noontide. That's not gonna proc the Rose Queen, but that will get a heal. Although you have to be careful not to board lock yourself here, which of course you won't have to do that because of Arcus being in place. So I was gonna use, of course, the Unleash the Nightmare.
Draw 2.
Yep, draw 2 after summoning a Forest Bat.
Usually it
Two play
summons
points
3,
remaining.
but board space considerations. So. Precious Bloodfangs. That buffs the Bat and procs Rose Queen.
Yes. So now where is the Rose Queen gonna go is what I'm curious about. Is it damage or is it heal? He went for the heal.
I think he has to. He's really scared.
Yeah,
from,
13 is pretty safe. 13
That's,
is
yeah, because
getting
that's
safe.
5 golems. Yeah, so it's pretty tough.
Nini. Very important decision here. You still have an Arcus to use technically as well, so you could... I mean, you don't really have much to swing with, but if you want to... You don't want to get rid of a bat, but... Because you just invested resources to buff them.
That Rose Queen living just changed the entire face of the game. Like, I cannot believe that Rose Queen survived a turn.
There's a world line where you don't swing with Rose Queen.
Yeah, just to keep it
The
healthy.
problem is... Double Red Hot still takes her out, but because it didn't double Red Hot last turn, it makes me consider that he doesn't want to do it. He doesn't swing! Passes!
Yeah, I think that's correct. We saw how he couldn't deal with it last turn, right?
Yeah. Oh, Double Alchemist together with the Faust. It's not enough. The healing has actually let him survive to get to the point where Double Alchemist is... I mean, Double Alchemist will win the game if you do get to play both of them, but I think Nini's trying to set up a turn where that's not possible. So What's the max? Once we get to 9 play points, let's say you play 4 cards that cost 2. That would be 8 damage. 6, that would be 14. What else did he have on board? 14, 16, 18. Summon a ghost. 19, 20. I see. Yeah, it's like maximum 20 damage on this board, so it's actually not game. Unless you have like double. We do know he has the daylight, so that buffs up the 1 cost follower. So if that's the case, I mean, I want to say nothing of this board gets traded off, but we know it is. He goes for mirror,
And
we don't have
and
any removal
teachings.
here. Teachings to
Teachings.
draw.
That's very interesting.
This board is not being answered, Igni.
I guess you're locking it. Thinking
But
you're not
you
going to
can.
die.
Arcus unlocks it.
Oh, that's true. You're right.
Arcus will summon a ghost, and that's going to remove itself too, so this board is never getting locked. If you remove the Arcus, it gets unlocked too.
Yeah, that's true.
And Arcus is really annoying because it could not attack. It's just always sitting there, but it has 5 defense, so it's actually pretty hard to take out. So it's like a constant threat. You're already at Necrocharge. I want to say Nini's at Necrocharge 10, which means Arcus' second effect at the start of each main phase to summon a ghost is also active. So you take out a card, that means he summons a ghost every turn, and he can immediately trade that up for a draw at the minimum.
Oh. That is really awkward. But thankfully, the Eternal Potion is going to be able to proc Riley to come back from the... Oh, and
Putting
actually
5
taking down the
damage.
Rose Queen.
She's not down yet.
That's
Need
true.
one more.
Living with 1 defense here. Man, how do you deal with this board? This is tough. Is the Barrage finally coming to hand?
Oh, that would only take out Rose Queen herself, which is, I mean, that's a pretty big card to take out, but
Yeah, it's true.
looking at Nini's hand, if this Rose Queen does get taken out, it's also pretty scary.
But if you do Barrage into instant, you can take out Arcus too.
True.
But it's not going to be it. It's going to be
Draw Barrage!
Oh, he does get it!
Actually drew it off the top there.
But not
The
enough
draw
for
one is doing
not enough
work,
for Barrage and instant.
Yeah. He's gonna go for the potion.
He's gonna instant into the Rose Queen. Oh,
I mean, it deals also damage to the leader, so you're chipping away at the health, which is important. But
that's true. That's true.
this Riley's not swinging anywhere. You're gonna just deal 2 damage from the Faust. And Riley's gonna go back into the cemetery to now be available as a 6 damage burst. So you're again forcing Nini to take care of this board. But now we do get a ghost at the start of the main phase from the Faust effect. Sorry, not the Faust, the Arcus effect. They look so similar.
They have the
They're
same
both
fashion
just
sense.
Chad's drinking tea.
Wish it was me.
Wish it was me. There's a lot of buffs. You can actually, I think he has double daylight. Double daylight is, let me count. 3, 7, 10, 14 damage. Not bad.
Pretty good. Oh, does the ghost get buffed off of daylight too? It does, doesn't it?
It's a 1 cost.
Oh my goodness. All right.
You could also, you could also swing the ghost in first and then summon another one off of Arcus and then buff that one so it's like it stays around.
Looks like it might be something like that.
Yeah. He went for the draw instead. He wants to draw cards, finds a Raven.
We do see a few daylights as well. Could theoretically just play 2 daylights into the Faust. Deal with Kerbin though. Ooh, we have Eventide. Eventide can deal with Kerbin. I did not realize I had Eventide in hand. So with Eventide and double daylight, this could be a full clear, right?
Yeah. Oh, he's got King in hand too. It's pretty huge.
Yeah. Board's pretty full right now, but if it does get cleared, Old Blood King can just like come right back.
It's tough. This Arcus is interesting because it's like constant resources and it's pretty hard to take out. but it does eat up a board space.
Yeah, it's kind of like an amulet, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
It's just an amulet that can be taken out by AoE.
I mean, it can be taken out by any targeting effect, but it has 5 health, right?
Not true.
5 defense.
True. The squishier amulet. Too sad.
Yeah. What's the play? Raven. Raven could also be pretty good.
What if you double daylight first?
Mm-hmm. I think he's considering that. 9 play
Attack
points is a
in.
lot to work with.
You double daylight first, attack into face, then play Raven, sack a bet. You know what I mean?
I can see it, and I think that's what's going to happen. Files down to 2. The buffening is taking place here.
Oh, we're not spending the second one. Interesting.
Yeah, he's going to rally immediately.
Raven to deal.
Oh, Raven, sorry.
Deal
Mixing
with
up all my names today.
My
bad.
No worries. There's a lot to remember. Everybody should just be named Chris. It would make the world so much
until
easier.
yesterday, I didn't even know Raven's name in English was Raven. Thank you, Igni, for always providing the English names.
I remember.
She would have been. I would have been calling Vanya, Vampy, and Raven,
Raven Vanya.
Vanya all day long.
There's lots of names in my head that'll never be relevant ever again. Like Belinus. Nobody even remembers that guy, but I do.
I'm sorry, I don't remember who Belinus is.
Exactly.
Right. Raven, though, I'll remember Raven because she just took out the carried one.
Nice. But how do we deal with this last guy? Do we just play the spell again? In that case, wouldn't it have been better to play the spell first?
Yes.
For the bat to swing face for more?
It would have indeed.
What's the other option?
Oh, maybe he wants to play the bat from the EX first.
Oh, he's for Unleash instead.
Unleash to
Try and
draw 2
something
cards.
better.
And also not overdraw. And find a Vanya off the top. That's also huge for next turn. So now that bat in the EX can definitely stay there. And now you get to set up another bat for next turn. That's also 2 attack now.
True.
That bat on the
So it's
very
less of-
right is
less of a
7
break.
damage. We are starting to chip away properly now. Down to 13.
Wow.
These defense
I can't-
totals are starting to get pretty close.
This is the first. Oh, that's GG, right?
Oh no.
So
Yeah, good
close.
effort, but sorry. Had the Ancient Alchemist to swing 9 more defense damage into
GG's. I think we also knew that Ancient Alchemist was in the hand.
We did, we
Right?
did.
Yeah. GG's. But it's always good to play it out. And Sare is going to be making it 1-0. Wow. How was that only the first game?
I know, right? Dude,
I
there's
cannot
so
believe
much
it.
going on. It's crazy to even think about. But yeah, it's a really good start. I think also picking up some things from the chat. Somebody was asking, outside of Alice Haven getting better, how did set 4 affect the meta? So set 4, which is releasing very soon in English in just a couple of weeks, right? Is
April 12th.
has a
I
lot
believe.
of really good support for Forest specifically. Forest becomes one of the top decks, and also we had some really good cards for Dragon that get better with time, which is Prime Dragon Keeper's whole package.
Mhm.
That is just ages really well, like fine wine. And then we also had a lot of good support for Abyss. Abyss gets Hector, which is a very, very good and memorable card, especially for people that have played original, digital Shadowverse from the very beginning.
Mhm. The gods Ector, I'll never forget. This head can't be taken. And it confirmed in English set 4, Cosmic Mythos, we do have the Code Geass collab. So you
Yep.
could get the Lelouch alt art for Ector as well.
And also the cover card of the set, Israfil, is if you ever want to play Control in Evolve, you're most likely going to need Israfil. So, very, very good. Set 4 is a good set.
Shouldn't Raven have healed for one putting him on 10? No, because they used Raven for the damage effect. Not for the ping effect, right?
Yeah, he did use it for the follower damage. So it only heals when it damages the enemy leader. This is going to be an important set for Nini because losing here means you're out. And, you know, making it to top 8 is already very good. But you want to go further. You don't want that to be the end. But for Surrey, you're already one game up. You're already one step through the door towards top 4, towards that dream of making it to the first place of the Japan Championship. And Nini is just one opponent that stands in his way. So who is going to stand at the very end of this in one of those top 4 slots? We have 2 unoccupied seats remaining, and one of these players has a shot at one of them.
Really, really, really interesting to see this matchup because, like you said, Nini went so far in that Chiba Grand Prix, right?
Yep.
And Sare, an old pro of Digital Shadowverse, so already that was only the first game of the set, and it was already so intense and a huge grind-a-thon.
Yes. So, like, Nini's definitely used to these grueling sets, and I think that that's gonna be, you know, kind of like a testament to him being able to survive throughout this as well.
All right, looks like it's gonna be a mulligan for Nini and a keep for Sare.
Yep. Nini's end looking decent for early game though, so at the very least is able to play out the early turns here, and we're gonna see the
Abyss
start.
Crest Mirror starts now. Summon Bloodkin
Yes.
turn 1 on Sare's side, very good start, and we have Noontide on the other side for Nini.
And you see the Enya leader on Sari's side as well. We haven't seen the Enya leader on stream. Did we see it once? I think.
I'm not sure.
I think
we
the
did.
first time.
Because we didn't
Sorry.
see Sare play, right?
That's true. It's like I think the most common Abyss leader we've seen outside of course, the default Luna is the Cerberus.
I have seen Twin Turbo yesterday. That gave me a kick.
Oh, true. Yeah.
I
we
quite
did
like
see
her
Twin Turbo.
design.
She's good.
She does not look like a horse. But
She's a horse girl, dude.
it's charming.
Ooh, summoning Bloodkin here. Answering each other's boards pretty quickly.
Gonna
Let me
heal
tell you
right
what is the
away.
difference between their lists. It's actually quite a lot. So, Suri's list is a lot more typical. Runs the Do Blame. Is not running, of course. Vate is not running Arcus. They are both running 2/2 Rose Queen.
But I
There's
see
one
that,
copy of Sasayaki in Suri's list, which is interesting because you cannot search it.
and also
so
not
running-
running Midnight inside and Midnight Raven as well in Sare's list. Well, cutting that.
Oh, you're right.
People have been cutting it.
It's
Not
just
good enough.
completely out. Yeah. It's quite
The
surprising.
aggro
so
version like, against Runecraft, you know that it's going to be a grinder in the end of the day. So
just get rid of
and-
it.
even without it, if you're going fast, you can still do it with Bloodfangs. So I guess it's
Right.
alright.
Man. Exciting stuff. Very exciting stuff.
This mirror is always surprising to me because I'm like, ends up going surprisingly long and very resource based.
Right.
That's a board full of bats right there. That's a lot of guys.
Uh-oh. Will this end faster than we expect? Buff. 15 damage.
But
Whoa,
Vide is
is
actually
that
pretty good in this
triple-
mirror. No?
Triple Vate.
Yeah, because it just puts a ward up, no? It's pretty good. Oh, you
That
can
is
also
pretty good.
evolve for Kind Queen here.
True.
Kind of a big deal.
Just get healing. But also gets you the Vanya into the cemetery, which means that your gift for Bloodkin will now be active for the full effect.
If the Vanya gets answered, right?
And ditch one of the Vates. Definitely don't need 3.
23 versus 20. Are these aggro decks?
Hmm.
Well, let's see. We got Bloodfangs and no daylight.
That would be 10 damage. Still a lot of damage, but if you think about how much damage you're receiving back, I would tremble a tiny bit.
If it was double daylight, I would have just slammed it into the Vania and gone
Yeah,
for it.
absolutely. That would be a very easy answer. Oh, but it's going for the buff.
It's happening.
2, 2, 2, 2, 2. There it is. The judges run. They're like trying to find more dice. Give him dice.
Get some dice.
2 play points
So-
left.
Yep, that's 10 damage, right?
That's right. 10 damage as we stand here.
What is
Gonna
the last
start going on the
two?
offensive here. All right, he's gonna push all of them in.
Sasayaki can maybe kill the Vania.
Mm. Did he draw it though? He only has 1.
Yeah. I was just thinking, like, what could you be bluffing Nini floating 2 play points, right? Because the deck was open now.
True.
So
And
Nini would have
Nini
to be
knows there's
thinking
only
about
1
it.
copy too.
Yeah. But he has to be thinking about it, right? Surely it's in the back of his mind. Seeing that 2 play points have been floated.
So we know that on Nini's side, he does have the Daylight. So that, of course, Daylight is a 2-cost spell that deals 3 damage to enemy follower, and then gives +1/+1 to all of your 1-cost followers. Oh, but he's trading. I think he wants to get the bat out to heal.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Trading again. Opening up 2 spots.
Oh, the bats are moving forward.
Yeah.
Oh, it's scary.
Doing a new formation.
Evasive maneuvers.
Oh, Vate could actually come down as well. So Vate, of course, does have his on attack. Okay. Vate comes down.
Oh, man.
Will we go into the evolve here to make a bat that will also proc the heal, which is very good,
Hmm. And then with strike, it gets another bet.
into the EX, which costs 0.
Yeah.
So if you want to go for the trade game plan here, it's pretty good because you get to answer the board. But thing is, you're actually opening up the board for Surrey, where I feel like he was kind of locked by the bats last turn. And that's why we saw the float of the 2 play points.
That's
So I'm not sure if trading is the right play. I mean, if he didn't play a second buff, that probably means he doesn't have one. So you could have potentially just taken the 10 damage. But then if he does pull another buff, you're eating 15. So it's pretty bad. So we're going to see the trade here. Summoning a bat that's going to recover 1, to recover 2 in combination with the Raven.
Mm-hmm. I wonder the reason why the play is taking so much consideration is because he's like, does he have Sasayaki in hand? But it looks like he's sussed out no, and is just going for it now.
2 bats remain. And still has an attack. Alright, summon Bloodkin. Another vampire to the cemetery as well, which is another important piece. And another heal, now up to 16. Up to 17. Very
good.
carefully taking care of this board. It's like he's doing surgery.
That Vitus did a lot of work there. Now it's also got a ward up. Or if you're trying to push any damage face. And it's hard to see the brother
Vite
and sister on the board.
Vite doesn't have ward in Evolve.
Oh, you're right. You're right. You're
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Strike
I was
in
also like,
Evolve.
hold up. Does he gain ward in Evolve?
No, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Because in the app he does, right?
Yes. I have too many years of Shadowverse in my brain.
Like I said, you have to remember like 3 to 4 different effects for the same card. It's
But- It is nice to see the brother and sister back on the board together once again.
that's right. Nothing stronger than family.
There's a great film series about that.
Ooh, Baron. Gonna mill 1. Ooh, mills the good luck. I'm not
It is-
sure if you're too happy about that.
It is a vampire.
It is a vampire. I guess it's better than nothing for these turns. Better than milling a Vanya.
Oh, doesn't already have a good luck in hand? Or did I
He
misread
does,
it?
yeah. So it's not the end of the world.
Should
4 damage to the Vanya. She's healed a lot of damage so far, so
Yeah.
definitely.
That Vania
the
did
MVP
so
thus
much
far.
work over the course of these few turns here. Actually, kind
Yeah.
of ridiculous how much mileage it got.
Dublin gonna clear out 2 followers. as he does.
Kind queen indeed. Like that did so much work. All right,
Now,
noontime.
Story wants to start healing.
Yeah. This, I just like, I'm getting a kick out of somebody tuning in and being like, "This is an aggro deck, right? Like, why are they just
Yeah,
healing all the
right.
time?" Huh?
This doesn't look right. Okay, looking at Nini's options here, we have Vanya, the 2-cost Vampire Princess. She's able to, I mean,
Didn't ping a
I
lot.
don't really
to be
want to
fair.
cash her in here.
But
He has a
like,
king in hand too. King could be pretty good.
oh yeah, doesn't King summon just 2 right off the gate in fanfare? So
Exactly.
you can just go straight in. You can even trade 1 bat, play the king, go from
Yep.
there.
So you'd have an easy way to take out your opponent's followers and also push some face damage here too. And he still has
Yeah.
quite a few evolve points left at his disposal. Was that the king, or did I mix that up for? Oh, I think it was the Unleash
the Nightmare. Yeah.
Unleash
If
the
it was
Nightmare
King,
that
I would have
looked
just
like
played
king for
it.
a second. Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes things different. That makes things different. There's Gift for Bloodkin in hand, but you want to combine that with a Vanya.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Well, you have a Vanya in the.
You have the 2-cost one, but you want the 3-cost one.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah. True.
We're looking into a trade here, and then you can unleash, make 3 more. Also helps you to draw cards, which I think right now Nini does want.
Yeah, his hand's not looking too hot at the moment, honestly. So yeah, just trade 1, play Unleash, I think. Oh, trade
get
both. Okay.
Both away. Doesn't want the bat there. Gift,
Ooh,
gonna
gift
draw a
just for a
card
draw?
for free. So if that finds a king, that's also quite good. What did
I
it
don't
find?
think it did. Looks like 2-cost Vania, and I don't know. I'm not sure.
Baron?
Definitely 2-cost Vania. I see the UR art.
Yeah,
But the other one, I'm not sure. Yep, there it is.
gonna play her out. All right, she's gonna be a 5/5. So that is in terms of range.
Yeah, it's annoying for Eventide, right? So
Yeah,
getting you to at least 5 is good.
it's like 6 means it's like 2 Vanya procs. 4 means it's
1
Eventide.
Eventide.
5 is like that sweet spot where it's like, oh, do you really want to invest all those resources into this?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you probably do, but
Makes it awkward either way.
yeah. Oh, finds the Raven, the Eventide as well. I don't think that was in Nini's hand. Might actually play that for the Sap 2, deal 2, heal 2.
Oh, you know what? I like it.
Yeah, I think that is what's gonna happen. So, yep, 2 to leader and 2 back, and you still draw a card.
Life totals are now even. Oh, man.
Slowly but surely, Nini's crawling his way back.
Oh, man. Every game is just like, I cannot believe the amount of
Right.
decision making each player has to play. And like, just watching, I'm getting exhausted. Imagine playing it, man. I can't even imagine.
They're just out of this world. Oh, this is a pretty big turn. You have 3
Yep.
bats you can play. That
Go for
full
Blood
clears the
Queen.
board.
That's so good.
You can full clear by trading the bat into the Raven and then just like 3/3/3. And you also get 6 damage face. That's really, really good.
That is so strong.
You still think about it. You don't want to get
Yeah, but do you care about the
overzealous.
do you care about the Eventide? It's not a 1-drop, so it can't get buffed by Daylight. It's not a bat, so it can't get buffed by Bloodfangs. It's just a 1/1. I don't know if
I
you
think
care
you
about
care
clearing it.
about the Sap 2 draw 2 that draws you a card.
Oh,
I
you're
think
right.
the fact that it's the effect is
Wait, you're
what's
right.
annoying, right?
It's an activation. Yeah, that's right. So I'm
That stays there.
bugging. I'm bugging.
No, because like the other ones are I guess no, the other ones are like when you play a bat they proc. This
Yeah.
one's just like just do it whenever.
No, you're right. You're right. Yeah, go for it. Trade it.
Yeah.
All right. Nice
everything
full
off.
clear.
Looking good for Surrey. He's been pushing the offensive in both these games and doing it flawlessly. It's also a revenge match for him too because they played in GP Chiba, and
Oh, really?
Nini was the one that, he was the one that was victorious.
Wow, I did not know that. That's a new
This
dimension
is
to
the
the story.
rematch. This is the rematch of GP Chiba finals.
Oh, wow, amazing.
This is the rematch. So for Nini, if he wins, he's very much driving it into the ground that he is the better player between these two. But for Surrey, not only is this a match to make it top 4, but it's also a match to prove his worth and say, hey, you beat me in Chiba, but this is
the
Japan
Japan Championship.
Yeah, this is a place where winning truly, truly matters.
Welcome to the NBA. Yeah, that's that. I did not realize that part of the narrative. That's an amazing rematch then, and we get to see
Yep.
it here in the quarterfinals. Just to goes to show the absolute caliber of player playing today.
Exactly.
Okay, unleash, but for full cost. Oh, that hurts.
Oh, that's
Because you have no
good.
vampire on field.
Ooh, Rose Queen picked up for next turn is pretty huge. But you need to clear out Vate, Evo can trade, but you're in trouble. Yeah, that doesn't get rid of the Vanya. I think that is probably going to be potentially game here.
Yeah, how do you manage this now? Does Vanya just go face again?
He had no answer to the Vanya. That's actually huge.
Yeah.
So now you already have 9 damage on board. Surrey is 2 damage away from winning, and there is the buff spell to make 3 extra damage. And
GG.
Surrey is going to get revenge over Nini 2-0. The first time we see a 2-0 in this top 8. Amazingly well done by Surrey.
Still got it, man. 2017, top of Shadowverse Digital. 2024, top of Shadowverse Evolve. That's the double threat right there. Sorry,
Yep.
top tier player, no matter what card game he's playing.
Yeah, it's like you can see, it's a difficult expression on both players' faces. You know, I'm sure they would have liked to have this rematch in the finals of JCS rather than just the top 8. But at the end of the day, they put on an amazing set, and Nini, of course, played excellently as well. You know, actually this morning, I wished Nini good luck in the tournament, you know, because I always feel very thankful that, you know, people that cooperate with my videos and like help out with interviews and stuff. And he was like, I'll do my best so that you can interview me once again. I was like, oh, no, bro, I'll interview you just for existing, and you don't have to do anything.
That's so sweet. But yeah, what a game, man. And yeah, 2 top tier players, no matter where you are. And looks like we might be able to get an interview
With Surrey.
Surrey, which is I'm
right.
really excited. I wonder because you know, Rio and basically a lot of the Shadowverse Evolve guys, they also played the digital game once upon a time. So
Yeah.
or still do, honestly. Most of them do.
Most of them do.
So I wonder if they're gonna bring that up, or if it's a
Oh, they
chapter
will.
that's
Absolutely.
been closed.
They always do. They always do. Rio does not hide the fact that he was one of the best players in Digital Shadowverse back in the day. Because
His mom
was
bragging
third.
about him.
He was third the year that Feg won, right?
I believe so.
So.
And every time he got
he's-
on the stage, the announcer really started screaming. He was
'Cause it
like,
was what?
Yoga!
Because it was Feg,
Yeah.
Potwasher, and Rio, right? Top 3.
Yeah. Yep. That was
Man,
pretty
we should
sick.
get Potwasher into Evolve.
We
He's the
should.
missing link because Feg plays Evolve.
Yeah.
I actually
should, I
ran
guess
into
we
Feg in at a locals.
Yeah? How it worked? Did you win?
We didn't like play against each other. We just played in
okay.
the same tournament. But
That's
I was
pretty
like,
sick.
oh, you play. That's cool. He was the
It is a
first ever
great game.
Shadowverse millionaire.
There's a lot of crossover, I imagine, between people who
Yeah,
play
I mean-
Shadowverse and people who play Shadowverse Evolve. But
You might as well just play the same game twice, right?
yeah, I'm really excited to hear from Sare.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him in so long. Like honestly, it caught me off guard when I saw him in the player list.
Right.
For this tournament, I'm like, oh, there he is. It's been a hot minute.
Yep.
Yeah. Hello. Welcome
Still out
back.
here. Bro is still out here doing
Mm.
work.
And they played really good games too. Like, and there he is. Looks like we're just gonna go ahead and jump into the interview. Let's get
All
to
right,
it.
let's hear from Suri.
お疲れ様でしたまずは
All right,
まずは
so
率直に今の気持ちいかが
great
でしょう
work. How do you feel?
やはり
So he's like he's very happy to get revenge.
やはり
So it's
悔しかったですね5ヶ月ほど前に
his
出
his goal was to get
ここ
revenge.
までこっぱみじんにされたら正
そうで
直
すよ
悔しさもあんまなかったですけど、まあ、
悔しさも
So he's like it wasn't necessarily that frustrated, but
笑ってましたもんね
もうこんなされたらどうし
you
よう
know
ここで運の
they were laughing, they were having a good time. But you know, being able to get that revenge match was very important, especially 2-0.
昨日からもありますけれども濃い試合が続きますねという
いやーもうやっぱ BO3 やばいっすね、体力が
やばいですね
本当消耗
Oh, so he's like, man, BO3 is tough, dude. It's like
25分ぐらい
best of three, it's a lot more than just 25-minute or 30-minute,
2-1で勝った試合とかも結構多い
3-minute, sorry, 30-minute best of ones.
本当フルセットはしんどいっすね今回
So he's saying like full sets of best of 3 are really, really tough.
はいそうですね
It's like, you know, yesterday as well, a lot of games went to 3 games.
あーまあそうですね、はい
And so you really need the stamina.
見ながらまた整えていきたいと思います
いやいやいや
So yeah, he's gonna watch this next final quarterfinals and prepare his body, you know, to rest a little bit before his top 4 match.
まあもちろんあと2回勝って、
So
ね、
now
優勝するしかないと思うんで
So he needs to win 2 more times, and then he's gonna become the number 1.
すいません
一個だけ聞きたかったんですけど、
あもちろん
サメさんに、
はい
愛する奥様で、
拾われるんですかそれ
いやさっき拾っちゃいましたけど、
あ
サメさん
本当ですか
自身にもちょっと、
Well,
はいはい
エボルブ続けたいんで、優勝するのでエボルブ続けさせてください。
いやそうっすね
いやもうこれ聞いちゃ
well,
ったら
they're picking up on his wife. I'm turning red just hearing this. So Ryo was like, "Do you have any words for your beloved wife? You know, if you get to win, she'll probably let you keep playing Evolve."
家に置いてエボルブしてたんですだいぶ迷惑かけたんで
So he's like, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's watching
やっぱこのゲー
too."
ム面白いんでもうちょっと続けたいっす
So he's like, "This game is really fun. I really want to keep playing
あ
it."
りませんかねちょっと帰ったら
So he's like, "Please, please, honey, can I please continue playing Evolve?"
Bro is winning at life too.
帰りたいですね
Oh my lord.
So yeah, he wants to bring that trophy home.
ありがとうございます
So please, you know, asking
ありがとうございました。
asking his support from his wife. Probably, you know, also jokingly too, but it's very sweet. It also shows that, you know, Ryo and Sari go far back to be able to joke about that
Yeah.
on stream at nationals at the
For
top
sure.
tables.
よく
All the way back from digital
陸上
Shadowverse
競
all
技
the
で
way
もある
to
じゃないで
now.
すか。
Yeah, amazing, amazing performance by Sare. And yeah, Nini also put up a valiant fight. Some really interesting turns, making it awkward for Sare to find outs, but
昨日からね、中距離ずっとやってみたいな感じになってると
was
思うん
able
です
to。navigate through.
普段の
So
CS 大会だ
we'll
ったり
see Sare in the top 4. But guys, do not go anywhere because we're going to go into the last quarterfinals of the day, and the last quarterfinals has the player that's playing Orcus Forest. So if you're a fan of puppets,
True,
if
true.
you're a fan of Forest, make sure you tune in and let's follow together whether or not it can break through to the top 4 or not. And I'll be back right after this very short break.
しばらくお待ちください。一旦失礼します。 シャドーバースエボルブジャパンチャンピオンシップ2024、ここからは準々決勝第4試合の模様をお届けいたします。
はい。
Welcome back to the Shadowverse EVOLVE Japan Championship Grand Finals. We are here with our last quarterfinals of the day to see who's making it from top 8 to top 4. And Chris, it's been an amazing day of competition so far, but I think this next round might be the one I'm most excited to see because this is the only round with Orcus Forest Craft in it, man.
Tell the people, tell everyone back at home if you want to see Puppet Forest. This is the time to tune into the stream because this is where we're going to find out who is going to take it. And we have Ethno, one of the most awarded players in the game, one of the favorites to win the whole thing, is going to be playing against Tsukimi, who is the only player of the top 8 that qualified not through a Grand Prix but through an area qualifier. And so, of course, we actually have the bracket to show you quickly on how it's progressing so far. If we can
Take a look.
Show you that. So you see Takupon, Tibun, and Sare so far have secured their top 4 spots. Now the last one will be between Tsukimi and Ethno. And no matter who makes it into that top 4, the rest of the matches are going to be pretty crazy.
And remember, guys, before every match, you can vote on X or Twitter which player you think is going to win, and you have a chance to win some physical prizes. I just went ahead and put my vote in for Tsukimi because I love an underdog story. And I'm ready to take a look and see if that prediction comes true, baby.
I think we'll keep things balanced here. I'm gonna vote for Ethno on this one. So I did vote for Nini last one, and you voted the on Surrey's side. So actually, I think you've been getting more hits today than I did.
Yeah, the luck is turning around finally.
Turning around, it is indeed. So once again, here is our bracket. I'm very curious to see who is going to be victorious. I think overall, statistically, Ethno does have a really good record, and especially has shown us that he can perform really well in these high-stakes situations. But Tsukimi managed to make it to top 8 amongst this room of beasts, the legends of the game. And therefore, who is to say that he can't just do it again, right?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Like, we saw this sort of rags to riches story back in the Shadowverse Invitational just a few weeks ago as well, where Ryza, who came from the ladder, was able to beat a bunch of Pro Tour players. So maybe we'll see a repeat of that same story. Let's find out.
Ladder Bros got that.
Yeah,
Ambassador for the Ladder Bros.
We can no longer make fun of ladder players ever again.
That's right. Ladder players were always built different. It just took some time to get someone out there.
Yeah, we just have to see it. We were too blind to see it.
That's right.
But I'm really excited for this game. Yep.
It's gonna be a very cool showing. Like, I think, regardless of who wins, it's gonna be a very exciting top 4 as well. But I do feel you seeing a little bit more of Orcus today would be pretty exciting.
We do have a bit of a word here from the interview with Tsukimi. Now that I've brought Arya this far, I'll give it my all. For everyone who helped with the adjustment, let's reach the top. So yeah, he's like, let's bring Elf all the way.
Wow.
Let's go for it.
That's so nice. I want to see. I'm gonna pop up their deck list now while we're waiting for them to start playing. So Ethno, of course, is on. We saw Ethno play yesterday, so he's already a familiar face for us here. But on the other side, of course, we have Tsukimi, who is on Puppet Forest, as well as the Vampire.
No Earthright in the lineup. Kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Are the players' deck list public? Yes, sir. Go to sve-jcs.com and you can see the deck lists.
I'll actually.
We're asking about it.
I'm going to give a link to it in the chat so they can actually take a look. There you go.
But all the deck lists are over there, so give it a shout.
Oh, this Orcus list is actually very interesting. It's running only 2 of the quick spell, but it's instead running the set 4 bullet spell to deal 5 damage to enemy follower, and on combo 3 deal 3 damage to that follower's leader, which means that it's like dealing 5 damage is pretty important in this current format, right? It takes out your Faust, takes out the
Alchemist. It was his
Alchemist,
overall.
yeah.
Yeah.
So actually pretty key damage.
Yeah, I did not expect to see that. It's a spell that is releasing in set 4, so this, the current meta is in set 9. Quite a while back. Ivy Spell Bomb, that's the name it had in digital.
Yeah.
Deal 5 damage, combo 3, deal 3 to the enemy leader, which you can actually activate if you play a bunch of puppets out, so kind of cool for additional burn damage too.
Oh, F no. He's actually playing 2 Angelic Barrages, and he actually saw one in his opening mulligan, and he kept it.
Ooh, against puppets? To get
Nope,
Victoria?
it's against
Oh,
Vampire.
against Abyss. There you go, yeah.
That is
Makes
definitely
sense.
a keep.
Definitely. We see Rose Queen opening hand. You keep this. I think you all. Oh, he's keeping. Is that a
Looks
keep?
like it. And F no's going to be going first, too, which is pretty huge for Earthright. You get to Faust your opponent first. Carried win. Turn 4 as well after some setup. Like I say, F no's list is like, that's the list I would be bringing to this event, I think, if I was playing. 2 Angelic Barrage feels pretty good. And already starting turn 1 with 23 life.
Yeah.
Weren't we supposed to
Digital
start at
House
20?
is a really crazy card. Very, very
I
strong.
thought we played with 20 defense in
Yeah, what happened?
Shadowverse EVOLVE.
But we're starting with a noontide as well, so a pretty good start from the. Oh, an immediate red hot.
Wow.
Just to deal with a 1-2 body, but not letting them
Nope.
get any leeway.
We saw F-No play. So it's interesting because every time we see F-No play, he doesn't give the opponent time to think. He's just like, nope, go.
It goes fast. Gotta go really, really fast. There's a Bloodkin, but we know that there's a barrage in hand, so if this ends up being played out as a bunch of guys, there's a chance that it's just gonna get got unless it gets buffed by Precious Bloodfangs.
Does he wait or does he burn it? I'm very curious. Plays 1. All right, Cauldron first.
right.
Let's take a look at what we find here off the top. Oh, another barrage is going to go down. So we're not going to be seeing that. I mean, I guess
No.
you shuffle with this with Earth.
Is that a whiff?
No, I don't think it is a whiff.
He's checking.
Checking
Riley
hand to
would
see
be
what's
great,
missing.
of course. Riley would be ace to get here, but oh, I just saw in Tsukimi's hand he has an Old Blood King, which is quite nice. Oh, he got Faust off of it. Very nice. Everybody's got the UR Faust, man.
That's huge. Yeah, I mean, it looks so good, right? Why not?
Me personally, I quite like the original. We mentioned this yesterday as well.
Yeah. I think whichever one you choose looks pretty good.
It's a good card. All right, off the top, and keeping two play points empty for a potential quick barrage. Oh, are we buffing up this board, or are we?
Yeah,
we
I
doing
like that he
things?
keeps the play point open. Oh, and Tsukimi wants to
Wants
test
to
the
bait the
waters.
barrage out. Let's see it. He's
You
taking
got
it.
it? Okay, you don't got it.
Well, I
The
mean,
thing is, Tsukimi knows the list, right? So he knows there is a barrage in there.
not only that, but Afno did take a second to hesitate whether or not he wanted to take that damage or not.
That could be a bluff.
Yeah, could be. That's true. There's a lot of mind games going on, especially now that players know each other's lists.
Yeah. Evolve
for
in general
example-
has a lot of mind games to it.
Yeah, leaving 2 play points up is just like, that's a mind game in and of itself.
Mhm. Now back to Tsukimi. 3 play points. And quite a few options, of course, when you're playing this list. King in hand is going to be very important for next turn.
Especially because you're going to the second, so you can evolve it right away. You
Ooh.
can pass on 3.
Pass, wow.
I guess your hand is pretty heavy. I saw Kudlock in there, right? Rose Queen.
I think Efno was also thinking before starting his turn if he wanted to shoot the barrage at the end there too.
Caridwen and Faust and Mirror, it looks like, and Barrage. Caridwen's a pretty good pickup here. You just get to trade the 2 bats. Keep an Eternal Potion in the bag.
All right, you get the double Earthright proc. You're gonna get
But-
both of the potions.
But here's
So
my
now-
concern. Whenever Earthright happens and there's no Riley, I'm always just a little concerned, you know, because we've seen them just like gas out with it.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. At least there's Faust.
Yeah, there's 2 Faust even, right? So I guess that's something. It should be fine. But I can't help but worry when I don't see a Riley. I'm like, oh, what are we doing?
Yeah.
boy.
I mean, I guess you're gonna probably Cauldron off the Faust there.
Mm.
Realistically.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. You could do that. Try and find the Riley.
And yeah, if this carried one gets destroyed, unfortunately, you won't be able to bring it back with a mirror because you don't have the evolve point to evolve it. So that does make it a little awkward.
Hmm.
Ooh, but now F-No passed on no remaining play points, so now you don't have to be worried about the barrage anymore.
So yeah, we just go Old Blood King, go in.
Yeah, I like this. Very good trades, and of course gonna burn the evolve point here in order to evolve it, give +1 attack to every single forest bat, and then they also have a Sail and Rush, which means they can attack into the carried one for the 2 that can't go to the face, and the other one can go to the face as well.
It's a very clean turn here, honestly.
Yeah.
And this is why the 4 to 5 defense threshold is so important. Like you see how easy it is to clear 4, but how difficult it is to clear 5. It's like a whole
Yeah.
different world.
That's why Tsukimi built that forest list the way he did. And I hope we get to see it in action too.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Hopefully this Abyss doesn't hold him back. I've seen it before. We
Mhm.
saw the Hunter Forest say that the Abyss is holding him back.
Yeah, right. You hate to see it, but it can happen.
Don't want to see a refeed, yeah.
It's the nature of the 2-deck format. It really depends
Is
on
what
how
it
you
is.
sequence the decks you choose.
There's
Yeah, there's just
Fosterino, Pepperino. Out he
Easy
comes.
Faust, yeah.
Ah,
Oh, double
yes.
red hot. Yeah, goodbye, King.
OBK gotta go.
Put the old blood King. Send him to the retirement home.
Send him to the crematorium with this red hot ritual.
Man, we're getting violent today.
Uh,
Oh, yeah, goodbye. That is 1 down so far.
you could spread your ashes at Disneyland Haunted Mansion like all those freaks. It's fine. All right.
Iggy's feeling pretty aggressive today, though. I don't feel too safe in this chair anymore.
This is me if I was Faust. This seems like something he would say.
POV. I am Faust.
Yeah, but that does slow down your game plan a little bit because you're not using the Faust to search for Riley, but it does take care of a big threat. Unfortunately, he's back.
Oh, how
But
many
here
more
we see
times
the-
do I have to beat you, old man?
we do see the difference between 4 and 5 defense here because now you might have to run all 3 bats in, which feels really bad. So, oh, but you do have the
Yeah.
extra bat in the back, so it's not so bad. But
True.
but do you want to spend the bat from the EX area? Because usually you want to keep some for Vania in the future, right? So that's the problem.
And if you evolve here, you get one bat's 3, the other bat's 2, so you can still trade them out. Looks like he will actually play it from EX though.
true. That's true.
Evolve
You're not dealing
point.
damage face that way though, which I'm a little sad about.
So here we go. Quick Evo, get the dice, and then of course you have the extra one there. 3 attack one is still gonna go in though, not going to face, and then the other one's gonna just trade into the Faust, and then you still pass on some good stats on board, which is very important. So you get like 7 damage potentially next turn if this doesn't get traded off, which we know there's another Faust in that hand, so it probably will. Oh, but now this can actually revive the carried one, and she can evolve off of the
True.
Faust search.
Yeah, off mirror, right?
So Faust the Force, again, if you're just tuning in, you're able to choose 2 Earthright amulets from your deck that add up to 4 cost or lower between the 2 of them, and then play them for 0 from your EX area. And so you do search them from your deck and put them into the EX area. We do see 2 mirrors in that hand, though, which I think he wanted in the deck. It's a
Yeah.
little unfortunate. There's also the barrage here in hand, so you have to kind of start thinking about that. It's like this barrage does take out everything, and it's gonna be played. Take out the bats. King
Not a
goes
bad
down to
way.
4. Now Caradwin can take care of it.
True. Use Kurudin for instant potion. Oh wait, Price of Magic takes care of it too.
Yep, that is also in FNO's list. I was just checking because not every player brings it.
And now you can
But that
Cauldron
is-
for Riley. That's
Yep.
the one you want.
So that's 3 and 1, adds up to 4 or less. And so now you can search for an Earthright card off the top. Hopefully a
I'm not-
Riley.
I'm no
And Price of
mathematician,
Magic.
but I think that does check out.
Goodbye, Mr. King. Most importantly, the king gets banished too. So
Yeah.
I mean, there's already one in the cemetery, but it helps to, you know, you lose a vampire count, you lose something you can revive with good luck. So there's some niche use.
I mean, Banish is quite rare in Shadowverse Evolve in general, it seems like, but whenever it comes out, it seems really impactful.
Yeah, definitely is.
後半のまあ6点、9点っていうところは見てますね。
All right. Nicely dealt with. Now, did the Witch's Cauldron bring a Riley? Did we see that? Or
I didn't catch that.
yeah, I think it was he. FNO plays so fast compared to the other rounds we were looking at.
Yeah, every other
FNO
player,
plays like
yeah.
lightning fast, honestly.
Done.
Yeah, he's doing the zoomies.
Oh, this can take out quite a lot. So Raven is gonna push that Faust down to 1, draw a card. What do we find off of that 1?
Sasayaki.
Ooh, I saw
another
Sasayaki
Raven.
in that hand. Honestly, that's fine. Like, drawing cards is honestly... I mean, it's kind of a shame to put 4 damage into something that's only 1 defense left, but
It's all right.
since you're drawing cards at the same time, it's pretty good.
Also, you kind of have to do it with the Foss. We saw what happened in one of the earlier quarterfinals when you don't
Yep.
deal with the Foss and it just destroys you immediately. So
Exactly.
It is something that has to be done.
So far, both players feel... This game feels very even. I don't feel like
Yep.
it's really swaying in either player's side too hard, and I mean, that's what you want to see in the top 8 of the Japan Nationals.
And the last turn is very telegraphed, right? The Witch's Cauldron to find the Riley, ditch the Riley, which means with Sasayaki in hand, Tsukimi has the counterplay for a Riley
Yeah.
go face.
Comes down to what is going to be played this turn, though. FNO.
Oh, I see it. Alk picked up as well, I think, on FNO's side.
That means you only get to play 1 Golem this turn.
No, yeah, I think that's definitely a future thing, not a current
Yeah.
thing. Mirror.
Mirror. That's going to
Really?
bring back the carried one. So now that's our second carried one of the game so far, I think.
They do set up a lot of potions, though.
Yes. That 4 damage is going to be vital for later, too.
True.
All right. Use that Earthright again. Get the second potion. And now we just need Riley in the cemetery to start reviving her. But we're going to actually burn the 4 damage
Yeah.
onto... I mean, yeah, you need to get rid of this because she takes out your Caradwin. So gonna just trade over. It's like, nope. I'm going to make sure you at least have to swing.
Oh, and we are going to
Alchemist going to just drop for tempo. I like that.
I like that a lot because now we're getting into the turns where if you just evolve Alchemist, you can start dealing a lot of damage. Like in the early games, it's really, really tough because it's so playpoint heavy. But Shadowverse Evolve is a game where your resources ramp up naturally, and so your play actions also ramp up really, really high as the game goes on.
Exactly.
Your play actions per turn. So nearing turns 8 now, this Alchemist is gonna be doing.
Here's
a
where
lot of
things
work.
get pretty explosive.
Oh, there's
Good
good luck.
luck.
No, good luck can take out the Alchemist with the engage.
It
right?
can. With a full board, though. You do need to fill up the board. King will do it. You have an evolve point to use on the king, too. So,
Very nice.
yep. You play the Raven, you play the King. That gets you to 5 cards on the board. And then the King can just... I mean, you don't even need to use the King. You can just use the Raven as well. So Forest is going to deal 5 damage to the Alchemist. Getting rid of that potential big swing in tempo. King is going to evolve as well.
Yeah,
Buff up the bats.
easily
Give
trades
them a
into
seal
that
and
Krillin.
rush. Raven.
Oh, goes for the
Oh,
kill.
went for the damage. So, oh, he's gonna just trade the king over the Caradwin then,
Yeah, definitely.
and
On one
the king
defense, right?
does remain with only 1 defense.
That was a nice Raven. Healing
Yep.
is healing is pretty sparse in both decks. So
You need every little bit of it. That you
every
can
little
get,
bit, right? Unless you like do a big Rose Queen turn, then you turn everything
Yeah.
around. But like until then, healing is quite scarce.
To be fair, we are getting pretty close to that Rose Queen potential turn.
That's
Oh, it's
true.
nice. We haven't seen this first-person perspective in a while. It's refreshing to get it again.
I am FNO. I am.
Even
But I
if
will
it's
say,
brief.
like, didn't he keep the Rose Queen in the opening hand, or is that the? Yeah, wait, did he?
Cannot confirm or deny that.
It's blending together a little bit for me. I'll be honest with you.
Right. The games do just kind of like start like, I think I saw that last game, but this game.
Because a lot of players are playing this of similar decks as well. This is why we need that Orcus Forest. Orcus Forest, save me. Okay, so no Riley sunk, and this is where it starts getting awkward.
Right. We've seen this issue time and time again as well. All right, 8 play points. The turn for FNO. Plays 4 for Medusa.
Very nice.
What do you target here?
Barrage. Makes sense.
That takes
It does
out
take
3
out the board
followers,
very cleanly.
and then you just get rid of good luck with Medusa. Medusa
It's
being
good
able
luck
to
at
search
6,
these
right?
cards.
So you just go all 5 into good luck, and then barrage, and you get 3 snakes.
Yep.
Oh, you got 4 snakes,
Yeah.
but you only get 3 because of board space, obviously. But yeah.
Yeah, so I wonder if you wanted to sequence that a bit differently.
True. You
So-
could have done the barrage first, right?
Yes, Barrage first gets 3 snakes, and then you can first activate the Medusa to reduce a card, even if it's a golem. I guess you don't want to reduce a golem, never mind. Yeah, I think there is a small bit of
Sequencing.
sequencing that could have been done there, but he's only got 2 cards in hand, so maybe he doesn't have anything else he would have wanted to play.
I also
he
wonder
didn't
if
use
the
the
bait,
Ancient
if he
Alchemist's
values the bait at
Earthright.
all.
Yeah. Actually getting lower
There
after
it is.
counts.
I was.
You
Yeah, you
actually
had it.
teased this last turn, huh?
Yeah. I was just wondering, like, is there a reason why you would value the Bane? I don't know. Oh my goodness gracious. Holy guacamole.
Whoa, we're seeing a real Rose Queen turn here. 6 play points return. Sasayeki, double Yes My Dark, double Gift for Bloodkin, as well as the Daylight.
Man, that's such a cool card. I kind of glossed over it the first day, but like the fact that you reveal he's taking notes. I love it. You see that? He's
Yeah.
taking notes on the entire hand.
You're allowed to have a notepad in Evolve, so he's actually just writing down what's in the
I
hand, and
love it so much.
You can just cross out whatever card he plays.
You take every advantage for sure.
Yeah, it's like if you're allowed to. Like some
You're allowed
some
to,
card
for
games
sure.
don't allow it. Some card games don't allow it, but Evolve does. At least in Japan.
I like it. It makes it like not a memory test, you know? It's a skill
Yeah,
test, not a
right.
memory test. Yeah. Very cool. What a cool card. I love Rose Queen, Crimson Rose Queen. Very cool card.
Yeah.
Just revealing your
She's
whole
very
hand
cool.
for a huge upside.
Okay, so now you do have a lot of play points to work with, so we're most likely going to be seeing some deal to heal to, deal to heal to, which it has begun.
The specialty of Rose Queen, of course.
Yep, and goodbye to the Serpent.
Oh, gift is free too. Is it draw?
Yep, I think.
Is there
Wait.
Vanian? There's
I
no
don't think
Vanian
there's a
drop,
Vania
right?
in the
Yeah.
cemetery.
There's none. I don't believe there was.
Yeah, you're just making bats, but they are free, so and you're
You can
healing a
buff them too.
lot, taking out the
Blood Fangs, right?
board.
He has Blood Fangs. He has 2 Blood Fangs. He can just buff it to a.
Ooh, that's huge, and you're dealing
is-
so much damage
That
too.
is huge. That is
2 damage to leader, 2
huge.
damage to leader. Down to 10. These bats are also huge.
They're getting buff. These are strong bats.
That's
They're not
so much damage for next turn.
freak of nature bats. Oh my gosh. That's the most impactful Rose Queen you've seen over the course of these 2 days.
By far. This is like what Control Rose Queen looks like in set 8.
That was massive. That was
Yep.
Frankly, that was awesome. I love
Yes,
it.
I do agree. You might want to look into playing Rose Queen instead. 8. So here now for FNO, it's honestly pretty dire because Barrage doesn't answer this board anymore because they got +1/+1, not just +1 attack.
Pretty much nothing answers this board. Do you sneak a little Themis Decree in your sleeve or something? Otherwise,
Man.
again, guys, this is only the first game of the set, and it's this intense.
Yep. It's already turn 9. I do see people, especially in chat sometimes, do be asking, you know, how many turns does the average game go to? You know, how long are games in this format? I had somebody asked me like, oh, how long do set 9 format games take? And I was like, if you see the stream, you can tell it's a lot of the games do go on for a while.
Like half an hour, yeah.
Oh,
But I kind of love that about it, honestly.
oh, this Ancient Alchemist is pretty good because you get to actually take out the Rose Queen with by just playing them.
Yeah, true.
So you play 2 to take out Rose Queen, and then I think they have to go to the bats. Honestly, you cannot be spending them on the life.
Yeah, you have to.
Yep, bat.
But then now you have 4 wards. It's actually pretty sick.
Yeah, right. It's gonna ward all of them too. It's like, okay, if you want to run into the face, you're gonna have to work hard for it.
Ah, and he traded the into the Rose Queen as well.
All right. This is the
That's,
fortress.
Yeah, Vampiric Fortress, but it's the alt art of
haven't seen
Planet
much.
La Platon. Yeah. Something like that.
Good old Laplace.
Plus Darkness. Recently did a talk show with Yuko Kuroberu. Good stuff.
Those are names.
I know some stuff.
you know your virtual stuff. I sadly don't. I know my cardboard stuff.
I only got into VTubers recently because I saw that there was a bunch of VTuber collabs in Shadowverse EVOLVE, and I'm like, I gotta check some clips out, I guess.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
And now I'm in the hole.
He's in there. I'm trying to make out what's in Tsukumi's hand because it looks like I think it's a 2-cost Vanya, the Vampire Princess. Summoning some Bloodkin first. Yeah, you gotta take out this. So that's 7 play points. So you got a lot to work with.
Yeah, dude, these guys are in the freaking phalanx formation. How are we gonna get through this?
Right. All right, plays out the Vanya. She's at 5/5, and now you have a bunch of play points to use. 5 play points. So
Oh, we do have Daylight, right, in hand? I think.
Not sure about that, but what we do have is the ability to trade the 3/3s over the 2/3 wards. So you can trade, and then Vanya to take out all 4 of them using just 2 bats.
That's true.
So that leaves you with 3 more play points too. So you can still do something with that. Alright, he's just checking the cemetery for Riley. And I think there has not been any Riley so
There's
far.
not been any. This is a common problem we've seen over the course of these few days, man.
Right.
Where this Riley just never shows up for some reason. And then he actually passes. Oh my goodness.
Whoa. So we're just board locking. Wait, but that's pretty smart.
That is smart.
You give him nothing else to attack with. That's why he was checking for the Riley, because this is 8 damage on board. Riley wouldn't have won, but I mean, we finally find her in the hand there. But turn 10 for FNO. Right now, we are looking at a total of 13 damage on board, so far at least.
That lock is pretty genius, actually. I got to shout out Tsukimi for that. Very heads-up play. Setting up for a huge turn next turn, too.
Yeah. Thing is, if FNO wards up here with all, I mean, swings with all 5, which of course activates the ward on all of them, can also revive something with a potion there. So that could be a carrot one. That could also be... He does have drills in hand, but then he clogs up his board, which is pretty awkward.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, actually, he has no way to set up a Earth Sigil to use an Earthright effect.
The board is
That's,
just completely
that's
full.
insanely well played by Tsukimi. I can't believe
Yeah.
that.
It's incredible.
It's actually, it's being able to see plays like this that is the reason why these players are where they are right now.
Right? Because now you just sack your one drop bats with Vania next turn. You have 10 play points to work with. You definitely clear and go phase with Vania as a 5/5 too.
Right.
Like that's insane.
It's a tough position. Oh, just healing 3. It's
That's
you're
a
just doing what
pass.
you can. Oh, he's gonna swing in. Gonna swing
Yeah,
with
it's gonna
all of
swing
them.
and swing. Yeah. But like, yeah, but healing 3 and that's it.
9
That's-
play points left over.
That's big brain, dude.
And
That's big brain.
now we see how this Vanya is gonna break through 4 wards and also deliver game.
Because Vanya also burns when she sacks a bat, so like that's
Exactly.
a
So
lot of
even with the
damage.
current state of the board, right? It's like, yeah, you want to get rid of the 1-cost one, so that's gonna
Yep.
get destroyed. That deal 1 damage down to 12, and now you want to make bats that. Oh, Rose Queen. Oh, I think that's game.
Oh
I'm
my
pretty sure that's
gosh.
game. You're Rose Queening. You have Thorn Burst in hand, and so, all right, first gotta pay. Make sure to pay all the costs. Pay all the costs. Evolve. Show that hand. We have two costs. There is also the Daylight for the buff in the hand too, and of course that is also going to be damage that you can play twice. That is so huge.
That is massive, man.
Yeah. Now you open up the last board space with Vanya there.
And you can just swing with
now-
Rose Queen because it evolved. So you don't even have to worry
Yes.
about that. So you just have to deal with one more guy. You play, yep.
And there we go, there's
Daylight.
3. Get the buff. Rose Queen's effect can go 2 to face as well, which it will. And now you have a
This is
total.
Omega super lethal.
Yep. 13 damage on board. Do you have a quick F-no? Or is this looking to be game? 4 goes in, and it goes down to 0.
Amazing.
Tsukimi,
Incredible play.
the only player that didn't qualify through the GP, taking down game 1 here against arguably the favorite of the 8 players in the top 8 to win this entire tournament.
That is, I got goosebumps, legit. I'm not even joking. That was awesome.
That was something else. That was something else. I did not expect that game to end the way it did.
Incredible play, absolutely fantastic, and pretty much a masterful piloting of that Abyss deck. And now we get to see Tsukimi's Orcus Forest. If he can pilot this Orcus at the same level of skill, man, is Fno one of the tournament favorites about to go down? Let's find out. Definitely not gonna make it easy, but I'm really excited to see this next game. Incredible.
Yeah, it's like we've seen Fno make some crazy comebacks, so I wouldn't be too surprised if he does manage to claw his way back. But that is a tall wall to climb.
I'm getting better at Shadowverse EVOLVE just watching this turn.
I know. I was saying, dude.
Holy moly. All right.
Yeah,
Orcus
even
Forest
Chad
got-
is saying, you know, like
Mm.
you're punishing for overplaying with the with the 4 wards there.
With the Alchemist, yeah.
Yeah, that board luck was that determined the game.
Yeah.
It's actually it's hard to say, you know, because at the moment a lot of these plays don't look to be mistakes, but then they do end up costing you the game.
Because if you don't play all the wards out there, then there was a board full of 3 bats. So that's also a problem.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you just lose to something else instead. You
Yeah,
lose
it's a
to
tough one,
Vanya Vanya storm damage.
Kind of a checkmate situation. Tsukimi maneuvered into that position very, very masterfully. Now,
Yeah.
Orcus Forest Craft. It's been a hot min since last yesterday's game where we saw this. But definitely an execution heavy deck, I would say. We'll see if the combos will be able to pay off here. But just the ability to maneuver your opponent into that sort of checkmate scenario where if you do this, I'll just do this, and if you do this, I'll just do that, does work really well with Orcus Forest Craft's win condition with Orcus and Noah, right? Sort of ping-ponging between the two and putting your
Yeah, and we
opponent
finally
into
get
a
to
tough
see
spot.
Forest in play, right? It's like We've been waiting for this for I want to say all day. The day did start. Oh, it's
So
been already 5 hours.
It does seem to be like a natural fit for Tsukimi's playstyle, you know, just
Yeah,
like putting
agree.
the opponent into a position where no matter what they do, Tsukimi has a game plan to find a winning line. I do see Liam and Heartless Battle in hand.
Yeah. Oh, looks like it's a
Ooh.
keep for Tsukimi. It's pretty good opening hand here for Fno. Looks like we're just getting started here with
Yeah.
game 2.
Let's just get into it.
Here we go. There's the Arya leader. He did say
That's the Arya he was
been
talking about in the interview. Yeah.
fighting with the Arya all this time. Cauldron turn 1. Good start.
Oh, there's
finds the
Riley.
Riley.
Very
she was missing in
nice.
action all game yesterday.
That's
No,
what
yesterday.
we were missing last game for sure.
Yeah, last game. Well, that last game was so long, I called it yesterday.
That's funny. Liam is a 2-cost in this game and puts the 2 puppets. And it's great
Puppets.
because this is a great hand. 2 puppets in EX area, and we already have a Heartless Battle in the opening, so.
Yep. So Heartless Battle turn 3 is vital for the turn 5 push turns. And so unlike a lot of the other decks in this format, Puppet Forest can honestly just end games turn 5-6 pretty quickly just because of how strong his burst is.
Oh, there it
Heartless
is.
Battle,
Very
turn 3.
expected.
So the way the Puppet Forest works is that you use neutral puppet followers, which are 1-cost 1/1s with Rush, and you use them to play a bunch of cards in one turn, and also transform those puppets into other cards. So what he just did is he used a spell that targets 2 puppets in your EX area and changes them into a Lloyd, which is a 2/4 0 cost. So even the cost goes down. That on Fanfare heals you 2 with Ward on it. And Victoria, which is a 0 cost 4/1 with Rush that draws you a card when you play her. And so you have all these different ways to be able to, push those puppets into your EX area. And then it plays like Forest usually does, where you want to play a bunch of cards in one turn and achieve what's called the combo count in order to, just get a bunch of bonus effects. Well, we're going to see a Victoria played out early here.
Oh, really? Just to deal
So
with
Victoria's coming out. That does get you to draw a card, and you also get an extra card in hand as well. So this does have a sale as well.
Nice
Plays up a
junk.
junk. I think I saw Elf Song in hand on the mulligan. Junk.
Ooh.
2 play points left. I think that's also a lot of puppets in the X area. That is Elf Song, I think.
Yep, that's definitely Elf Song playing out the Lloyd.
Yep. This is going to be a huge board.
There it is.
Oh, that's huge. This is going to be every single card is getting buffed by +1/+1. And the Victoria is a 5/2 that can take out the turn 3 Alchemist. You do not disrespect the Alchemist here.
Holy
Wow,
guacamole.
that's
What a
huge.
turn. This is turn 4, Chris.
It is. Turn 3 Alchemist. You thought you'd get away with it? Nope.
Wow.
And look at all these stats. This is. You have to answer this. Turn 4,
Turn
going second.
4.
I mean, it's possible, but not everything.
But it's awkward, right? Because Lloyd is at 5, so even Caridwin is like...
Yeah, and you only have 1 Earthright.
Yeah, true.
This is a huge swing in tempo, and it's like the craziest part is that it's pretty hard to do a one of the key turn 5 plays that this deck likes to do is to play a card called Anastasia from the Idolmaster set that says when you play her, she's a 5-cost 2/4 that refunds 2 play points, and then once you've played 3 cards in one turn, she refunds you 2 more play points, which is a 1-cost 2/4 effectively, because she also recovers 2 on play. And then if you've played 5 cards, she buffs everything on your field by +1/+1. So this board gets even bigger, and it can all go face. But even as it is now, this is 9 damage on board.
He really has no choice. He has to evolve Caridwin just to not even get Eternal Potion. Just so he can play this for free.
Yeah, you just have to.
Lloyd lives. Fairy lives. Junk lives. And you know that there's 4 puppets in the back for a future Noah, too. Oh, man.
Exactly. Flower Doll coming down.
Flower
gonna
Doll is
add
actually
another...
Tsukimi's favorite card in the interview.
Oh,
I believe.
so you can evolve the flower doll. She does have, so on Fanfare, she puts a doll into your EX, a puppet, and then on Last Words, she chooses a puppet follower in your cemetery and adds it back to your hand.
But
So
follower.
you can add herself back. You can also add your junk back. You can also add your Orcus back if that gets sent to the cemetery by any means.
The only one
And
that died
now-
is junk, though, right? So looks like it is just junk.
Yes.
Man, that turn 4 play was crazy. It's like
Mhm.
Anastasia would have turned earlier. Holy
Basically, yeah.
moly.
Some people don't even play off song. Can you believe it?
Yeah. That's wrong. I don't know.
It's pretty crazy.
It seems
pretty
wrong,
crazy.
seeing what's happening right now.
Man, I'm looking forward to it. Oh, he plays is there English name Spinea?
Oh, let me check. Let me check the deck list real quick.
The Portal 5 cost.
Spinaria?
Spinaria, thank you. She's called Spine in Japanese.
No worries.
So
Oh, I'm
Spinaria's-
gonna send this list to a certain friend of mine. It runs Orcus and Spinaria.
Yeah, I mean that's used to be pretty common for Orcus in set 8, but a lot of people actually cut Spinaria in set 9. Because she basically she's a 5 cost 3/5 that has ward, and then on Fanfare, she looks at top 4 of your deck for 1 force follower and 1 force spell and adds them to your hand. And then on combo 3, she recovers 3 play points, but that's on Fanfare, so you have to play her as your 3rd card of the turn for 5 play points. So it works well with the puppets because you go 0/0 then 5. Okay, so FNO really got to make a big comeback this turn, or otherwise we're in trouble, because there's 3 puppet cards in the cemetery, which means that Orcus can actually evolve into her full power true form that will be doing a lot of damage to FNO's face here.
The decks on deck log are also matched in rarity, right? So does that mean that it is 3 of you are Anastasia in this? Because that's pretty flex.
Yes, and also 3 of you are Orcus, which is the more impressive part in my opinion.
That's true, that's true. But I for some reason I really like Anastasia's design, so I'm drawn
Yeah,
to
she's pretty. She's pretty. It's time to start Idolmaster, buddy.
Dude, I would if it was in English.
I mean, hey, you got into Hololive for Shadowverse?
Time to get into Idol. Dude, I'm gonna
Uma Musume, Idolmaster. What's next?
I'm gonna be rotted by the end of this, getting into every single collab Shadowverse is part of. Nothing else on my mind.
Gotta do it.
All right,
Okay.
so it is gonna be the Riley to come out.
Ooh, I mean, you have to. You don't really have a choice.
Yeah.
You're actually trading away everything here, which is a pretty big swing in FNO's favor. But it took a while to get there. Oh, he's thinking. He has a quick.
Oh, does he have substitution?
He could have, because he floated 2 play points. So whether he does or doesn't,
Yeah, I
that
chose
was
not
an
to.
efficient bluff.
Yeah.
Oh, Anastasia picked up off the top.
Anastasia drawn.
It's pretty huge. I want to see what is going to be played here.
And we do see the Ivy Spellbomb in hand as well. I wonder if that's gonna be relevant. In
I
this
think I see
matchup.
Orcus in hand too.
Kind of all the pieces are lining up here.
Anastasia's coming out. So Anastasia and Fanfare recovers 2 play points. This is the 3rd card. You recover 2 more play points. It's now a 1 cost 2/4. You're going to play another puppet. You're missing just 1 card. You can trade this one into the Caradwin. And now just trade it again. Play 1 more card. And everything will get buffed by +1/+1. Anastasia doing work.
These boards, man, they're so hard to deal with. The 5 damage threshold, you have to use Riley on it, basically.
Yep. Orca's doing work here.
Attack
Dude.
4!
Tsukimi is getting very close to 2-0ing the favorite to win this entire tournament.
Doesn't Orcus just come out if it's in hand next turn?
Orcus will deal 8 damage next turn. So Orcus
Oh.
is
One off.
more expensive evolution is she costs 3 to play and then 4 to evolve. So that will eat 7 play points. But then she says that as long as she's in play, all of your puppets have a sail, and every time you play your puppet would leave play, you choose an opponent's leader or follower and deal it 2 damage. And simply on Evolve, she summons 4 puppets.
Yeah.
So that means that 4 puppets can go immediately into anywhere, and that will already be dealing 8 damage to the face. So if any of these followers remain, like one of the puppets, then you already have game on board.
Oh my goodness. That's a good card, as it turns out.
Faust might have to like double Cauldron here or something. It's kind of dramatic to see it, but this is tough, man.
Faust double Cauldron to take out, what, like Anastasia?
Well, Faust is coming down.
Mirror.
Oh, not Cauldron, sorry. The Gingerbread House. You have to play at least one Gingerbread House, I think. Yeah, there is
for
one,
sure.
and a mirror, so that's going to get back the
Mirror
Carrot
gets
one. You have the
Cridwin.
Evolve point as well, so... Oh yeah, the Carrot one can actually get back your Riley, so that will actually answer most of this board. Yeah, so Riley destroys the Anastasia, and you can also then swing into the Flower Doll.
Oh yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, this actually answers a lot. This is pretty good. Heal up to 12. You're not losing to Orcus herself just yet.
Yeah, get rid of your own Riley so you can res it back.
Actually, if you don't take out the puppets, you are losing to Orcus. Oh my god, you are losing to Orcus. You don't actually have enough. Orcus, right now, if these 2 puppets remain on board, is going to... No,
No, because there's no board
never mind.
space, right?
Yeah, Orcus has to... She summons them on Evolve, so actually you will... It's kind of capped at
Yeah.
8 damage right now.
Yeah. There's
You
no
are
space.
barely surviving.
Oh my goodness. Suspense is killing me.
Yep.
Let's
I
see
feel
it.
that.
これでまあライリー、まあ、出すのであれば、アナスタシアとフラワードールは対処できると。で、ファウストを切りの場面。まあ、結構強いんじゃないですか。いい場面は作りそうですよね。
Yep.
Riley.
Eternal. Riley.
There she is. Earthright, that's the final sigil. So now you don't get to use Faust's Earthright effect anymore.
Very nice. Even for going getting the instant, right? Just needed that needed the sigils for exactly this.
Yep. Back up to 12 life. I do think you're still slamming down Orcus next turn. What did Flower Doll take? Did she take anything? You could get Liam back. Liam is also a searcher if you have 3 or more cards that are puppets in your cemetery.
Oh, true. Yeah, I think it did take Liam. It didn't take Junk. I was mistaken earlier.
Yeah. Oh, okay, there's a sigil, and now you can still use Noah. Okay. Oh, not Noah, sorry. The Faust.
Faust.
Sorry. Noah actually... Does Noah win? No.
No, because Noah himself doesn't have Storm. And there's only
Yeah,
one
so
puppet in
it's-
Nix.
Oh, actually, Fno barely healing out of so many different forms of lethal.
True.
All right.
Ivy Spellbomb kills the Faust, though, which is actually relevant. And it deals 3 damage to it.
Sukuna. Sukuna is
that
also
lethal?
another
Ivy Spellbomb does
source of
3 damage
damage.
face, kills Faust.
Sukuna's 5 to face.
Okay.
Orcus!
We're just going to go for the Orcus.
Orcus has been played. And it's going to be evolving 4-3 here. There we go.
I really wanted to see him play the Ivy Spellbomb in this game. Because it's just such a
Yep.
cool inclusion.
There we go. Orcus coming through here. It's going to be a lot of damage. Sukuna can definitely clean up the game next turn as well. All right. It's going to take out everything. The only issue is that you don't actually have you don't have a way to take out the carried one, but she doesn't really do anything right now because
There's no
you don't have any
potions.
more spells. Yeah, you don't have potions.
A potion master with no potions. That's tragic. It's just a regular person.
Yeah, not even selling any potions.
Get off the battlefield. But wow, this forest deck is so dope. I think the turn 4 super board was just like from then on Tsukimi was entirely in the driver's seat. I'm not sure if Fno is going to be able to make a comeback here. What's the line to be able to come back from this game?
For Fno, it's tough. I mean, you only have 7 play points.
Yeah.
Even if you Riley, doesn't really mean much. You just use up the gingerbread house. That's part of the reason why you're alive.
Another Riley in hand. Another Faust. Caridwin, Alchemist. I don't think any of these are doing it though. Could heal with Faust. Is there another gingerbread house in the deck?
In the deck, probably. But do you want to access it right now? Maybe not really. MF, no. This is the game he had to win to even out the score. And Tsukimi is looking to potentially just secure his final spot in the top 4 here, together with Arya by his side.
That's true. Side by side with your companion, your sidekick.
That's right, there's your sidekick. You are a team.
That's what the app is literally called, which is quite fun.
Damn. Galmu's gonna be my sidekick starting from next month. That's hype.
Nietzsche is my sidekick? Oh my god.
Whoa.
They made the perfect app.
Damn. This is the future.
Nope,
Okay.
there's House.
Okay.
It has to be House.
Faust. Do we have
Faust
another
in the house.
Ooh, the banish is pretty huge because the Orcus is indeed 4 defense.
Oh.
So that is actually going to take her out and banish her, which means that she cannot be brought back by the flower doll because there are, spoiler alert, several flower dolls. But also, spoiler alert, there is a Sukuna in Tsukimi's hand, and that is 5 damage. I think if he
It's
has
lethal.
Elsong,
It's lethal as Spellbomb. Spellbomb does 3 damage to face.
you're right. You're
Combo
so right.
3.
It does have to be played on combo. Was it 3 or 5? 3. Yeah,
Pretty
then
easy.
that's game. That
Yeah.
is going to be game. You have a puppet to play as well. Noah is also game.
Yeah.
Down to
Dude,
14.
Spellbomb lethal? Spellbomb lethal in the Japan Championship? Is it time?
Dude, the set 4 card that so many people overlooked. Could it be? Buff up the Faust potentially one last time. Tsukimi goes down to 12 and he's just waiting for his turn to roll back to his side. What is he going to draw into? It's
He
a
already knows.
Heartless battle. I think he plays an
Oh, he
Orcus here
he
off
has
the
Orcus
top.
anyway.
And that is going to summon the 4 puppets and
Oh.
be exactly enough damage to win the game. And Tsukimi is gonna go into top 4 with a 2-0 victory against Ethno. Wait, no, he's not! He's not!
Wait, was that a quick?
That was a quick butt that
Barrage!
activates the Orcus. That activates the Orcus. The barrage is not enough.
It doesn't
because
matter.
Orcus needs to see the puppets leave play. And that is a way to make them leave play. And just like that, damn, they nearly got me for a second. I was like, does he have a quick to take care? I was like, what can Rune have?
They're just trolling. That didn't even matter.
Oh my god, I was about to lose it.
Goodness gracious. And with Fno, one of the most decorated players in this tournament, one of the favorites to win, and Tsukimi coming, the only player not coming from a Grand Prix in this top 8. Incredible play from Tsukimi. Are we going to see a repeat of the Shadowverse Invitational that happened just a few weeks ago? The Rag Switches story of a common player rising up through the ranks and taking one of the biggest tournaments of all time? Is it possible? It might be.
I'm starting to believe, Igni. I'm starting to believe. I think it's they're doing some miracles out here in Shadowverse, dude. It's crazy.
Incredible. Tsukimi played amazing that set. Like the board lock in the Abyss game. Oh my gosh. And the
It's so fun watching Orcus too. Like I personally really enjoy the Orcus deck too because it's just like you're looking at your hand at all times. Like, do I randomly have game? It's like a very Forest type deck, right? Forest is always like that. It's like I play this, play this, play this. This activates, this buffs. Oh yeah, I just win.
Yeah.
You know, it's like it's so cool, and I feel like it not only incorporates what makes Forest, but it also brings back, in my opinion, one of the most popular Portal Craft archetypes in the entire history of App Shadowverse
the Orcus
into Evolve 2,
Noah
right?
deck, yeah. Very, very cool.
Like Noah Orcus, dude, Brigade of the Sky, I play that deck nonstop. That was the first. What was SVO called back in the day? It was something else. I don't.
You're bringing up the ancient history.
Was it called Shadowverse Open already in 20?
It was called all the way back in 2017. It was like NGE Shadowverse or something. I don't
Yeah,
know.
right.
Way back.
It was different, but I
Yeah.
played my first ever tournament. I still have the flair from that tournament with Lyria on it.
Very nice.
That deck was gas.
That
really fun.
was incredible though. Tsukimi, the only player
It's
once again in
insane.
the top 8, not
Of
with,
course.
from the Grand Prix, and able to take out Fno, who is a favorite to win with incredible play. Really, it's a repeat of the Shadowverse Invitational, and it's
Oh, and we're
really,
gonna get
cool.
to hear from Tsukimi here. I'm looking forward to this.
We got his interview. Let's go, Chris. Being able to interpret this for us.
となりました。
さあ
Alright.
まずは今の
So first,
率直なお気持ち
はい
お聞かせください。
What are your first
もうまずはシンプルに
feelings?
すごい嬉しい
いや嬉しいですよね
勝利ですね
So honestly, he's just happy.
どっちの
I'm just
1戦目
happy.
2戦目もデッキがすごい応えてくれた感じの動きになった
So
かな
he's like,
本当
I
に
feel like my deck
一
really
試合目も
responded to
そのローズクイー
me.
ンのところも剣族の贈り物が2枚あったり1試合目もオーキスがしっかり2枚
Oh, he's like,
後が見えてたり
whether it was like the
はいはい
Rose
はい
Queen
そうリーサル
or
が見や
like
すいかな
the
りその
or the
うまくなってくれたので
Bloodkin or the Orcus coming on very much on time. It really feels like my deck responded to my emotions throughout those two games.
なんかバリを落とさないようにしたりだとか、
はい
そういったプランもできてましたし、
そう
なんですか1試合目のローズクイーン、アナスタシアとノア足したような、
そうです
アナス
ね
いやローズクイーンしかできないようなもう素晴らしいムーブを起こしました。
So he, you know, he was able to do so much with that Rose Queen in game one that like,
超大量回
we-
避相手場面を一掃して、
you know, it's so rare to see Rose Queen be used like that in specifically that deck because he was able to, you know, build a board, have so many 2-cost in hand, get so many play points back too.
世間一般では高い方と思うんですが、そんな中こ
おー
の持ち込みそのエルフと
So now
ナイトメアというところ、これまあ
he's asking him, you know, you're one of the only players in the top 8 to not bring
もうエルフ
Earthright.
クラスの方がもうずっと使ってて、まあ、一番多分プレイとか慣れてるクラスではあって、
So he's like,
その中
I've
でも今
always
一番
used
多分
Forest.
パワーがあるのがまあ
Forest is the class that I'm most used to playing, and I think the deck power is still very
相
high.
方を誰にしようってしたときに、
So he's like,
と
when I was
まあ
thinking,
秘術ちょっと人形
what
だと
should I
まあ秘術
choose?
ウィッチに5分ぐらいのまあデッキなのかなっては最初は
So it was
思って
like,
て、まあそ
when
れ
I
だ
was
ったらまあ
looking between
吸血
Earthright and
持ってっ
Puppets,
てその秘術は吸血鬼で取る吸血鬼は人形で取るっていうプラン立ててて、
Oh, so he was like, I'm going to be taking out the Earthright players with my vampires, and then I can take out the vampire players with my Orcus. So he was like, you know what, I think Earthright is a pretty manageable matchup, and I mean, he showed it to us too,
ちょ
right?
っと教えていただいたカードではあるんですけど、ツタのマダンがかなり実は強いカード、ちょっとこの試合出てこなかった。
Oh, and so he's also talking about the bullet.
えっ
Yeah,
と
You know, he's like, the bullet is really huge because it takes out Faust, takes out Caradwen. So it's actually very, it suddenly makes Orcus very favored into this specific matchup.
Called Ivy Spellbomb in English. It's a very
Spellbomb.
old card back in the day. Now given new life in Shadowverse
このカードで
EVOLVE.
6点詰めた試合もあってきたので。
Oh, so apparently he managed to push 6 damage with the spell bond on the sub feature match that was, it wasn't on the main stream, but it was
唯一のアドバンテージになるかなって
it
思い
was
ますので
shown.
これかなり優勝見えてきてると思いますけど、いかがですかその
So yeah,
もう残り
so
2
how are you
試合
feeling now? You know, it's like
2勝
you managed to get top 4.
もう優勝
You know, it's win is the victory is getting close. So he's
い
like,
きますか。
I mean, I just have to win 2 more times, and I'll be able to be number 1. So I'm gonna do my
勝利しま
best.
した月見選手でした。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございまし
All right, so
た。
thank you to Tsukimi once again, beating Fno in the top 8 there and managing to secure the final top 4 slot, and also bringing, of course,
まあこの後
he's the only person that doesn't have the lineup of Earthright and Vampire
そうですね。
in the top 4.
まあここがどこまでやれるのか
We
という
get to
のは
enjoy some more
この
Orcus
決
games.
勝以降
Yeah, and
楽しみに
enjoy is the right
そうです
word there because that was really, really
そうですね。
thrilling to watch, frankly. Just the execution lines of it.
Yeah.
And I was
Really
really
cool.
hoping to see the Ivy Spellbomb, but we saw it in the sub match, so that's fine, I guess.
We might still see it later.
Yeah, true. I mean, just dealing 5 and dealing 3 to face is a pretty strong card, especially when you're Lloyd and Victoria cost 0, right? You just play the 2, play the Spellbomb, get rid of the board, deal 6. Pretty strong stuff. But guys, that's the end of the quarterfinals, and we will be back with the semifinals, which is the top 4 players in just 10 short minutes. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. We are past the quarterfinals and here at the semis now for the Shadowverse EVOLVE Japan Championship. And once again, as always, it's going to be myself as well as Igni bringing you the action throughout these 2 days. And what a set we just ended off on.
Ooh, yeah, that was probably my favorite set of the day by far. And that was all the quarterfinals done. And now we went from a top 8 to a top 4. The criterion of who is the best in all of Japan getting narrower and narrower. And of course, culminating in the winner getting a 1-of-1 card at the end of the day. So lots on the line here. And it's a big nerve-wracking thing because single elimination, if you lose, you're out. So
Yeah.
ooh boy. And these
It's
are the best
tough.
players in the entire game. So it's tough for everybody. But so far it's an amazing day. And hopefully we get the same quality of games until the very end here.
Yes, exactly. It's been very, very exciting, and it's been really cool to see, especially, decks like Orcus still remain, as we heard from Tsukimi. It's very well favored into the 2 decks that everyone's bringing. And when the rest of the playing field is playing both of them, I like his chances.
Maybe he can bring it all the way to the top. That would be kind of an amazing story as the only player not qualified through a GP. Hopefully they bring up
Yep.
the bracket sometime soon. It'll be nice to see where we came from and where we're headed. But
Yep.
yeah, it is the top 4 at the moment. And I believe every single player in the top 4 is bringing a Vampire, Abysscraft, and Earthright Runecraft deck lineup, except for Tsukimi, who is playing Vampire, Abysscraft, and Orcus, Puppet, Forestcraft. So
Yes.
we'll have to see. These 2 decks, Vampire Abyss and Earthright Rune, are the most popular for a reason. Can the spicy teched out personal pick win out over the rest of the game? But we are just going to go straight into it, into one of the top 4 games here. It's Sare versus Tibun. Let's jump in.
Yeah, that's right. Who are we voting for?
Oh, that's right. I have to vote. Guys, if you didn't know, before every round, you can actually vote for which player you think is going to win, and you might stand a chance to win some prizes. I'm voting for Sare for sure, because I have some history with Sare. Not me personally, but just as a person in the community. Sare used to compete professionally or very competitively in the Shadowverse digital game, now making a resurgence in Shadowverse EVOLVE, so very happy to see a friendly face. So definitely I'm voting for Sare personally.
I kind of want to vote for him just to make that dream come true. So that his wife lets him continue to play Shadowverse EVOLVE.
That's right. They did that interview just now, hey? Oh, boy.
I think it's, man, but it feels good to split our votes because at least somebody always gets to have a chance. But, man, it's hard. There's sleeves on the line.
That's true. There are indeed. Make your choice wisely.
And Surrey looked very solid against Nini. Like, as much as I was supporting Nini, Surrey looked really, really good in that set in the quarterfinals. So, I don't know, man. Surrey definitely feels very solid going into this.
I'm making the tweet right now.
That's right.
Let's get into it. And we're just jumping straight in. It's going to be the Abysscraft versus Earthright matchup. We're going to be seeing a lot of this as we go throughout the day. And let's start with the Abysscraft going first with a Noontide right away. One of the best plays you can do early on.
Yeah, that's huge. Being able to immediately just, have yourself good tempo. You're also presenting threats from very early on. But Tibun is also making that return play.
Beast Face Mage is really good against the Abysscraft in general because you
Yeah,
can always
yeah,
just
yeah.
keep engaging it every turn to get rid of a threat for free. Or by consuming a stack. And it's also good for stack management in that same sense. So very strong card. Especially in this matchup.
Ooh, we're healing 2 here.
We do be healing.
And going pretty wide. I should actually check T1's list again, just to make sure if there is any barrages in play here.
And we do see a Summon Bloodkin, even better. Wow, that's a lot of bats already.
Definitely going ham on it.
Tibun, it looks like, is... Have it loading right now. Not playing the Barrage. Tibun is the one that's playing the strange prototype warrior. that we saw earlier in the
you're right.
day.
You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Yeah, both him and Sari ended 6-1 yesterday too. So they are the third and second seed respectively. So I know we have the first seed still kicking. So I think the only one of the lower seeds that is still in here is oh no, actually no, it's sorry, Tsukimi was yeah, it's actually the top 4 players of yesterday are the top 4 players today. That's actually crazy.
That's funny
really
how that works
rare.
out. Goodness me.
So all of the people that went X2, they were told you came in here with that non X1 or better record. Stay top 8.
Get at it.
Stay
funny.
down.
We got the Rabbit Mage coming out for the Evolve.
He's debating at the
as
target
well.
here off the search.
Seeing what we get. A lot of decision making in Earthright Rune. You have to be planning 1, 2, 3 turns ahead. There's a lot of searching, especially if you're playing that weirdly teched out version we saw in day 1 with the Stella. Then you're planning like 5 turns ahead as you're like
right.
sacking and drawing.
Yeah, we saw several
Alright.
people with the Stella version too, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, we see the trade as well as the engage on the Beast Face Mage.
Yeah,
Getting
let's
rid of
remove
as
the
much
last
bodies
of
as
the
possible.
Earth sigils though.
True. Best draw is
If you're
Cauldron,
s-
probably, right?
Ooh.
Oh, that is an amazing turn 3 play. 3/3 in stats plus a draw 2.
It's a draw 2 that's like, does that really say draw 2? It makes you doubt it every time you read it.
Yeah, man. Every time I see an Abyss board, it just cracks me up because it's literally all bats.
Yep. Very strong play. Very strong turn for Surrey as well. I mean, he's looked solid this whole tournament, but again, just not letting go. No matter how high the stakes get. Top 8, top 4, doesn't matter. Finals, it's probably going to look the same if he makes it in there.
The drill sacks a price of magic. That is not a Riley, unfortunately.
Unfortunately not, yeah. But I guess he's also saying, I guess I won't need this as much, because, I mean, you need the price of magic more in the mirror match, right?
It's also pretty bad if you're not cheating it out of a Foss, because you're paying 3 whole play points for it, right?
Yeah,
So,
you don't want it.
for
you don't-
removing one body.
The only time you play it on curve is if your opponent, like, turn 3 drops, like, a Ancient Alchemist, or drops, like, a Riley, and then he's like, nope, goodbye.
Yeah. We just sack it with the drills, no worries there.
Still debating on what to use the last play point on. It's probably going to be a Cauldron of sorts, or maybe a Gingerbread House. It does have Cauldron in hand. It has both in hand, actually.
Yeah, Cauldron would be nice though. I don't think you need the Gingerbread House right now. I think what's important is getting your right.
Yeah.
The camera panned away right as we were about to see what that last card was.
Right.
No. Oh, it's Beast Face
Beast
Mage.
Mage.
Oh, that
Alright.
makes sense.
Man, but I'm gonna be honest though. When when Set 9 came out and everyone's talking about like, oh, what are gonna be the strong decks out of the set? Everyone's like, okay, Earthright looks insane. Like everybody read Faust, read Caradwin. They were like, wow, oh yeah, Riley exists. This seems pretty good. And then there was a consensus of like, oh, Vanya whenever all her support was revealed, everyone was like, oh, this looks pretty good. This feels like the Orcus of the set. But then I feel like the consensus wasn't as like, oh, this is definitely going to be the best, like one of the best decks. Like everyone will bring Vanya because in the top 4, it is the most represented deck now, even more than Earthright. But I definitely didn't get that impression initially. I feel like everyone was kind of like saying like, yeah, it's a really strong deck, but not necessarily to this level, So I'm actually quite surprised to see how well it's represented, and like I feel like everyone's learned a lot about how to properly and efficiently pilot it too.
Do you think it's like a sort of an adjustment where initially they were going for a more aggressive game plan, and now we see that most of the top 4 lists even like forego the midnight and go for a more mid-rangey late game plan as a backup to make sure the deck can go along? Like that adjustment just completely changes the way the deck is played in a lot of ways, I think. So
Yeah.
it could be a factor.
Yeah, I think it's also just maybe some people have been keeping it a little quiet, maybe, about the true power of some of these decks. as we get into JCS, right?
True. I mean, Hunter Forest almost made it to top 8, so in a different universe, that Hunter Forest could be in top 4 right now.
Yeah. Man, the Hunter Force was still so cool. I think out of all the the surprise decks from yesterday, that was definitely the biggest standout.
For sure. All right,
Right.
the Do Blame is going to be able to take out that Beast-faced Mage and also trade in off of the Evolve Rush.
Very big.
Very nice. Just sink a little damage there.
Yeah, looks like we're back to T-Bun's turn now. So, I mean, overall, this is like kind of your typical match between these two decks. I would say you're kind of used to seeing this back and forth. Not really like a big push in either way. This isn't like huge tempo swing dot deck that Orcus was in the last game.
No.
Well, we do see a certain golem there
Go.
in
Oh,
that hand that usually we see golems come out of the EX area, but there is one in T-Bun's hand that can come out of the hand.
the Prototype Warrior. I wonder if you save it just for Ancient Alchemist combo turn, or if you actually use it for the Assembly Droid at any point. I mean, 5 play points, 5 defense. Could take out an Old Blood King with it potentially with the Assembly Droid in the future.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you can also just use it off of the Golem Rampage too.
That's true. Yeah.
It's a much cheaper way to set it up than having to play something from EX for 2.
And this Prototype Warrior technology is kind of heads up, honestly.
Yeah. We
People
definitely
hiding
overlooked
tech
it.
until the last second.
Yeah. So now, got 3 play points to work with. Added Ancient Alchemists, but if you just pass on this turn, it's not looking too good. This is probably where T-Bun would like to see a Angelic Barrage that he unfortunately does not play.
Yeah. I wonder if the Angelic Barrage tech is just way too valuable. Like, we've seen it do so well in this tournament in general. Not only just against Abyss, which is obviously what breaks the back of the matchup, but also like because we've mentioned this before, but because you split damage with Magic Blade and Medusa, you end up being able to manipulate the board in such a way that Barrage does even more work than it otherwise would, right? So
Yeah.
it's a strong tech option for sure.
And I really respect all these players for being able to make these small adjustments and like looking through their lists and finding the small differences. It's like you really see their own personal flavor and what they felt was strong from their own testing. It's like there's definitely been some decks in Evolve throughout history that I've worked on for quite a long time, and especially Disdain Dragon is a deck that I just constantly kept sort of trying to innovate on and like keeping up with trends and changes and like trying out whatever topping list I saw just to like see like the logic behind their choices and then kind of using that to inform my own deck building choice. But that process is very arduous and very time consuming, and it really you have to really dedicate to these decks in order to properly understand what needs to be played and needs to be taken out. So seeing them apply that to basically every single deck that they're bringing, they really put a lot of time and effort into the preparation period, which I think cannot be understated.
For sure. And I mean, definitely an event that is worthy of that preparation.
Oh, yeah.
too.
100%. King coming down. That's gonna be a nice way to take out the Alchemist that just made her way onto that board, but now you can still technically, I think we haven't play the play points, but we do have Gift for Bloodkin here to come down. So now we get to evolve this with the 1 last play point, buff up the bats, and then they're going to take out the Alchemist, and also, of course, you just have 2 defense remaining now on that Golem. So overall, a pretty good turn, and also managed to push T-Burn down to 14, which is also pretty huge. So now we're basically in this position where Surrey has a pretty good offensive setup here, but on T-Burn's side, losing that Alchemist might actually come back to bite, because it would have been really strong to be able to play, to have the Alchemist remain, play it out this turn, or have the Alchemist remain, pay the 3 to evolve it, and then essentially just push out a bunch of golems on top. I mean, pay 2 and a evolve point to evolve it, push out 3 golems while trading out, and pushing 9 damage to face would have been the dream, but sadly, have to alternate from that game plan and see where he's going to be able to go now instead.
うんうんうんこの後も2枚ドローできるタイミングは
Alright, so now
決闘の王もまた体力5というところで
T-Burn's really thinking about it. This is a tough position to be because also looking at T-Burn's list, there is the 2 cost. I forget the English name of it, but it's the workshop. It's the one that is a 2 cost amulet that creates a strike form golem on fanfare. So that has really good synergy together with, of course, you know, once you have an ancient alchemist on board, and then you still play out more. So T-Burn is definitely really heavily leaning into the golem game plan here. But surprisingly, despite leaning into it super hard, he only plays 2 of the base ancient alchemists, but 3 of the evolved copies. So that's why I think he plans to play one out early and then just use the Caradwins to keep bringing them back instead of constantly just bringing back Riley's. So I think that's also a very interesting choice and approach from T-Burn's deck building perspective, which again, I talked about so much earlier. You know, it's coming to those conclusions as a deck builder is also very difficult, whether you're doing it solo or with a group.
これはそうですね多分高コスト帯のパワーカードすべてたどり着けていないので手の内容もかなり苦しいですねライトメージ1回と魔女の大側1回打ってのこれは
Alright, still debating on it. He's really mulling over these decisions, and Surrey's also kind of looking as, okay, I got 6 play points next turn, 3 bats in the back. Is pretty huge because if you do want to just go into Vanya for 6 damage to face, you also get probably a full board clear because there's 4 bats in the back.
今ここでエンシェントアルケミストを出したとして進化までしかできないのではい本当はちょっとかなり苦しいですね
Oh, gingerbread house here. Just to heal back. I mean, you definitely don't want to risk losing just because you didn't heal enough, even though you have the option to do so.
TP が4です TP は1あります
Debating on summoning the golems here, though. They were probably meant to be used in conjunction. He hasn't let go yet, so that doesn't mean he's committed.
でエンシェントアルケミストを
The mirror in hand does mean you could theoretically
進化するために
bring back the alchemist, but not gonna go for it. We're gonna just push out these golems. 3 wards on board.
悩ましい
One that can go face for 3, but
使うためには先ほどのエンシェントア
if
ル
you
ケミ
don't
スト
engage
を
them,
出てきたこの
doesn't really matter. The king is gonna stay alive. What's it gonna be? Trade for Dublame? I feel like you want to just start making a difference here. You gotta push face. That's right.
全く対し
And now pass back.
ランダムでフィールド
Surrey managed to see all of his field stay intact.
リーダーに行きましたね
Ooh, and draws into some buffing too.
した防御型オーレムが結果的に仕事して立っているそんな中で返します
Dublame is also a source of 3 damage. King is evolved, if I'm not mistaken.
イブ選手のプランとしては次のターンに赤バカのエンシェントアルケミストを
Let's take a look.
で
Ooh, a gift from Luckin is also huge. And a Rose Queen in hand as well for the late game.
盤面を処理すると
There's not too much what he can do with right now. I guess Unleash the Night feels a bit weird. The king is evolved, so you do get a sale
少し
on everything. So you could use the
難しい表
could use the fortress,
本当はまあ 6PP あるので
make a bat,
いろんなパターンで動くことができる
trade that in with the assail, unleash the night, 3 more bats, trade them in with a sail.
残ったことで相手の盤面に当たり
Looks like that might be what's happening. Unleash the night also just helps you draw cards. Yep. Don't even need the assail, just trade from the rush.
まずは吸血の補助を起動
Yep, unleash the night, play 3, draw 2.
フォレストバットが
What will Surrey find off the top here?
1ゲームの始まりでフォレストバットを3体生成
Can't really see it. Let's see if the camera crew can give us a closer perspective. Alright, drew a Vanya and another king. Okay. The 2 cost Vampire Princess Vanya, as well as another Old Blood King. That's pretty good. Good cards to have. But I wonder, I don't think that's what you want to end on this turn, though. All right, he's really thinking about it. Vanya is a good stat stick, but she's gonna be 4-4, so it's actually not that great. It basically means that you're gonna get, like, Medusa can answer her. You can also get answered by Riley coming out. I believe there is a. I don't think there is a Riley yet in T-Burn's cemetery. King wants to go face. The king seeks blood. Igni's back. The viewers don't even know you were gone. It is what it is. It is what it is. Don't worry about it, buddy. So what you miss basically is that so basically I think you just missed one of T-Burn's turns where he played out all the golems that he had in the EX to set up for the wards. And then Surrey basically just unleashed the knight, drew some cards. His king stayed alive for a whole turn, so he managed to trade away the board like that. And now he played out a 2-cost 4/4 Vanya. And now he's going to use the mirror here. So interestingly enough, T-Burn only plays 2 main deck alchemists, but 3 evolved ones. So he kind of plays it with the expectation to be reviving her and evolving her over and over again. Yep. 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 So now the alchemist again is the one that came back from last turn. So he played out 1 for 3 play points, but got answered by the king, and now we're gonna see a lot of damage come through here. Only has. Oh, I think we might be having some technical issues with Igni's side. On my side, I do hear Igni quite clearly, so we'll let the technical side figure that out. But let's see here. We have our alchemist together with, of course, the 1-cost golem doing work as well. So what's really interesting about the way that the alchemist works is that the alchemist does say that as long as this is in play, all of your golem followers cost 1 less to play. So even the one from hand that you play is also cost -1. That's why you could play it for 0, which is absolutely huge. All right. So it looks like we're getting Igni back here slowly.
Hello.
All right, so I think you guys should be able to hear Igni now in chat.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, Indonesian internet. I'm doing my best. Apologies.
You're good. You're good.
It is what it is.
T-Win's been making some crazy plays while you were gone, though.
Oh, I see that.
Today I learned that Alchemist also affects the golems in your hand.
Yeah, that prototype warrior ended up being a heads-up technology that nobody else
huge,
was
yeah.
keen on.
So it's overall been a pretty big swing, but even then, Surrey's still so far ahead, and now this king is gonna probably make another dent as well.
Just trade out everything, right? Basically.
Yep.
Do
At
you know what's in
least
Surrey's
get
hand?
the.
Is there a Vania in the back?
There is not.
Ooh. Okay. All right, everything gets buffed up here. Those are some big bats, and yep. Very board-based meta, if you guys didn't realize. Coming into Shadowverse EVOLVE. It's a lot of back and forth here.
Oh man, Igni might cry. I just saw a very emotional tweet
Oh no! From one of the top 8 players who didn't make it.
Yeah, so I tweeted in the morning that Nini, like, he always like expressed that he just wants to like have fun no matter where he's at, whether it's the top tables or whenever he's winning or losing. But he just quote retweeted it and said, "I just watched this video and just like full out started crying, just like just
Oh,
started
no.
bawling." He's like, I can't. He's like, I can't honestly say that today I was just having fun, but I'm glad that at the very end of the top 8 game he could at least be seen smiling. So I'm like, man, I love this game, dude.
Dang, that hits. That hits.
That hits, dude.
All right. The Old Blood King did a great job of trading and still pushing 6 to face, by the way, with 2-3 attack bets, which is crazy. But the bats, they look small, but they get big really quick with all these old cards that you wouldn't have expected to become good, like Precious Bloodfangs, all the way from set 2, now making a huge resurgence in set 9. That's part of why I love Shadowverse Evolve so much, is that they're constantly printing support for cards from way back so that more and more decks become viable. And we're even seeing that now with some of the set 10 spoilers from yesterday, where Hero Sword and a lot of the other flame cards are going to be getting support. It's very, very sick to me.
Yeah. It's gonna be. I can't wait to get more of the reveals from set 10. I mean, after these next 2 games, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, right before the grand finals, we are going to be getting some announcements. So, guys, make sure you stay tuned in, locked in for the announcements very
The
soon.
big news.
Not even me know what the news is. At least I
Yeah.
don't. Chris, you know?
No, I don't know anything. I genuinely have no
clue.
idea.
Oh, and we actually do see the play using Golem's
Ooh.
Rampage to actually take out the Prototype Warrior, a cheaper activation target than the Golems in the EX area, and then Faust on top of that. Very well constructed turn 7 here.
This is huge. I mean, this is basically, again, T-Bun's whole deck building just coming to fruition. His whole list is built with these interactions in mind, rather than just like spamming Caradwin, spamming Faust, spamming Riley all the time. There is another backup plan that's a lot more accessible compared to the other builds of Earthright.
The only opportunity cost, of course, is the lack of attack, such as Angelic Barrage, which might have been better in this particular matchup. But
Yep.
still, it was a very heads-up, cute little interaction that I didn't even realize, because I forgot that Prototype Warrior was a Golem in the first place. It was pretty interesting.
Yep. The only downside is that you lose to Vanya Storm here.
That's true. Vania Storm gets ya. Do we know if there's one in Sari's hand?
I don't think I saw one.
Also, this Old Blood King has to go, man. Oh, no, we have Red Hot. We're good.
Yeah, he's not sticking out for too long. So,
Well,
yeah,
we
we're
have a Cauldron, though. Let's see.
always search first, even if you don't have any more play points left. You still gotta know. And if Suri doesn't have the Vania, it's gonna be quite a different story.
Could there be a stabilization coming from the other side? Just ward up, get heals off of with the maybe a gingerbread house or something off the top.
Don't
there
you think
any
he would
other
have played the
stain?
gingerbread house if he had it?
Yeah, true.
I feel like he's out.
There's not much more to sustain in the entire deck, so it's pretty tough.
Yeah. Yeah, it's being at 5 defense against Vampire is pretty dire, not gonna lie.
Riley Hydro Shaman in hand, though. From the Cauldron. Red Hot takes that out. And the Faust effect is going to proc, making it a little bit harder to clear. But if it's Vania, it's GG. Oh, Rose Queen! It is turn 8. Rose Queen
depends
is
on
GG
the
too.
hand.
Depends on the hand.
Oh no, you just win off of
Oh,
the
you win off of Thornburst no matter what, right? Oh,
Thornburst gets the game.
Yeah.
That is gonna be it. Game 1 goes to Suri.
Sorry. Doing super strongly.
It was another grind fest, but Surrey does take game 1 here.
Man, the concentration on the players is crazy, and like the amount of decision making that they had to do over the course of 2 days, by the way, is
Right?
definitely going to start taking its toll. But I have to commend them for still making plays out of their freaking gourd, even under these conditions. It's incredible stuff.
Absolutely. This is definitely something for the eyes. And now Surrey is 1 win away from finals. Just needs to win one of these next 2 games with the second deck of his lineup, and you're confirmed to have the biggest chance at that winner's card from all the players here.
True. Let me just take a look real quick at T-Boon's deck list. I am curious if there's anything interesting in the Abyss that I missed earlier. But yeah, after seeing a prototype warrior, I'm like, what else is this guy cooking?
Yeah, his so he doesn't run Rose Queen in his Abyss.
runs-
A lot more aggressive.
Paradise Vanguard.
Yep.
What? Okay, I was not expecting that. I'll be honest with you. So that it's a is it Banish Paradise Vanguard? Because I know it banishes in a digital game.
Yeah, so it on Evolve chooses an opponent's 4 cost or lower follower and banishes it on Evolve. So it doesn't really do anything on its main body. It can if you have 5 or more angel cards in your cemetery, it banishes an enemy follower on fanfare, but spoiler alert, he's the only angel in the whole deck, so he's just there to be evolved into.
Interesting. I was not expecting this whatsoever.
Right. It's a tech that you see in some lists, but it's pretty rare too.
Well, I mean, Banish is pretty rare in general, so maybe this is the time. Just like make sure you can't res stuff. That is pretty relevant in a lot of matchups these days because a lot of decks are looking to recycle stuff from the drop. So
Right.
could be relevant. Could be true. Let's find out, I suppose. Banish.
We'll find out very soon.
4 play points or less. That does get rid of Riley, Caridwin, not Foss, but Riley, Caridwin, Alchemist, and Vania, right?
Yep.
That's not bad. A little expensive.
Honestly,
though.
yeah, it's considering how aggressive his list is, I do think this is a throw. So we are gonna throw that hand back. Oh, I think was that 2 gifts?
No
I think
one
that is
drop.
2
It's
gifts.
crazy.
2 gifts in hand is pretty huge. Double Riley. Ooh,
Double Riley and a Beastfish, which is really strong.
that might be a keep. You can just play the Riley on 3 on curve.
Yeah. And you're going
you are
second
going
too,
second.
so you can evolve
Yeah.
the rabbit.
That's true. He's keeping it.
Yep, I would agree with that. Let's jump into it.
Alright.
Shadowverse Showdown.
Game number 2. Here comes the Beast Mage.
And Gifford Bloodkin just for the bodies. Yep. Passing turn 1 is a more aggressive list, though. Is interesting.
I mean, if you don't have anything, you don't have anything. Can't be helped, right?
Yeah. But
Here comes the rabbit. Let's see what it finds. Hopefully not a whiff this time.
yeah, we've seeing like a weirdly high concentration of whiffs in the tournament when we really shouldn't
Right.
be whiffing a lot of the time.
Right. Okay. Okay, looks like we have quite a few targets here. We got
Yeah.
we got
no worries.
Caridwin, we got Faust, we got the whole gang in here. What is it gonna be though? I feel like from what we saw of his hand, he has double Riley, so
I think
I
Faust is-
Caridwin's better here.
Faust can get drills to sink O'Reilly though.
We have to wait for turn 5 for that. Caridwin you can actually chuck next turn because you have an evolve point, but looks like it's gonna be the Faust. I guess you could just play a Riley next turn anyway, so it doesn't really
Yeah,
make a
exactly.
difference.
Just sink the Riley next turn as is, and then go from there.
Mm.
You can even Beast Face now. You don't even have to play the Riley for the Earthright, right? You just play it as a guy.
And so far, you're pretty good on followers too. It's like you've got good board presence, you've got good stats, and you're forcing T1 to burn resources to answer them instead of pushing aggression, which he definitely wants to be doing. Unleash the Knight is a good play.
I definitely think that Beastface Mage is one of the most important cards in the early game in this matchup because like it just does so much work. Turns 1 to like 3 or 4 that like you have it, you're not conceding tempo at all, I feel like.
I think we're unleashing the Knight here though, Igni.
That's a great card. 3/3 draw 2 for 3. Let's go.
Yep. There we go.
I mean,
don't forget to
it
play
was
the
also
bats.
a great card in digital, so no surprise.
Yeah. Oh, we picked up a Vania there. I think both Vanias actually.
Yeah, very nice. Another mage. Oh, we see a Cauldron off the top here for Sare. Very strong card to just play. Or you could just play the Riley as well.
Yeah, I don't think that changes the Riley game plan from before.
Also a rabbit though. Riley would just be a 2/4 here, right? So, but it's still you still kind of want to have it down just so you can sink it later.
Yeah. You are presenting good stats on board too, so it's like you're. Oh, you are Cauldroning, okay?
He's gonna go for Cauldron.
I guess you can use Beast Mage to now get rid of one of the bats. Oh, I got a Red Hot up there, but Red Hot isn't a target.
Yep.
It's gonna be an Alchemist instead. Good card to have, as we've seen from T-Boon's list especially.
2 play points remaining. You don't have that much. I was gonna say, like, do you just rabbit and evolve it with the point?
I think so.
Yeah. Just keep digging through.
So.
Nothing wrong with that. The biggest flex is that wedding ring. A happy life.
Damn.
Bro is winning in the game and in life.
Nah, that's a good point. Alright, what do we find off the search? It's a Riley. Oh, no, that's his hand. There's a Caradwin. 2 Caradwins. Okay, I think you've got to pick it up by now.
Yep. For sure.
It's good find. I mean, you got your next turn sorted out. You have your Faust that you added earlier as well. Gonna use that to take out one of the bats and then just swing with the bunny, the rabbit, into the face.
Mm-hmm. This is a... we're in a nature enclosure right now. We got the rabbits, the bats, the wolf.
Happy Easter to those celebrating it at the end of the month.
What else is going on?
There's quite a lot of options in T-Win's hand, but I don't like committing anything like a gift. I think he did find the 2-cost Vanya, the princess, so that could actually theoretically push a bunch of damage face and then answer the 2 rabbits. That would actually be pretty big. It's like 5 damage face while you're at it.
Would do. Is there a potential aggressive line where you just like buff up the bats and go face? I think that's probably what T-Boon's considering here as well. Like, well, the 2 options, right?
I was going for gift.
And Blood
and the buff. Yeah.
This means that they're immune to Barrage.
Good point.
Or they don't die to Barrage.
Sorry, does have the one of that can be searched from the Medusa.
I think you just go face with all, or face with 3 anyway.
Yeah. I do agree.
Aggressive start. I like it.
Oh, he traded.
Oh, really? Okay.
I mean, it does help to answer. You have a lot of burst damage down the line, so I guess you don't need to be that aggressive here.
I also guess you can't really leave the Beast Face Mage up. It just keeps getting so much value.
Yeah, right. Especially now that you invested into the buff. So now you still have a body on board, but I think this turn you want to just Caradwin and You did drop. Has he dropped anything important to revive? I mean, even if you don't, you can push 4 damage into one of the bats off the carried one, which is also important. I think that's probably going to be the play. Yeah, and then just use both of your Earth Rights just to get the potions for later, too. So there's the first one. And then you do have to go for the Evolve here. Off the play points. Gonna save that Evolve point for later, especially for Rose Queen if you can save it for that. That's pretty huge.
For sure.
Okay, Surrey does play the Rose Queen. It's T-Win that doesn't play the Rose Queen.
I just think it feels so bad to use an instant on a bad, but I guess you have to. You don't want to be taking any of that damage, so fair enough. Especially since the bastards get more value the longer they're on field, so.
Yeah, now you only have 4 damage left, chilling on the board.
I'm pretty sure we know that there's an eventide in T-Bun's hand, so this Criminal should be pretty easy to take care of. But I wonder if this is where we're going to see the Paradise Vanguard tech prevent a resurrected Cribbin or something. I don't think it's a hand.
Oh, I guess you're right. That if he finds it.
Could be either on that or on Riley, depending on. But Riley's usually sunk with drills anyway.
Yeah.
So. Oh, Night Horde clears, doesn't it? Because it's 4 bats total. And it would deal 4 to
Oh, that's true, that's true. It would.
That's pretty sick. It's actually a pretty neat play.
Yeah, you get to develop your board a little bit too.
Hovering over it, I'm definitely considering it too.
Take a look.
I say I'm definitely considering it as if he's taking into account my opinion.
Yeah.
I'm just here to watch it.
I will email him my opinion. Let's see if he picks up on it.
See if he reaches it in time.
That's pretty wild though. Like, T-Bun plays 1 good luck. It's like if that accidentally drops, it's Jover.
Yeah, man. It's very interesting. It's a much more aggressive list than we are used to seeing from the other players in the tournament today.
Yeah. So what can you do here? You also have 2-cost Vanya as an option, but I think you would rather save that for later. So I think overall, I mean, the general lines we've looked at are pretty good. It's just that we're not seeing his hand too much, but yep, that's gonna do it. Get your 2 bats out and 4 damage to the Caradwin. That takes her out.
Great.
And now virtually anything can take out the rabbit.
I don't think everybody is playing Night Horde too. Like it's not.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
It's definitely
Great
more
card.
on the
Especially like
aggressive
in
lists.
all of the Abyss matches we've seen so far. It's just bats on bats on bats on bats. Night Horde just seems like a very natural fit.
It does, yeah, it really does. Vanya comes out. She's gonna be huge, 6/6. We do know that Faust is most likely to play next turn, so I'm curious to see how far that's gonna go because it's gonna be a little bit hard to take. You might have to do double Red Hot just to take out the Vanya there.
I think so. I mean, otherwise, what else are you doing, right? You don't really have any other options to clear a 6/6 body. Not even Riley does it, so kind of has to be Faust double Red Hot.
Yeah. Yeah, it just barely ducks away from the Riley, which is very important here because you don't get to. You prevent them from drawing cards, which is pretty huge.
I just realized
Finally,
that if he Faust double Red Hots kills the Vania, and there's another Night Horde in hand, it just kills the Faust with 5 bats. Isn't that really good?
yeah. T-Bun finally strikes blood though.
Yeah.
At long last, dealt some damage.
He's been trying to put himself to this favorable position, but he's been taking damage in the meantime. Now it's sort of on Sauri's. It's sort of in Sauri's court to try and like bring this position back. Like you can't leave a 6/6 Vania up.
So for the record, there is 3 Red Hot in Sauri's list. It's crazy how important Red Hot ended up being. I didn't rate it as high initially. So I was like, oh, I mean, you could be doing so much more with your Faust. But then it's like, actually, just pushing out 6 damage to, whether it's to 1 follower or between 2 is pretty good.
it's the try not to die challenge option of Faust. Like, it's not the
Yeah.
thing you would love to be doing, but it's the thing that you have to do sometimes. Otherwise, you just lose the turn after, right?
Exactly.
そうですよね。はい。
Here comes Faust, and probably gonna be double red hot. I'm assuming.
Yep, it's gotta be. Yes, sir.
So goodbye to the Vanya. It's pretty good that T-Bun was able to kind of get that response out of Surrey instead of letting him kind of relax and make like a mirror or something that would push the aggression instead. So it's
Absolutely.
like a 100% reactive turn.
It's a reactive play that honestly just pushes the game plan back for Runecraft, and it's something that T-Bun's not happy to see the 6/6 gone, but he's happy to see this play out probably.
Yeah.
Especially if this is another Night Horde, it just kills the kills the Foss. That'd be the best play here.
You're right. It actually can. And then if you have
Yeah.
another form of buffing, then you're looking at 7 damage to face.
If he does Night Horde plus Bloodfangs, it's like it's backbreaking. But we'll see.
I don't know if he has Blood Fangs.
He does have Night Horde though. I see it, right? It's right there.
Yeah,
behind
yeah,
me.
yeah. Night Horde he does. Blood Fangs, a little
See-
suspect.
True. And Daylight requires a target, right? So
Yeah.
you can't Bloodfangs first. You can't Night Horde first. So that's a bit awkward.
Mm.
If there is a Daylight, there's not, but there was.
Hmm.
もちろんその盤面ノックに裏目があるので、一概にその盤面を5面フォイスバットで埋める。
Night Horde go face is so clean, but you don't really have a follow up. So I do kind of rate this this fortress play.
Yeah, you don't want to get board lock randomly either.
どっちかでもあれば、フォレストバットだけでもダメージが出せるようにはなりますが、
All right. What is Fortress fine?
ではないのであれば、かなり怖い選択肢になりますよね。
Look for
例えばここで尊きケツガが
Vania 2.
ならフォイスバットだけで埋めるのもやぶさかではないみたいな。
Vania is not bad, honestly.
It is Vania 2. Very nice.
Mm-hmm.
五条を歩いた先であったのはバンピー。
Yeah, you can afford
You
to pop
yeah.
the fortress.
And yeah,
You
yeah,
still have
two of
3
the
play
guys.
points.
そしてフォレストバット。
今加えたバンピーが
We're swinging for 2.
いますかね。ちょうど4コストなの
There
で。
you go. Then sack 2.
今のフォレストバッ
To
ト
kill the foul.
Yep.
That's also a 6/6 again.
再びフルパワーを
Very good, very good.
T-Boon's
Very
like,
well
you
played
spent
out.
an entire Foss getting 2 red hots just to kill my 6/6. Now you have to do it again, but you can't because you have no other red hots in the deck.
Yeah,
So,
right.
It is a very awkward position that T-Boon is putting Sare in, seeing that Sare had a weak turn and putting him in the exact same position yet again.
Medusa does answer this board, but I don't think he has a
Nope.
Medusa. Yeah, he doesn't. It's a bit awkward. You could try to draw 1,
1回目のバンピーに
and then if you draw into Medusa, then
ファーストから
play accordingly. But
前列を取れたんですが、二
if you
体
don't,
演熱が
it's pretty rough.
最大でも1枚しか残っていないので、まあ演熱ができ
Especially now, the life totals are getting pretty close.
Mm-hmm. T-Boon is the beatdown right now, I feel like.
Yeah.
からまあ演熱それから
Sare is just trying to react. Like, if he leaves that 6/6 up, that swing 6 plus Vania attack is lethal. So, the 6/6 has to go, right? Otherwise, Blood Queen just wins.
見えますね。
Yeah.
あのバンピーが残って帰ってきて
I guess you do have Gingerbread. It does give you the heal, but
勝つって言って
man, it's
1回目レベルですね。
a little odd. Just a little odd.
あ今の
You cannot be ignoring this board. It's like against Vampire, it just gets out of hand very quickly. So
まだまだ
realistically here, you think
非常に強力
Faust.
バンピーの名称指定である
Man, you just need like some way to do a bit of damage here.
関係もあって、やはりまあバンピー2枚とも活躍するようになってますね。
Oh, are you double Rileying?
破格なテーブルじゃないですか。
No, that feels so bad. You have to, though.
It's double Riley. Wow.
You do have
I-
to.
I entertained that in my mind, but I felt so unconfident in that play, I didn't even want to say it.
I mean, otherwise you just straight up lose, right? Vania.
Yeah.
GG. So now this is 3 damage face. He needs 9 to win. And you do
One thing I
cut
really
up to-
appreciate about these players is that they're very calm about approaching lethal. They generally speaking don't go for lethal until it is like 100% I will win here. They don't go for these turns where it's like, oh, I could like here revive these things and then like, be this close to lethal and I'll somehow win next turn. It's always okay. I will do if I can win this turn 100%, I will do it. If I can't, we're answering board and chipping down the health a tiny bit because next turn I'll find a way to win anyway.
Mm.
And if it's not next turn, then it's gonna be the turn after that.
Definitely a different type of play style. I feel like a lot of people in SEAO, my home region, are more reckless than this.
Right. I feel like the players in Japan are very, very patient and don't like. Sometimes I notice from my own playing too that I'm willing to take more risky plays just if it means that risk is going to pay off. Because if it goes to the long game, it's like I might be cooked. I gotta
Yeah.
win here.
後にどうつながるかと相手の盤面に相手が1体残って
I probably play the same way, where I'm just trying to win in a. If the probability is high enough, I'll probably go for it.
Yeah, right.
どうかというのを
Take the 50-50.
かなと思いますもちろん66番ピンの
Well, you know me, I'm a gambling man.
ではありますし
He says probability high enough. I say 50-50. He says yes. Okay, that's high enough.
Don't tell me the odds. 50 is basically 100.
思いつかない
That's
Run
right.
it.
1% is not 0%, right?
高尾からライで出てきてもまあ1残ります
But yeah, I mean, this is a little awkward for T-Bone, I guess, because you got two bodies that if you kill them, they come back. You're only at 10 defense after all. So
Yeah.
ライリーが
you can't really leave it up either, because that's 4 to your face.
次のターンにそれになることはほぼないように見受けられます
It's 6 to your face.
No, I mean the two oh wait. Is Riley a 3-4?
Yeah.
ダンパスバンピンを出して
Bruh, I'm cooked. My brain is
Yeah.
cooked.
She's pretty good. So that means Alchemist would with the evolve point actually win as well.
選手の実験の中身を思い出しながらどれがいいか
Oh, true.
考えてるかなと
Yeah, so this is actually kind of awkward. I mean, the double Riley ended up being pretty good.
でも全然相
No, sorry, I'm lying. There's no sigils on board.
でもうリーサ
This
ル
was like one less ping, right?
ここで9点の選択肢を取られ
I don't know if you
I
got
mean
two.
that means you're not winning, right?
選んだカードは東の
Oh, but this Vanya, is it gonna be a face Vanya? It is.
is
gonna
a
be
face Vanya.
6-6 and
I mean, you
but
do
the
get
bats
to play
are
Gift for Bloodkin, yes, to answer the Riley.
answer one of them.
That's true.
Yeah. All right, just gonna ping 2 into there.
3点を2回
What about the other one?
さらに吸血鬼バンピン
Great question.
You don't have
Full
board
face.
space anymore. Gonna just swing in 6 remaining defense, and that's
You can swing in 3 as well.
true.
Or you could. No, that's it. You can't do anything.
20対12とかでしたもん
I was gonna say, could you stack the bat to play another one? But I don't think you can.
Nope.
粘り強く戦いひっくり返
I'm just trying to find a way that Surrey can actually do the extra damage he's missing next turn, but I don't see it.
するのかしないのかの選択を考えてるかなと
Yeah, I really don't see it.
結構良さそうに見えるんですがこうした時の裏目
This feels like it's gonna be going to game 3.
どう考えてますかねはいスイートミデューサーを
I think it might just do. T-Boon has quite the lead.
相手の場に5体読者が出せる
There is no 7 damage burst on turn 7 here. I don't believe so.
ただこういう曲2のフォレストはトワリーライ
Even with a Riley, it's
Yeah,
only
everything is one
nine.
off.
Yeah,
Every
it's one
line
off.
of play is one off. It's pretty annoying.
この一枚を横にするかどうか
Yeah, it's like even bringing back Riley's now like doesn't take out the Vanya either.
ですね1点削るとまあ3になって
Ah,
一体どう
if only Angelic Barrage hit face.
手札を上の場合に上げこう倒すこともできるようになるので
I
Was
wouldn't
that
bet
Faust
that
off the
either.
top?
ことのリスクの方が高いという判断をしましたね。はい。
There's a
It is,
Faust
yeah,
in
it is.
hand.
1体はスタンドのフォレストバットが3枚。
There are gingerbreads still available in the deck, I think, for Surrey.
But how do you deal with the rest of the board is the problem,
全
right?
部倒したい。全部倒したいですね。はい。選んだカードは
He still
Price of
has
Magic doesn't deal with this.
one red hot. There's still one red hot in here.
演説の術式はあるんです
Man, Medusa would have been really good here.
使える。
Medusa would have been really huge in being able to just like distribute 5 to.
Oh yeah, and
the-
pulling a barrage too.
ぐらいしかなさそう。
Yeah, so
Right?
it pulls
Yeah.
Barrage and then pulls
まあ今日です。
that does 5 damage to Vanya. You get 5 serpents technically in total. Discount everything,
Would have been fun.
but at only 2 cards, 2 copies in the deck, makes you want to play a third.
Yeah,
3回復。
you think about it.
見ました。
You certainly do.
Yeah.
Okay, we got Mirror. Mirror's pulling Redwin or Alchemist?
ゾーンの飛躍で先ほど確かやった雷遊墓場から出せないな。
It's looking to be the carried one.
まあ
Indeed.
使う
そうですね。激ヤか飛躍か。
So now,
nerve-wracking.
yeah.
How do you deal
You're-
with this entire? Lavania is so big. It's a 6/6. Goodness
Managed to
me.
go back to 7, so at least you're not dying to Vayne on her own.
Ah,
but-
true.
Uh,
まだ使わなかったですかね。
使わなかったよう。そう
we're using an evolve point. We're gonna have 2 play points remaining. Carried one's gonna evolve. You are gonna use the earth right there. Keep 1 earth right alive.
またこの飛躍をそのまま
So we didn't get the
墓場から
the damage potion. So it's gonna be the
Just going for
revive
Eternal,
potion for
yeah.
Riley here. So the Riley will come out and swing with 6 to Vanya while drawing 2, which is
bad.
good.
And it does
And
5
also deal
too.
5 to one of the non-engaged bats.
Mhm. So this swings into the Vanya, then you trade the Cridwin to the engaged bat. You're left with 7 defense against 2 attacking bats. You still die to Vania off the top, right?
まあ66なので、はい、ワンピーター打ちですね。
Yeah, I think you do indeed. Yeah, this can do 3 damage face, but you are leaving up 2 bats, and that is going to be a very risky place to be. There are no
Oh wait,
double gingerbread.
where did
Never
that come
mind,
from?
never
Holy
mind.
moly!
He
Great
kept that to
googly
the
move.
very end just to keep T-Bird thinking. He was like, all right, let me make you comfortable. Let me make you feel
Oh
like you
my
have game on board. Psych! I'm back at 13, baby.
That is amazing. The double gingerbread. Oh my God! What is it? Christmas? We're going all the way to 13, and now nothing that T-Boon does this turn is lethal. And he even had the Vania in the hand too. So
Yep,
if he didn't
he
do
had
that
game.
double gingerbread, it was over.
He had game. He had game. This is... The board is still answerable. He has quite a lot of damage. We have, in terms of stats, we have 5 defense, 2 defense, and 4 defense. So, Vania evolves for 6 damage, but you get 2 bats to play. They both sink into the Faust. The other 2 bats go into the carried one. And then you need to wait to deal 4 damage to the Riley.
And then even if you full clear, you have 1 Riley sunk, so you just summon the Riley from grave and go face, right?
選手は大陸リーダー大会4だったので、
And you can't really afford to go into the kind Vanya either, because that will, while you're healing, it's gonna get cooked.
Yeah, you still can't remove if you do that.
You only heal 1 from the Raven, so that's not enough.
I think
Oh,
Sare's
Sari
got
might
him.
have checkmated here.
I think Sare's got him checkmated.
And that was
double
very
gingerbread
close. If
house
it
is-
wasn't,
Man,
Dude.
that's crazy, bro.
if it wasn't for the double gingerbread, I feel like T-Bin probably was like, okay, all right, we're going to game 3. We're going to game 3, and I was like, wait, what? You
Yeah.
can see everyone, even the cameraman zoomed in on Sari. He's like, oh, he just got us all.
プレスパッドを出す
Yep. Bamboozling was crazy. And he even had the Vania in hand too. If that play did not occur, this might have been T-Bun's game, but
Yep. Vanya is still coming down though for 3 play points, and how many are we chucking into the evolve? It's 3. Are we using her just to clear? There is a chance you can. She does clear everything if you do.
but if you do clear everything, don't you just resummon Riley? Go face?
Yep. Yep. So you cannot actually clear the Riley. So you have to push that to face and pray that that wins you the game too. It's
Bro.
honestly very tough. Ooh,
Goes for heal.
Raven for the heal. That's okay. That is a way to take out the Riley and still survive.
Goes to 7. So Riley only does 6.
ラリーだけは知らない
It's not over yet.
Wait, hold up. Is it the comeback? The comeback
Yup.
of the comeback?
というのはもう点数順なので
Taven's not out yet. Both players are in safe amounts of defense, but the problem is that Taven's now used a lot of the aggression of his deck, right?
Yeah.
You only have 1 more. Oh wait, Alchemist. Doesn't he have an
Alchemist
evolve
lethal?
point?
1, 2, 3. No, it's 1 off, right? No evolve points.
Oh, no evolve points left. Oh, I was like, oh, he went second. He should still have 1. I was like, ah, never mind. Still 1 off. still
I mean, even
one
Ganon
off.
evolve point, he would only have 2 golems, right? Because it only generates 2.
You're also that's true.
Yeah.
首の皮一枚つながるよう
So,
な
oh, it's tough. Toughy.
No matter what, it's one off.
はい、
Does have carried one as well. I think there's still one more evolve left.
この後11をどう削るか。
Yeah, looks like it. Ooh.
渡り続けていますが、サレ選手も簡単な状況ではあ
Damn,
りません。
that Raven heal 2 was really clutch.
リーダー大陸を7にするという
Now-
Don't forget, there's always the heal too.
ではなく、道徳決がなどで、はい。
Now, if Sare can't win this turn, surely next turn T-Boon gets it. We've been saying for the past few turns every time.
Yeah.
Uh,
I'm refraining from agreeing with your statement now. I'm gonna wait and just let it happen.
Let's see.
Are you just alchemisting anyway? I guess you get wards up. That
do, that's
stops
true.
the storm damage,
And
and
it does clear the Vania, right?
you don't have to direct this damage to face either. So you can take out the bat with one of them, take out the Vanya with another, and then trade
Trade the Raven.
with the alchemist herself. Where's this going?
For
to the
it's
Vanya.
Yeah.
このターン選んでいくのはエンシェントアルケミスト。
This one's to the face. All right, the one bat is allowed to live. These wards will be there to stop it.
盤面に、
He's
一
debating it.
Chip, doing that all-important chip.
スティーブン選手の体力は4。
Is there a way to take 11 damage from in one turn from Vanya? I don't think so, but he's gonna still ward up anyway.
Was it he was considering keeping it standing or keeping it reserved, which is interesting. So that
Thing is that there's no Rose Queen in T-Boon's list, so the damage cap is actually very limited.
yeah, that's true.
Well, I guess in front of a king, you don't really care too much if it's engaged or not.
Oh, sure.
が、ヤケは1です。
Fair enough, but like, was there a world where you kept them reserved and then swung the next turn for lethal? That's
Yes.
probably what Sari was thinking for a second there.
Yes, I do think that that was the line of play. But at the end of the day, you have lethal in your cemetery off of the Riley.
Yep, that all-important chip was like very necessary.
We only see one card that can recover defense in this hand, so getting back to 5 is not enough.
It's Noontide, right? Only heals 1.
Yep. There's no ward in hand either. Are we now at long last at a checkmate situation for Surrey? It feels like we've said this every single turn so far.
The
Oh, and he just surrenders. Surrey is going to finals after that very difficult set against T-Boon. It was a 2-0, but it was not a close match whatsoever.
That was incredible. Like, Sare, that guy is built different, man. Like, he can see the lines. He knows how to put it into a situation where the opponent's always 1 off or 2 off. And yeah, just masterfully piloted 2-0 into the finals over T-Boon. Very, very well done. And I'm so happy to see Sare doing so well as a guy who's known him since Digital. That 6 heal with the double gingerbread completely turned the entire game around. Very, very
Yep.
awesome.
Absolutely incredible. And of course, we should have a another Surrey interview here. So that's going to be very exciting. Right before finals. Maybe he has another message for his wife.
はい、お話をされて
You're teasing him now too.
I'm joining Ryo-san on this.
変わっていたのかなと思います。
It's a
Very
good.
funny
It's
stuff.
it's the new meta.
The new meta. I like it.
まあ見事なゲーム運び。ティーブ選手も見事だったんですが、
はい
それを上受けましたね。
All right. Let's wait for him to get ready. Of course, right now on the JP side, we have a switch in the casters. So, of course, Nabe-san, one of our Japanese ambassadors, and also just a trading card game legend. I think if you've been around in the TCG community, you have definitely heard of Yuya Watanabe.
I'm so sad because Watanabe-san is the only ambassador who I haven't met yet.
He's really cool in person. He's
very,
he's
very
a funny
busy guy.
guy.
I gotta meet
Very
up with him
busy.
at some point. Give him my EP, please.
And get his, right?
Yeah, exactly.
He speaks English too.
Yeah. Oh, really? That's amazing.
Yeah, because he's a full-time pro player in a different card game for a while.
Oh
and
yeah,
traveled the
yeah, yeah.
world,
That's
so
true. That's true. That's true. I heard about that.
He's got a very international profile.
And
But
there he is, man of the hour, Sare.
let's hear from him.
こちらのマイクご利用してお話しください。
Do need to get that audio up a little bit on the production side so I can hear him a bit better.
先ほど2試合振り返ってみてまずはいかがですか。
いやーもうね、本当紙一重でしたね。最後もおかしなのに引き出なかったら負けてたと思うので、
はい。
いやー本当に接戦に次ぐ接戦で疲れました。
ありがとうございます。昨日から昨日もかなり厳しく長い戦い勝ち抜いての今日
All right, so as usual, they're
公開されている
asking for,
環境の変わった
impressions, thoughts.
ですが、昨日終わった後今日に向けてっていうのはどのように過ごされてましたか。
もう体をやら
Also, they were asking him, like, what was he,
はい。
how he was preparing for this match, but said he's just focusing on resting,
渡辺さんはいかが
getting his body ready.
デッキの細かいところって今聞いても大丈夫ですか。
はい、いいですよ。
吸血鬼の結構皆さん採用されているものが多い赤バニア、自己スニーチのバニア。
Oh, so he's Nabe-san is asking. He's like, also, I see a lot of people are cutting. The Raven, the 2-1 Raven, that is more aggressive. And his answer is just like, oh, I really wish I could have put it in. I wish I had space. They were just like laughing. It's like, oh, that's all for the answer. It's like, no, but he's like, as you'll notice, a lot of these games go actually very long, and they end up being, a lot of back and forth. So you don't really need that chip damage as much as you need the sustain.
自身が今回吸血鬼側がメタダネルデッキっていうので、技術側にもエンジェルバイス採用してるじゃないですか。回復位置結構嫌ったのかなっていう。
So yeah, I was also saying, like, because a lot of people are playing Angelic Barrage, because of its stat line, it's also very weak against that tech in particular.
バンダメージ入れてアグロプラン通していくっていう動きもすぐ
So yeah, he decided to not play it.
はい、今回はなしでいきました。
So it's like, so he's like, do you feel like you're quite enjoying your current build? He's like, yeah, I think so, probably.
Yeah, I got into the grand finals, right? Surely.
っていうよりはまあ1パスした時に、ああお前が赤だったらみたいなことありますけど、まあもうね後悔しても仕方ないんで、
そうですね。はい。
これで、はい。
あとはなんかそのデッキの持ち込み自体はやはりその吸血鬼に対してガードを上げてるように見えていて、
はいはい。
やはり技術側もエンジェルバッジの採用で
Also,
吸血鬼もなんか
what Nabe-san is asking about, like, the two decks that he brought, he's playing Angelic Barrage and the Earthright, so he's just kind of like praising him for, his two deck builds being very much built for this format that you would expect at JCS. So he's like, oh, thank you for the kind words. So,
改めて好きな目にはありますが、決勝に向けて
Fuji-san is now asking,
はい、まあどちらが勝って
how do you feel going into finals? And he says, the only person I've lost against is Tukpon.
リベンジもしたいですし、
So now if he makes it to the finals,
持ってる月見さんにもぜひ勝負
I'm coming in.
誰が来ても
I'm coming into this feeling like, come at me, bro. Kakattakoi. So he's waiting at the king's seat, waiting for the second finalist
That's
before they
awesome.
duke it out. So super exciting.
Definitely knows how to do a competition, this guy. He's got like almost a decade of purely Shadowverse experience. So
Yeah,
pretty
right?
amazing stuff. Sare, definitely one for the books.
まあ一旦見るっていうのは間違いない。
Absolutely. Did super great. And I cannot wait to see this finals once we know who's joining him in the finals there too. So it's going
Yeah.
to be very, very exciting to see how things are going to play out. And we still have two more players that will be duking out for that last spot. And of course, after that semifinals, after this last semifinals, we will be having news. I wonder what they're going to announce. I feel like there's going to be more set 10 information, but
Hopefully,
oh,
let's find
what
out
could it be?
after the next semifinals. And guys, we will be back with the next semifinals very soon after a short break. It's going to be one that I'm definitely looking forward to. Will the Orcus Forest move on to the grand finals or fall to top 4? Let's find out. But first, we'll take a short break. Do not go anywhere.
クラス的にもミラーではない。
そうですね。トップ8の中で唯一エルフを選択している
あ
選手
出ますね
ですね。まあ多分唯一技術位置を持ち込んでない
ああ、確かにそういう見方もできるかなと
という
思います。
持ち込みの仕方で、そうですね。こちらもなんかデッキの持ち込み非常に特徴的ですし、なんかぜひインタビューで聞いてみたいなと思うんですけど、なぜ技術を入れなかったのかみたいな、まあ聞いてみたいんですが、やはりまずは次の試合、
そうですね。
はい。
こちらもまた面白い試合になること間違いなしだと思いますので、ぜひご覧ください。改めまして、次の試合の開始時間17時10分頃を予定しております。5分ちょっとの休憩時間にはなりますがね、熱戦 続きではありますので、一度一息入れていただいて、続くこのシャドーバースエボルブジャパンチャンピオンシップ、引き続きみんなで楽しんでいければと思います。それでは一旦失礼させていただきます。失礼いたします。
失礼いたします。
All right. This is my way of All right, now we're back into the action here. So it's going to be, of course, the second of the semifinals here between one of our players that is actually undefeated, Igni, Takupon.
Yeah, Takupon is on a historic run at the moment, going into top 4 with no sets dropped from day 1. After a grueling 7 rounds of Swiss on day 1, now top 4 in the world, having not dropped a single set is unbelievable. And if he can keep this
Legit.
run up all the way to grand finals, I mean, it's already historic. It'll be even more historic than it already is. But
How
he's
does he
up
do it?
against, yeah, exactly. Something different in the water over there. And
I'm drinking the same water.
you're clearly not.
Man.
You're drinking some sort of different, worse water, Chris.
Excuse me. I will tell you in my certified Cygames mug that the water is the same.
But of course, he's actually up against Tsukimi, who's the only player in top 8 who didn't qualify through the Grand Prix, People's Champion, you might say, and the only player who's not bringing Earthright Runecraft as well. With
That's right.
yeah, Orcus, Forest, and yeah, Vampire Abysscraft. Very, very cool.
I'm excited for more Orcus action. I think you are too, right? Everyone is.
Yeah, that first game I saw with Orcus today, it energized me. I just want to keep seeing it, and I'm so glad it advanced. It breaks up a little bit of the uniformity here, seeing a lot of Earthright and Vampire lineups, but that Orcus is just here to be like, nah, this is the best deck. Check it out. Let's go straight into the games. We have it right here, Tsukimi versus Takupon. Who's going to make it on top? The guy who's undefeated, or the guy who actually did extremely well with a kind of an outsider pick?
Right? It's going to be a very exciting match here between these two players, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it's going to play out because, of course, Takupon, I don't think there's anyone else that's been building as much of a Giga Chad story for themselves than Takupon this set because, like, he was basically like, I'm sick of going second. It doesn't matter that I keep topping and, you know, winning these events and doing so great. If I'm not first, I'm last.
Yeah.
And right now he's basically 2 steps away from being first.
But, you know, it's still a hard road because after this, even if he does win, he has to fight Sare. And we've seen how good Sare is. So Takupon, can he keep it up? Let's find out. To be fair, though, Takupon did beat Sare before. So in this very tournament, maybe he's
Yeah,
confident
right.
about it. Who can say? But first, you got to go up against Orcus Forest and see what it's all about. Actually, I don't know if they're queuing Orcus Forest first, to be fair. I guess we'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, there's a big potential revenge match coming up here as well, but it all depends on how this one ends up first.
Battle to Shadowverse! Let's go!
You heard it. You heard it. The handshake before the game started.
We are starting with the Abysscraft Mirror, actually, so wait a little second before the Forestcraft comes out. But the Abysscraft Mirror with, looks like Tsukimi going first with a Summon Bloodkin. Not a bad start at all.
You know, Roly Poly's still not in the game.
In Evolve,
Mm-hmm.
is Enea in the game?
Yes.
Interesting. I would have
Right?
thought that they come together as a set, but apparently not.
Right? But it also gives you that hope that, you know, that means there's more Magina support coming in the future.
I mean, hey, we're getting hero support like what, 7 sets later. So pretty good.
Omens got supported 3 sets later.
It took a while for the heroes to come back. Eh?
Yeah, right. It's been a hot
All
minute.
right, we're gonna go for a Precious Bloodfangs right away. You flood the board? Haha! I flood the board is basically what this card says.
Yep. Takupon. He's presenting a good board. He's doing it, going it wide as well.
As usual, when you see a Abysscraft versus Abysscraft game, it looks like you're playing a different game where there's only one card that exists, and it's Forest.
True. I only know one name.
Yeah.
That name is Forest Bats.
Should be called Abyss Bats, you ask me.
True. I mean, sometimes, especially in the interviews, I get caught off guard because like the players don't say like Vampire Abyss. They say Bat Abyss as well.
Bat Abyss. Makes sense.
So I have to remember what the word for bat is in Japanese every time.
What is the word for bat? Go right now.
I forgot.
Fair
I
enough.
genuinely, it escapes me right now. But when I hear it, I'm like, oh yeah, right, that is what it is.
Fair enough. That is funny.
Because it's
Anyway.
not written on the card. The Japanese card is Foresto Batto, right?
Yeah, true.
Whereas at least it's the kanji for vampire is written, so I can read it and know it.
Yeah, that's pretty hilarious. This is why
It's
it'll be
okay.
impossible for me to learn Japanese.
For next year, I will learn the word bat in Japanese.
Yeah, that's your year-long goal.
That's right. Wow, this is huge. Last daylight. Wow, they're playing fast. This is, they're like, bro, give me that finals. I want the trophy.
Hey, the last day. Oh, that did really well actually. To clear everything out. Nicely
Yeah, I
done,
mean-
nicely done.
It's crazy. You got so much damage done. You're also like still got 6 potential damage left on the board too. It's pretty good. Although, I mean, Tsugimi did get quite a lot of damage in from the get-go, so...
True.
Oh, still swinging. All
You're
right.
absolutely correct though. Like this game is going at a breakneck pace. These players are not messing around. They're just gonna go, go, go.
I feel like we're gonna come to a standstill around like turn 5,
Mm.
where it's like, now what?
Yeah, true. All right, give
Alright,
for
give for
Bloodkin. We can
Bloodkin.
heal one. Very nice.
Oh, and this is huge because you get to, of course, take out one of the bats that is still not suspended, and also get the sorry, not engaged, and also get the additional damage. Oh, look at this trading. It's all coming together.
Mm-hmm.
Only one bat remains
Who
now.
can be the beatdown is the idea.
Okay, one bat does get to stay alive. It's like the extermination brigade out here. They're just
Yeah,
like,
lots of bats dying left and right. The
they have like
vampires-
they have a lifespan of about like 35 seconds. Those things do not last. Poor thing.
No, that's okay. They're ugly, so
Damn.
it's fine.
And thus, 5 million bat fads show up at Nikki's apartment.
I'm a man of complicated morals here.
It's not good, Igni. We should be laughing. We're not gonna be able to speak for the finals.
True.
Oh, but Unleashed in the Night though.
Mm-hmm. More bats come. Watching this mirror out of context, if you didn't know what's going on in Shadowverse EVOLVE, is just hilarious because you're just like, why do they keep just playing the same card over and over?
Yep.
Yeah.
Is this like the mana system of this game or something? Why does it look so weird?
The mana is bats.
Man, those game designers must really like bats, huh?
Is this game about bats? I thought this was about anime.
They turned all the cool dudes into cute girls. Why is it all bats?
Yeah,
you
when's
think
when are we
they'll
gonna get the
release
you are
waifu
bat
tokens?
token, bro?
Yeah, can we get you are bat token?
All right, Vania come out for Kind Queen, surely. Yep.
Yeah, you gotta start healing a little bit here as well. Just not get got down the line.
Yeah, is there an efficient way? Oh yeah, Kind Queen only has 4 defense, right? If you have a Raven, it's like so easy to take it out too.
Yeah,
Ooh.
so I don't really like going into her in this matchup.
Yeah, in the mirror.
He's debating ditching Unleash the Night for this cost, but I feel like your hand is so low. You're losing out on a lot.
Unleash is so good too, especially if after like in the later game after Vania or what have you, after an old Blood King too.
But I guess it's better than ditching like a Vania or a Rose Queen, but...
Ah, true. He is gonna ditch
Rose Queen it is, wow.
Yeah.
But
I
he's
mean,
gonna rock in a hard
Unleash and I
place.
can draw another Rose Queen, easy, right?
True.
It's a bit tough. Tough decisions to make this early on.
Yeah, this hand is tough. It's like you don't want to ditch the Sasaki either because they'll be important for surviving, especially in the mirror match.
The quick spell that can destroy a 3-cost is very good against, for example, a 6/6 Storm that goes to your face, or a 6/4 Storm that goes to your face.
Yep.
Strangely enough, lots of 6-attack 3-cost guys coming at you. Ah, there's the Raven. Very nice.
またこの選手としてはこのままその体力を詰められないように逆に月見選手はもう体力を詰める いう動きを優先していくんじゃないかなと思います。
Eventide is so strong, especially against followers that can't make it awkward, like 5 defense or 6 defense.
I really underestimated this card. I feel like I was looking at it, I was like, man, why is this the only one that costs 2? And I was like, man, if this didn't cost 2, it'd be insane.
It'd be way too broken, yeah. It'd be really crazy.
Alright.
And we do see, very nice, Last Daylight.
Ooh, that's big, that's
Buffing
big,
the
that's big.
entire, oh my goodness gracious.
This is a huge tempo swing in Takpon's favor because Tsukimi only has 3 cards in hand. He also ditched the Rose Queen, so giving up on that. Sasayaki will prevent, lethal from a Vanya, but if you're taking so much chip damage, it's starting to matter a bit less.
Down to 10.
Oh, draws a Rose Queen. Okay, build different.
Simply too easy.
Sorry. I was not familiar with your game.
But actually, the hand is still pretty awkward, honestly.
For this turn, it's...
Yeah.
You
Dude,
really
the
wanted
entire
some
board-
damage.
You don't have a wide board clear right now.
This might be a Vanya, just to get the bats in the EX and then play them out. Get rid of the, get rid of a couple
Raven
bat.
Midnight?
Like,
Yeah.
you get rid of a bat and also the 3/1 Raven.
Hmm.
Yep, that's what we're going for. Also lets you push them down to 8 defense, so you're at least also pushing the aggression a bit.
This is definitely different to the blood mirrors or the abyss mirrors we saw on the first day, which ended up being
Yep.
grindathons. This is the other kind of mirror that can happen, which is just a race to the 0, which is
This might end in a second.
yeah.
Takupon's already counting, he hasn't even drawn a card for turn yet.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He only needs 4 damage. If it's Vania, he wins.
Yep, Vanya wins game.
There's no floating play points.
2, 8 remain, 6 remain, 4 remain. This wouldn't go to face if you didn't have confirmed lethal. Pays for
Oh, yeah.
the Vania.
That's 2 cost Vania though.
So this will do 3.
Oh, that's not confirmed lethal though, is it?
Is oh, give her blocking. Give her blocking.
Oh, of course.
Right? Yeah, 2 left. 1 left.
Give her
Gift
Bloodkin.
for
It's
Bloodkin
GG.
to summon it.
Oh! Takupon!
Takupon.
Holy guacamole. So, yeah, yesterday we saw a lot of grindathon mirrors that went all the way to Rose Queen v Rose Queen. Not today. Not so in this round. Takupon is like, I'll race you to 0. Let's see who gets there first.
That game ended in like 10 minutes. That's a change of pace.
Yeah.
That's a change of pace.
Tell you what. I'm shocked awake. I can't believe it.
All right. Takupon, dude's hungry. He's like, I came here to win. I've been telling you from the very first time you let me talk on stream. I told you I'm here to win. Let me win.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And looks like,
Oh, we're not seeing a switch to Forest here.
well, you got to win with both decks eventually, I suppose. Oh, and also, Blood is, Abyss is considered to be better than into Earth.
Considered favored, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Players will be setting up now.
Oh, I'm so excited for this. Will Takupon go for the sweep? Will we see the Forest at all in the semifinals?
Let's see it. The sweep
Hey.
possibility is real. Angelic Barrage is also in this list, so that makes this matchup in particular a little bit more easy to maneuver.
I forgot to vote. I gotta go do that now.
Oh, you're right. That game ended so fast. Man, you're so right.
I forgot to vote. As you didn't know, you could vote for the winner each single game, and you get a potential to win a prize.
We want those prizes. I want those prizes.
I do like both of them, but I am gonna vote for Tsukimi.
Yep.
そうなった時にしっかり脳のリソースや体力っていうところを残せるその練習をたくさん積み重ねてきたからこそのね余力ですよ。そうですね。やはりは
Right. I think as they're shuffling up, we're also I'm trying to find
Post on Twitter right
today's
now.
hashtag. Yeah.
今の吸血鬼は本当に早かったですからね。
Yeah, it looks like everyone voted like 10 minutes ago.
まあ、秘術ミラーでやって
Yeah, we're a little late. We're late to the party.
I
No.
mean, like the game went by in 10 minutes.
タイミングもあると思うんで、そういうタイミングでしっかり考えるのも大事
Oh
な
yeah, right. I already voted for Takapon today.
考えなくていいところ
I'm gonna run out of things to say, dude. I'm gonna have to add Senshu to his name now, and then
Just space it differently.
ができていて、
I guess.
二人のところ
It's fine.
だっていいのかなと思います。
All right. Looks like we're doing the mulligan. Ooh,
Double
double
Medusa.
Medusa. I don't know if you keep.
一生を上げるのみとなりました
はい、おそらく先行がタクポン選手
But Medusa can pull barrage.
手を考えている
Yeah, for this matchup, especially if you're going first, it's not bad. Even going second, it's not bad. It's also Cauldron too. It's actually might be a keep. You can't search Medusa. No, okay, he's gonna
Going for a
mulligan.
手札に
That means 2 Medusas are at the bottom now.
入っていきましたね。
At least you shuffle it north, right? So
Oh, that's true. That's true.
double gingerbread. We've seen that be very important.
っぽいのも
Ooh, a bit heavy. I think you maul.
ラストデイライト
Mm. Yeah, this feels like a mulligan.
いらない手札が多いので戻しそうには見えるんですが、あ、持ちました。
持ちましたね
He's keeping
選択しました
Ooh, wow, okay.
しっかり確認して
with no playable
Interesting.
cards on turn 1 or turn 2.
Right?
まだお菓子の家
I guess he is going second, so he does draw an extra card.
体力プラス3です
そうですね、月見選手これ持つんですね
Even then, though,
そういった意図
I don't see I don't see a play for this turn.
はい、考えなのかなと思います。まあ、2ターン目、相手の先行3ターン目の孤独を
Yeah, this looks like a pass.
The gingerbread house immediately into a
つけれるカードを
to a rabbit is
その
quite
ように
nice.
受けられたんで
Yeah, right. You get the search. Oh no, you don't get the search because you don't have the wolf points, but
最近2枚採用なのでこれで下に1枚送ってしま
I guess you know that the rabbit is safe for next turn, so you can evolve it and then swing face.
で最近の重要性をキープしたって感じですかね
また、まあ、高校4ターン目には最
Oh, you could do.
決闘
That is quite an aggressive play, but you could do that.
Yeah, might actually end up doing it. Just be like, no.
Oh, but he's actually
You're-
gonna go ahead and kill the rabbit first.
Yeah. That's. He's like, I'm not letting you be greedy.
進化を許しません
None of that.
進化されてしまった
None of that random damage to face. Anyway, I'm not seeing it today.
バフができなかった
We do see an Alk turn 3, a very common play today. Very
Right?
difficult to deal with.
3ターン目のエンシェントアルケミスト取れなかったゲーム
Except unless you have Sasayaki, which does deal with it instantly.
Oh,
が一つ溶けたような
instant karma.
ターンにも見えました先行3ターン目のエンシェントアルケミスト
That's why he kept the entire hand, I guess. He's like, I'll just handle your turn 3 Alk and no problem. He saw the source code, dude. He knew this was gonna happen.
Yep.
ゲームを決めかねないので、それに対する札
I mean, right now, Tsukimi needs that kind of buff. If we want to see game 3 here, Takupon's been running crazy so far in this set, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here's another one.
Another Alk.
You got another Sasayaki for me?
Wait. This is actually really
There's-
scary because now there's 4 dudes. And that's a lot of potential damage.
使い切れないという判断で、
Oh wait, hold
My
up.
question
Didn't-
was
didn't
rhetoric,
end
by
up-
the way. There is another Sasayaki in hand.
But he
He's
didn't.
gonna just answer it. Oh.
Did he not spend the Earthright on that one? I don't think he did, right? He chose not to because he only still
Yeah, he
only has
chose
2
not to, he
gold.
chose not to.
これで先ほど1枚もし
Another Sasayaki just to deal with it is amazing. Very reactive plays from Tsukimi, but
難しくなって
incredible stuff. Just like the perfect answer to the perfect question.
Yeah. Oh, Riley picked up. That's gonna be pretty good for later. This is gonna be a carried one.
Oh, he's just gonna.
No, it's a
play it.
Riley. Okay. Draw 2 cards.
Two. I don't hate it.
Yummy.
Kind of a free board to do it on, honestly.
Yeah, there's no random banish here either, so she is gonna be safe.
Yeah, this is not the list of the Paradise Vanguard in an A.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Man, oh man.
そうですね、イークセイかホテスワット出す
So for next turn, if you wanna, I mean, you probably just wanna ignore this Riley, but she's gonna get continue to chip damage in. So there is a king lined up for next turn, and honestly, I quite like it. Just even if it's for building a wide and tall board.
Yeah, the king just for bodies, eh? It is.
Yeah.
It does make it a little difficult, especially. Well, this is perfect knowledge on our part, but we know the Medusa is like.
Yeah, right.
Can't really tutor it out efficiently in any way, so. Noontide 2.
We get up to 22 then here. That's pretty big.
This matchup, the chip really does matter, right? Because you don't want to have Alk be free. You don't want to have or like be free damage to kill you. Every bit of health actually does count. We've seen so many times where the difference between a win or a loss is just one defense in this very
Right.
tournament.
There's been a lot of games like that.
And there's just not that much healing in both decks, so whatever little bit you can find is very valuable.
Usually good, yeah.
選手としてはそうですね
Ooh, floating 3. Wow. Very conservative plays from Tsukimi, actually.
体力1の札は似た以上並べないように進行していますかね。
Yeah,
I
very
wonder what
interesting.
he's expecting here, so
Potentially
trying to
saving
find
the
good
Old Blood King
timing.
for like a Faust counterplay.
I think so.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, like, the Faust's gonna just chill there. If this bat remains, then you get to first, you know, you get to potentially have, like, a Storm follower to phase 2. And Faust is gonna come down. What amulets are we choosing here? I feel like you wanna... You don't need to do drills anymore. Mirror gets chosen. Oh, that can revive the Alchemist, I guess.
Oh, that's so true. I was gonna say like it doesn't get critted or anything, but getting the Alchemist back,
That's
especially
pretty good.
with 2 golems already in the EX, you just proc it again. You get potential 4 times 3 12 bursts in the late game.
Ooh,
know
finds
they did.
the Beast Mage.
Mm-hmm.
Now for the mirror. Mirror on the wall. And now you do have the Earthright to use for the golems. That's huge. Now you have a very big EX area that if this Ancient Alchemist survives, whew, you're eating a lot of damage next turn.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a nice way to clear.
It's really not bad, yeah.
Riley
You'll face
face.
with the Riley as well, and then you buff the Alk, make it even harder to kill.
3/6 is
2
I
Vania
mean,
procs, that's it, right?
yeah. Which is not
That is
unrealistic, but that actually is pretty hard for King to take out.
Yeah, it's 3 bats. 3 evolve bats.
You don't like that.
Yeah, especially if that's leaving Faust on board, right? This
Right.
is a tough one to swallow.
And you can't, but I think if you're talking in priorities, it's like, I think you do have to take the Ancient Alchemist out because, I mean, but I guess if you board lock them,
Yeah, they don't have that much space.
maybe Faust is still the play. That's pretty awkward. Still has 3 evolve points, so at least you can use that for the King here.
Okay, I'm glad they're not doing the POV camera as much anymore because that transition does make me a little dizzy.
Oh, really? I quite like it.
I like it too, but for some reason I'm like, at this stage in the day, I'm like, please spare me.
It's like getting on a roller coaster when you're already like too tired from the last 5 roller coasters. It's like, no, please.
True.
Oh, okay.
Speaking of roller coaster, this freaking board state, how do we get rid of it?
You traded 2 without evolving, so that probably
you have
means
a-
we're...
there's got to be an eventide, right? Or something.
I don't think I saw an eventide in hand.
Ooh. Are we leaving
Very
both?
interesting trades. Oh, okay, so
Oh,
Yes, my
very
dog
nice.
equals to how many cards in your opponent's field. And now you get to evolve, and everything gets buffed. So that will actually answer both the Faust and the Ancient Alchemist. You actually managed to take
Wow.
out both of them. That's huge.
Incredible line of play. Very nice. That yes, my dark coming in handy.
Mm-hmm. And now we're at 5 vampires in the cemetery, so now everything is active. Man, Ancient Alchemist has hit the board 3 times and exploded before evolving all 3.
Somebody save this alchemist. All her golems are lonely.
Yeah, whatever alchemy she's doing is it's not going too well.
We have another OBK and a Rose Queen in hand, which is quite nice for whatever board is presented next turn.
The only issue with the Rose Queen here is that you only have 1 2-cost card in hand.
That's true. Probably
You'd
just
really
sit on
like
it.
an Unleash the Night here to like just draw something.
Just sit on it for a while.
Yeah. Especially because it's pretty easy to clear for Earthright, so you don't want to just like chuck it out for no reason.
7 play points though. Is it a Kurudwin play? Kurudwin doesn't even clear the Old Blood King, so I'm a little wary about that. It is though. Okay.
That's what it's got to be. Man, this Riley's been chilling on the board for a very long time.
Yeah, Riley is such a strange card in that you want it to go away so you can get even more value out of it.
Especially
That's why
right now,
I really
like,
like that prophetess of creation technology that we saw earlier, but that we didn't get to see
Yeah.
it play. Just ditch it
Yeah, I
for
agree.
free.
it does feel weird where it's like the 6 damage right now from Riley would be pretty appreciated, but no excess.
Yeah, that Old Blood King's gonna live.
Wow. Oh, right. Arcus.
Arcus. Oh wait.
But we're gonna Blood Queen. Arcus is a 2 cost, so
It is
you do
indeed.
get 2 cards back here. It's probably gonna be just a big AoE 2 times.
Indeed. One.
Yeah, so
two,
just
only
2 play points come back.
Recover 2. Beep beep.
Nope.
You do
Are
have
we
Vania
using
in
the
the
notepad?
drop,
Are we
so
learning
the,
from FNO's tech? Yeah, there's a notepad.
Very nice. And we do have Vania in the drop, so this this gift is free, right?
Yep. Nice. I like how the players are very cooperative too. Is like, yeah, you can, take your time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, right. Gift for Bloodkin, of course, is a free card. Basically, it's a 2 cost card, but it's played for 0. So
Yep.
that'll proc the damage. It's gonna go on the followers here, so it's gonna with another 2 cost card. So like an Arcus played, it is going to full clear everything, and
it is
Arcus
indeed
will be
Arcus.
played.
Clear the whole board. Very nice. The power of Rose Queen, everybody. Turns entire games around. Is Arcus gonna activate an effect or just go face with Old Blood King? Okay.
I think you can leave the Arcus effect for last. You don't have to. Ooh, Barrage! Suddenly, you can't leave Arcus for last.
Oh.
Yikes! Well, that makes things a bit complicated.
Yep.
You would have definitely liked to just sack that bat to draw a card.
No
with the state of his
wonder
hand.
Takupon was okay with doing that damage to the Old Blood King without fully destroying it. The barrage was
Yeah.
back the entire time.
Dude, yeah, 100%. Don't even need Medusa for the search.
Simply draw it. Simply draw better forehead, as they say.
the age-old advice for card game players.
All right. Getting into the later turns of the game now. Lots of explosive plays incoming.
Yep. It's
You need to
now-
kill this Rose Queen. You literally just have to. But you don't have any Earthrights. Or sigils, I mean.
Yeah, you're so right. There's no sigils. Every time I'm like,
No sigils means no Riley effect, means a live Rose Queen. Okay, there's the mirror. That's something. Hey, wait, actually, yeah, you can get the potion for free now. Okay, not bad.
yep. That does help to answer certain things. And you can bring back a Riley here. Riley gets rid of the Rose Queen and the other potion.
No, you don't have a stack anymore. You have to play stack first. Okay, there you go.
There we go. That's a good stack. 25 defense, dude.
Now you can do both.
Yep. Here comes Riley.
Yo, Takupon is kind of cooking. These turns are clean. He's playing them decisively. He's hungry for it. You can tell.
Yeah. All right. Here comes the big cauldron.
Now there's
Finds a
Faust.
Faust. Wah.
Not even a hesitation on that. Straight away. Mine. Yoink.
You can also just see, like, sometimes you see how certain players just handle their cards, and it's just beautiful to look at.
Mm-hmm.
And Takupon definitely, he has that, just a very clean shuffle. It all feels like very organized.
Not me, bro. I'm clumsy as heck. I'm a digital guy.
Spaghetti everywhere.
I only know how to tap buttons. Shuffling decks is new to me.
It's okay. We'll give you 2 weeks in the deck shuffling workshop. You're gonna be hand shuffling ASMR every day.
I'll look forward to it. I'll look forward to it for sure.
You're gonna tune into an Ignivius video and just go.
Chris got the ASMR on
Yep.
lock in the bag.
At all times. Okay, we're summoning bats. I wonder how many times I've said that sentence throughout this weekend.
Over the past 2 days. New drinking game.
How many bats? But it's kind of awkward. I mean, you can take out the Caradwin pretty easily, but now there's Riley just exploding out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's true though. But the Riley's only 6 damage, and you're still at 17. You're actually pretty healthy, all things considered. It's just been a constant back and forth on the board, really.
I'm more so worried about like, okay, like you Riley this turn, but that converts really cleanly into a Alchemist lethal.
Yeah.
Although I don't know how
that's
many
true.
mirrors we have left actually.
That's a great point. You have one mirror that pulled Alk, and we have one mirror that pulled
Caradwin.
Caradwin. Do we have another one? Or do we just have another Alk somewhere? Could be.
I'm gonna have to check here. Man. Tsukimi definitely fighting for his life here.
Yeah, Takuan is in a pretty good position. Like you said, if you Riley them to 11 defense, 4 golems, right? 12 damage with Alchemist.
Okay, so he does play a third Alchemist, but he only plays 2 mirrors.
Okay, so he's gonna have to find the third Alchemist kind of naturally then, or off call.
Yeah.
And he does need to time it exactly so that the sigil is off the board.
Yeah.
Bit of an
It's a
issue
bit
with
awkward.
timing as well. You know. Oh, one
There's
mirror.
really like small bits of card design that make you appreciate how carefully things are designed in this game. You know, it's like Medusa can search any 2 costs, but Mirror is kind of like almost purposefully designed to be a 3 cost, so that you cannot, you know, search out anything too powerful that would bring back something like a Caradwin or an Alchemist. Like these very small things. It's like, you know, it feels like foresight from 2 years ago. Like really,
Yeah.
we're down to 11. This is getting into
balance team
dangerous
is-
territory.
The balance team is immaculate.
They really are.
Everybody agrees. And this is exactly what you were talking about, right? Just summon the Riley and then try and line. Oh, we see an Alchemist hand. I just saw it.
Alchemist in hand. You're
just saw
fine. Lethal lined up.
Yep.
Red
And
hot.
There's the stack. There's the stack you need. Lethal's lined up.
This is looking good.
Tsukimi has to heal past 12 here. And clear the Riley.
Arcus is not gonna do that though. Arcus is not gonna do that. Oh, but Rose Queen can.
How many 2-drops are in the hand?
There are a few. Rose Queen does actually save you here. It's now a question of you could. I don't know, never mind. For a second, I was like, you could unleash the Knight and then Rose Queen, but never mind. You don't even have a. Like, you don't have a vampire, plus it's 3 costs, so you don't have enough to evolve even with EP, so. That
Pretty
plan is
awkward
cooked.
then, yeah. I think there's no other
Yeah, it
choice,
has to
though.
be Rose Queen.
If you don't do it, you lose. So
Yep.
it simply must be done.
This is a pretty good push turn, though, otherwise, because you could even theoretically use this Rose Queen to just push face. Oh, there's only 2 costs. Never mind. This hand is smaller than I thought.
Yeah. Not great.
You still get to play out 2 cards, though, so this can push quite a lot of damage. It's looking to go face.
Mm-hmm.
And the other bit of damage is going to go
He just got
follower.
summoned Bloodkin, or Gift for Bloodkin.
Wow.
That's so huge.
That's very, very huge. That's going to answer the board here and also heal back up to a safe range. Up to
That
15.
gift for blood. That was off the top, off of Thornburst. Amazing.
He actually drew from that the Princess Vanya.
Yeah. Wow.
I think-
wow.
I think I just played
That's
that
the
out.
clutch Rose Queen. That's actually clutch.
Arcus, 2 damage face. I'm assuming. No, goes for 2 damage to the board and then heal 2 to 17.
Trying to live.
Drawing cards from Arcus.
Wow, that was such a clutch Rose Queen. I can't even believe it. That
It's
gift
like-
for Bloodkin. Oh my goodness.
It's the Thorn Burst that actually connected into everything, which is
yeah.
pretty unthinkable. You really do have to just believe it sometimes. This is probably one of the longer games we've seen from Takabon too. Getting into turn 10 here.
I mean, it's not for lack of trying. He tried to do it decisively, but Tsukimi is
Yeah.
not making it easy, man.
I don't know. He wants to show the world that 4 is next game.
Yeah, man.
大事な大事なリーサル手段になり得る一枚ですからね。
How do you get out of this pickle? This is what I love about Shadowverse EVOLVE is it's like with a well thought out winning line of play, the entire board state and game state can just turn around
Yep, exactly.
before you even get a chance to really notice and absorb it. This was looking really good for Takubon, but now it's looking really bad for Takubon. So.
Yeah. Are you gonna just go Faust? There's a Red Hot in hand, which is not really where you want it.
No.
Double Red Hot will answer the Rose Queen though. And that's what you need to, but there's only one potential Red Hot in deck no matter what, so it's looking a little suspect.
That Arcus is always going to be generating ghosts.
Ooh, Medusa. That actually helps quite a lot. Oh, this can search Barrage,
Right.
and then Medusa will do 5 damage to Rose Queen, so that actually deals with the board, so you're fine.
Yes.
Arcus can be ignored.
Very nicely done.
Yeah, sequencing doesn't matter here. You're gonna get 2 serpents no matter what.
Mm-hmm. Because the Arcus is not going.
Down to 1.
Ping pong.
Get rid of those.
And they're gone. The snakes, and you discount a drum roll, please.
Bum,
What
bum,
are we
bum,
getting?
bum, bum, bum. A
Faust
Faust.
for 3. Oh.
Whoa. That's huge. And you
done.
get to
Banish the Arcus.
because the 1 damage from the barrage actually mattered.
Wow, that actually is an insane play.
Yeah. Takapon just doesn't stop. Like he just constantly has gas. When you think he's out, it's like nope. Pretty okay hand though for Tsukimi for next turn. I mean he has Unleash, he has Princess Vanya. It's quite a lot of plays.
Oh. Put the dice right. I wonder what he just drew.
Man, 7-card hand too. Of course, gonna go to 5/5 here. Unless the Medusa gets buffed instead. It is gonna
Definitely
be
the Arcus.
the Faust.
Sorry, the Faust. You're right.
Hey!
You got me. You
It's
got
not
me.
just
I've
me
been
now.
bamboozled too. You've infected me. No!
GG's.
Oof. What a grinder.
I saw Dublin get drawn, but that's only 4 damage against 2 bodies with 5 defense.
Oh, unleash
Alright.
though.
We're unleashing, we're
Off the
drawing.
top.
If you can find a Kudlak or a Rose Queen, that's pretty huge.
Old Blood King is big too.
Blood King, as well as, of course, the... Oh, Vanya comes out here too, of course, for full stats.
Vanya is fantastic here.
Yeah.
Gets rid of everyone.
Goodbye. Chipping some damage away too. Man, it's crazy how good this card that was so overlooked ended up being with the right support.
Right? Exactly. Not only that, but like this game has just been so back and forth where every turn I'm like, oh, you're winning now. Oh wait, no, wait, hold up, you're winning now.
Right?
Like it's been incredible.
It's very impressive.
Absolute blow for blow match.
記録を対処しながら自分の分を作るというのも、まあ、容易なターンにもなってくる。
Hmm.
選手はここでいかに自分の分を強く作れるか。
Now you have a 6-6 lingering on the board that you really don't want to let chill for too long. And it's pretty hard to take it out because it's not engaged because, you know, you got your golems lined up and Ancient Alchemist in hand, but you might have to start thinking about just splitting that damage over 2 turns to find lethal. Only Rose Queen can heal back that much, so I think you just need 1 big turn of big damage.
Yeah, but I would also be like kind of concerned like how much damage is left in the deck, kinda.
Mm,
Didn't we already banish O'Reilly? Yeah.
we did.
Ooh.
That's why I feel like Ancient Alchemist is an okay play this turn. Got another Gingerbread House, so you do have emergency healing.
If you Ancient Alchemist, you only can get 3 golems out because of board space, though.
Yeah, so we pushed them down to 6, and then that's in puts them in range of Riley or another Ancient Alchemist.
Another Alch, yeah.
Yeah, I think he does have a mirror in hand too, so you can just bring it back. I think this is the Ancient Alchemist turn.
But do you
Pay 3 play points. What is it for?
Or do you hit 2 to the 6/6 and then 1 to face? And then next
Could
turn, go for
be.
lethal.
He paid 3 play points for a card we don't know.
If you go 2 to the 6/6 and 1 to face, down to 2 golems, and you get another 2 golems, then it's still 12 damage to face the turn after.
Okay, it's Faust. Okay.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you there, Chris. Though that could have been a 2-turn lethal setup, but only if they didn't have any healing, right?
Oh, he's gonna go red hot into reviving O'Reilly, and then that's gonna get rid of the Vanya.
Oh, yeah, not bad, and it does 6 to the face too.
Is there a Riley though? I mean, you're gonna ditch the Riley here, and then he has a mirror in hand.
Mirror can't
think.
summon Riley. No, you just have to summon Riley. Oh no, you can. Riley's not an alchemist, right?
Wait, is there no? Yeah, I know that Riley's not an alchemist, but you haven't evolved yet this turn, so you can get it back through
Caradwin.
Caradwin, yeah.
Oh yeah, true.
Sorry, it's long-winded way to get there.
No, you're right.
But I don't know if I see a Riley in Cemetery, so it's a little tough. Look at how small the deck size is. Oh my god. This is the longest game that Takupon's had so far.
Almost down to the Reaper. Oh, it's a Caradwin from the hand. Okay, that works.
All right.
No mirror necessary. That's a lot of golems, and never actually got to use any of them.
They're waiting for their master. That was good. At least the potion does 2 damage. Faust does 2 damage. You're chipping away slowly. Now I think Takupon's thinking about I think you do want to play the Gingerbread House.
The house.
Get up to 18. Make a bit of a life
to 11,
lead.
which means that Ancient Alch is lethal next turn. No, it's not
Yeah.
because you have no board space. Ancient Alch is maximum 9, right?
Yeah, I mean, if this board sticks around, it's game anyway.
That's true. Not true. Ancient Alch can do 11. I can do 12 if there's any bodies that you can run into with the strike form.
We do see 2 ravens in hand, which can heal as well.
That's true. This is a grinder, man. This is a tough one.
There's a potential game 3 after this, by the way.
Yeah. Old Blood King. I think Old Blood King is the only clean or a clean-ish way to deal with the board right now. I think.
In a month's time, we're going to be dealing 10 damage off Zelganeo. at this point in time.
No, because you have to pay 10 to advance it and then 10 to play it. You have to pay 25 play points to deal 14 damage off of Zelganea, right?
How many turns does Takapon beat at 10 play points now? 3?
True enough. True enough.
That's Zolganea, bro.
次に対してその回復しなきゃいけないっていう行動に PP を割かなくてはいけなくもなるので、できるならしたい。
Okay, it's gonna be a king.
The problem with Zelganea is that it's very inflexible. So you
True.
telegraph it enough, people are going to be able to play around it.
Yeah.
You know.
まずは偶数の
Very cool card, though. We're talking, by the way, if you're just tuning in, we're talking about the card that was revealed just yesterday.
Yeah, I'm getting excited about the reveals after this game.
Yeah.
After this set.
After this set, guys. we
I'm
got-
already like in my brain, it's like, oh, I should pick up some chess cards. Oh, I
Are
should.
they going to do Linkle next?
Oh, it's like, oh man, who's it gonna be? Oluwan, my goat.
Uluwan! Oh my god, now you got me excited. You know Uluwan's my goat. I'm so
Dude.
ready.
That's some memories for me. That's like that's what I got noticed in this Shadowverse world.
Uluwan's one of my favorite cards, of course.
So funny.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Teo. Oh, they've got to do
King doing king things.
Yep, this is pretty
Taking
much
out
the
boards.
only play that I felt was viable this turn,
Yeah.
honestly.
Oh, and goes for 2 damage to heal. So back up to
gotta.
13. So now you're out of Alchemist kill range.
Wait, but you leave a 3-2 up. Uh-oh. A
Mm,
little concerning. It's still out of range. It's still out of range. But
still out of range.
Oh, you see an Alch in hand. No
Yeah,
mirrors
that's been there for a while actually.
Oh, yeah, true.
But just patient. There's very few cards in deck. This could be just like a random deck out lost too.
Yeah,
don't-
you're seeing that. The discard pile is crazy.
Yeah.
They're zooming in on the text size right now.
I think they're trying to count. I think
There's
there's
like
like
8 cards
seven,
left in
seven,
there.
8 cards. Yeah.
Yeah.
3 damage face. What is next? Oh, does he play Golem?
Rampage?
Nope. Does not. Would be huge here.
Would have been.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
What does he play instead? Just another ratio.
3
another card.
Medusas.
Yeah. That makes sense.
2 barrages. You know, there's like random cards where it's just like a third count or
the
second
ratios.
count.
Yeah, I hear ya.
少なくしている部分があって、非常にロングゲーム、もつきみ選手
This is so tough.
しているかなと思う。
Yeah.
シャツ選手もやはり、エンシェントアルケミスト
You're not losing, so just presenting a bunch of stats on board might also just be a good play, but this is your last alchemist, so it's like if you lose it, it's a little sad.
I was thinking that. Like, what if you just, like, play a bunch of the golems from EX and then play a summoning drills and then get more golems? You present
I feel like you don't want to play
stats.
them while you have alchemist live, because then at least you're doing extra damage, right?
That's true, but Alchemist has a cap on how much it can do per yeah.
Okay, we're eating this king alive.
Yep. The Beast Face Mage just killed it. And we are playing some of the golems at least. Okay. It's
Yeah, we got too
clear.
many anyway.
まあ、理想を損しないように考えてますね。
Maybe a drills here? No, you don't have space.
Pass on 5. All right, wants to keep these wants to keep the 3 golems because that's alchemist lethal. Actually, you can make 2 golems, so I feel like you could have actually played one of them out.
Bloodkin draw.
All right.
It's Vania. But it's not enough. eh?
これは染みますね。
Somehow this hand is just always good for Skimmy. I feel like we haven't seen a bad hand from him in a long time where it's like, okay, he has no other options. This is that's game. But here is just like every time he's like, yeah, he can answer the board. Yeah, this is 4 damage. Yeah, there's a Vanya coming. Yeah, you can board clear.
But is the Vania? The Vania is good, but it only
I feel like
takes
you're
out-
holding it. They're both getting to the point where it's like, this is my last bit of damage.
Yeah.
I cannot
Oh no, but he has
overextend
Kudlock.
here.
There is a Kudlock to get a bag.
In hand?
Yeah. Oh wait, is it?
I don't think I saw one.
He just got it off gift.
Mm,
クイーンがつないだこの激戦に
that's
big deal.
huge. Good luck is very big. This answers the board and also presents a lot of stats as well. You
That's a
can
big
king
deal.
here. Evo the king if you still have evolve forms, which I'm not sure he does.
But you can
Yep,
deal,
good
yeah,
luck's
you
gonna
can still
take that
deal
out.
4 to that. Yep.
And then the Raven can take out a follower, can take out life. It's a heal and a damage. The life lead has swayed back in Tsukimi's favor after a long time.
This is a nail biter. Every single turn, I'm like, what is gonna happen, man?
Right.
Oh, jeez. Yep, there's a bat.
さらにはフォレストマットがついて
And pass.
Leaving up Beast Face Mage. Not the worst thing in the world.
活用するのは何も技術ウィッチだけではないと
Oh,
ナイトメアの得意分野ですね。
Is
Takpon
this
just
the grand
gonna...
final? Surprisingly, no. This is a semi-final match, and
Yep.
it's this intense.
ほぼほぼ採用されてないギミック
And this is only game 2 as well of the semifinals. There's still a potential third game, but at least there if Tsukimi plays Forest, that ends faster usually because it's not as grindy of a deck.
頭をつなげるいやナイトメアですよ。
確かに
Man, this has been I think the grindiest game we've seen so far.
Yeah, over the course of 2 days, for sure. Look at the deck size. It's getting
Yeah.
down there. It's pretty crazy.
Still making
Riley.
more.
Oh, there's still one more
Riley.
Nice, nice.
フォロワーが装填されました
That's at least another source of damage. That's all we really need right now.
EX エリアの攻撃強化4になっている
You can eat the sigil.
守る気はないですね。
サモンサークルが重なることによってどんどん
Yeah, you could. Riley.
Oh,
can
Riley's just
do
coming
it.
out.
すぐさま起動します
She's here to play.
All right, let's see it.
Don't forget you have to draw 2. It is compulsory. You're not allowed to choose not to draw here. So
Yeah, if you pay the cost, you do have to do it. Yeah.
ここで今2枚引きましたが、もう
the draw 2. Could that come back to bite?
Deck out.
4
Are
cards.
we actually gonna go to deck out, Chris?
4
Goodness
cards
gracious.
in deck. 4 cards remain. Only 4 potential turns if no more extra cards are drawn.
This is a crazy game.
切ってそうでしたね今
Tsukimi not making it easy for Takupon by any means.
結構
いや
長いゲームも多かったこのジャパンチャンピオンシップスですが間違いなく JCS 内一番
の
I don't know. I feel like you gotta start pushing face.
Yeah, it's just been so reactive over and over and over again. At the very least, I do think that this Riley is...
重なってなんか
She could go into the good luck. There's actually a non-zero chance she goes into good luck.
ぶつけ合いながら対処して対処して対処してっていうのを
Riley into good luck is crazy.
この試合です
Because then you lose the Riley and you never put the damage face. That feels
Yeah.
really bad.
That's
But
not what I
then-
paid 6 play points for.
レンジ
Oh, but then what do you do otherwise? Oh no, you can always use the strike form into good luck. It's fine, right? Yeah.
That's not
Oh.
enough, right? Because it needs to
Oh.
be good luck is 6 defense.
But can you not attack it with the guard form as well? Am I tripping? Did that
Guard
just come out?
form, was it played this turn or last turn?
Might have been this turn with drills, right? Yeah, maybe. Might have been
Yeah,
this turn
yeah,
with
yeah, it
drills.
was this turn, so it can't
Oh,
attack.
Darn.
Yeah, this goes face. You have a ward, you can make this happen.
それを作り出したのが
But Kudlock is still alive.
このようにコストと先ほど
12 defense remains. Takpon realizes he has to go, but also Tsukimi's counting something.
It's
He
lethal.
sees Vanya. This is going to clear the ward with absolute ease. And I think this should... The good
That's
luck
lethal,
is...
right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is it one off?
Good luck is 4 attack.
Oh,
Buff!
yes, my dark.
We're good. Yes, my dark is going to take it. At long last, Takupon finally doesn't trade, and it comes back to bite him. The good luck is going to spell defeat here, evening up the set 1-1 between Tsukimi and Takupon, and now Tsukimi gets to play his pocket pick, gets to play Forest against the man that has been the hungriest for victory, the hungriest to get into finals of all the people in this room.
it's been 12,000 years since the start of this set, and it's still going. Wow, what an amazing game. A grinder all the way to the end. Incredible. Incredible. And I just cannot believe how each turn, it just felt like it was going back and forth over who is favored until one person made one mistake and then it's over. And I don't even know if I can call it a mistake. It's just like if you trade the Kudlock, you're running out of damage yourself. So really, I think Tsukimi just put him into such an awkward position until the point where he could actually finally win. Very, very strong. Very strong game.
I do agree.
All right.
Man, that would take you out for the day, but you do have this very important Battle of the Souls to decide who gets to accompany our finalist Shure in that last match. Only one person remains. Sade, of course, is in the final seat, just waiting.
Sare is
waiting.
having a nice time with a lot of time to rest.
Yeah, he's got time for tea,
given this round.
time for a snack, and take a walk.
No,
We
he
still
can
got
write
one
a
more
book,
game.
Write a book. Maybe he can develop a video game. It
True.
was a long round. All right.
Okay. It's time for the final game 3 here. Forest Bros. You've been waiting for this
versus Rune.
one. Orcus is coming back for more.
Long have we waited. No longer debated. Forest. Bros.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the chat is all saying Abyss played incredibly well. I mean,
Yep.
man, it's...
I'm so impressed by Tsukimi. Like, even in the first top 8 game we saw him play, it was just nothing but incredible lines the entire time.
Yeah, he's definitely the player that has the least eyes on him. And we see Takapon is going to keep that hand. It was pretty heavy, but...
Ooh,
Oh, this is not a keep. This is
that's
not...
a keep. You
Ah,
definitely
but
wanna do that.
Anastasia, you don't have ways to search her, but it's too heavy. It's too heavy. It's too heavy. You need... this is a very tempo-based deck. You need
How much shuffling
yourself...
do you have in Orcus? Not much, right?
You have options to play that give you shuffling, but he does not play them, I want to say.
I see.
Oh, aggressive Sukuna. Turn 1 Sukuna. Evolve point 2 damage face. We've seen this before.
Good.
Look at me trying to end this quick.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm checking. He does not play any of the cards that shuffle. So,
Damn. That does make it hard to get the Anastasia back.
I mean, it's unfortunately virtually impossible.
All right. What else can we do?
All right.
Face again.
16. Already 4 damage has been put in just in the first 2 turns.
And there's
Flower
the ace
Doll.
card, Flower Doll.
It's going to put a puppet into the EX area. And evolve for 1. We're going super aggressive on these evolves too.
Yep. We are
2
indeed.
evolve points used up in the first 2 turns. Are you serious?
But look how confidently Tsukimi's doing these lines. Like, he's played this deck in and out, clearly.
I mean, he was saying in his interview too, right? It's like, I picked it because it's the deck I'm by far the most familiar with. It's like, when you know everything about how you should be piloting this deck, it's a completely different beast.
Yeah, and you can see that just from the confidence of his movements. Like, yep, this play, this play, this play, this play. This is how I win. Adam Sandler, Uncut Gems. This is how I win.
He is him.
He is Timothy. The Rabbit Mage evolve means that it can go face if it wants to, but at this
It probably
point
wants to
you're
trade it with a
behind on the
Sukuna.
race.
Oh, Riley picked up. That's actually pretty important here.
You can play
Takapon
that
gonna try to stabilize. Eventually.
Doesn't feel super good to do 5 damage to a 2 health guy, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
You gotta do what you gotta do. There we go. Sukuna has done enough. 4 damages is already quite a lot,
1 play point for 4 damage face. I'll take that deal.
right? There's a Zwei in hand.
That is
Looks like he's
Vi.
gonna just play out the Zwei,
And that's
turn
when
that
it's
into a Victoria. What I quite like is with my puppets, what I do is I put them into one penny sleeve, and I put a regular puppet on one side and a Victoria or a Lloyd on the other. So I just like
Oh,
just flip the tokens upside down whenever I transform them.
not a bad idea.
Yeah, they become pretty thick, but at the end of the day, it's the same.
You're full of good ideas, Chris.
Thank you.
Good
So are
stuff.
you. I wouldn't be able to call any of these cards their actual English names without you, buddy. We'd be lost. Nobody would know what a Vanya is.
Victoria is nice. It's no Heartless battle though, but we didn't have that many generators in hand until now. I think we just got a junk, right?
Yep.
Or is that yeah?
I think he was holding it from earlier, but just didn't have the timing to play it.
Mm.
So what's really cool here is that because the order that this went off at,
You get to get the Victoria. The
get the Zwei back. Yeah, so he could have actually traded off Flower Doll and shut down the Zwei being recuperated. Spinaria.
Spinaria.
He needs to set up another puppet in order to make Spinaria work. Not just a puppet, but needs to be a Lloyd or a Victoria, actually.
Yep. That is the fate of combo cards.
And that is this whole deck, basically, in a nutshell.
True enough.
Man, I'd be worried if I was Takabon playing against this Forest list. It almost feels like maybe he's like, Takabon's probably pretty tired after all these games, but for Tsukimi, like, after getting that second win of the win after that last game, you get to play your favorite deck on top of that. Like, he's full of energy. He's charged. Takabon's got to be at least feeling it a little bit here.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, what was that? That last game went down to the last 4 cards or something. It was incredible.
Ooh, we're trading. I expected a Zwei here to... Okay, we're going to go with the...
Liam.
What's his name again?
Liam.
I wanted to call him Richard. But his name is Liam.
Different guy. Who is
Yeah.
that? Who's Richard?
which like typical Western name is this puppeteer?
It's very funny. Yep, that's Jimmy right there. What are you talking about?
Here's Carl, the puppet master.
All right. Let's see here. The Faust. You kind of want to deal with this board a little bit, but the junk is not that big a deal, right? Like, the Liam is the one that's kind of annoying.
Yeah. Because Liam can also be a searcher once you have 3 puppets in the cemetery.
Yeah, you can just, like...
That's pretty annoying.
Junk's just a guy.
He's just a dude. It's not much of a guy, actually. It's a bunch of scrap.
Wow.
Look at the art. He's just, like, scary. Okay. This Faust, we're going to be healing. Dude, I blinked at Takpon's at 13 defense.
Yeah, the damage has been relentless. Let me tell you that much. I think Tsukimi is a little upset at no Anastasia's turn 5, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, can't be too upset when you're the one that chucked her down there. And you have Spinaria, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, but with only 1 Victoria and no Lloyd means you can't activate a turn 5, right?
Yeah, you don't get
fanfare
the
combo
combo of her.
Yeah.
You do get the search if you just want the search, but usually you want to recover 3 play points too. So I think next turn we're going to probably be seeing there's Elf Song in there. That could be something to aim for.
True.
If these 2 remain, then that's some buff targets that can go phase 2. But you do want to take out this Faust as well as much as possible. There's also Noah in hand, so that's also a good opportunity to push later down the line. Turn 7. Those puppets are just waiting there.
That's true. Whenever you see the puppets in the EX area, you just always thinking in the back of your head, right? Like, that's just how much damage is that from Noah? Does he just randomly have lethal? Like you said, it is very Forest Craft. Like, do you just randomly have lethal from all the setup you've been doing? You know? So, it is the way it's played.
We did see a ward here from Takupon. Zwei is also
Guidance.
enhanced. So Zwei does have another effect if she evolves, is that she gives your Victoria the effect that she cannot be damaged in battle
This
for that
turn, right?
turn.
Hmm.
Or just in general, doesn't take damage that whole turn.
Yeah. And it is pretty good. Trading both off into the ward.
That's 3 puppets in the cemetery. Ooh, that's a
We've-
big Noah here. Gonna just play the Victoria to draw a card here, and it's gonna be a 5-1 with a sail that can go into that Faust.
Holy moly. What a play. And that
That's
Noah
huge.
unanswered is going to just go face next turn with 12 billion puppets. It has to
Ruh-roh.
go down. And how much defense does Noah have? Remind me again, please.
You should have 5, if I'm not mistaken. 6.
Oh.
Never mind. 3-6. 3-6.
3-6. That's tough for Rune to deal with.
Yeah, you're gonna have to chuck a most likely Riley plus. Okay, we got a Faust. That is actually 2 red hots.
Oh,
Yeah.
true. 2 red hots would do it.
That
but
is
it does
still an option.
sort of push the game plan of Rune back a little bit here, to be fair.
Yeah, he wasted a
Still.
turn just answering your Noah.
Yeah, it's still pretty good, though. Gotta admit.
You are doing 2 chip damage from the Faust effect, though. As long as you, I mean, you will proc it because you have 3 stacks. Yeah, very heads up play from Skimmy here. Oh, healing again. Not taking any risks here.
I'll tell you right now, Gingerbread House has been the MVP for Dirt Rune for a while.
Yeah.
Like, this card has been going
This
crazy.
whole day,
mode.
dude. This whole day. Ooh, Orcus picked up.
Orcus picked up off the top too.
So now you're no longer too safe. We have 2 Zweis in hand. That will also be able to do it to take care of.
You want to get rid of the Faust, eh?
You're missing 1 damage. It's only a 4-1 now. Doesn't get damaged though if you evolve, but let's see what the draw is. Finds a Heartless Battle.
Very nice.
That's good, but it doesn't answer the Faust.
Unless you run 2 Victorias in. Feels bad, but you could.
Don't fancy that. But it's gonna be the play. I mean, it draws a card, so you can't complain too much. Yeah, Faust gotta go. That's the second one already out. Game's going quick.
Only 1 more to go. How many Fausts can you survive challenge?
Well, so far we're on 2. There's only 1 remaining. Oh my god, he picked up another Sukuna. That's huge.
Sukuna plus Orcus, how much damage is that in 1 turn in going into like the late game? Sukuna herself can be 5, right?
Yeah, so Orcus, if you go for the full evolve, that's 7 play points on its own. I guess 6 if you go with the one that. I mean, by using
It
a
has to be over 2
evolve point.
turns, right? So Orcus by
Yeah.
itself is like 8 damage.
Yeah, usually 8.
And then you Sukuna after that for 5. You're still quite a ways off, unfortunately.
So interestingly enough, you can play the Orcus, and then it all depends on what followers Takapon sets up. Because if he's expecting the Orcus next turn, which usually on 7 play points you do expect it, then you can choose to not play followers here, or not to go wide. But he's gonna play the 3rd Faust, and that's a prime target for the puppets, I'm afraid.
Although I will say the puppets are still only 1/1s, right? Off of Orcus, so if it's a 5/5, might not be able to clear.
That means that you can... No, if anything, that's a good thing, because the Orcus will see each one of them leave play and deal 8 damage to the face, and then you can still play your Lloyd from the back for 0,
Ooh,
heal 2, and then that will also leave play, and that will still proc Orcus's effect, so you'll get 10 damage in 1 turn,
Oh, so true.
with a healthy Orcus on top.
The Lloyd is in the back. You're right.
There's a mirror here, too, so that could actually present itself as a attack target for the Zwei to go into.
Can get a Caridwen back. What are you going for? Getting Beast Face off of Cauldron, interesting.
Oh, right. There's actually So both Lloyd and Victoria treat themselves as the original puppet
Yep.
like token, so that's why they proc Orcus's effect. Whereas even though Zwei is a puppet in its in its trait and has the puppet name, but she's not treated as a puppet token. So
No.
her leaving the field will not proc any bonus effects.
Right. I do really like the design of Zwei and Orcus in general. Just the story of Lloyd and Victoria as well. Very aesthetic. The Heartless Battle card art is really cool. Basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So it's really fun to see like cards that I find very, very cool all the way from digital Shadowverse do so strongly in Shadowverse Evolve. Makes me feel really
Right.
warm and fuzzy inside.
It's like seeing your child grow up,
Yeah.
go to school.
I actually like Zwei a little more than Orcus, if I'm being honest with you.
So that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Design-wise, I mean.
2ダメージがかなり月見選手にも積み重なってます
All right, another white board, but we do know this can be answered by just Orcus. So what's interesting is that you can actually Orcus and using the Evolve point, and you have a 1 play point left, so you can actually play a total of 6 puppets this turn. So, and if you need to, you don't have to, put all 12 damage to face. It feels crazy saying 12, but you can actually, if you have something remaining that needs to be taken out by damage, you can also direct Orcus's damage into a follower, not just
That's
the
true.
face.
I think from the way that these players are playing, they're probably going to direct the damage to the followers first, and then direct whatever's remaining to face. Is how a lot of these players have been playing, as far as I can tell. Just always making sure the board is clear. Especially when you yourself are at 10 defense, right? It's also kind of scary.
Yeah, that's true. But Lloyd will heal you too, so at least that's good.
Fair enough. And it's also a ward, right?
Yeah. So I think regular puppets likely swinging into the Arcus, and then so you'll have 5 of those. Lloyd likely swinging into Beast Mage. Yeah, he's going for the evolve point.
Here we
Here
go.
we go. Here is Alice.
1, 2, 3,
So
4.
we're gonna Orcus. So we're gonna be slowly processing this, and let's see where the damage goes.
Well,
Yeah, so
one,
you can actually
yep.
put 2 instances of it into the carried one, because otherwise you're not getting a full clear. So now with this, you can go. Oh, interesting.
Yep. It's just like getting rid of everything, basically.
Yep. So this will swing into this, and then 2 to face, and then you still have this one to go into the. Yep. 2 more to face, down to 15. And now it's up to you if you want to play out the.
The Lloyd.
But I feel like he's just gonna keep it for having a combo turn with Spinaria.
True. Or if you get a no off the top or something.
Also with you do need the cheap play point cards with specifically Sukuna.
Yes, you're correct.
Because that can easily win you the game too. This Orcus itself is only 4/4, so it's not that hard to answer. And just revive a Riley and boom.
Mm-hmm. Oh. This is intense. The Forest is sort of in a weird position, though, because they're kind of running out of gas, honestly, after looking at their hand just now. They don't have that much draw left. Right? They have Nature's Guidance, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah, Guidance is there. I guess Orcus is just a very different deck, where it's like, it looks like they can run out of gas, but they're really not. It's like, as long as Spinaria is in hand, Spinaria is a +2.
Oh,
She
that's
top
true.
5s for a spell and a follower, and the spells you can find are pretty crazy, right? You can get the
Fair enough.
you can get Bullet off of it, you can get the Elf Song off of it, so you can get the Quick off of it as well. There's a new
Oh,
spell in the deck.
substitution. Yeah, the new spell. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, this build does run Spinaria, which a lot of other builds that I was looking at do not. So that
Yeah.
could be this house.
That being said, Tsukimi's down to 4 defense here.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. And yeah,
Gingerbread
going all
House.
the way to 18.
Tuckpon is trying to set up a huge lead in life.
That house is really good.
Oh, I think he just drew his last Anastasia.
Is that it?
Did, but I don't. That's not enough.
No, I don't think so.
But I think you still do play it. It's a one play 135.
yeah,
Yep, there
true.
she is. So fanfare. Don't forget to get back your 2 play points. Heal 2 from Lloyd.
Oh,
Spinaria
Spinaria,
combo 3
very
is
nice.
actually.
Combo 3, you regained the 3 play points.
Yep. Finds guidance, finds
Orcus.
Orcus. I think you were hoping for the quick spell here as well, because that would help you to just dodge. If you had the quick spell, that would actually dodge you O'Reilly lethal.
Yeah.
Now you're at 6, you need another Lloyd. You still have 5 play points, and you just played so many bodies on board. So that was the.
Is there no Riley? Did we just see the fanning of the cemetery there?
I didn't catch it. I was focusing on the forest side.
Orcus
comes
for
down.
Radiant, right? Radiant Heart gets a Lloyd, no?
Yes, correct. All she needs to do is see a puppet leaf play, and she will make a Lloyd. This will swing. He's thinking about it. All right, it's gonna be taken.
Lloyd
That left play. Lloyd comes out.
Trade, yep.
Or Lloyd goes to the X area, sorry. And this should be the 5th card.
Yep.
So now we get to heal 2. And I believe that we also get the buff from that one of Anastasia. Came back from the brink of the mulligan.
The other
Don't
2 are
forget
at the
Spinaria
bottom
has
of
a
the deck,
ward.
so it's kind of nice that this came in just in time.
We have 3 wards on board now.
Does Spinaria have ward?
Yes.
Oh, that's a good card.
Yep. Spinaria is honestly really not bad. It's just that if you play her for 5 just to surge, it feels pretty lame.
Yeah, you have to do the combo 3.
Yeah. Alright, so far so good.
You got to be warding these up, I think, man. You can't be taking that, Riley.
Iggy, there's one more thing that Tsukimi loses to. Ancient Alchemist.
That's GG, right?
That is GG indeed.
Doesn't
Tsukimi
matter.
fought
Doesn't-
so hard, but there is going to be
Oh.
2 golems made in the EX area, and there are enough play points to both evolve and play 3. And Takupon, his hunger for the finals has managed to pay off, and he is going into that final match. But huge applause to Tsukumi for also that amazing showing
Incredible.
and that amazing patience in game 2 specifically. That was one of the craziest sets. Just look at that. Smiles on both faces. Despite the outcome, there's frustration. There's so many emotions between these 2 players. But at the end of the day, they are here because they share a love for this game.
That was such an incredible set. First of all, the absolute confidence with which both players moved each turn was like awe-inspiring. They're like so in tune with their decks. They knew what they were doing each turn.
Yeah.
And I will say also, like, that second game especially, that went all the way down to almost deck out, was absolutely exhausting. And
Yeah.
even though Takupon lost that game, he was able to reset the mental and come back even stronger the game after. What an incredible set, and hats off to both players, but congratulations to Takupon for going into the finals, who's going to be up against Sare after this, and I cannot wait to see who's going to come out on top. Oh,
Honestly,
boy.
man, what a huge comeback as well. Like, it really did feel like they were like that was the wind was blowing the way of the puppets. It was the forest. It was looking really strong. But I do think we have an interview now with Takupon to hear from him one last time potentially if he Yep,
Oh,
looks
there
like he's
he
coming
is.
here. Let's get that interview going.
こちらご利用いただいて、こちらの
Alright.
ご利用ください。
We've had him on these interviews for
進出おめでとうございます。
はい、ありがとうございます。
quite a few times now, but first, congratulations.
確かに戦でもお疲れだろうなという
いや、
ところが
そうですね、はい。
はい。
Even so he's like from our perspective, it's
はい。
I don't know if we should be congratulating you or saying like, you know, thanks for the hard work. That was a very tough set.
そうですね、振り返ってみると、その2戦目がちょっとおそらく勝ててたんですけれども、ちょっといろいろ頭が
Oh, so he's like-
混乱してしまって、ちょっと
he's like,
見てもらったのが一番ちょっとしん
He
ど
made
かった
some
ですね。
mistakes. Like he
ただ
probably would
3
have
戦目
won
その
that second
メンタル
game,
が負けちゃ
but
うなと思ったんでメンタルだけしっかり切り替えて
and he felt that like, you know, he because of how like his mental state was starting to get worn down from that second game, he was worried that he'd lose game 3 as well, but he managed to properly make a comeback and not tilt and make it back into
そうですね。はい。
the game.
ああいった展開になったり、ああいうカードでぶつかり合ったっていうのは月見選手以外のナイトメアではありましたか？
いや、あそこまで行ったことはちょっとなかったですね。はい。
Oh, so he said
後半も
games
いろいろ考えて
haven't gotten that long as they did
やばいと思って
in that second game, you know, where it's like
やばかったですね。
it really came down to the wire, and it was, you know, I mean, we all saw it, right?
はい。
The amount of cards in deck.
いや、そうですね。はい。まあ結構面もしっかり返されてたんで、変えようやろうとか思ったためが返ったりとか、まあそれも含めてちょっといろいろ良くなかったなとはちょっと思ってますね。
So yeah, it's really reflecting the second game, saying there's a lot of like points to improve on.
負けてしまって3試合へのメンタルの切り替え方とかもすごい難しかったと思います。
はい。
ちょっと
そういう
目に見えて少し失敗してしまったタイミング、例えばフラワードールの取り方
そうですね。はい。
とかもあって、ちょっとメンタル
Yeah, so he said there was a moment in game 3 where the way he took out the flower doll that enabled him to get back to Zwei, which ended up mattering a lot. He said there was a moment where we saw like, oh, he's tired, like he's actually making mistakes here. You know, like, you know, Watanabe saying like we were a little worried, like, is this it? Is this the end of Takupon? But he managed to still make that comeback.
はい非常に楽しかったと思うんですが、
So he felt that, you know, he does feel regretful about that play, but
どういうことを意
now,
識
but
し
still
ま
being
した
able to make that switch and still win game 3 is
まあ
very
ここで
impressive.
逆に先込んでて、まあ、つい負けたら、まあ、それこそ意味ないなっていうところで、まあ、逆に、まあ、2戦目ですね、不甲斐ないプレーしてしまったので、3戦目はちょっとないようにっていうふうにちょっと自分ではまあ思って切り替えてたって感じですかね。
なる
So
ほど
yeah,
ありがとうございます
he said he really,
お疲れだと思うので
after those
はい
mistakes in game 2, he really tried his best to avoid mistakes as much as
お
possible.
話を聞かせていただいてはいますが、やはり優勝に向けて本当に
So now, of course,
受けられます
you know,
が、あと1個。
Fuhi saying, of course, we know you're really gunning for the win
次勝ったら
today.
になると思うんで、最後勝って10-0で優勝しようと思います。
Whoa, so he's like, if I win the next one, I'm 10-0, baby. I'm looking to win this next one too.
Amazing.
He's 9-0 and all the way into finals, but unfortunately, no time to rest. Well, actually, he does have time to rest because we have news, new information.
So I wonder,
But I do
are we
think-
going straight into it or are we going to get a short break? We'll find out soon enough.
I'm pretty sure Dio always comes on for the new segment, so we're gonna get a little shuffle of the table here.
強気というか、そのしっかり
But I'm really excited. Last, I mean, you guys didn't see it yesterday. We had news for the newest set, Gods of the Arcana, which is
Yep. Call your friends, tell everyone to tune in. We'll be translating live. I'll translate every single card reveal.
Chris is working hard.
I usually do this for free, but today it's gonna be on the official stage.
はい。
It's pretty amazing stuff. You guys didn't see, yesterday they confirmed a new type of Evolve card called an Advanced card. And not only that, but support for the Flame archetypes as well. So let's see, hopefully...
And
more
Auctus
news about-
leader.
Yeah,
Auctus
that's
leader.
true. Auctus leader. Hopefully we see more news about Gods of the Arcana today. And maybe, who knows what's going to happen. I certainly
right.
don't know. I legitimately don't know. I'll be reacting at the same time as everybody else. It'll be on very soon, right before the grand finals, guys.
そうですね
All right, so Watanabe-san and
そうですね
and
はい
for Fuhi, this is the end of their
い
JCS
戦いやっぱ
casting
間近に見れる機会
and then Fuhi was like, oh, can you like
ごとにあるんです
just
けど
shortly
全
tell
然
us like
初対戦の
how you feel
大
about
会だったので
JCS? And he was
は
like,
いやは
it
り
was fun.
とても楽しかったですし僕去年 JCS さん
Yes,
解説として参加しなかったので
Very
はい
cool.
こういったプレイヤーと直接話せる機会もあってはい非常にいいイベントだなと
So it's really nice because he also gets to talk to a lot of the players, you know, when he's not commentating. So
今後も頑張っていってほしいですね
it's a nice way, you know, to interact with the player base. So he's also motivating everyone to join. Okay, new information in 2 minutes. There's not much of a break.
Oh, not much of a break. Do not go anywhere. 2 minutes.
All
Come back
right.
soon.
それでは失礼いたします。
失礼いたします
All right.
See you in a sec.
We'll see you guys in 2 minutes. Get back here very soon.
待たせいたしました。ここからシャドーバースエボルブの新情報をお届けいたします。引き続き友田和樹です。そして解説
Alright, we're back. It's time for news. New card reels.
So excited. As you said, they always bring real on from you.
Ryo-san will be bringing us the information.
我々が新パート、はい、新告知パートを、はい、やりたいと思います。
Alright, so they're gonna get these three will be they're gonna be bringing us the information.
まずはおさらいから参りましょう。JCS2025 への権利をかけた大会の開催の決定が
Really excited here.
Right, so first we're gonna be repeating some of the information from yesterday for those that didn't get to watch the stream yesterday.
All right.
So in case you missed it, this is the ways to qualify for the Japan Championship next year have already begun. So the shop qualifiers have already started. You can sign up on Bushinabi, and the participation promo is Nature's Guidance. This beautiful altar. Alright, so the JCS qualification season begins next week.
大会となっているんですけれども、もちろん JCS だけじゃなくてね、ショップ大会出るような感覚で、気軽に大会参加するの楽しいと思いますので、こちらの大会もぜひご参加いただければと思います。
Please join these tournaments as well, because you get something even just for participating. So it's pretty nice. I am curious about the details because last year you were only allowed to join 3 of these, so you had only 3 shots to qualify. And of course, don't forget the Spring Cup 2024. So this will be happening in 2 different venues. One of them is in Omiya on the 14th of April in a month, and then in 2 months' time at the end of May on the 25th in Kyushu, which will be part of the Card Game Fest from Bushiroad 2024 in Kyushu. And the first one on the left is Toreka Fest by Bookoff, which is going to be happening in April. So both of these will be single-player tournaments, not team tournaments, and they will be awarding you with the, of course, White Rabbit amulet from the Haven starter deck. So if you participate, you get 1 with the special foiling and hot stamp. Those that make it to the top cut get 2 copies. Those that make top 4 get 3 copies, and you get a JCS invite if you win.
Hair of Illusions is the name.
Hair of Illusion, that's right. Alright, don't forget there's also the big card game festival from Bushiroad, lasting 2 days at the beginning of May, the 3rd and the 4th. And of course, this will also have 2 ways to qualify for JCS 2025. Day 1 will be a team tournament of 600 teams, 1,800 players that will be held, of course, here in Tokyo at Tokyo Big Sight. And then day 2 will be Open 8 Masters, which is a sealed format, which is best of 1 single player. Each block will have space for 128 players with a total of 3 blocks as well. And the pack that you can use for this tournament will be Gods of the Arcana. Ooh, apparently, so the initial lottery period for applying for one of these events is already done, but we have some new information. So for the summer and autumn tournaments, they've decided the venues, which will be... Oh, alright. So spring, of course, is going to be Tokyo Big Sight, as we saw, which is a teams tournament. Summer is going to be a singles tournament in Nagoya, August 10th and 11th. And then in autumn, we'll be in Chiba. We're back in Chiba for September on the 21st and 22nd. It's also going to be a singles event. You can especially expect the autumn one to be a 2,000-player event once again. So these are events all the way up to September. So the next half a year of major events for Shadowverse EVOLVE. So spring one will be a teams tournament, 3v3, much like how Springfest is right now in English. And Nagoya and Chiba will be singles. It's very nice. Especially summer into autumn is only a month and a half break between the 2 of them, so that's going to be a very competitive period, I think, for a lot of people.
タイトルを遊びきる前に次のタイトルが出ちゃうっていうこともなかなかね発生しちゃうときにこう大会があるとそれを消化できるっていう場所が生まれるんで、こういうふうに大会の 開催数が多いっていうのはこのプレイヤーたちにとってはこういうカードを一生懸命遊んでいくっていう上ではこう一つの目標になりますよね。
And also, of course, saying is one of the goals for a lot of the players. You know, you have more ways to prove yourself with your favorite cards. You know, throughout the release. Usually, a lot of GPs happen like one GP or one big event per pack release. But we're actually looking to potentially have more than one.
That'd be exciting.
Oh, so it looks like there's going to be some other events, of course, other than just GPs, such as championships. And of course, in English, you can look forward to English information on this very channel later this week. So this is, of course, for Japan.
ございます。
All right, there's going to be championship information for Japan.
盛りだくさん。
Everyone's like, oh, it's like, you know what you're doing, you know how to tease. He's like, it's like because the way he answers is like, for championship information, we have information.
4月より切り替わる上位賞のカードを発表したいと思います。こちらです。
Oh, they're going to announce the prize cards starting from April. Prim is going to be the top 8 prize for CSs. So it's full on sword. So Prim you get for getting top 8. And if you win, you get Seria Altard. I don't think that Seria Altard ever came out in digital Shadowverse either.
No, I would remember if that's how
Yeah, right.
came out in digital.
That's a very
Shadowverse.
beautiful Celia. It's the two of them, right?
Holy guacamole. I want
Prim
it.
is also very pretty.
I want one.
So yeah, they're like, oh, are you a sword main? Is that why there's so many sword promos all of a sudden?
Oh yeah, yesterday was also all swords. The hero
Yeah,
sword
right.
reveals.
But until now, we had a lot of Dragon top 8 promos. There was like Forte, Dragon Oracle.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, they're just joking around. How it's like they have a lot of these promos because the commentators they play in a lot of CSs because they don't have to commentate them. They have to commentate the big events and they can't play in them, but they can play in the CSs.
そうだからデラックススターアイテム出ますね。そうだからなんかお互いその前半はこの環境で楽しんで、
確かに確かに。
で
後半で取り合ってもそう交代交代で使えますね。まあヒーローも紹介したから。
ヒーローも使います。
Oh, okay, they're still teasing him about.
相性良さそうなんでね。
そうなんですよ。墓にヒーロー。
They're still teasing him about sword and everything that they've been introducing. But also, of course, the card itself, is
感覚でももちろん出れるし、ちょっと
So it's like you can play in championships, as just like with the idea that you're just playing in shop tournaments, but you can also take it more seriously because a lot of strong players go to the CSs. So he said that sometimes when they go play in CSs, a lot of the players that actually are at JCS this weekend are also at the CSs. So it's like, man, they're so strong. What is this level, right?
そうそうそう。なんかね、こうやっぱり大会ってね、どうしても敷居高いから、
そうなんか行きにくいのかなと思いつつね。
なんかギスギスすんじゃねえかなみたいなあるけど、そういうこと全然ないから。
すごい優しい。
So yeah, they're thinking like, oh, these top players must be so scary. It's like, why would I play in a CS? It's gonna be so intimidating. But they're saying everyone is so nice. They really want everyone that even just wants to not even take it that seriously, just come to the CSs because they're a very fun time. It's like, oh, you forgot your dice? Somebody's gonna lend you some dice.
トリオ出て一人のメンバーが遅刻して1回戦来なかったんですけど、そうそういうのでも出れますよね。
最悪2人でもね戦える。
Also, so apparently once they came to a team tournament, the third of their team was late, and even then they were allowed to play because everyone's just so nice and chill about it.
あとはこう一応この東京のグランプリがその5月は一応トリオ戦。
確かに。だからちょっと誘って。
Yeah, so they're also saying like the next Grand Prix is a teams tournament. So if you already have a team that you've decided on for May, then you can already start playing in team CSs to get a lot of good practice together, as a team, get your vibe together, get that teamwork ironed out.
戦いを見てましたけど、戦いとかね、ゲーム終わった後、まだゲーム続いてるのに感想戦して、
そうですよね。あんな感じですもんね。
So Ryo-san was also saying how you see even on stream, right? They finish their games on JCS and they just keep on talking with their opponents, right? It's like there's really a lot of card games are communication tool at the end of the day, and so Evolve really helps you to embrace that. But Now we have product information. So of course, don't forget first the deluxe starter decks for Mysteria and Ramp Dragon, of course, both in one set, 4,000 yen retail price. 2 meta decks that you can just play in tournaments immediately with are going to be available on the 19th of April here in Japan. So it's a great way to start Evolve. It's also, you can just buy this and go join big tournaments. You can expect to win huge events with just this. And this is also an official show that they ran on the Japanese Evolve channel with some big names. So Shitori-san, of course, is a pro Mahjong player. Vieira is a world champion in a very popular game. Feg is one of our previous world champions in Shadowverse, the first ever world champion. And of course, the Twilance is one of the big YouTubers for TCGs in Japan. And here's a bonus bit of information. So they're going to be doing Evolve Networking Events Deluxe. So this is something that they have in Japan, where the networking events are even more casual than regular shop tournaments, where you're allowed to switch decks between rounds. It's like a very, very casual approach to a tournament. So there's going to be an event held at shops that support the game through Golden Week, which is at the end of April. And so just for participating, well, you get the Manaria, the bullet, and then for the rest of the prizes, it's the other amulet you get from the dragon side of the starter deck. So there's also a promo pack volume 10, which you can also get.
I believe it's a Mysterian Missile and Aftershock, I think.
Aftershock, yeah, that's what it's called. So, and these are going to be in premium foil. Alright, so this is just if you want to play with the deluxe starter decks as they are, so this will last from May 1st to May 12th. Alright, so everyone's pretty excited. So you can just play 3 times in a... You can just go to a bunch of tournaments just to like farm the Mysteria token, because you'll probably need quite a few of it if you want to foil this deck out. So yeah, Tomoda-san's like, oh, I should probably play in this event maybe like 5 times, 10 times, you know, just to get myself enough of the foil tokens. So yeah, they're also saying it's very recommended for new players, especially those that start playing with these new decks. Again, $40 for 2 competitive ready decks. It's essentially a dream. Alright, we still have a lot of big information coming though, Chad. Don't forget, they're still just kind of going over stuff that we already sort of knew. So the big stuff is still on its way. Alright, so I was saying you can also bring decks that aren't necessarily just starter deck ones too, but they really recommend people to just join with the pre-constructed decks too. So yeah, so you can also join with your friends too, just have a nice little atmosphere. It's a good time for events. Alright, so of course, don't forget on the 19th of April, Gods of the Arcana. Oh, this is what I'm waiting for.
I need it. I need it.
What Arcanas will there be? Alright, so of course the Arcanas will be in this set. And of course, there will be a God pack in this set too.
Oh,
so
yeah,
of course,
the serialized ones, right?
So yes, you have serial number included.
Oh, that's the one.
So there's going to be... Oh, so next Wednesday at the Bushiroad strategy presentation, they're going to be showing more information about this.
Ooh, okay.
On top of even more things, so look forward to that.
Stay tuned for that. Next Wednesday, you said?
Oh.
あると言いましたんで。
あるかなあるかな。
All right, so they're playing with the Arcana pun
い
again.
やもう言わされまいと。もう言わされまいと。アルカナは。
心が負けてる
じゃあ今日はあるんですか？アルカナあるんですか？
今日は
ある。
ありま
Oh, okay, we have an Arcana. We have an Arcana today as well.
女体化するの？
す。それはこれからのね。
He's like, told us that it's like, will this one have a waifu version too? He's like, oh, you'll see, you'll see if it does or not, or it doesn't.
恋人です。
恋人来た。
誰だ？
It is gonna be.
こちらどうぞ。
ミルティ
Oh, Milteo!
かっこいいね。
It is Milteo.
マジで。
Hold
So
up, guys.
Milteo says it's a 5 cost
There you go.
4/4. At the start of your end phase, Necro charge 20 to evolve this, so it doesn't evolve normally. And then Fanfare, discard 1 card from your hand. Choose from your deck.
残りはシャッフルしてデッキの下にできますということで、まあこの時点でもう3
デッキの
面見解
上を元のコスト3以下のフォロワーを。
そうですね。はい。
Oh, so you reveal the top cards of your deck until you reveal 2 cost 3 or lower followers. And then,
ですね。
oh no,
条件進化。進化
I didn't finish reading it, no. All right, so the evolve is on evolve, you can pay 2 play points, choose all opponent's followers, destroy them, and deal. You turn your opponent's leader's defense into 6.
Oh, it's kind of like what it did in digital game.
Yeah, but that sounds crazy to evolve. Oh
That
my
is
god.
crazy. That is
All right,
crazy.
I managed to find the remaining Milteo effect is on Fanfare, discard 1, reveal the top cards of your deck until you reveal 2 3-cost or lower followers, reveal them, you play them onto the field, and then you shuffle your deck
Whoa.
and put the rest in the bottom of the deck.
Wait, that's pretty sick.
Yeah, just on Fanfare, ditch 1, get two bodies out.
What did you say it was Necromancy 20 to evolve this? Oh, Necro
Necro charge 20 to evolve, yeah.
Oh, that's quite a tough effect.
That
but-
takes a while, yeah.
Yeah.
これさ6だから6こいつが残ったらもう6点の差
Gorgeous card.
So yeah, they're also saying if Milteo stays on board after putting your opponent's leader's defense to 6, then you just win.
進化できる可能性もあるわけですもんね。
ありますね。
これルルナイとかになったらやばくない？
確かにやんなしかもさ
めっちゃ破壊する。
Milteo has always been one of the
This
most beautiful cards in the entire game.
Yeah,
I'm so
Milteo
glad
is
we got it
beautiful.
revealed here.
I really like the border on the evolve versions. The fact that the border turns red.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
熱くね
I don't know if you noticed, but the border on advanced evolve cards was
Yeah. You know what's crazy is that you can actually, if Milteo plays out Rulanai, you can just evolve it.
結構強そうです。だってファウストが
Rulanai is a 3 cost.
とはいえ4コストじゃないですか。
ハウスと
ミルティオ
Oh
は
boy.
スカルがないもんね。
スカルがないし
マックスで3が出たら6の可能性。
しかも一応ハンド1枚切るけどその切る行為自体が強い可能性あるよね。その
Oh yeah, so they're saying like you have to discard 1 for the cost, but that's actually a good thing because it contributes to your necro charge too.
もうプールが広くなればなるほど強くなる系のカードなんで。
And Milteo is like super generic, so you can actually play this in virtually everything.
これ
Because it's just like 3 costs or lower. I mean, we're looking at Vampire Abyss right now, and that has a lot of good targets too.
ミルティオ派手ですねやっぱアルカナはね。
でですね。
Yeah, these Arcana cards are very flashy. They're very, very good.
3コスト主体のナイトメアとかなるんですかね。ちょっとわかんない。
So I guess Rose Queen.
2メアならぬ3
So
メア。
we like to call Rose Queen Abyss in Japan Ni-mare because it's mare for nightmare and 2 is in Ni for like 2
Oh,
cost.
I got
Or
you.
like just like Ni Kosumea.
かなり再現されて
So it's like 2 cost mare. So now they're like, oh, 2 cost mare will turn into 3 cost mare.
次もナイトメアクラスと。
Matt
The next one is
in chat.
also an Abyss card.
はい。
Alright, so today's mood is not sword. Oh, Deathbringer. Deathbringer. 8 cost 7/7 on Fanfare. Choose an opponent's follower, destroy it, deal 2 damage to the follower's leader, and heal your leader 2, and it evolves for 1.
でミルティオで操作して
Huh.
で
It's quite different, right?
Yeah.
ごめんねごめんね
Oh, they're already talking about ditching this from Milteo and reviving it.
破壊することがそのリーダーに自
True.
分のリーダーは体力プラス2します。
あーなるほどね。
で、1個性進化することができます。進化はこちらです。
All right, the evolve is
まあ同じ能力ですね。
on evolve, choose an opponent's follower, destroy it, and then deal 2 damage to that follower's leader and heal 2 to your own leader. So it becomes an 8/8 though. Oh, the board looks so good on the gold. This, I think this is the first Arcana gold we're seeing, right?
Yeah, this is the lower rarities. They look good.
出すことないんだよね。多分祝福で出す。
Wow.
Very cool.
ミルティオで1枚捨てといて、で盤面作った後にデスブリンガー釣ってみたいな感じで。
Yeah, so you're probably not playing it for 8 play points. You're probably reviving it.
きますね。
えぐいなこれ。あ、
Damn,
分かった分か
that's
った。もうシャドウバスエボルブやり込んでるんで、これ気づきましたわ。
はい
デスブリンガーが女体化するんですね。
Oh my god. Tomada-san is like, oh, I've been playing Shadowverse EVOLVE for a long time, so I know what you're gonna say. Deathbringer is gonna get a waifu version. He's like, I know what Shadowverse EVOLVE is all about.
UR とリーダーカードもこの後
Wherever you are in the leader card, Li Shena,
Hold on, hold on, hold on,
Li
hold on.
Shena,
まず
Li
はリーダ
Shena.
ーカードから
We start with the leader card.
あ、でも決まってんすもんね。一回紹介されましたもんね。
はい
So we know the names of the leader cards. They are the omens.
絶血の中の
絶
今
血の中の誰
回は
か見せて。
ウィッチ
Today
クラ
it's
スの
It's Li Shena! It's Li Shena! It's Li Shena!
ライオだろ。
Ryo or Li Shena? Ryo or Li
ウ
Shena?
ィッチクラスのこちらのリーダーカードをご紹介しようと思い
It's
ます
Li Shena. Yes!
Hey!
There she is!
Hey!
Oh, she's
Oh,
beautiful.
that's quite cute. That's cute.
I was waiting for this.
なかなか手に入ります
Li Shena will be one of the leader cards in this set.
Wait, so it's Lashana and who?
結構美しい
Oh boy. Is it case time?
Yeah, they're saying like this. The art this time is very like popsy because the UR art for Li Shena is very like beautiful. It's her with a wedding dress, you know, laying down. It's like very like it's got that.
はい
You know, it's got that like composed look. Whereas this one feels like it's like at a concert, you know.
いや嬉しい。
これからもねイラストだったりぜひ皆さんご期待いただければと
熱血のリーダーカードプラスシリアルも出る。
We got yours? We got yours? Confirmed?
それやばい
やばすぎるっすよね。
ちょっと
Wow, so they're saying like, oh, maybe
中身がさ
you can open a pack where like you have a
出してほしい
we have an omen leader and a god pack or something.
すいませんこれ一パックくださいと
That might be a bit too strong.
めっちゃ熱いです。さあ、そしてお次がデスブリンガーの女体から紹介ですよね。
では
Oh man, Tomada-san is like, all right, the next one is Deathbringer's
誰
waifu version.
こちらです
So it's gonna be.
はいというわ
Oh, Milteo, you are!
けで
Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh my
That
god.
is gorgeous.
すぎるな。
いやーこれ美しいですね
星すぎるなこれ。
That is gorgeous.
だよなリンゴだよリンゴなんだよね
神だな。
On the apple, of course, is
これ
still
アプリでもリーダー
front and center.
有名なというかまあ大人気のカードじゃないですか。
はいはいはいはいはい
But yeah, this is of course one of the most popular
ちょっと原作
originally Shadowcraft cards, now Abysscraft cards.
2つ展開する
Yeah,
こと
Milteo
で
has one of the best designs in the entire
Of
game.
course, everyone is in love with this art. This is what we all wanted to see.
いや素晴らしい。
Milteo. You gotta. Yeah, I think everyone wants to see
いやー今日
Milteo.
今日からいろいろ発表してるんで今日全部出すわけ
I want it.
さすがにいかないと
Oh,
I
so
need it.
デスブリンガーとミルティオが UR で
どうしてデスプリンガー
oh my god.
デスプリンガー
Tomada-san won't stop saying it. So it's like, okay, so the URs for Abyss are Milteo and Deathbringer, right?
いやーありましたねそんな環境
But the deal was like,
いやそういうことで
so it's like
本日は以上ということ
we have a lot of things we're announcing starting from today. So it would be pretty bad if we announced everything all at once. So don't forget there's a Shadowverse stream on Tuesday at 7 p.m. GST for the app, but they usually announce things for Evolve there too. There's also the strategy presentation, which has an Evolve segment on Wednesday at noon/1 p.m.-ish. You don't want to miss that.
僕ら紹介できるらしいんですよ
はいはいはいはいはい
でちょっと詳細はまだわからないということなんですけども
Apparently,
明日
明日なんですか
以降に
以降に
まあでも明日っぽいな多分な明日だ
God, they're baiting so
明日
hard.
だった気がするな明日だ明日
So-
僕明日だ
え本当ですか
そう
え
明日僕
So Tomada-san and Ebina-san will be actually doing card reveals
X でツイートさせていただきます
for set 10, and apparently
いただきますので
Tomada-san will actually be doing his reveal tomorrow.
フォローしていただいて
So please follow their accounts on X, formerly Twitter, and they'll be posting the new reveals. Here's the schedule. Tomoda-san is tomorrow. And then, of course, we have Shadowverse Channel Special. We'll announce something on Tuesday. There's also the Konshu no Kado, this week's card. We'll also be revealing some cards. Then on Wednesday, we have the Bushiroad Strategy Presentation, of course, big reveals. Maybe that's will be on the Thursday, as well as Tsuruoka Kamanohashi will also be announcing something. And the Evolve channel, the Japanese one, on Friday will announce more stuff, and it's going to be an actual fight video with new cards. We're going to get a whole deck with the actual moves and everything shown to us after that.
Definitely tune into that one.
So make sure to watch the Japanese Evolve channel. You're right now you're watching us on the English one, but make sure you follow all the channels. Get all of your Shadowverse Evolve information from every single source. Every single source possible. And of course, the serial cards, the serial number cards will be revealed on Wednesday. So there's going to be a new product reveal that's releasing in June, as well as event information announced on Wednesday. Product in June. Product in June. I'm very excited. Oh. All right, so on Wednesday, Ryo-san will be there at the strategy presentation. So he said that he's like we're in such a big Arcana mood. We're in such a Arcana mood. But we have so much information to announce on Wednesday. There's such a big volume of information to announce on Wednesday. They're not sure if they're going to fit everything into the time spot. So yeah, Tomoda-san saying on Wednesday it's all Bushiroad games. It's not just Evolve. So sometimes the production team is like, all right, come on, we have all the other Bushiroad games. We gotta go. So Ryo-san will do his best to announce everything snap quickly. So look forward to it. So yeah, Tomoda-san says sometimes showing up on the Wednesdays, you know, the TCG strategy presentations as well. Alright, so Ryo-san is reminding everyone that you're actually allowed to go in and watch the strategy presentations in person. You can apply on Bushinabi. So he's saying like, what if it's like one of those events that you see in overseas, like in America and stuff, where it's like they announce something that the camera pans to you in the audience and you have to start reacting. So of course you're gonna see all kinds of famous and cute voice actors, all kinds of famous people from the TCG industry. So apparently they're going to be giving us some very good Evolve information on Wednesday. It's going to be very exciting. Alright, so Tomoda-san is like, have you bought you enough time? Are the players ready? Have the players rested enough? Alright, so finals will happen in 8 minutes. 7 p.m., 15 minutes. So we'll be back in 8 minutes time for our finals. You don't want to miss it.
皆様お待たせいたしました。Shadowverse EVOLVE Japan Championship.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Shadowverse EVOLVE Japan Championship Grand Finals. And it's truly the Grand Finals now, because now whoever wins this is the Japan champion for 2024. We came all the way over 2 days. First day, grueling 7 rounds of Swiss. Today, top 8 single elimination. And you can see right there the trophy that the winner of this very next set stands to win. Man, we've come a long way, Chris.
We've come a long way. It's been a whole weekend of competing for these players, and also, I mean, casting and watching for everyone involved here too. But it's also been a whole year of just grinding for a lot of players, right? In Japan, the tournament season, as you saw from the announcements, is never ending. There's so many events, and even the people that qualified in spring, they kept going to events and getting more qualification spots basically that they ate up from other people, and just basically just kept on going nonstop. And of course, all of that gets to restart. New season starts in a week, and of course, those of you that are inspired, especially if you live here in Japan, can of course fight for the JCS invite for next year. But those of you watching at home that are playing the English version, BCF season is happening right now. BSF is your chance to prove your mettle, and of course, grind out and get ready for BCS, because of course, the World Circuit starts for English Wishart Games relatively soon too. It's going to be there before you know it. And we also have the Grand Showdowns, which are something to be very excited about. We can't talk about it just yet. You're going to want to watch on Friday the big announcements of the English version, but you'll find out a lot of information there that we've been just quietly waiting to be announced and quietly waiting to be talked about by our beloved Wushi Matt on the program. So make sure you tune into that. I think both of us will be restreaming that, right?
I believe so. Yeah, I definitely will be. Just taking a look at what's going on over there in the English side, especially now. Honestly, even just watching the Japanese side of the tournament gives you more insight to the English side as well. So coming in with a new knowledge from today, going into that is going to be really, really fun. So, all right, guys, this is it. The final game of the entire, or the final round rather, of the entire day. The grand finals: Sare versus Takupon. Sare, who used to be a Shadowverse Digital almost world champion, going all the way to the World Grand Prix. Versus Takupon, who is undefeated so far in this entire tournament. Goodness me.
Igni, cast your vote.
True, I got to vote.
Who are we voting?
If you guys didn't know, you can actually vote each round for who you think is going to win. And if you do, you might win a special little prize. And I am going to vote.
It's a playmat this time.
Final round, I'm voting for Sare.
I'm going to take the other pool. I'm going with Takupon. I've been voting him quite a lot. It's time to vote Takupon, man.
He's hungry.
He's
hungry.
Either
player is a great choice, though, to be honest. They're both incredibly skilled. They both want it so bad.
Man. Yeah, this must be some of the most nerve-wracking time for these players, right? Just waiting before the fateful match begins. The final set that will determine the best player in all of Japan for this year. And it's looking to be an Earthright mirror match to start us off, with Takupon going first.
And let me just remind everybody watching at home what they're playing for. They're not just playing for some shiny trophy. No. The winner gets a 1-of-1 mono card with all of the Machina sisters on it. One in the entire world.
That's right. Just like Alice for English this year and for Japanese last year, this is going to be the biggest collector item in the game joining that lineup.
Let's see. The opening hand from Sare. Not amazing. I guess you could keep it. Going second, you could always turn 1 Teachings, turn 2 Rabbit. Not the worst thing in the world, but I don't know. They're both very heavily considering their mulligan. Make sure to take your time and think it through. Looks like the keep is happening. Shadowverse Showdown. let's get into it. They're even using the same leader, the Dario leader. True mirror match here. Let's get into it. First, Gingerbread House over on the side of Takupon, putting the defense back to 23.
Whoop.
Starting the game with 3 more defense than usual. And you know, we've seen over the course of these 2 days that really does matter. The chip matters immensely because it gets you out of range of Alchemist lethal, out of Riley lethal. Just in general, Gingerbread House, I feel like, has been one of the MVP cards of the entire tournament.
That's right. This is also the first time we see 2 Daria leaders
I was just saying,
lined up next to each other.
It's so funny, right? Like, the exact same leader opposite. The true mirror. The true mirror.
Yeah. Mirror to the very end. 2 absolutely legendary players duking it out here. We're going to see the Rabbit Mage play out the Sigil and use that EP card in order to evolve it to search for a card with Earthright on it. What is it going to find off that top 4? It is going to be... Ooh, we see
I see Ancient Alchemist.
Could it
the
be?
options.
I see a Carrot. I see a Faust. I see a Faust.
That's Faust.
That's very important, especially going second. You're going to need to be able to respond to your opponent's plays on their first turn 5, and Faust is always a big candidate for that timing.
Absolutely. And you know, these matches, Earthright into Earthright, tend to be pretty grindy. So settle in. It's going to be a battle of resource management and who can find those incremental advantages and sneak a lethal through the opponent's defenses, really. We're going to see a turn 3 Riley immediately proc for the draw, leaving alone the Rabbit Mage. No worries there.
That does mean you have extended your use of sigils, though, for the time being. So if you want to do a Caradwin play, you actually cannot do it next turn because you don't have evolve points. It's going to have to be something else.
Now, very importantly, the Faust was taken from the Rabbit Mage, and we do see a Riley in hand for Sare, meaning that Faust has the option of pulling drills to sack the Riley, immediately putting it in the discard pile. And oftentimes with Riley, you actually want it to be in the discard pile rather than on your field as a naked body. So it's very interesting. But we actually are going to play the Riley to counter the Riley.
That's huge. No chip damage for you. So, of course, she is now in that cemetery. But, ooh, we have Red Hawk here as well. That's another option. In terms of 3 cost plays, this could be just another Riley from Takupon because... Oh, pace 2.
But with no Earth Sigil, it's kind of hard to counter the Riley with your Riley. Oh, wait, we actually do get one. This might be a Riley into Riley.
That's right. Pace 2.
Oh. What's the option? What's it going to be?
What is it being 2 for?
Red Hot
It is a Red Hot.
Going
into the Rabbit.
The suspense is killing me. The tension is palpable.
Yep. Medusa pickup is also really huge because that, of course, again, taking a look at these 2 players and their lineups here. So I don't want to make sure I don't mix up between the 2 players because they are bringing the same archetypes. But we do see Barrage in both players' lists, but Takupon's playing 2. Suri's playing 1. So for Suri, being able to search that off of your Medusa is going to be pretty vital. But not so much in this matchup, but more so once it gets to the Abyss matchup for one of those upcoming games. But even here, it can sometimes be important to, you know, you can reduce some of your opponent's followers' defense down to 1 with something like Medusa, and then just finish it off with that 1 spread damage from the Barrage too. But in terms of other strong 2-cost cards, I mean, you can find, you know, your Red Hots, you can find yourself the Drills as well. So there's quite a few options here, but I don't think that we're going for the Medusa this turn. For turn 4 play, I mean, it's looking like another Riley.
Wow.
It's going to be played just to draw more cards here.
You know, Chris, earlier in the day, we had the problem where a lot of decks just never found their Riley. Now, going into game 1 of the final set of the day, the absolute opposite is true. Everybody's just landing Riley after Riley after Riley here. She's finally showing up to work on time. And there's another one in hand.
Riley only acknowledges those that are strong. And so therefore, those that made it into this final match, They deserve to be blessed by her presence showing up here with extra to spare.
I actually cannot believe that there's another one in hand. That's so funny. That's all three already in the first
Right.
4 turns of the game.
All right, so now 2 followers with 4 defense each are lined up here. Of course, Faust here could be played down, and actually, again, let me quickly take a look here. There is the option to banish one of these Rileys, which could be pretty huge.
That is huge. Price of Magic, banishing and Riley. If you guys didn't know, if you're just tuning into the grand finals, Riley is very powerful in your cemetery because she gets to get recycled over and over again by the Curded Eternal Potion or by her own natural 6 play point effect. So just giving her a banish and not letting her come back is a huge, huge deal.
Exactly, and that's going to be the play. We were selecting it like, sure, you can argue that, oh, there's another one on board. You know, one of them is going to hit the cemetery no matter what. But at the end of the day, just restricting one of them could be what makes or breaks the game, because you are basically shutting down a potential 6 damage this game that could come out. You know, we know this mirror can get pretty grindy. There we go. The banish comes through. That's very huge. And of course, Cauldron is going to be able to on-play like a top 4 to find a card with the Earthright words written on it.
Faust
and there's
again.
another Faust. Back
Very
to
nice.
back. That is going to be very important here for this mirror match.
Now, the Faust Earthright activates as well, buffing himself to a 5/5 and dealing 2 damage. And you're totally right when you say that the banishing Riley might actually be super relevant, because if it does come down to a super grindy game down into the wire, the player with 1 less Riley has less options.
Yeah. All right, now, sorry. I think it's time to start returning the favor here. And one of the ways to do that, but it's pretty awkward, because your way to take out this Faust, of course, is with Riley's own effect, right? When Riley's played from the cemetery, she can play all 3 of her effects at the same time. Normally, you have to choose one of her 3 effects, which includes drawing 2 cards, or gaining 3 attack, or dealing 5 damage to an enemy follower. So when you play her from the cemetery, she does all 3 at once, but with there not being any in the cemetery, that is going to be a different story here. You could Faust to play, of course, the drills, the summon drills that lets you discard a card to summon out and buff your golems. But looks like it's going to be the Rabbit Mage instead. What are we trying to do with the Rabbit Mage here?
Well, the last Riley is also in hand. I was thinking, what if you just Riley to destroy the Faust and go face? Seems like a pretty
That's true.
simplistic play, but it is something you can do. And you know that their only banish is Price of Magic, so it's not like you're too.
They only play one, and you know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you probably will just hard play Riley here. That's your that is one of your ways to get rid of it. Now you have the sediment on board so that you're not running out. You do have 2 now. It does seem to be the case.
Yeah, third
Let's
Riley
see.
just cleanly clears this Faust, and then you go face.
Okay, this Riley's gonna go face. Down to 14.
There it
And
is.
There we go.
Riley 3.
That's all 3 out, so you know that Sari actually drew all 3. Honestly, between these 2, I feel like nobody can complain whoever wins. Both these players are super deserving of the dub. And honestly, I'm pretty happy with whoever wins.
And this is literally this is an embarrassment of riches here, having all 3 Rileys, whereas before players were struggling to just even get 1. So honestly, I'm pretty happy if I'm the Earthright player, just like having all the Rileys actually come out on time.
Honestly, it's better than not seeing them at all.
Yep.
Caradwin is being played out. This is going to be huge. Of course, you get Caradwin's. She isn't originally a Shadowcraft card that is now in Runecraft and Evolve, and is able to, of course, make her potions through the Earthright effect. So one of her potions deals 4 damage to enemy leader and 4 damage to enemy follower, and then 2 to the leader. And then the other one, of course, gets to revive one of the cards in your cemetery. So it's actually very huge, because, you know, the revive is one of the biggest parts. It gets to revive a 3-cost or lower follower, which of course is going to be oftentimes the Riley. Riley gets placed from the cemetery, which means it's going to be a 6 attack, 2 card drawing 5 damage dealing body that also can just rush into one of your opponent's followers and is going to get destroyed by Caradwin's effect at the end of turn. So you don't lose it to it getting banished or anything like that.
Oh,
there we go.
Yeah, this is exactly what you were talking about. We're using the potion to get the Riley. That works out. As you were saying it, it's happening on screen right in front of us.
Very important to note, though, there's no more stacks on the board for Takupon.
That's true. That's a bit of an issue, no?
You definitely want to spend the last play points here to make that happen if possible. He's already paid 2. What is that 2 going into?
Ah, Red Hot Ritual. Very nice.
There we go. That is a stack.
And it deals with the Rabbit Mage, too. Again, the chip does matter in this matchup. The more damage you take, the less work your Ancient Alchemist has to do in the endgame.
Right now, the life totals 21-14. Surrey's looking at his turn 6 and can definitely return the favor. Taking out the opposing Caradwin is not that hard. I mean, you have multiple options. You could even banish it. Oh, no, I don't think Surrey plays. No, he doesn't play the banish.
Sorry, doesn't play Price of Magic.
Yeah. The Price of Magic was a bit too expensive for Surrey here. Chose to go for different tech slots instead.
Yeah, that is very interesting. He runs Magiblade Witch and Medusa's a 2 of.
Yeah, Magiblade. I mean, can deal the 4 damage, but alternatively, trying to think what else you could do. It's definitely not an Alchemist turn. Even if you use an EP, it's going to be a bit awkward. You have another Faust to back it up. Medusa's also in play, but I feel like Medusa, you want to save for a bit later. It looks to be a Faust.
Hovering over it.
Yep. Deep in thought.
Take the time. Take the time you need.
Yeah. These calculations are some of the most important ones you'll ever do in your Shadowverse EVOLVE career. You do not want to mess them up.
100%. Especially you'd never forgive yourself
Oh,
if you do. All right, Faust comes out.
Okay.
Red Hot and
Red
Drills.
Hot.
Well, Drills is not really sinking anything. We already have all 3 Rileys, or anything important, really. But it is generating golems, which is important for a Alchemist endgame, of course.
Okay, Red Hot is going to be doing 3 damage to the Caradwin.
But it doesn't clear unless Barrage. Does
Here?
Sare have it?
Yeah, we have to see. This is not trading either, but of course you are setting up the golems, which is really important because of course it's going to be working off the Ancient Alchemist for later turns. So just for that, it is good to start building towards. And there we go. The Barrage is going to take it out.
Very nice.
This is the only copy of Barrage in Surrey's deck, though.
It is definitely more card tech for Abyss, so if you can get some value off of it in the mirror, I don't think you're too upset about it.
Things are really going in Surrey's favor here. I mean, down to 12 defense. Takupon started the game at 23 life, right?
Now down to 12. Oh, here comes Faust v Faust action. You guys can't see it, but Chris has a really cute mug that he's drinking out of his.
Sorry, this is actually a piece of Side Games merch.
It's really adorable. It's like a little dragon guy.
Yeah, it's got ears, which makes it kind of hard.
Yeah.
This is a Grand Blue Fantasy character. It's important for us casters to keep our voices alive. And that's where hot tea comes into play.
Absolutely. I think after this, though, my voice is going to be over. Tomorrow is going to be a doing nothing day for me, for sure. All right. The mirror does get Caradwin back. Very nice. And Caradwin can get Riley back, right?
Yes. This is going to be a Riley that will deal the 5 damage to that Faust, of course, time
you
and
see
time again.
the same patterns over and over again, but this is how you try and eke out an advantage incrementally in the mirror.
Just wait. I mean, there can only be 3 Fausts. That is the maximum amount of copies that can be played.
That's true. Whoever Faust last might end up with the advantage.
That's right. And Riley, of course, here does draw you 2 cards. Like, I cannot express enough how strong that part of that card is.
It's the engine for the entire deck, right? Just like being able to cycle through and find what you need every time with the Riley. Otherwise, the deck ends up stalling a lot. And we see that when the Riley isn't drawn.
Yeah. And look at that. I mean, right now, Takupan's at 8 cards in the hand. It's actually at over the hand limit. It has to play something in order to not have to discard it. And it's going to be a Gingerbread House in order to heal back up to 18.
I can't complain about that. Gingerbread House is a great card. That works out well.
There we go. 2 more damage, of course, off of the Faust here. Down to 19. We're pretty close on life totals now.
It's equalizing. Gingerbread House is a card that's very good at sustaining you here.
Absolutely.
1 play point, restore 3 is very, very strong. And we are going to see a barrage. Oh, no, it's sacking a barrage, right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, because he overdrew. He had too many cards in hand.
Decided that it's not going to be necessary anymore. We got a little POV shot here, of course, for the
POV.
finals.
You are sorry.
POV. You are fighting for your family.
Your children. Your beautiful wife.
This Medusa is actually looking pretty good as well if you need a way to answer the Faust here. It's got 2 drills. You don't need that many.
Especially when you'd rather have drills off of Faust in the first place. But it's alright.
I think both players have showed us 2 Fausts each, I think. Or 3 now, I think, on Takupan's side. No, I think he's also on 2.
It's 3 Rileys on Sare's side.
Yeah, that's what we've seen 3.
Not a great play this turn for Sare, really. Alg is too expensive. Medusa, I guess, is the clearest option.
Yeah. Medusa, that's also get you the search, too. I'm thinking... Gotta look through Sare's list for that. What else could we find right now that could help here? Red Hot...
Oh, I know. It's 2 cost or lower, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so we're thinking, at this point, we're getting to the turns where we need to start pushing a bit more of the chip damage. Luckily, one of the golems is alive, so that will help to do that. But for now, Medusa will be the way to answer the Faust. He's really thinking about actually committing to... Yeah, I feel like it's either Medusa or the Ancient Alchemist. But Ancient Alchemist, you get to play 2 golems out. So that's going to do 6 damage, but you can't ignore this field. I feel like that 6 damage will have to go into the Faust regardless. The only advantage is that you also build board space. And that makes it so that it's a bit harder to take out. Because we noticed that there's not much AoE damage in Earthright. It's a lot of pinpoint target damage, right? So either you're using the damage from your Alchemist or you're using damage from your Riley. But, the only time you can spread is Medusa and...
Angelblade Witch.
Angelblade, but there's actually no Angelblade in Takupan's list. So it's only Medusa. Alright. We're seeing Medusa here. What is the search? Ooh! Gingerbread House for more healing.
Don't hate it.
Yeah, I mean, if you can heal back up, if you can stay healthy and prevent lethal, that is definitely going to be the play. I feel like this game is going to go long, dude.
Oh, yeah. Better be prepared. It's like you said, a grind-a-thon of resources here. Who can
Yeah.
better manage? Who comes out on top at the end of the day? Battle of attrition.
Do you find yourself, especially I guess like in both in App Shadowverse but also in Evolve, do you feel like you perform better in fast formats where it's like games typically end by like turn 6, 7, or in these slower, grindier formats?
Definitely in faster formats. I
Yeah.
think I just get tired.
I think for me it's like a
Uh.
faster format means more chances to mess up.
Oh, you the opposite?
No, like I prefer faster formats
Oh,
too
right.
because it's like with a faster one, as long as you make the key plays, it's fine. But that also means
Yeah.
that if you do make a mistake once, it's usually over.
Mhm.
Whereas in slower formats, you can sometimes get away with making 1 or 2 mistakes. As we've seen a lot of the players, after their interviews, they say, "Oh, I made a mistake there. Oh, I misplayed there." It's like, but because this is a slower, grindier format, the mistakes aren't punished as hard as they usually would be.
I much prefer a faster one personally. I feel like when it goes on too long, I start overthinking a lot, and then like, because as the game goes on, the amount of game actions you do per turn increase a lot.
Exactly.
So I start overthinking things and making really easy mistakes. When it's fast, I'm like, I know what I'm doing. Let me in. That's me personally. But also, some days I prefer the slower one. It depends on the mood, but usually I prefer the faster one. Really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think for me as well, it kind of depends on the card game as well. There are some card games where I like slower formats because it's like, maybe I feel a bit more confident in my own skill, I guess, in those games. But then with Shadowverse Evolve, I feel like a lot of my deck choices have been a lot of these like more mid-rangey type decks, like whether it's Disdain, whether it's Orcus, even I mean I categorized Vanya as a mid-range deck, but we've seen time and time again that this weekend this is definitely a deck that can play the long game.
It ends up pretty grindy these days with the Kudlak and the in the back, and we
The
actually leave
Ravens,
the
too.
Faust alive, which is crazy here. The Beast Face
Yeah.
Mage is nice, getting some chip in, but Faust being alive means that
You're taking 7 damage from it alone.
alone, right? And now with this Medusa being able to split the damage, getting 2 serpents. Meanwhile, Sarai could only get 1 kill, meaning he only got 1 serpent, which might end up clogging the board too. It's a bit
Mhm.
awkward for Sarai, honestly, this turn.
Yep, we see the Evolve here. 5 damage probably is going to go into the Medusa. I'll split together with the Beast Mage.
Oh, does he have another barrage?
Yes, he does. He does play a second one. He does play a second one.
It
There it
is.
is.
That's
That
very
also gets
strong.
rid of the Serpent.
That's really good.
3 for 1,
2,
baby.
3.
Oh, we're going to get to discount 2 cards this turn, it seems. Because there's also the token in the back there in the X area.
Oh, true. You can just cheapen the instant, play instant, get another serpent, and go again.
Exactly. This is looking pretty good for Takapon. Do you have to think about what other options you want to explore throughout this turn in terms of what's in that hand? We know that hand's pretty big from the process of this game in general. A lot of the card draw from the Rileys. Things are going to get pretty explosive, though, because we do know there are 2 Rileys in each of their cemeteries, I believe.
Yeah. 2 rallies in each. Oh, that's right, because one got banished. That's right.
Yeah.
Earlier. Feels like 10,000 years ago.
It really does. It really
Yeah.
does. Takapon thinking it out. What are we paying for here?
You have to manage the resources incredibly well. Another Caridwen.
Ooh, Caridwen off of that discount. Trade into the Golem with the Medusa. I guess you don't need the Medusa that much, so now you get another Serpent from that.
Mm-hmm. Get rid of the
So you actually
serpents.
don't have any sigils for this Caridwen to use off of evolving.
Unless
There we go. You're going to play that for free. But now you don't have play points to evolve with. Summoning drills. What are we using? Ditching the drills. Like, yeah, you don't need 2.
Summoning drills for drills. You get the.
This is just set up for
Strike
Ancient
form.
Alchemist, isn't it?
Absolutely, it is, right?
And 7 damage from the Faust alone is huge.
The Caridwen just was played for tempo and is a potential threat next turn. Like, if you don't deal with it, maybe I'll evolve it. You don't know.
It's just good
Yeah.
stats.
Yeah.
That's huge.
It's
so
threatening. And knowing that Sarai only has 1 barrage too, meaning that he can't make a cheeky little Magic Blade play. Because he already spent the barrage, right?
Are we cashing in Faust here? We are. 2 more damage. Down to 12 for Sare. And
Ooh, and
gonna
spreading
buff
the
the
stats.
Caradwin. I like it.
Caradwin is now no longer susceptible to 4 damage spike like Magiblade or Oh wait, no, sorry. It is, right?
But there's a very
Oh,
ugly
it's
split
not evolved.
here.
It's not evolved. Yeah.
Yeah, so Magiblade can actually take out Medusa and Faust in one fell swoop. You could
True.
also, I mean, just chuck it into the Caradwin and then trade the rest.
Pretty
All
awkward
right.
situation from Sare right now.
It is. It is. The hand looks relatively healthy, but 8 play points. It's time for Sare's turn. Mirror. Mirror on the wall.
I see Alk, but it's a little not super impactful this turn.
Gingerbread House too. So if you want to heal back up to safety, you do have that option.
Seems like an incredibly difficult position to maneuver out of.
Yeah, so what do you think about this? You could mirror into a
Caradwin, maybe?
Yeah, mirror into a Caridwin, which then gets you a Riley out. No, it's gonna go for Ancient Alchemist. Popping the stack there. Gets you 2 more golems. And so this will probably go into the evolve, and now you're gonna be able to play out your golems for 1 less cost.
Strike
There
form
you
can
go.
also trade, which is pretty nice, I suppose.
Yes, that is important. I do think that you do need to somehow also take care of that Caradwin. All right, golem first, of course. We don't want that causing any trouble. Goodbye to the Faust.
as well.
Oh, don't forget the Medusa does get a... is Medusa's Serpent? Oh, it's only during your turn. Never mind. All right, there we go. Full trade.
That's a nice clear.
And
I wonder
she
if you even
does
leave
also
the
survive.
guard forms. I wonder if you even leave the guard form standing. Reserved.
I think you could, although it would present as a ward for... Well, actually, yeah. If you ward up both, you can actually protect yourself from a Riley. Warding up just one doesn't make sense because Riley will just blow it up.
Riley can still go through with the strike form, though. That's the thing. You go strike form Riley and go through both wards, right?
True, yeah. So there's actually no point.
Yeah. We see a Medusa in hand here for Takuma.
Another one.
I believe that's Medusa. A very quick flash there.
Yeah.
My image recognition software. My
Your brain.
says that that's probably Medusa.
Yep.
This is game 1, by the way, and it's this intense. Potential 2 more games to go.
That is right.
A lot in the discard already in the cemetery.
Yeah, just finding through it.
How many rallies do you have, basically?
Yeah.
How many
It's
Foss
very
have you
important when
used?
you get to this part of the game. It's like, you got 12 defense. You don't want to randomly get got. Especially Alchemist is going to be super nasty. 12 damage is not out of the ordinary.
No.
And
You're going
Takuan's
to
also
turn
just trying to
10
think.
very soon, too. Is Medusa.
Medusa's pretty good because it takes out 2 things just from revolving. So
You get
Takuan
2
does
snakes
play
right away,
3
too,
Medusa evolves. That's actually the most, I think, of all the players we've watched. It's pretty rare.
Valuing the discount as well as the damage split. And Medusa has good synergy with Barrage, so it makes sense that if you're running more Medusas, you're also running more Barrages.
That's true, that's true.
All right, here we go.
What is going to be the target on the search? You can search for any 2-cost card from the deck or below. So it can also be a 1-cost.
Maybe Red Hot? Oh, it's Beast Face. Okay. I hear you.
Oh, okay. Beast Face is going to be the pick here.
Beast Face plus Medusa can get rid of both. Can full clear, right? Oh no.
One off clearing out the other golem.
I was
But
just thinking like, oh, I guess you could just play instant potion for this, right?
yeah, you got the potion, so
Yeah.
it's not exactly too much trouble. You got to be careful with your serpent management too. Don't want to overdo that.
Right. You kind of want to get in increments of 2, if anything. Oh, what's the card he's considering? Cauldron.
Okay, we're just searching. Top 4. Card with an Earthright on it. What is he going to find? Man, the fact that these players are able to still play out this well despite how many games they've had to go through and how exhausting these best of 3 sets are. It's impressive. Best of 3 definitely is its own skill set. It's like, I've never played best of 3 2-deck format in my life. I mean, I've never qualified for JCS, and that's the only place where that format is played. And it seems so exhausting.
Yeah, for sure. Now we
have
see that
nothing but
Cauldron
respect for
did
these
pull
players.
Alchemist, which gives a turn 10 lethal line.
Yes.
Uh,
We do have Alchemist in hand here.
yeah, that was from the Cauldron, and then still not enough golems though, right? Because Alchemist only generates 2. Oh, drills would do it. There you go.
Yep.
There you go. Setting up for a turn 10 lethal line here. Really needs to threaten the lethal. You
Yep.
do this, and you play Beast Face Mage to make sure you only have 1 sigil on field. Right?
That being said, we know there's a gingerbread house in Sari's hand.
Oh, true.
So it's threatening it, but it will get a reaction. And the problem is that to do the 12 damage, you need to have a fully open board. The only other way would be if Sari plays a follower that allows the strike form to be traded in, which is very unlikely.
You would know that line.
Yeah.
But yeah, if he did play something that could be traded into strike form, the strike forms go in, you can even play more golems, hence doing more damage with Ancient Alchemist. But
Yeah.
I'm sure that Sari is aware of that. Yep, going for the potion.
All right. That also puts Suri down to 10 from the leader damage. Okay. 2 play points left.
That's it.
Oh, and that's a pass. All right. That's going to be all she wrote. The play points have been used up. And now, Suri, 9 play points. What's going to be the play? We see a lot of cheap Earth sigils. This could be just a Riley turn, potentially, because you might need her 5 damage from her reviving.
Yeah, the board management, I'm kind of concerned about the board management from Takupon too, though. Right? Like the Serpent clogging the board, like that kind of counter synergy with the Ancient Alchemist line of lethal for turn 10, depending on how things play out.
Yeah.
With 2 sigils as well, meaning you can't clear the both stacks once the Alchemist comes out, because it only Earthrights 1. Also difficult.
Yes. It's really tough to
Gives you
answer
less
this
face.
board efficiently.
Yeah.
While also, I mean, Sari needs to also push the offensive too.
True. And he kind of has to play Gingerbread House too. And the rest of his
Yeah.
cards are not great.
House has to go in, I think. It puts you to 13, which is also a sweet spot for just being safe.
Ah, sweet spot. Gingerbread House. Good one.
Wasn't the English altar called Sweets Buffet?
That's true. All right, Cauldron first. Got to find something to deal with this board. Takupon has put himself to an advantageous position, but can Sari navigate out of it? Alchemist. Faust. Is that Faust?
I saw Ancient Alchemist. I don't know if I saw Faust.
The zoomies.
Yep. It looked like there was 2 Medusas on the board, but
Nah,
that is, of course, the Evolve deck. Just face up. All right, Caradwin. We have options now. That being said, that
Not enough
Medusa
stacks,
is...
I feel like, no?
Yeah, only 1 stack. Evolving. Eating the stack. We have the revive option, so now probably going to just bring back a Riley here. Take out the Medusa.
Do you need to play Gingerbread House first before you do the Riley, though?
Yeah.
Or Creation.
We're drawing off the Creation, okay.
Teachings of Creation is what it's called in
Mm.
English. It is
I
indeed.
wonder... You really want to not give them anything to attack into with that Serpent. You want that to clog up the board as much as possible. And I also wonder if... I wonder... I mean, I'm pretty sure this Golem is going to get answered, but... With 3 space on the board... You do get to... Oh, there we go. Gonna take out the Golem. 2 damage to face as well, so that's down to 13.
Getting real close from both sides.
This can blow up at any moment.
And remember, there's another instant on the opposite side from Takupon, so that Caridwen's not safe either on Sare's side.
The important thing is that that Serpent is now clogging up the board, which means that Ancient Alchemist cannot do 12 damage.
That's true. Maximum is like 6.
Most importantly, Gingerbread House. Because with 10, you were actually... I mean, you were safe. Your maximum
You're safe
taking 8
even
damage, I think.
after, even after Riley, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, doesn't hurt. Definitely doesn't hurt.
Hand is getting pretty low for Takupon, finally. He's been having a huge hand this whole game, but having not used too many Rileys in the last few turns, things are slowly starting to slow down.
That Serpent is really, really bothersome.
Right?
Just sitting there, doing nothing. Get out of here.
And Medusa is also not really much of an option here for Takupon either. Yeah, you're gonna have to get rid of use the potion to get rid of Caradwin herself. Deal 2 damage, down to 11.
Well, how many alchemists do you have? Can you set up for a 2-turn? Oh, we're just going straight
Riley's coming out. It's gonna be a 2-turn no matter what.
True. 6 to
Draw
the
2
dome.
cards. Deck is getting really low for Takupon. He's been
he's
been tested by these long games here.
Yeah, first against Tsukimi. Is that right? I'm just reading the. I'm learning Japanese. Be kind.
He's got it. He's got it.
And now here.
It's pretty crazy to think about how day 1 they had to play these kind of rounds back to back without breaks.
Right. Crazy.
It's like day 2, at least you have to just play your quarterfinals match, wait for the rest to finish. Play your semis match, wait for the rest to finish.
That Riley does put Sare in a very precarious position here.
Because I think we're also running out of gingerbread houses, if I'm not mistaken, for Sare as well.
And even as you full clear everything, Alchemist comes out in the back. Goes pop pop, right? I feel like this might be a checkmate. I don't want to say it too. I don't want to say it though, because I've said that before and the game has went on much longer.
Yeah, so I don't see a way to win the game from 13.
Yeah,
I think
right.
13
Because
is
if
the
you
sweet spot to stay safe.
Yeah, because even as an opposite Alchemist, even if they had more golems than they do now, would still only be 12.
Medusa. That could find another gingerbread house if we still have one.
There's a gingerbread
one
house
in hand.
There's one in hand.
Okay, I think we
That's the last one, I think. I think
So 8, oddly enough, still. Oh no, 8 is no longer safe because now we're down to just 1 stack. Ancient Alchemist eats it and opens up a board space.
Mm-hmm.
You have to go beyond the 9 defense to stay safe. But I don't see a way to heal 4 anymore.
Riley?
No, not even 8. It needs to be more than that. Riley comes out. Goodbye to the other Riley.
6 face?
Has to be. 6 goes face, down to
Now
7.
You just lose to Alk unless you... Even with Gingerbread.
Gingerbread? Yeah, you go to 8. So now Ancient Alchemist pops the Earth Sigil,
It's 9.
and you're going to be able to survive.
Not only that, but it could even do more because the Golem can run it anyway. Just...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drills. Makes a
Oh, wait,
golem.
putting up a
That's-
ward in the way? Oh, no, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't
It's
matter,
Agent
it's
Alk.
effect damage.
In fact, it's even worse for you because the...
You give a target.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter. You actually don't need the target. It all goes face.
Yeah.
The target's always been there. He's been here since before any followers were here.
From the start.
Oh, we're getting rid of the serpent.
That's
So he
Nah,
wants to
that-
ward up to prevent any kind of funny storm damage.
yeah. I mean, he can't play to every out, right? So,
Yeah. But
Alchemist is just GG here.
there is one card we've been missing in action here quite a lot. Takupon is going to play out the Ancient Alchemist, and Sari already sees it. He's getting ready. Let's go to game
Concede.
2. Takupon gets a very important game 1 win in the Earth-Right mirror match.
Winning the mirror is incredibly important because that's probably the most stressful game you could have with Earthright, right? Like against
Mhm.
Abyss, you're slightly unfavored, though. But in the mirror, if you can come out on top, that's like a huge weight off your shoulders.
Yeah.
Because now you can bring Abyss into their root and you have 2 chances. You can either bring Abyss into their root and be slightly favored, or bring Abyss into their Abyss and be even. So winning the mirror
Yeah.
is a huge, huge deal.
It's tough. It's tough, but it's definitely a sigh of relief when it comes to winning that first match. Yeah, for Surrey, you have to win 2 more games. Takupon just needs 1 more win, and he's going to be in. Going to be the best Shadowverse EVOLVE player in this entire country. Arguably one of the best in the entire world. There's only one other person that can contest that title this year. And it's someone we know personally.
Oh, man.
You got to spend some time with our world champ recently, right?
I did, yeah. Daniel Yanto. I played with him. Filmed some videos. It's a lot of fun. Hopefully,
Yeah, you got a
that,
short that you dropped as well.
yeah, he dropped some save advice.
That's right.
Pick
He
a
seems like such a
class,
swell
get
dude.
good at it.
Honestly, I agree. It's
Yeah.
like that's why we saw Forrest in the top 4, right? Because
Yeah.
he said this is the deck I'm most familiar with. I know how to execute. I know how to play it, and we saw it. You could feel it.
Yeah, pick a class, believe in it, get good at it. That's what he did.
Man, to be able to have this level of concentration across 2 days for these best of 3s, these players are built different, dude.
Seriously, even I'm getting tired.
Yeah, like
I'm not playing.
It's exhausting just to watch them, right? It's like I would be like it would be just 100% adrenaline, right?
Mm. Ooh,
And I feel it. I mean, I've
I
been
think
in
that's
this
an okay
position throughout my card game career. Sometimes it's the adrenaline just keeps you going, but then the crash that happens after this,
oh yeah, for sure.
you're eating
Oh,
you're eating
he's-
that celebration pizza and you just pass out, pizza stain on t-shirt.
Sorry, wasn't going second, so I do agree with this mulligan because otherwise I would have kept
Yeah.
it because of the rabbit. But now this is even worse. Wait, hold up, no.
Definitely not
Oh.
going first hand. I guess a curve Riley is okay. You can
True,
red
true.
hot whatever I mean, you're playing against Abyss, right? So red hotting something is going to be pretty good on turn 2.
That's true. I think
then you can
definitely
Riley-
I'm mulliganing like Beast Face Mage in this matchup. But Magic Blade's actually not bad, actually, now that I think about
Yeah.
it, against Abyss. So, fair enough. Not too
I think
shabby,
Sarah's
not
probably
too
going to write
shabby.
down. You can also write down the cards you mulligan down to the bottom of the deck, right?
Right.
I love note taking whenever it's available in these tournaments. There's only so much you can store in your brain, especially when you have to start remembering what you sent to the bottom and whatnot.
Especially
How
when the
many
deck is
cards.
execution heavy too, right? And you're just
Yeah.
thinking about the best lines. Like, there's no way you can remember the best lines and what's at the bottom and what's at the top and what's in the middle, what's in your hand, what's in the
Exactly.
graveyard. All right, Shadowverse Showdown, let's get into it.
That's right.
Takapon is going second. Sare taking the time. Oh, here we go. Oh, straight up with a noontide.
Hey, there's a
After
target.
And now we get a turn 2. This is probably going to be a red hot ritual right off the bat.
No healing for you.
And the chip does matter. Oh, actually,
Ooh. Rabbit instead.
interesting. Going for a rabbit. This still allows you to just play Riley next turn, so that's fine. And it saves the red hot for a more priority target, I believe. Like, what's a 3 play point, a 3 health threshold? That would matter a lot in Vampire.
I suppose Vanya herself.
True.
Oh, of course we see the Raven that pings damage to face. That we've seen a lot of the players here actually be cutting.
And Takapon is one of the only ones left that has it.
Exactly. It's really interesting to see the differences between the deck builds, especially for when you see the mirrors. It's the small differences that really make the count.
Seeing 2 Rileys in hand. You just play one out now for the draw. It is an option.
Yeah, Red Hot is being hovered over.
I feel like if you didn't red hot last turn,
not much point to do it now, but you kind of want to
Yeah.
evolve here, right? We're gonna see the play point played here.
that's true. You can get evolve and go face, and you still also like draw this way.
Yep. Get a search. Alchemist, Faust. Faust seems like the play here.
Yeah.
There we go. Man,
Going
I actually
for
have all the
Faust.
Earthright cards. I just haven't been playing this deck so much, but I'm excited to actually jam some games that with Earthright after this whole weekend.
Yeah, you learn a lot, hey.
Yeah, right. It's like we've absorbed so much information. I don't want to let it go to waste. Still got tournaments. I could get my area qualification.
Oh, that's true. As a person who lives in Japan, you could actually use all this information.
That's right.
Oh my goodness. Gonna see Chris.
Oh,
different
Red
from
Hot is
Qualified
gonna come
Worlds.
down here. Where is it going though? That's what I'm more curious about. I think the Raven is probably the better play, but it's gonna be the Forest Bat because you want to just shut down the potential of the buffs and also of course the cards that count and also use. Actually, no. Sorry, I was completely talking nonsense. The 2-cost Raven, you want to shut that down. You don't
Yeah.
want to give them a bat to use to take out your rabbit that easily. That being said, of course, they can just play the one from the EX, but you make them play for it a little bit
Make them
harder.
pay for it more, right? Exactly. 2-cost Raven is so powerful in this deck, and although I will say maybe baiting a 2-cost Raven to take out your rabbit isn't the worst thing in the world, considering it could be targeting Caridwen instead. So
That's true.
it's a lot of opportunity cost involved in your risk management calculations in Shadowverse EVOLVE.
Oh,
So
yeah.
figuring out which ones are worth taking out, which ones aren't. Especially if the game goes grindy, if they're spending their resources hitting suboptimal targets, you can't be too mad.
Exactly. I'm thinking for Takpon's next turn, he is going second. If this board remains, I mean, you can trade some things in, but you got King, right? Although you want to save King to respond to the Faust turn.
For sure you do, yeah.
So next turn, I think we're looking at maybe a Vanya.
I think this is looking for a Caridwen.
Yes.
Or no. Yep, there's Caridwen.
There she is. Yep. You want to grab her. And then you could even play the Riley out from hand that we know is in there. You don't necessarily have to play it because we know that there's Faust next turn, then Faust can find the drills, and then that essentially just gets you
Oh,
an
Max
answer.
Blade is really good here, actually.
Yep, goodbye bats.
Goodbye all of the bats.
This is huge. Goodbye to the stack. Goodbye to the bats. And here comes some damage from that Rabbit Mage. 3 to face. Down to 17.
The Rabbit and the Ravens are in a fight for controlling this life total at the moment. But getting rid of the bats is just so important because not enabling Eventide is a huge, huge deal.
Nope. 3 play points.
Ah, it's Unleash the
Oh,
Nightmare.
That gets you heal too.
Yep.
And most importantly, draw 2. You want to see King. If you don't have King, you need King for next turn. You know that there's going to be a Faust coming out.
Yeah, you even
Sorry,
saw it
searched
off the search, yeah. No King.
I don't see King, Igni.
Don't see it either. No Kings here.
That's very important. That might be a big swing in tempo here. Although it does have the 2-cost Raven.
That's true. Eventide.
But then it depends on how Surrey distributes the
swinging
stats,
in.
but probably going to buff the Faust there.
Interesting. We're swinging in the Noontides into the Rabbit. Getting Midnight.
There we go. Really good bat management, too.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, Medusa picked up. That's actually very important in this matchup, too. Because now, even if you get King the next turn, you can bring that back very easily because he also plays the Barrage. So you search Barrage while doing damage to the King and then just wipe out everything.
Mm-hmm.
And because he plays a 2-1 Raven, that also gets wiped.
I think definitely this turn is Faust, and then next turn, if they play Old Blood King to respond to your Faust, you play Medusa to respond to their Old Blood King. That's the line, right?
Yeah, it's a very good play. I'm very curious how it's going to play out. Are we going to see a Faust this turn? I think we do have to. There it is. 5 play points.
Get the drills to Saka Riley already.
Yep. Confirming hand first.
Yep. We have Cridman in hand too. We have all the pieces. We just gotta put them together. We got all the ingredients. We just gotta make a bolognese, as Papa Igni used to say.
Papa Igni used to say that?
No.
He made it up.
I made that up.
Fictional character. One thing to be afraid of here, though, coming back to the game, is that Takpon does play 6 buff spells. So we could see Yes My Dark into the
and
Last Light.
Yeah.
Buff
and
buff.
Last Light. Yeah. Oh yeah, sorry.
6
Press the Left Fangs and Yes My Dark on the same card.
Yeah.
And then Last Light. Yeah. So true.
Okay. Here we
Golems
see, of
come
course,
out. Riley
the
is
Golem
sunk.
duo, the dynamic duo, time and time again.
And confirmed Riley got sunk from this.
Nice.
And proc that Faust. Let's go. Are we afraid of those 3 bats on board at all? How do we feel?
If you have double Delight, that takes out the Faust while pushing 9 damage to face.
That's pretty good.
Actually a little scary.
Eventide is also... Oh, I see a Delight in hand. I also see a Sasayaki, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
The
Sasayaki
could a one of.
Yeah, and it could end up being a huge one of taking out a Riley that's trying to swing face. Definitely, once that becomes a factor, you got to start thinking about that, right?
All right, 2-cost Raven. Looks like it's going to just chuck everything into the Faust here. Draw a card. Are we doing it again?
Faust has to go. You can't leave that up. We learned that lesson in the first game of the day.
Exactly.
Tried to leave Faust up, and it did not work out.
It was going to be a quick GG's if that's the case.
Mm-hmm. See how we're doing.
Okay. Pushing?
Face.
Oh, pushing damage face, all right.
Oh, do we
Down
have a
17.
Castlevania?
I do think so. Let's see how many play points he commits. Oh. We're seeing... Huh.
Huh. Is that Faust gonna
Still
live?
has 2 play points, right? Still has 2 play points.
Okay.
Huh? Pass!
Pass? He has Sasayaki in hand. But that can't target Faust.
That can target Riley, which if you pay the 6 play points to bring her back, is he baiting out the Riley?
But then leaving Faust up is still pretty
Still
tough.
7 damage. You're eating 7 damage from Faust together with his end of turn effect.
Yeah. That's
But-
quite risky.
Wait, 7, 10, 12 damage this turn? 13 was it? Taking this one. Taking this one too, down to 11. Faust you would have to take 2. But you're soaking up a lot of damage for a deck that doesn't have that much healing. Unless you get to Rose Queen, but we're still quite far away from that.
This is a very telegraphed Sasayaki, though. I think Sari knows what the counterplay is to his
Yeah, it's like, let me just wait for a turn where you don't have 2 leftover play points, and then I'll go ham.
Yeah. I'm still gonna be doing a lot of damage to you regardless. Is there another quick or anything I can deal with that?
Nope.
Before it swings?
Not even barrage.
Holy
All right.
moly.
Faust has gone in. Faust can do 2 more damage. So that's going to push Takpon down to 4.
What? I cannot believe that Faust survived that last turn. It did so much work. Great googly moogly.
So, another piece of information is that Suri knows that there's only one Sasayaki. What is the chance that he has drawn into it? So there's also like, is this actually just a bluff? Is it actually worth the gamble? He's going to gamble. 6 play points for the Riley. It's going to come out. It's also going to take out a follower on the way. And we're definitely taking out the 2-cost Raven there.
I guess to be fair, like what other play was better than this, even with
You don't have the space for anything else. That's the
yeah,
point.
exactly. You might as well, and then now you used up their Sasayaki so that it's no longer a problem for
All
next time, I
right,
guess.
does have it. It's like, okay, understandable. You drew into the 1-of, but now it's out.
It's
and
hacked,
you are
it's
at
hacked,
6.
It's hacked Vania too.
Yeah,
The Nightshade version.
that's very important too. So you still have to deal with this board. It is easier to deal with now because it is engaged, but we still have 2 damage here from the end of turn Faust effect. Down to 4. What stats are we distributing though? That's what I'm worried about.
Akupon is in a... How do you recover from this? I mean, I guess you clear the board and they don't have another Riley in the drop, then maybe. But then any Ancient Alk comes out and just kills you, right?
Yep. You just lose to Ancient Alk. Sorry for always taking us to a game 3, and honestly, for a finals, I would expect nothing less between these two incredibly esteemed players.
Is Ancient Alk only 3 damage because you don't have an evolve point?
Yes.
If the board is cleared.
Yes.
Oh man.
Very small gamble.
This is nerve-wracking. I don't know how Takupon can make up such a large deficit. Unless... How do you clear and also get an Eventide heal in? That's that's my question. Can you?
Hmm.
At only 6 play points too. You don't have that much to work with.
Oh, well,
Midnight.
that's not gonna be pushing any defensive plays. Is this just a? Oh, okay. We're gonna
This
buff
buffs up
everyone.
everything?
They're all one play point cards, so everything will get buffed here. This does answer the board. This does answer the board.
That's true if you trade.
And you are now at 5 defense. Yep, so trading 2 in. Faust gets taken out pretty easily. Yep. All right.
Yep.
Trades the Raven. However,
what do you do with the last play points here? Just play out some bats.
He waved his hand. That's a pass.
Oh,
but there's no more.
There's only one Sasayaki in the deck.
But Surrey knows that too.
Yeah.
Surrey knows that too. But I don't think
Ancient-
there's a way to just win. You don't have enough play points to win off of Ancient Alchemist.
But you have Barrage. You just barrage this board, and then next turn you win, right?
True, and it's like you would want to barrage it now before it buffs. Also, being able to ditch this Riley in the hand is also pretty important. It's only a small part of Sorry that's like, do I keep this barrage?
Keep the barrage for OBK turn, and
So we have
then
3 cards in hand. And we haven't seen a Blood King, you're right. We haven't seen Vanya as well.
I think Medusa Evo still floats 1, and then you can use the quick
You're right.
barrage on OBK if it comes out, right?
You're right, and this will get Riley into the cemetery, so that does confirm lethal for next turn too. We can see Takpo's also just smiling. He's like, "Uh-oh,
Yeah.
I see you're putting me in a checkmate position here."
Yep. Clear with Medusa. Get the 2 serpents. Get the summoning drills. Discard Riley. Have 1 play point floating for barrage if they try to OBK. GG next turn. I believe that's the play.
There's the drills. Riley,
Riley.
down. Also, of course, 2 golems, very important in case you need that alternate win con. In case there's suddenly wards in a deck that doesn't really run wards, but you never know.
Ooh. This Earthright. That Faust swing turn just completely was like, okay, now it's Rune's game. That turn just was like, yep, there it is.
The only way out for Takpan I see here is Rose Queen, Bloodkin. That's not it. Yeah,
we don't have it.
There's
Only
really no
Kodama.
options. You could use the. Is the 3-cost Vanya even in the cemetery? No, right?
No, it is. It is. It
It
got
is?
sacked. It got sacked off of
Good luck could revive her, and then you go into the 1-cost evolve, and then
yeah,
you can heal 4.
it got
Sorry.
sacked off of Sasayaki because Sasayaki puts the top card into the graveyard,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
Oh, and he only has 1 space in the EX, so he can only play 1 card. You actually lose out on a card from Kudlak here too, which is pretty unfortunate. But you do get to build a full board, so you do take out both. I want to say both, but I think you get Kudlak damage. Yeah, I think
up to
Kudlak's the
8.
only thing taking out something on this board, right?
You could lock out the Medusa. The guard form's still alive.
Wait. Oh, I was waiting for him to barrage at the end of the turn, but we're gonna see just swinging in, and then Riley for 6 damage. We're
Yep.
going to game
GG.
3. Surrey ties it up.
All right. It's going to be an Abysscraft mirror. I hope you guys are ready. This absolute slugfest. The grand finals going to the final game. Oh, man, Chris. The suspense. And each of these
pretty
games
crazy.
has been quite grindy, too. I mean, that one in particular was just that the Faust not being answered just completely changed the face of the game. And then... See if something similar, one of them can edge out an advantage in this final game of the set here.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, there's only one game of Shadowverse Evolve left to play. They've had the maximum amount of enjoyment of this game possible through this tournament. There
True.
is no more games left to play.
This is it. The winner
or hate
getting
it.
a 1-of-1 card in the world and a trophy, guys. This is legit. This is legit stuff.
That's right. So yes, love it or hate it, nothing left after this game. Only one winner and one loser, but they're
I love
still
the
smiling, they're
smiles.
still laughing. No matter how stressful this game could be, they are still, it's like a locals game. They're still enjoying themselves to the fullest, and that's what makes this game so amazing.
If you're not having fun, what's the point, right? That's the whole thing.
That's true.
Whether you're a serious competitor, whether you're a casual player, whether you're just getting in, roped in by some friends, if you're not having fun, what's the point?
You're also making memories for a lifetime. I mean,
True.
I remember like even being in the finals of regionals or like GP like events in the past. Even tournaments that I played in like 2013, 2012, I still have like I close my eyes, I can relive those memories. And for these two players sitting here today is gonna be like that for the rest of their lives.
Absolutely. Hopefully they remember the smiles and the joyous conversation. Not so much the foul swinging them for face. That'd be tough.
Yeah.
But it's been a long road to get here, Chris. We had first day 7 rounds of Swiss, into today a top 8 single elimination. A lot of games going to game 3, all the way here to the final game of the final set to determine the Japan champion for Shadowverse Evolve this year. Oh boy.
Right.
The gravity of the situation is dawning on me as we come into this final Abyss Crafts mirror.
We don't get to castle these kind of like high stakes matches too often these days, huh?
No. I mean, my Evolve casting experience is Worlds and then this. I have a pretty good repertoire in terms of hit rate.
True.
Like,
You got a pretty good score. You got a pretty good score. I was thinking back to WGP. It's like, damn, it's been years since then.
But with Evolve, I'm like, I'm only casting the highest stakes tournament possible.
That's
It's
true.
kind of
That's
fun.
true. That is me with the other Bouchard game I cast.
Yep. Oh, good luck in the opener. I don't know about that. But you do have other good plays going first here?
To keep.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Ooh.
You get
Wow.
the full set.
The three sisters are lined up.
No, this is super. Is it actually a keep for real?
It
I
is
feel
a
like
keep.
that's so low resource, but I guess going second you draw an extra card, so it's all right.
Also, the 2-cost 1 draws you cards too, so
Oh, that's true. You're right. It's all good. And also Old Blood King is so good in this matchup, so I guess keeping it in the opening hand is fine, right?
let's get into it. 1 cost for 1 cost. This is gonna be a lot of back and forth this match.
They're playing it out quick, guys. This is the final game of the final set of the Japanese Championship.
Ooh, he drew Dublame.
Ooh, going first? Do you just play it for stats? I don't know.
You definitely want to unleash the knight next turn, so just
Yeah,
make
for
sure
sure.
you're. Yeah, you want to play the second bat so they don't both get answered.
Mm.
You don't want to attack though.
You absolutely want to just keep one on field for guaranteeing an unleash, because the
Yep.
unleash is just so strong, especially going first turn 3. Like that's like a pretty back-breaking early game play.
You also get a full board, which means that if you have any buffing spells, you just immediately start scaling like crazy.
That's true. If this unleash draws like Yes My Dark, aka Precious Bloodfangs, you might even consider just keeping all the bats reserved even.
Yep. Here we go. Draw 2 cards. What will it bring? What did it bring? What did it bring?
Right. Ooh! Oh!
We got the buff.
Daylight.
We do have the daylight.
So we're gonna leave everything standing, reserved. Very
That's right.
nice. This could be a huge swing right in the early game, especially if you top deck another Daylight or top deck a Precious Bloodfangs. This is one turn before Old Blood King can answer the board either. This is crazy. This might be a huge early game swing.
Surrey. Both of these players have been coming second throughout throughout the whole GP season of this entire year. But one of them will no longer be second after this match, while the other one will unfortunately have to face defeat. And right now, man, I wanted to say that Surrey was going to be the one, but right now it's looking pretty good for Takapon. He's on 25 defense.
With a Kind Queen on the board and 2 Noontides, the health just keeps going up and up and up. And I will say, guys, remember, this is technically a revenge set because earlier in this tournament, Sare is the only person, Takupon is the only person that Sare lost to. So Sare is looking for the revenge right here. And going to the final game in this Abyss Mirror, it's looking like it's going to be an uphill battle. We do have Bloodfangs plus Daylight, though.
Oh, that's something to consider.
But can you really keep Kind Queen and double Noontide up? Like the scaling is gonna just go crazy. I feel like, especially if they have.
Even if you do 15 damage here, it's still. You put your opponent down to 10. Maybe it is worth it. I mean, you force them to answer it, right?
Yeah, and they don't run barrage there, that's right. So it's just go for it. And even if they did, you'd be up to 2-2.
Yeah.
If I was at a locals, that's what I would do. But at the at the Japan Champions, definitely take time to think about it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. 4 cards in hand. You always have to consider what could they be? What am I dealing with next turn? There's a king potentially that could be played out. I don't actually no, not for Takapon. No, yes for Takapon. He's going second.
Yes, Takapon does have a king in hand as well.
Yeah, I didn't see the evolve points on the playmat. I was like,
Yeah, we already flipped one.
Okay, we're buffing. We're going ham. Sorry. This is going to be a bunch of 3-2s on board. We're gonna see 15 damage here to Takupon's life.
Holy guacamole. If Takupon didn't heal 5 in the early game, he would be at 5 defense right now, which is
You
crazy
just
to
lose
think
to
about.
Ivanyo in turn 6.
Yeah. Now this is something that Takupon has to answer for sure. How do you?
Okay, so
doing it?
just playing this bat does heal 3.
Yep, that's pretty
That's
good.
pretty good.
That's kind of like a gingerbread house.
Yeah. Cost 1 too. All right, these are going to be leaving play now. They've already healed, what, like 8 life?
Yeah, a lot.
Quite a bit.
Them and Kind Queen healed 8 life this
Yeah,
game.
in total.
Yeah.
Kind Queen can still get a bit more gas in the tank. So you can use 2 of your bats to trade into one of the big bats. So now that's the good thing is that Surrey's forcing Takapon to go completely reactionary, which is like what you do want to do in this matchup.
Yeah. You put
whoever
the
can swing the
back foot
tide
and
is
you end up being the beatdown.
Oh, King is actually pretty big here.
I think it has
King
to be
will
done.
summon 2. Oh, and don't forget that also heals 2.
Yeah, because of the Kind Queen.
That's huge, and we get the evolve here. So now we're gonna have the ability to answer every single bat.
Very nice. Then you even trade the king.
Oh, and Vanya can go face.
Not that big of a deal.
Actually, their life totals are gonna be basically equal.
Yeah.
16 to 15. So far, Takapon has healed 10 this game.
That's incredible. And it's only turn 4.
Yep. It's only turn 4.
Oh, he chose to keep the king reserved and actually traded the Vania instead. Not going face.
Ooh.
Keeping the king reserved means that you always have bats to trade with.
That's true.
Yeah, and it's hard
Baron,
for
though.
True.
We have to pair that up with something. Do blame on its own. Interestingly enough, Takabon doesn't play Do Blame at all. So Negative Charge 10 does deal 4, but we're not at that point yet, so it's only going to deal 2.
Mm-hmm.
Where's it going to go?
I assume it's going to go into the Old Blood King, and then you trade into the Vania. How do you do the last 3 damage?
Oh, you do have... No, you don't have a bat.
Yeah.
It's pretty awkward. Yeah, you do trade, but... Oh, I guess, yeah, you just deal 3 damage off of the... Yeah, off the spell.
That's a really weak turn, though, I feel like. I mean, it does answer the board, but now Takupon is the beatdown. He has his tempo.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're really... Now Takupon has to think, what do you want to commit to this turn? Because at the end of the day... You can actually probably want a Fortress first just to search. You could also do the 2-cost Vanya to heal to... Oh, this is big! Wait, that's really huge. I completely missed that there is a...
Unleash the Nightmare.
Unleash in the hand, yeah. Draw 2 cards. And you can also sap 2 life. And draw a card still. The life totals are almost equal, despite that huge swing in tempo on turn 4.
Yeah,
right,
that last turn from Saturday was quite weak, dealing with
What
that
does he
Old
draw?
Blood King.
Vanya!
You just Vanya face. You
That-
can, right? Technically.
Do we have anything in EX? No, we don't, right?
Does she not generate bats?
She generates 1.
Yeah. Oh, true. I thought it's to take out Eventide, I guess.
That's on the even side, though. Bats will stay alive. Oh, but you know what? What is good? Oh! Okay, we're playing the long game here. We're playing the long game.
Oh, here we go.
You can still trade, and that also means that once this Vanya is gone, we did see a gift for Bloodkin in hand.
And a good luck.
Oh, good luck too. That's also... Yeah, we do see a gift. So you want to use that gift for its full effect. You do have the summon tool already available, but you want to use it for the draw as well. Oh, that's tough.
All right, healing 1. Very nice. Raven to sap.
Yep.
Oh, actually,
Oh, it's
Raven's
damage.
attack.
Okay.
Interesting.
I guess that leaves Vanya alive, and that's a good threat to keep up.
Vanya Kind Queen has 4 defense, right?
Yes.
Doesn't it still just lose to another Raven? Oh, I guess we've seen 2. Hey?
Yeah, it's actually... there's no Raven, but...
The calculated risk.
There's no Do Blame in Takupon's list. King could do it. King would be pretty huge this turn, but it's not going to be this turn. There's a good luck for next turn that can get King back.
That is a pretty heads-up call, though. Like, oh, I've seen, I think, 2 of your Ravens. You're probably not going to have the 3rd for
Right.
this. Yeah.
So we do see Rose Queen in Takupon's hands. That means at this point he can also slow things down. You don't have to start playing. I mean, he has been slowing things down by healing a lot, but at this point you can start really planning your Rose Queen. So really thinking about, okay, how many 2 costs do I want to have in my hand? How much do I want to commit here? What am I getting back from this? Good luck next turn. Seeing that trophy again, that is the goal. Yeah, I agree with the Fortress. You want to get the search first, see what your options could be. You find the King.
That's a huge
That
deal.
actually is the answer here. I think he has 1 more Evolve point, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to trade first.
Yep, and then King gets 2 bats.
That's beautiful. Perfect way to trade off the board, and you also get 2 damage face off of the bat that's right now on the board. It's pretty good. I'm going to use another one. And then you can just use the Evolve point.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there we go. That
That's
should
the
be
last
the
Evolve
last
point, though.
Yeah. All right, there we go. Still manages to keep up with Surrey's offense. And we are seeing the life at equal counts for the first time since the beginning of the game.
Yeah, what an incredible display here. Despite the big push from Sare to deal as much damage as possible, the Noontide and the Kind Queen equalized very quickly, and then Takupon was able to just find a way to bring it to this situation. Like, the Old Blood King is so important in this matchup, and he even kept one from the mulligan, I believe, so it just goes to show you.
All right. We see here, of course.
Raven and Unleash.
Yep. Draw cards, take out the king. You take out the king with the good luck. Yeah, this is pretty good. You get to actually... You do leave one bat up, but it's not the end of the world. God, it's so huge. I think I saw 2 good lucks in Surrey's hand, so it's like battle of good luck versus Rose Queen and double good luck.
Yeah. It's definitely going to go to the end game. If you thought this aggro versus aggro is going to go fast, think again.
I am a little worried about how Surrey will answer the Rose Queen turn 2 turns ahead. Because we're definitely going to the long game here. Do you want to use this? It looks like you will.
The less chip, the better, I suppose.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Okay. Not much remains here. Just a bat. But
you have gifts.
Yeah, Takupon has a lot to consider.
Gifts for Bloodkin is nice for the free draw, but you'd like to have it with a Vania instead or something. Or a Rose Queen, right? But he's gonna go for it.
All right, gonna play it. 2 bats for free and a draw. It is important to note that this is now being used up without a Vania on board, which means you don't get the bonus damage or healing. You would like to use that in conjunction. Also with Rose Queen, thinking about it now, I don't know if I would have used that there because you have Rose Queen in hand for next turn, so that would have been a really strong play. I mean, there's a lot to dig for, but there is an argument you could have waited to dig it for a turn.
I think it's just because his hand quality, other than the Rose Queen, is like not very high. It's like a lot of bat buffers when he doesn't have bats on board at the moment. So he's just like gotta find something to play.
Yeah.
Intense standoff here. We do see a Kudluk off of the gift for Bloodkin.
Right. Still 7 play points, so... Oh, Kudluk it is! Okay, we are just committing it.
And getting the Old Blood King is huge.
Problem with Old Blood King is that you don't have evolve points left. So all you're taking it for is the assail. But I suppose that's a fine play. Where is his bat going? I think it's probably going
into Kudluk, and then you, because Kudluk himself can't take out Kudluk unless you deal a bit of damage into it, right? Because Kudluk is maximum 5.
Yeah, we're gonna see a very beautiful trade of resources here.
Now you can just take it out with Eventide.
There is a world where you actually keep
Kudluk reserved.
Reserved, yeah.
That looks pretty sick.
All right, this plays just 1 bat.
Oh, I might like this.
Wasn't there a world where you swung with the one of the bats first and then made 2 bats from the king instead of 1? That could have been a small little tidbit that Takupon could have done better, but it's fine in the end.
No, because those bats are summoned from Bloodkin. They don't have Assail, or they don't have Russian Assail yet, right? They were summoned from Bloodkin this turn, before the Kudluk was played.
I mean, the king gave the Russian Assail.
Yeah, but you're talking about getting more bats out of king, right? So, because that happens on Fanfare, no?
Yeah, so I mean, like trading. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because the gift comes first, then Kudluk, then king. Yeah.
Correct. Okay, so now that good luck not being engaged is actually more annoying than expected. So
Yeah, for
now
sure.
it's if Sari has a Rose Queen, that's a big return, but I don't think he does.
Wow, as another good luck.
He does play 2 Rose Queens, so it's as much chance to draw into it as a tuck pawn.
That's 3 Princess Vanias though in hand as well, which is not super great right now. Although it does
Yeah, you'd
clear
have
the
to-
good luck though, to be honest. It's not the worst thing in the
Yeah.
world.
What did he draw? King.
King, that's big.
Huh. You can trade one of the bats into the Raven. Yeah, he's gonna do that. King, evolve, and then you have a pretty clean trade.
Does go into most things here.
And
2,
then
4,
Vampire
6.
Abyss just... It is so sustainable. It's got so much gas.
It's like a very
impressive.
funny deck where it can go super aggressive if it wants to, but it can pivot to this controlling mode halfway through and it'd be totally fine. And we actually just saw that literally in this very game. And it's very, very interesting to see.
The evolve has happened here, so now these bats are 2/1s. How will they be distributed though? Because of course the opposing king is not evolved. It's a 2/4. So you can swing 3 of them into the Kudlak. I think that's the most important card to take out. But honestly, king is also very tricky. Oh, there's also Vanya is kind of weird.
Yeah, Vanya has it doesn't quite get there.
1,
Yep,
2,
3 into
3.
good luck. Yep.
Goodbye, good luck. You have to work a bit harder for the king, but you do leave up the on-evolve effect to stay active. But then good luck is just immediate clear and also just big damage to the face too. So it's quite a lot to balance here.
Okay, Noontide. It's not great. It doesn't clear the king on the opposite side, which means that even more bats are going to come out.
The king has to stay. The king must stay.
Getting another king. Oh, Vania as
Vanya.
well. I think you have to go for Vania.
That's going to be big for next turn.
It has to be Vania. Yeah, you can't send Vania to the bottom. You cannot afford to do that.
Not when we're going to the long game. You're going to need every single resource possible. All right.
King is up, but it is a little awkward, right? King being left up means that any bat still can trade in.
He's thinking. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be just probably conserving the bats without swinging to the king here. Yeah, it's a pass.
Yep.
I do agree, though. Oh, and this could be... Ooh, Daylight picked up. That's a 2-cost. There's actually quite a few 2-cost cards. This is a Rose Queen turn.
This is an insane Rose Queen turn. We got 2 Daylights. Precious Blood Fang. Yeah, it's quite a few.
Vanya, too.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
It's not. It's going to be... We're making that Rose Queen turn even bigger.
Yes, because
King is still active. You can still
King is still active.
here.
You don't have to do the Rose Queen now. And you can save Rose Queen for when it's really, really impactful. When they overextend with a Vania or something.
Also drew the Raven, so now answering this board is no longer an issue.
We'll say I have to give props to Takapon's restraint here.
I know,
Recognizing
right?
that this is going to go to the very, very end.
Summon Bloodkin is also very big here. Still have the play point to use for the king. So now we get
do you still
8
have
damage.
a King Evolve, or is it all gone? I think it's all gone, right?
No, he does have 1 left.
Really? Yes, he
have the 1 left.
does. Very nice.
I think you could cash out a Daylight here.
Oh, he's thinking about it.
But I'm not sure. I feel like you do want to keep that. Because you can also just get another Summon Bloodkin and just play...
Need Daylight? He has Nighthorde in hand.
Oh.
That also
Yeah,
can
you
do a
definitely want to keep the
huge
2-cost
chunk.
cards. That's what
Yeah.
you're building towards right now.
You can do a huge chunk of damage with Nighthorde and still keep a 2-cost in hand.
Yep. If anything, filter out anything that's not 2-cost so you don't overdraw. Yeah, right now we're at 8 cards in hand. You have to still get rid of one more.
Oh,
Summon
okay.
Bloodkin. That also sets up the X area for Vanya in the future.
Are my eyes deceiving me? He does run Nighthorde, right? Or I think that's somebody else.
Well, for now, Nighthorde is not going to be as important. Do these bats come out from EX? I do think they will, just to trade away. At least a 2-1. What about that last one? That's going to come out too. Full trade. Excellently done by Takpon.
Oh, he
I'm going to
doesn't.
pass
I'm bugging.
back.
He doesn't. I'm bugging. It was the Yes My Dark alt art, I think.
It
Alright.
happens.
All right.
Yeah, actually, I checked his list. The
Yeah.
card's not even in
Rip.
either
Yeah,
player's
some
deck
people
list.
don't play it. Some people don't play it. R.I.P.
R.I.P.
All right. That's
Sorry now has a choice. He can go for the Blood Queen. I feel like that's probably the play.
Blood Queen and then turn 10 could luck do it again, right?
Yeah.
That's an option.
Especially because you have the gift for Bloodkin here too. No Rose Queen in sight. You kind of have to forget that game plan for now, I think.
Mm-hmm. Kind of liking Takuwan's position though, because if you overextend with the Vania, then Rose Queen's gonna punish you bigly.
But is it overextending? You're just doing 6 damage clearing board while drawing cards. It's actually a pretty low investment turn.
Ah, that's
And you want the Vania to get
because
hit
you have a Kudlock in
because-
hand anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fair enough.
I think this is the only place Sari can do this turn.
Maybe it forces the response of the Rose Queen, and it's actually you see it that way, and that's actually good.
Yeah. Here she is. 6/6 with Storm. Every time a Forest Bat is played, it will deal 3 damage to an enemy follower, which will clear the board if you play out 3 Forest Bats. And we know that Sari is capable of doing that. So, of course, Vini also makes these costs 0 to play.
And that takes out a king, no problem.
All right, goodbye, King.
This is for sure going face.
Yep. This will push Takpon down to 11, and we know a lot of the sustain is actually out of the deck. Takpon's been healing a lot. This is the same game, by the way, where we ate 15 damage turn 4.
Yeah.
It's been 5 turns since then, but it is the same game.
The grindathon is real for sure. Oh, and we do get a Vania
Ooh.
to take out the last bat.
Down to 10.
That's clean. That's a clean removal. And if you're forced to Rose Queen to answer to this, is that ideal? Or is there another way you can do it?
You're healing back. I think that's the main thing with Rose Queen this turn is that you're healing back. And at the end of the day, 3 2 costs will answer the whole board. And if it helps to push your offensive at the same time, then I think it's pretty good.
Rose Queen's also a 6/6, right? So even if you could lock Unleash plus Vania, it's only doing maximum 5, and the Rose Queen might live. Oh no,
Yeah.
but then the Blood Queen summons bats, so then it would take it out. Tough.
Yeah.
Tough.
Actually having to flip through pages of notes. That's how many notes Sari's been taking throughout this game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think for these players, there's maybe 2-3 turns max remaining for this game.
The deck size cannot be that big by now as well.
That too.
They've been
but
doing a
also
lot of
just
drawing.
resources. No more kings for Takpon for sure, and I think for Sari it's getting pretty low too.
He did have one left. He pitched it to the bottom because he needed the Vania instead off of Fortress.
True.
So there's a king in there somewhere. Just not very close by.
All right, Takapon was calculating. He's calculating 3 play points. 6. This looks like Rose Queen.
Yeah.
All right, we're going in. Let's see that hand. I'm very curious what is actually in there. We got what? 4. Those are all 2 costs, right?
They're all 2 costs.
Ooh, 7. You get a full turn.
Every single one of them is a 2 cost.
All right. Give Surrey a second to take down the note of every single card in hand.
3 of them are daylight.
Whoa. You cannot allow bats to live. You cannot let any bats live because you're just gonna get blown up with damage.
That's a little
That's gonna
scary.
be huge damaging turn. You can heal back 6 and also just push so much damage here because of course a Thorn Burst is also gonna draw a card here. The first mystery card of the hand, pushing damage to face. So now he has 3, potentially 4 more cards to play this turn. So gift is 0, so that's 4 more cards. 3 of them will be used to deal AoE damage and healing. So we're gonna get back to 16.
He didn't use it for AoE. He would use it for face just now.
But you do have to AoE some part of it.
Eventually, right? Like, let's see.
Where's it gonna go? Oh. There's a point. Oh, there is a chance that... Where's it going? Leader?
It's going leader.
It's going face. Wait.
I think he's going to use daylights.
I think there's a chance he's also counting how many gifts are left in deck. Because he has 3 more activations, right? So that's 6 damage.
You draw a card as well and also deal another 2. And deal
he's
another
trying
2.
to calculate how many more... He's actually gambling on winning this turn. Takupon wants the dub.
Oh, he's going for AoE. He's going
AoE
for AoE
and heal. All right.
I don't think he has it. It's
okay,
close,
this is going to get rid of the Vanya. He's playing very balanced and careful. Draws a card. I think he has worked out that it's impossible to win this turn, but he's getting very dangerously close. And I think Surrey has to return with a Rose Queen of his own to actually stay in the game.
Yeah, is there any other way that you can heal back all the damage you're going to take right now?
I'm going to take a look at Surrey's list one more time, but I think we're going to run out of Vanya Evolves anyway. And you don't want to be using that just for healing. You want to use that to win the game.
Yeah, it's tough.
It has to be Rose Queen. He plays 2. He hasn't seen any yet. The chance of just drawing it off the top is pretty high. Back to 14.
Does do an AoE and also goes ahead and pings.
Raven.
Heals.
9 to 16.
We're
2
close
play
to the
points.
End. That's a lot of bat buffers.
Whoa.
If any bat lives.
Putting even 1 bat on board is already insane pressure, but we're not using the bats for that. There's so much buff. You can actually throw 10 play points. All 6 of the buffing cards are in hand.
All
That's
6 in 1 midnight.
That actually, you can chuck 10 play points to turn your bats into 5.
You can play midnight and get a bat out there. You can play midnight, get a bat in play. Deal 1 damage, and then 1 bat is lethal. Almost.
Yes. Almost. No, because you also proc... Oh, no, you don't proc Rose Queen as a 1 cost.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
doing it. Yep. Midnight.
If these 2 remain, that is also game. So, all right, Surrey's now checking his notepad. He's crossing out all the cards that have been played. He's like, okay, I know your buffing cards are still in there.
Where's Rose
Those
Queen,
1
man?
costs cannot live.
Where's Rose Queen? No!
Do we have draws? What can dig?
There's gift.
There's a gift. There's a good luck. Good luck doesn't really... but you don't want to burn a gift without any Vanya on board or a Rose Queen.
Rose Queen never came to hand for Sare.
the fact that Takupon was actually potentially winning the game last turn and actually calculating lethal just goes to show that these two players are on a different plane of existence.
Yeah, that was really scary for a second.
Yeah.
Old Blood King, though, taken from the grave, meaning this is the last evolve, is going to be able to maybe clear.
True. There is one last Blood King left for Sari.
If you clear, what's the follow-up from Takupon? He only has 3 Yes My Darks, 3 daylights. Is there any push after this if this Rose Queen gets answered?
I think there's a 2-cost Vine, yeah.
Oh, that's true.
That's chip damage.
That's some chip.
Some chip, but this board is getting answered, I'm afraid.
If this board is getting answered, I think Sari's still in this, right?
Yeah. Rose Queen can be answered. Good luck is 5 damage. Yeah, here we go. 5 damage to none other than the Rose Queen. Bat to trade it off.
Oh, this is intense, man. 2 play points left. Bloodkin is all right.
Man. I feel like I'm leveling up just watching these players. It's insane.
This is really... My head's starting to hurt, Chris. I'll be honest with you.
I 100% agree, dude. This is... These grand finals are... Like, we've seen some amazing games throughout this weekend. This set is a level of its own.
Holy guacamole. Like, this is insane levels of play.
It's unbelievable.
It's so, I can't believe that Sari might still be in this.
Yeah, absolutely. The only issue is 16 defense.
That's true. You're starting to run out of your own like amount of damage in the entire deck, right?
Is this healing and dealing?
Oh man.
Where is this going? It's going to the follower. Okay. And what is the draw? What was it?
Gift.
Okay, that's...
Wait, is it? Is summon
Gift for
Bloodkin?
Bloodkin? Was that another one?
Oh wait, this can still full clear, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Clearing is not an issue.
Yeah. This is what's the follow-up after, I guess. Yeah, there's a gift in the hand. Yep.
Yep.
I was not mistaken.
And 2 2-cost Vanias as well. Alright. The Forest Bat is staying alive, though. The Forest Bat is staying alive, though. There's a lot of buff in that hand.
Forest Bat staying alive is terrifying. Unless you just play gift now. He's thinking about it. You lose a bat, but
yes, pass. Let me see. Oh, no, it's not a pass. It's please see me your cemetery.
He sees none of the buff spells in the discard.
He knows. He took notes.
Yeah. It's all in there. So he's gonna play gift. Yeah, he has to. He's worried about leaving even one bat up.
Yep. Yeah, it's when you know what's in that hand, you just cannot let it rest. That's so scary.
Not. Yeah. Even one bat could spell danger. It's the freaking monster.
What does he draw? What does he draw? What does he draw? This is.
It's Vania,
That was not
right?
there. That was not there.
Isn't that Vania?
It is, but it's only 6 damage. But it does clear the board.
Oh my god.
Dude. Can't believe what I'm seeing here.
I'm about to lose it, dude.
You can actually play 4 bats from Yes My Dark as well. You can play 4 bats. That actually clears everything.
That's
12 damage spread across the followers. It's gonna play it now.
Yes My Dark now. Interesting. Oh,
Okay,
the
we're
ping.
going-
Then this sets up for a next turn Vania lethal, right?
It's actually, I think, the right way to go about it. Good luck will lead 2 of them, and then you can Yes My Dark for 3 more. Oh, that's gonna split it very smartly. Basically, gonna be spreading them apart so that there's still 3 cards left after there's only 2 followers on Takpon's side of the field, and then you can Yes My Dark again for 3 more. Oh, but then you're left with only 2 play points left to
2 play
use.
points left, yeah.
Vanya herself. Is there a gift? Was there a gift?
Don't think so. No,
Dude, Sari's hand looks crazy too.
I can't believe this game that I'm seeing. What is
I know,
happening?
right?
This is crazy. Holy moly. I can't. I'm just like slack-jawed now watching
Right.
the plays happen. Yeah, this sets up for our next turn, Vania Nightshade. It's so good.
It does.
Just take
Goodbye to
this
the king.
out.
And you can also
Yes.
take out. You can also take out the good luck, but. Oh. 3 play points left.
You have to take out the good luck, right?
Yeah. It's too risky otherwise. I mean, 4.
Yes, my dark.
Yes, my dark for 3. I think just keeping a. Oh. Oh, you want to protect the. I mean, okay, so.
You don't want them to heal past 6 because Vania.
Yeah. 100%. What was the draw?
Vania's
Vanya's
lethal.
in hand.
Leaving up a Noontide means that they can only heal max to 6.
That's right.
Oh my god.
Tuckbon is establishing a checkmate. The draw was barren. There is still the ability to draw more cards. He does heal 1 from the Raven on board. This Vanya can heal 2.
Yeah, but if you use Vania for Kind Queen, you're not going to have any Blood Queens left, right? It's the last
Nope.
one.
That is the last one. You're gonna have to play to deck out, play to Rose Queen, play to ping from the Princess.
Oh my goodness. And if you're playing to those outs, you're at 5 and they're at 16.
It's not looking too good.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Chris, I feel like we've been in this one game for years.
In eternity, I agree. It's crazy. It's just this is just like the time chamber. We're just here to
Yeah.
watch this match forever.
I'm going to leave this room and I'm going to have like a full luscious beard. All right. We have the
Alright,
Unleash.
The call. We are unleashing, but what are we drawing to off the unleash?
Ooh, Raven and Do Blame.
There's healing. There's healing. You can get out of lethal range now.
Yeah, you can get to 8. It's a big deal.
That's huge. That actually gives Sari another turn.
But you still have to answer a 6/6 Vania, don't you?
That's how you answer it. You have Kudlak available too.
Oh, true. Kudlak never got taken out.
Yep. Oh, but the bats, you can't disrespect the bats because
we
goes
know
buff,
that
buff,
there's 6 buff spells in hand.
Now there's 4.
Oh, that's right. You used 2
think.
Yes My Darks. Yes, you're correct.
But even
But there's
then,
still 3 daylights.
I think you have to choose what's gonna go down. There's actually no. Oh my god, you have no. You have to heal. It has to be healed. It doesn't take out. Oh,
If you don't heal, you just die to Vania. You know that.
yeah.
He, she, me knows that.
So you have to. Kudlak goes into Vania. Has to. Man. So then you use Vania. Vania to get rid of the other Vania. Then you have to get rid of the other 3. Man, I feel like for these players too, the game's just not ending. It's like there's so much exhaustion here. I can't believe it.
Yeah, the decision making every turn is so fatiguing, especially when you get into the end game. Okay, you have to ping the Vania twice, and then you can Kudlock a bat.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh my god.
Kudlock a bat? That feels so bad.
You have to Kudlock a bat, and then you have to also use the other Raven to heal somehow.
But you don't have a bat on board now.
Takupon has him cornered.
Well, you have
can make
a bat in
from
the EX. You have a bat in the EX. But if you bat from the EX and you heal to 8, you still die to Vania because it's 6+2. Because the 2 bats are still on board, even without a buff.
You're right.
It's checkmate, I think. Unless I'm missing something. Some crazy line that the gods themselves have not witnessed.
Is Takupon finally going to make his wish come true? At long last, erasing the word second from his dictionary.
Yep. Champion. Replacing it with the word champion. Could it be?
Once and for all. The greatest title in Shadowverse EVOLVE Japanese edition.
What are you even looking for? I don't even know.
This could actually wait. No. This could. Oh no, King, you're too late. King would have been huge, but you were looking for gift. I don't even know if there's a gift left in the deck, but I'm pretty sure there is.
Oh, gift would have been huge.
Gift would have been it. Gift would have been it.
No, gift would. If you fortress for gift, you still.
Oh, because you have to pop the fortress first.
Yeah, you'd have no board space.
Still gonna pop it, but now at least you only give them 1 bat to work with. So now, of course, Takupon has the Vania in hand. We already know
1
6
bat is
defense
enough.
remain. He's going to play the shake of the hand, and Takupon is your Japan champion. #1. No longer second place.
I'm losing my mind. That was the most insane set of Shadowverse I've ever seen. Holy
Genuinely
moly.
ridiculous. I think that set, I'm pretty sure that set lasted
2 hours.
Almost 2 hours, 1 hour and 50 minutes, Iggy. This is going to be a set to remember forever. So many moments to look back on, so many plays, such long sets. The players, the judges, everyone involved, they managed to deliver such a beautiful finals for us. You can see Takupon is all smiles, of course, finally being crowned the champion after all this time, coming second place over and over and over again. Dude must be too tired to even pop off.
And guys, can I just remind everybody that Takupon is undefeated in this tournament. From Swiss to now. 10-0. 10-0 in the Japan Championship is obscene. I can't even believe it. What an absolute run. An absolute run by Takupon.
Too incredible. Simply too incredible. I saw the trophy there on the casting table. I think we might just be seeing Takupon join the caster table afterwards, but what an insane set. And obviously for Sare, a very hard fought and amazing battle.
That means the only person that Sare lost to the entire tournament was Takupon, and it was twice. Once in Swiss and once in finals. That's incredible. I'm sure Sare has a new rival to look out for now. For sure. To inspire his growth.
That was legendary. The fact that Takupon could go 10-0 in a room full of the best players in the entire country
This isn't just any 10-0. This is 10-0ing giants, legends, the best of the best.
Incredible. And he wanted the win so bad right from day one. The very first interview, we heard it, and he grasped it with both hands, and it was incredible to witness from start to finish. Congratulations, Takupon. You are the Japan champion for Shadowverse EVOLVE in 2024, and you win a 1-of-1 in the world Mono Machina Sisters promo art, which is incredibly beautiful, as well as a trophy. Amazing stuff. Oh, and he said right there in his interview, I'm the only one who can win with all the wins, so I want to win with all the wins. Well, sir, you've done it. You've done it.
He has indeed done it. The one and only legend to be able to do it. And this is going to be, of course, the final bracket. You can see right there, Takupon, the champion that takes it all. We still have the award ceremony after this, where we can see, of course, Takupon be crowned the champion, the winner of the entire event after 2 days of long, hard-fought battles of best of 3 with some of the grindiest decks that the game has ever seen. Everyone in chat, make sure you wish a big congratulations to Takupon. And of course, for Sari as well, give it up to all the players that made top 8 today, all the players that made JCS throughout this weekend as well. Absolute fantastic showing. But we are going to go for a small break before we get to see the award ceremony here as well. So that's going to be something to watch and see, of course, Takupon celebrate that glorious moment.
さあそれでは表彰式に移ります。プレゼンターはシャドーバースエボルブプロデューサー木村祐一さんです。よろしくお願いします。さあということで木村さん、今シーズンが終了と。
The producer, of course, of the game,
改めて今シーズン振り返って
Mr. Kimura, is going to be presenting the trophy to our first place.
いろいろな、まあ、たくさんのグランプリがあってですね、まあ、そういうところでたくさんのユーザーの人が、まあ、たくさんいろんな人が活躍して、もう素晴らしいシーズンだったなと。
All right, so a lot of people have
いや本当にこの1年間を通して
contributed
様々なドラマが
throughout this weekend.
さあということでですね、それでは優勝者をお呼びいたしましょう。シャドーバースエボルブジャパンチャンピオンシップ2024優勝タクポン選手です。
The winner, Takupon, reigned victorious at the end of a whole weekend of competition.
さあということで、タクポン選手にはまずは優勝トロフィーを贈呈
So
い
of
たし
course,
ます。
first Takupon will receive the first place trophy. So Yuiko, one of the Japanese ambassadors, will be giving it to
おめでとうございます。
Kimura-san, who is also going to give it to our winner. You can see the joy in his
世界に
face.
1枚だけの特別な PR カード。
And of
麗しの
course,
3姉妹を贈呈
only
い
one
た
in
し
the
ます。
world,
岡田さんお願いします。
the three Makina sisters, as the prize card.
おめでとうございます。ありがとうございます。
Congratulations.
改めましてタクポン選手優勝おめでとうございます。
So once again, congratulations to Takupon
シャ
for
ド
his
ーバースエボルブ
victory.
ジャパンチャンピオンシップ2024日本一ということになりました。全勝での優勝です。
He is
改
now
めて
the
今のお
number
気
one
持
in
ちを聞かせてくだ
Japan
さい。
そうです
at
ね、
10-0.
最高に嬉しいですっていうところで、自分は結構決勝で負けちゃってたので今まで、これ
He's
全
ever
勝
been-
で優勝できたっていうところで払拭したっていうところです。
So he's always lost in the finals of events until
本当
now,
にこのシャドー
but
バー
he's
スエボ
so
ルブ始ま
glad
っ
he
て
could
から
finally
とにか
win
く欲しかった優勝だったと思い
in the
ま
most
す。ついに
important finals of
叶い
them
ま
all.
した。それでは最後にです
So his
ね、
dream
こ
is finally
の
come
喜び
true.
を誰にどのように伝えたいでしょう
Who
か。
would you like to share this joy with?
人数すごいいるんですけど、3人にちょっと絞らせていただいて、
There's a lot of people,
ま
but
ず一人
I'll
大
restrict
会
it
に
to
出ていた
three.
F の選手と、モ
So
ソ選手
Efno
ともう一人、昨年度優勝のステイ選手、この3人に
And also
調整を手伝ってもらい
to
まして、
stay.
実際
So he, of
自分
course,
たちの
it's his
出した
teammates
出来の結論っていうのが正し
from
かったってい
the
う
Efno
のを証
team,
明
but
できる
also
の
to
で、この
stay,
3
who is the winner from
一番感
last
謝したいです
year,
ね。
who of course helped
ありがとうござ
to
います。
help him prepare
さあそれでは
and
最
become
後は
number
その
one
1枚の
this
カード
year.
そしてトロフィーをかけてもらいましょう。シャドーバースエボルブジャパンチャンピオンシップ2024の優勝はタクポン選手。
So once again, the winner of the Japan Championship is Takupon. Congratulations.